The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Protect yourself against the quick weather changes that are so common this time of the year by heating your home with blue coal. You'll find this fine fuel gives you new and greater satisfaction because it's especially prepared for home heating. It's delivered to your home in just the right size for greatest efficiency. That means warmth even on the coldest days. It means money saved, too, on fuel costs. Remember, when you buy blue coal, you save money by buying the best. Get in touch with your neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow and have him fill your bin with the always clean and dependable blue coal. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death Gives an Encore.
As the surgeon knows, the phenomenon called life is a delicate balance. To tamper with that balance is to upset it, and to upset it is to create a monster, neither living nor dead. A creature with no conscience, no mind of its own, but obeying the will of its bloodthirsty master. This is the story of a scientist who walked a road no mortal man dare travel.
And in conclusion, gentlemen of the Biologist Society, may I say that I have actually seen cases of this living surgery in the Orient. I have seen whole parts of bodies transplanted successfully. Vital organs removed from one person and grafted onto another.
Professor Gondo, may I say you leave so much to the imagination.
Are you implying that I lie, Professor Wallace?
I'm not implying. I say that you're a fraud and have no business here addressing a group of scientists.
Right.
I quite agree with that. Well, Gondo, where is the proof of your statements on living surgery?
For 10 years, Wallace, you have attempted to ruin me. I have given you no reason, no cause for these unjustified attacks on me.
Proof? Where's your proof?
You have seen my collection of photographs of actual cases.
Takes every one of them.
You'll pay for this, Professor Wallace.
I might add that you're a much better photographer than you are a man of science.
Yes, you'll pay for this, Professor Wallace. You'll pay.
Read all about it. Knifer Williams dies tonight in chair. Knifer Williams to be executed tonight. Read all about it.
This is the end of the road for you, Williams. Have you any last words? Any last requests?
Yeah, Warden. Free my hands and give me a knife.
I see, Williams. Still unrepentant. May the Lord see fit to pardon your sins. All right. Knifer Williams is dead.
Commissioner Weston speaking.
Hello, Commissioner Weston. This is Warden Sloan of the State Prison speaking.
Yes, Warden, yes.
Commissioner Knifer Williams' body was placed in the prison morgue and...
Did you call me at 4 o'clock in the morning to tell me that?
No, sir.
What then?
His hands, Commissioner. His hands have been amputated.
Amputated?
They're missing.
Good Lord, missing. Why?
I don't know, sir. It looks like the job of a skilled surgeon. In some way, someone got into the morgue and mutilated Williams' body.
Mr. Bartolini's not in his dressing room, Mr. McManus.
Hey.
I went in to check on his costumes.
Not there.
No, sir.
What does trapeze act as the star act on the bill? Now, what can we tell the audience?
Well, that's your business,
Well,
sir.
you know they only come to see Bartolini's triple somersault in midair.
Everything's gone from his dressing room, sir.
Flew the coupe, eh?
I don't know, sir. There's only a large wooden box there.
Box? Well, let me see it. Come on.
You know, Mr. McManus, I have a strange feeling about this. There's been a man... Oh, here it is, Mr. McManus. Sort of looks like a small coffin, don't it?
Yeah, it does. I'm going to open that box. Oh, wait a minute. What's this? There's a note attached to the side. It says, Bartolini won't need these anymore. It's unsigned. Well, I don't get it. Open the box.
All right. Oh!
Just his arms. Bartolini's 2 arms in the box. Amputated at the shoulder.
I don't suppose you remember me, Mr. Cranston. I met you several years ago in the Orient.
Well, as a matter of fact, Professor Wallace, I remember you quite well. You were doing research work in tropical diseases at the time.
Yes, that's quite right. And if I'm not mistaken, you are something of a student of criminology.
Oh, why?
Well, it's for that reason that I've asked you here tonight.
Well, criminology is just a hobby, Professor Wallace, but I am very much interested in the subject.
That's a masterpiece of understatement.
What was that?
Oh, nothing. I'm sorry I interrupted you. Please go on.
Oh, yes. Well, to come to the point, what would you say, Mr. Cranston, if I were to tell you that I have, for the last several years, been driving a man systematically insane?
What are you
What?
saying?
Now, wait, please, hear me out. First, hear my reasons before you condemn me.
Please go on.
I assure you my motives are above censure when judged in the light of medical science.
Drive a man insane. Well, do you think that by doing that you're helping mankind?
Yes, I do, Miss Lane. See, this man's brain was warped before he ever crossed my path. I immediately recognized the danger in allowing this man to continue with his diabolical experiments. Experiments with living bodies.
Oh, Lamont.
I don't believe I quite understand, Professor Wallace.
Experiments with living surgery, Mr. Cranston. The grafting of arms and legs and vital organs from one body to another.
Oh.
The man's name is Gondo, a brilliant biologist whose intense work in the field of biological research twisted his mind. There's no telling what horrible crime he might not commit in his effort to prove his theories.
Well, why wasn't some effort made to cure him?
Cure is out of the question, Miss Lane. That horrible obsession is beyond medical aid.
Oh, I see.
So my sole purpose was to make Professor Gondo commit some act of violence toward me. Then I could have him sent away to some institution where he'd be safe. And at last I think I have succeeded. Read this note I just received.
What does it say, Lamont?
My brain against yours, Professor. The body of a skilled gymnast, and in a murderer's hand, cold steel, thirsting for your blood. Tonight. Why, it's unsigned.
It's undoubtedly from my friend Gondo.
Well, you don't seem very much upset by that threatening note, Professor Wallace.
Well, Miss Lane, my apartment here is 22 floors off the street, and the halls are guarded by private detectives.
Lamont, look.
Where?
Look out the window over there. I saw someone on the window ledge of the building across the court.
Why, that's impossible. There's not enough ledge on those windows for a cat to walk on. I can't see anybody. It's too dark.
Well, I'm sure I saw someone for a moment.
Probably your nerves, Margot. I can't say I blame you after hearing that.
What was that?
Came from my study. My assistant Peterson is going over some notes of mine in there.
Come on.
Yes, of course.
Oh, no.
Don't look, Margot.
Peterson. He's dead, Cranston. Stabbed through the throat with a knife.
No, Wallace, not stabbed. That knife was thrown. And look, the window is slightly open at a level with his head.
Thrown? Miss Lane was right about seeing someone across the way.
Careful, Wallace. The killer may still be there. Look out!
What was that?
Another knife.
There's a note attached to it. Read it, Cranston.
Yes. Fear festers like an evil disease. The first knife was to plant the infection. The next to drain your life's blood.
All right, Cardona. Call me back here at Professor Wallace's apartment.
Well, Commissioner?
It seems Miss Lane was right about seeing somebody across this court. My men have found a good set of fingerprints on the ledge of that window across there.
Uh-huh.
They're checking through the files now.
We were sure of that before you found the prints, Commissioner.
Of course, Valdemar Gonda's fingerprints.
And how do you know this guy Gondo sent Professor Wallace the note? It wasn't signed.
He's threatened me before.
Oh, wait. Step by step, Professor. Step by step. Now, while you're all sitting in here, Miss Lane sees somebody across the court. 20-some stories off the street and hanging on the ledge. Hanging on a ledge, mind you, like a fool monkey. Why, it'd have to be another Bartolini to do that.
Bartolini? Yes, that's the name I was trying to remember. Bartolini, the great trapeze performer.
So you think it's Bartolini, huh?
It could have been, Commissioner.
Yeah, could have been, Miss Lane. However, it seems that somebody bumped Mr. Bartolini off some 3 weeks ago.
Yes, that's it. And sent his arms back in a box. That mutilation slaying, do you remember it, Professor Wallace?
Yes, his arms were severed at the shoulder. The rest of his body hasn't been found. Cranston, do you think there's a possibility that Gondo succeeded in his experiments?
Now, wait, I'll answer. It's probably from me. Hello? Yes, speaking. Oh, yes, Cardona. You checked the prints, huh? Right. Well, whose are they? Whose? Check them again. You heard me check them again, and if you give me the same answer, you're fired. Ridiculous.
Whose fingerprints were they, Commissioner?
Dopes in a... I'm going to clean out that whole fingerprint department.
Whose prints were they?
He said they were Knifer Williams' prints.
And Knifer Williams died in the electric chair 4 weeks ago.
Act 2 of Death Gives an Encore will continue in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's a reminder to get in touch with your blue coal dealer so you'll be prepared for anything the weatherman has in store for you. You can keep your home at just exactly the temperature you want with blue coal. Comfortably warm and yet not too hot, because blue coal burns evenly and smoothly. In fact, this superior home fuel is especially prepared, sized, and carefully graded for home use. Yes, it fits the requirements of your furnace. It's tailor-made for your home. That's why you're sure of complete satisfaction when you heat with blue coal. You not only get comfortable, dependable warmth, but besides that, this tested superior home fuel is a money saver. It burns so efficiently that you enjoy real economy with blue coal. Get in touch with your neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow. He's listed under the words blue coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Now here's a special announcement about the Mystic Shadow Ring. This is an exotic white ring that holds light and afterward glows weirdly in the darkness. You can get this ring simply by sending 10 cents with your name and address to The Shadow, Post Office Box 5, Madison Square Station, New York City. Send in right away for your Mystic Shadow Ring. Now, back to The Shadow.
Lamont, what on earth do you make of this whole business?
Margot, I don't think Bartolini is dead. Everything points to the fact that Gondo was successful in his experiments.
Well, then the creature I saw on that window ledge...
May have been the trained acrobat Bartolini with the grafted arms of the Knifer Williams.
Oh, but how could Gondo control the brain of his monster?
I don't know that, Margot. But the Shadow is going to interview Professor Gondo in his laboratory. Perhaps he will find the answer there.
Soon. Proof you wanted, eh? Well, proof you shall have.
Professor Gondo.
What? I heard something. There's nobody here.
You're wrong, Professor Gondo. The Shadow is also here.
Where? Where? I don't see anyone.
The Shadow cannot be seen by your eyes.
Why did you come here?
I want to know about your experiments in living surgery.
Living surgery. Why do you want to know?
An attempt was made on the life of Professor Wallace tonight. You are under suspicion.
Suspicion?
Do you admit, Professor Gondo?
I do not admit anything, Shadow. But I can tell you frankly, I would like to see him dead. I hate him.
And you tried to kill him?
No. No, Shadow. If I were to kill Professor Wallace, mind you, I say if, it would be with these two hands.
And not the hands of Knifer Williams grafted to the body of Bartolini, grafted by you as an instrument of your revenge?
You speak in riddles, Shadow. I do not understand.
Perhaps you find it convenient not to understand, Gondo.
What's that? Someone is tapping on my window.
Gondo, stay away from that window.
I must see what it is. There's no one here.
Come away from that window. Gondo. Dead. Killed by a thrown knife.
Street paper, read all about it. New knife slaying. Professor Gondo, third victim of fiendish knife murderer. Police request anyone with possible clues to identity of murderer to come forward. Police request anyone with possible clues to
identity of murderer to come forward. Commissioner Weston stated this morning that in his opinion, the killings have not reached an end. The murderer said he will attempt to cover his tracks by killing anyone whom he believes can reveal him. Reveal him. Yes, of course. Hello, operator. Get me police headquarters immediately. Oh, I hope it isn't too late. Hello, police? I must speak to Commissioner Weston. Hurry, please. I think I can identify the knife murderer. Yes. Well, I'm the wardrobe mistress for Romero Brothers Circus, and I remember the man who was last seen with Mr. Bartolini. And if I'm in danger because of that... What? Oh, yes, I'd know him in a minute. He knew Mr. Bartolini and was always around. He seemed to take an unusual interest in Mr. Bartolini. Mr. Bartolini!
You are going to die, Mrs. Dorner. You are going to die.
Mr. Bartolini, that knife. What are you going to do with that knife?
I must kill you. No. You must be put out of the way.
Oh, Mr. Bartolini, what have I ever done to you? Oh, please. No, don't throw that knife.
I tell you, Cranston, I was talking to the woman on the phone when it happened. She was just going to give me a description of the murderer when she met her death, a knife in her throat. What I can't understand is her calling out Bartolini's name.
Bartolini? Well, Lamont, then you were right about his not being dead.
Begins to look that way, Margot.
Not dead. Bartolini's amputated arms were sent back in a box.
That doesn't necessarily mean that he's dead,
Now, don't try to tell me my business. I say that there have been 4 murders. Bartolini, Peterson, Gondo, and now Mrs. Dorner, the wardrobe mistress at the circus.
You're leaving out something very important, Commissioner.
Yeah? You fascinate me, my amateur sleuth. What is it?
Not it, Commissioner. Knifer Williams.
Knifer Williams was executed 4 weeks before Peterson was murdered.
Fingerprints don't lie, Commissioner.
Well, somebody is.
Have you ever heard of living surgery, Commissioner?
Look, Cranston, Professor Wallace told me all about that business of grafting arms and legs from one person to another. He says it's the bunk.
Still doesn't believe it, eh?
Of course not.
Tell me, Commissioner, since Gondo's death, has Professor Wallace asked you to have the police guard removed?
Yes, he just called about an hour ago and said he wouldn't need them anymore.
And you called them off?
Certainly. Why shouldn't I?
Because, Commissioner, I have reason to believe that the murderer will strike again tonight.
Well, Mr. Cranston, Miss Lane, you've searched my apartment and laboratory from one end to the other. You're satisfied now there's no one lurking here?
Satisfied isn't the word. I'm relieved.
Well, surely since Gondo's dead, Mr. Cranston, there's nothing for me to fear.
Well, don't forget that Mrs. Dorner, the wardrobe mistress, was killed after Gondo. Mm-hmm. And by the same murderer. I can't help admiring your bravery, Professor Wallace. But aren't you overlooking the facts?
Yes, that is quite true.
In the mind of this monster, the hypnotic thought may still be implanted to murder you.
Yes, that's very true, Mr. Cranston. Well, in that event, is there anything else here in my apartment you'd care to examine? Any place where the killer may be hiding?
Well, come to think of it, I did notice a fire escape off one of the back rooms. Do you mind if I look it over?
No, please, go right ahead.
Wait here, Margot. I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right, Lamont. Don't be gone too long.
I won't.
It's a very clever young man, Miss Lane. Very clever.
Well, he has a way of tracking down a criminal, no matter how brilliant or how cunning.
Yes, I suspected as much. You'll pardon me, Miss Lane, but I've been looking at your hands. You're a musician, aren't you?
Well, I play the piano after a fashion.
Just after a fashion? Well, that's too bad. With your hands, you should play magnificently.
Yes? Well, thank you.
And don't thank me yet.
What do you mean?
I'm going to give you the name of a very fine piano teacher. See, I think I have his card right here on the desk. I'm sure I have it someplace. Oh, hello, look at this.
Well, what a strange-looking bottle. It's carved jade, isn't it?
Yes, I picked it up in my travels in the Orient. Contains a very rare and exotic perfume. I've forgotten all about it. It must have been in the drawer here. Here. It's yours.
Oh, no, I couldn't accept
please,
it.
I insist. I haven't any use for it. You may find it very interesting.
Well, how nice. Thank you very much.
Smell it. It has a very delicate, very wonderful scent.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
I neglected to tell you, my dear Miss Lane, that it is a powerful hypnotic drug as well. Now, Miss Lane, you're going to aid me. Yes, aid me to get rid of your friend Lamont Cranston. Now listen to me and obey. You must obey every command.
Yes. Yes, I must obey.
Good, the drug is working well. Now to release my killer. See, I press the button, and the panel slides open. Your clever friend Cranston overlooked that when he searched this apartment. Bartolini, come. I've another little job for you.
I hear you, Master.
Good. Now for the final ironical touch, the final sardonic gesture. Miss Lane, you will send this monster after Lamont Cranston.
No.
You will command him to destroy him.
No.
Command him.
You will go to the fire escape.
Yes. Yes.
You will find a knife in your hand.
Yes, the knife.
Then you will
Kill him.
You will kill him.
Good. You hear your orders, Bartolini?
I hear.
Then carry them out.
Yes, Master.
Do you think you can escape punishment for your crimes, Professor Wallace?
What? Who said that?
The shadow, Professor Wallace. You can't see me because I've cast a hypnotic mist over your mind.
Shadow?
It was a brilliant plan of yours, Wallace, to accuse Gondo of the murders, to make it appear that he was the creator of this monster, with the body of Bartolini and the arms of Knifer Williams, when it was you. Then to make it look as if you were the target of the attack rather than the attacker.
And now you know, Shadow. I ordered my killer here to murder Gondo, and Peterson, and then Mrs. Dorner, yes. My tracks are well covered, too.
Not well enough to deceive the shadow.
Don't you understand, Shadow? You are to be the last link in the chain, the last one to die.
Professor Wallace, this is the end of your criminal career.
Let's drop this pretense, Mr. Cranston.
Cranston?
Yes, I can see you quite well. You forget that I, too, know something of hypnosis. You're my prisoner. You're going to die along with your friend Miss Lane here. All except her hands, which I shall use again.
So, it is to be a contest between the power of darkness and light, Professor Wallace.
And the dark shall win, Mr. Cranston. I'll make the first move in our mental chess game. Bartolini, grab her. Hold her.
Yes, Master.
Margot.
There, Master. I've got her.
Margot.
Make one move and she dies, Mr. Cranston. Up on the window ledge with her, Bartolini.
Yes, Master.
You see how helpless you are, Shadow? One move from you and I'll order Bartolini to plunge from that window with her. 22 stories to the street.
Bartolini, come down from that ledge. There's a cloud over your mind. This man is evil. He has made you do evil things.
Who speaks to me?
I speak to you, your master. I command you to hear only my voice.
Yes.
Obey only my command.
Yes.
Bartolini,
Yes.
listen to me. You are a man, not a slave. I speak to the man, Bartolini, not to the monster created by Professor Wallace.
Bartolini.
Rebel against him.
Yes. Yes, I will try.
No.
Try.
No, you cannot disobey me.
I will help you, Bartolini. Come down from that ledge.
Yes.
Put Miss Lane
Yes.
down safely.
Yes, I must fight.
No, Bartolini.
Yes, I will put her down safely, Shadow.
Bartolini.
I have broken your power over his mind, Wallace. The power of good wins.
Not yet, Shadow. You may control his mind, but the hands of Knifer Williams will act for me. Bartolini, the knife. The knife in the hands of the knifer. Kill the Shadow. You can see him. Throw your knife.
Yes, a knife in my hands. But these are not my hands. They feel strange to me.
Kill him,
As if
Bartolini.
they had a life of their own.
Kill him. The Shadow can be seen by you.
I can't see anything but you. You taught me to use these hands to kill. Now I use them to kill you.
No, don't throw that knife.
Stop, Bartolini.
No! I've killed him. These hands have killed him.
Bartolini, listen to me.
No, I have no control over them. They don't belong to me. They're killer's hands. I must get away. I am Bartolini, the great trapeze artist.
Bartolini.
I can escape.
Stay away from that ledge.
Escape.
Look out. You're
Escape.
22 stories above the street.
Escape.
The phenomenon called life is a delicate balance. To tamper with that balance is to upset it, and to upset it is to create a monster. This was the story of a scientist who walked a road no mortal man dare travel.
In just a moment, we'll bring you a special feature of America at War. But first, we present John Barclay, Blue Coal's home heating expert. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Most of you folks drive cars, I take it. But I'll wager that you wouldn't think of driving any car unless you were sure the accelerator and brakes were in good operating condition. That's common sense, because they control the speed of the car. Well, in heating your home, the dampers on your furnace should be operated correctly, for these dampers control the burning speed of your fire. So if you aren't sure how to set the dampers for best results, and if you're not getting your money's worth in real heating comfort, call your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer. He'll be glad to send his John Barclay serviceman around to inspect your furnace. And remember, friends, this man has been trained in economical home heating. He'll look your furnace over and tell you frankly if adjustments are needed to improve its operation. What's more, he'll show you how to regulate your dampers properly. You see, he is genuinely interested in your getting satisfactory results and using the smallest possible amount of fuel. And folks, this is an exclusive Blue Coal service. If you have any heating problem, call your friendly neighborhood Blue Coal dealer. You will find him courteous and anxious to cooperate. I thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Somewhere off the east coast of the United States, a ship is creeping forward in darkness, and with good reason. Like assassins in the night, enemy submarines stalk the merchant ships and close in for the kill.
Forward torpedo tubes ready. Stand by to fire on order.
Ach, Himmel, what's this? Coast Guard approaching. Dive. Dive, you hear me? The United States Coast Guard ship is almost over us. We're trapped.
United States Coast Guard patrol reporting. Sighted submarine. Submarine sunk.
The United States Coast Guard packs a deadly wallop, and the Axis knows it. Like to take a good crack at the Axis yourself? Then join the Coast Guard. You'll have plenty of action, plenty of thrills, and the sure knowledge that you're doing your bit for your country in the front lines of defense. If you are qualified as a machinist, carpenter, cook, or yeoman, you may get immediate petty officer rating. See your nearest Coast Guard recruiting station right away. Teach the Axis that for nations, just as for men,
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. This story was produced by the D.L.&W. Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal.
General Mills, makers of chicks, invite you to beat the band. If you can. General Mills, makers of Chicks, that delicious new ready-to-eat breakfast cereal that comes in delicious round golden bubbles, brings you another session of that new novel radio game, Beat the Band, featuring Ted Weems and his music, Perry Como, Marvel Maxwell, Pete Bielman, Elmo Tanner, Orm Downs, Country Washburn, and Red Ingle, who join with Gary Moore to bring you this opportunity to beat the band. And now music by the band you have to beat. Ted Weems and the boys play Down Argentine Way.
now that ray of sunshine, that light-hearted lad who has come to mean so much to us all. That true and esteemed friend of every one of us. And if you don't believe it, I'll leave it to the boys in the band. See what I mean? Gary Moore.
See, fellas, that was nice. Fine. Anytime I'm drowning, I know where I can go to get a glass of water. But I'll get even with you with these questions we've got today because they're mighty tough and well worth the $10 that the makers of Kicks will pay for each one used. Of course, those of you who beat the band will receive a guaranteed minimum of double money. That's $20 plus a full case of Kicks. But remember that bonus. The amount might even be as high as $25, $50, or even $100. So now, why don't all of you send in a Beat the Band question? You might be a band beater, you know, and just address it to Kicks, K-I-X, Kicks, Minneapolis, Minnesota. I don't know, here comes that unrehearsed portion of the program, so listen for the booms when the boys toss those $half in the old bass drum. I'm sure there'll be plenty of questions missed today, and Raymond Moore of Wellsville, Ohio, pens this first one. A midget attended a bazaar where kisses were sold, and he bought one. Now, what did he suggest to the beautiful debutante so that he might collect his purchase with greater ease? It's a tune that was very popular about 9 years ago, and Red Engel had his hand up, so did Pete Beal, and so did Country Washington.
Bend down, sister.
Bend down, sisters, right, sure. Let's hear you play that if you can. Thank you. And Red, it gives you the first 10 points up on the scoreboard for today and a very fine jam session. We're going to have trouble today, I can tell.
It's easy, Gary. It's
oh,
easy.
No. Neil Beaton of Beverly Hills, California says, Casper Milquetoast went to call on his best girl and found her in the arms of a man who looked like a cross between King Kong and Goliath. The title of a tune popular about 35 years ago tells you what he did. And Pete Beelman's got the answer. Plenty hot today.
Good night, sweetheart.
What was your answer again, Pete?
Good night, sweetheart.
Step down. I'm afraid not. No, the answer is he walked right in and turned around and walked right out again. No. See? Sure he did. That tune sold 1 million copies, Mr. Beelman, 35 years ago. And so it looks like the second question in this afternoon's quiz manages to beat the band. Mr. Beelman, you'll have to throw 50 cents in the old bass drum. And to Neil Beaton of Beverly Hills, California, we send our congratulations, a full case of Kicks, a guaranteed minimum of $20, which may turn out to be a whole lot more if we keep that bonus in mind. Pete, you look stunned. Is there something the matter that...
No, I'm all right.
All right. Now we'll go on with the question.
I wasn't here 35 years ago. How am I supposed to know the answer to that song?
Oh, we thought you might... You heard about Columbus discovering America, didn't you? You weren't here then either. You've heard about it. All right, now, a note from... What's the matter? Red Engel's got something... What? Oh, Beelman, you didn't throw 50 cents in the drum.
That's what I was stunned about. You never said it. I thought I'd get away with it.
All right, throw 50 cents in.
Nice going, Engel.
Thank you. A note from Gillette French of Springfield, Massachusetts is next in order. It seems a woman asked Methuselah on his 969th birthday how he was feeling. The title of a tender little tune about 4 years old will tell you if you place a comma after the second word of the title. Could have saved my breath on that one. Now, here it goes. All right, Pete Beelman wants to try again.
Place a comma after the second word?
After the second word, yes.
I feel like 1 million?
Pete, look, I think it would probably save you a lot of time if you just move your chair near to the bass drum so you won't have to throw so far. No, the answer is little old lady. Very good, too. And so
that answer rhymes with drowsy, too. You know that.
Gillette French of Springfield, Massachusetts becomes the second person to beat the band, receive a full case of Kicks, a guaranteed minimum of $20, which may turn out to be much more, but it'll probably turn out to be a lot less if Beelman doesn't sit down. Anyhow, it's safe to leave cover for a moment, boys, because that ends our first group of questions. I think it might be moot to prove you do know a tune. How about it, Ted?
Well, we might offer that proof in the shape of a brand new song called Close in Your Arms.
That sounds good. We might even ask Perry Como to prove that he knows it, too.
Close in your arms, deep in your heart, thrilled by the touch of your hand. Close in your arms, never to part, gee, but the feeling is grand. Each time you say you're mine, my pulse seems to pause, and it's only because I'm yours completely. Close in your arms, deep in your heart, whispering I love you, I do. Each little beat whispers my sweet, you're so in love with me too. So hold me closely and then kiss me, then hold me again. Close in your arms and deep in your heart, my love. In your arms, deep in your heart, whispering I love you, I do. Each little beat whispers my sweet, you're so in love with me too. So hold me closely and then kiss me, then hold me again. Close in your arms and deep in your heart, my love.
It's a lovely day tomorrow. Tomorrow is a lovely day.
Now stop right where you are. Now, Miss Maxwell, will you be so good as to tell the jury how you know tomorrow will be a lovely day? Are you in league with the weatherman, Miss Maxwell?
Oh, no, it has nothing to do with the weather.
Oh, so tomorrow will be a lovely day, yet you ask this court to believe that it has nothing to do with the weather. Then just what has it got to do with Miss Maxwell?
It's very simple. You see, I'm having kicks for breakfast.
Case dismissed. If defendant is having kicks for breakfast, then tomorrow is a lovely day. Order a couple of packages of Kix from your neighborhood grocer, and your day will be pretty lovely tomorrow, too. For Kix is something new for breakfast, new in its form of round golden corn bubbles, new in its tempting, delicate, different corn flavor, and new in the amazing way it stays crisp in milk or cream. Order Kix from your grocer and have yourself
a lovely day tomorrow.
And as we come into our second group of questions, I just get so thrilled over being an actor, I don't know what to do. Coming into our second group of questions today, we find that so far the score established by the band is about 2 points lower than their blood count. 2 people so far have managed to beat the band out of 3 questions asked. Nice going, audience. And now Sam Laporta of Stamford, Connecticut writes, an actor was about to begin an extremely sad scene when the director informed him his work was done for the day. Now, a tune of 1925 will tell you what the director said. All right, and let me see. Parker Gibbs put his hand up, as did Ralph Blank. Parker?
Save your sorrow.
Save your sorrow. That's not all of it, though.
Save your sorrow for tomorrow.
For tomorrow. Save your sorrow for tomorrow. Sure.
That's the theme song of Fibber and Molly.
Sure.
I got to think of it.
You all worked on that program for a while, didn't you, as a matter of fact?
Still.
Shoot him! fine. Thank you very much. You sort of saved your breath for the next number, too, didn't you? Got out 8 bars, and that's all. Anyhow, it gives you 10 points on the scoreboard there, Parker Gibbs. And now Maurice I. Minton of Chicago, Illinois, writes, when a man asked in a store for change for his $2 bill, the clerk gave him only half the correct amount. Now, what brand new tune, with a slight emphasis on the last word of the title, tells you how the man asked for the missing money? Wow. Well, here we go again now. A man walks into a store, gives the woman a $2 bill, and the clerk only... No, he was supposed to get $2 back, and the clerk only gives him half the correct amount. Now, what brand new tune, with a slight emphasis on the last word of the title, tells you how the man asked for the missing money? What do you say we just save a lot of time and tell you what the answer is here, huh? The answer is, let's have another one. Very good, too. And so Maurice I. Minton of Chicago, Illinois, joins the great majority of people who today are beating the band. He receives a full case of kicks, a guaranteed minimum of $20, which may turn out to be a whole lot more. Remember that $100 bonus, and everybody throws 50 cents in the old bass drum, with Country Washburn and Pete Beelman trying to out-fumble each other to see who gets theirs in last. H. Ogden of Redondo, California, offers a novel biography. I was born in the 13th century in the village of Berglin, Switzerland. I am very skillful with the crossbow. I connived with 33 of my countrymen to deliver Switzerland. I refused to salute the cap of Gessler and was sentenced to prison, but escaped. Name me, and you'll know what melody to play. And Red Ingles got his hand up in the air, as has Orm Downs. Orm couldn't see behind the piano. I'll tell you what, Fell. What? William Tell Overture is right. Can you play that all together? Boy, to listen to that, you think the program is being scouted by Merle Evans. That was fine, fellas. Boys from the band playing the William Tell Overture, and it gives Red Engel 10 points up on the scoreboard. And now poetry from Frank Carifa, I believe, of Scranton, Pennsylvania. A skunk met a wolf in the woods one day. The wolf turned tail and ran away. The skunk told his friends about it with glee, how he had forced the wolf to flee. It's simple, said he, to chase that guy. Why, all you need is... And Joe Hooven thinks she's got the answer back there.
The breeze tonight.
That's right. There, the breeze tonight. Let's hear you play that, will you? That's fine, Joseph. Thank you very much. That gives you 10 points up on the scoreboard. And gives the sponsor apoplexy if he's listening. Wow. Anyhow, it does give you 10 points, so what do you care about? I don't know what that last bunch of questions proved, except that the early worm gets the bird. And maybe that's why you fellas kept your hands in your pockets at least 50% of the time. But anyhow, how about music now, Ted? And I do mean music.
Well, suggestions are in order, Gary. I'd like to hint a bit of Ferry Boat Serenade.
Oh, fine, with 3 dopes and a dame doing the lyrics. Marvel?
Been aboard a steamer. I am just content to be a dreamer. Even if I could afford a steamer, I will take the ferry boat every time. Oh, I love to ride the ferry where music is so merry. There's a man who plays the concertina on the moonlit upper deck arena. While boys and girls are dancing, while sweethearts are romancing, life is like a Mardi Gras, funiculating, funicular. Happy while we cling together, happy while we sing together, happy with the ferry boat serenade. heart's not romancing. Life is like a Mardi Gras, and if you live and if you love. Happy, always cling together, happy, always cling together, happy, with a fairy boat serenade.
$0.75, please. Out of $1. Here's your change. 75 and 10 is 85, and 5 is $1. Thank you.
Wait, let's say 75 and 10 is and 5 is... Hey, I've been robbed! I've been shortchanged! Officer!
That's right, mister. Yell your head off. Getting shortchanged is serious business. And you know, there's more than one way of being shortchanged, too. For instance, this business of vitamins and minerals in your daily diet. They're important. You need them to look and feel your best. And yet thousands of people today are trying to get along on the kind of a diet that actually shortchanges them on vitamins and minerals. And right here, I want to recommend General Mills' new corn cereal, Kix, for your breakfast. Because Kix does not shortchange you on the essential vitamins and minerals of whole corn. Kix gives you these helpful vitamins and minerals in full grain strength. For Kix today is vitalized. Of course, there have always been plus food values in Kix added to it to combat certain dietary deficiencies. But now, a way has been found to give you actual full grain strength of all the essential vitamins and minerals of whole corn. The actual amounts that wise old Mother Nature intended you to get from corn. So from now on, don't compromise with a breakfast food that may, even accidentally, shortchange you on these valuable food elements. Get all that's coming to you in a corn cereal by asking your grocer for the new vitalized Kix, spelled K-I-X.
And so we come into our third group of questions for this afternoon, with 7 questions having been asked and 3 of those having stumped the orchestra or beat the band, as we say. And now let's see what Mary Elizabeth Brunson of Bowling Green, Kentucky can do with this question. She wants to know how we know the man in the moon is anemic. The tune is from 1920, a ballad, and let's pick out Elmo Tanner. Pete Fieldman had his hand up, and so did Red Engel.
Pale Moon.
Pale Moon is right. Sure. Can you whistle Pale Moon, friend? Thank you very much, and it gives you, I believe, your first 10 points on the scoreboard for today. Am I right, Elmo? Let's hope it won't be your last, for your sake, not for our sake, however. Ruth Perry of Cleveland, Ohio, charmingly contests with our band through the medium of poetry. No doubt you've heard of Topsy, that little colored rogue, and one of her equally famous lines when she said, "I just growed." But our modern Topsy is more outright. Anyhow, she's changed her line to what? It's an old favorite popular tune recently revived, and Ralph Blank over on the piano thinking...
I'm Nobody's Baby.
I'm Nobody's Baby's right. Hit that on the piano, will you? In C. Good enough. It gives you your 10 points on the scoreboard. For a minute there, I didn't recognize it with ruffles on the downbeat. That comes from way back, but not the way you did it. Mrs. James Anderson of Seattle, Washington writes, an old favorite harmony tune suggests a dog howling at the moon on a clear night. Suggests a dog howling at the moon on a clear night. It's an old-time harmony tune. Oh, and so easy. I think we've got you this time, gentlemen. I'll give it to you just again. An old favorite harmony tune suggests a dog howling at the moon on a clear night. Time's up, and the answer is Moonlight Bay. Moonlight Bay? Sure it is. All right, I'll tell you what, just for the fun, are the 4 of you in here who know that Moonlight Bay, know how it goes? Put your hand up. Let's get a quartet. Out of the first 4, put their hands up, and let's see if you can sing it, just for the heck of it. All together. Somebody start it down, B, will you? Ready?
We were sailing along on a moonlight bay.
That'll be enough, thank you. In fact, I'm sorry I started the whole thing. And to Mrs. James Anderson of Seattle, Washington goes a full case of kicks, a guaranteed minimum of $20, which may turn out to be a whole lot more. Keeping that bonus in mind, everybody in the orchestra stand up and throw 50 cents in the old bass drum, if you will. All right, now Mrs. G.E. Stevenson of Liberty, Indiana, pens this bit. A bride and a groom were in the brand new home when the talkative mother of the bride called. The title of a tune about 2 years old tells you what the mother-in-law said to the new groom that worried him no little. And Red Engel put his hand up in the air first. All right, Red? Huh? Come.
You're going to see more of me?
Oh, Ernest. No. The answer, I have to appeal to the judges on this. The answer is you're going to see a lot of me. What shall I do about that, judges? The judges shaking their heads in there, and they say, absolutely not, Red, I'm awful sorry. You had the right tack, but the wrong answer, and so you have to put 50 cents in the old bass drum. Mrs. G.E. Stevenson of Liberty, Indiana, receives a full case of kicks and a guaranteed minimum of $20. May turn out to be much more, keeping that bonus in mind.
I know how to play it.
Hurry to get through there.
What do you know how to play it for 5 points?
You want to play it? All right, play it. You're going to see a lot of me, huh? That was very beautiful, Mr. Engel. Very beautiful indeed. Red Engel with a tune that might very well be dedicated to the new bathing suit.
Time, Gary, time.
Huh? Yep, look who's here, for goodness sakes. It's the man with the adding machine mind, the radio voice, and the stage presence.
Sorry, son, we have scores to add up.
Well, okay, you take the total. Ted, you take a tune, and I'll take a powder, huh? Have fun.
And that tune, Gary, is 3 little words.
Well, that's tops to me and toots to you, Pops.
Hear ye, scores coming at you. It seems that today our total count of questions used gives us exactly 11. At $10 each, that calls for an expenditure of $110. Now, 5 questions beat the band of Ted Weems, and that means the makers of kicks will send $30 to each of these band beaters. Adding all the sums together, and we have in round figures a grand total of $210 spent today for questions. And now that old bass drum, oh my, it's full. Well, it's been battered and worn by many half-dollars bouncing against its sides, and today, those half-dollars belong to Red Engel.
Well, folks, just want to say thanks in huge quantities for pausing to play with us this afternoon, and come back next week, won't you? And by the way, drop us a line and include a question, too. Just send it to Kix, K-I-X, Kix, Minneapolis, Minnesota. See y'all later, you hear? Folks,
trying to beat the band is profitable for you, the makers of Kicks will pay $10 for each question used on the program. And if your question beats the band, you may get $25, $50, or even $100 extra. It's a game, folks, and we want everyone to participate and have fun. There may be many similar questions with identical answers, and of course payments will be made only to that person whose question was actually used. All questions become the property of General Mills, and any resident of the United States is eligible to send in a question. So why not today? Jot down that clever question you thought up and send it to Kicks, K-I-X, Kicks, Minneapolis, Minnesota. This is Fort Pearson speaking for Gary Moore, Ted Weems and the band, and General Mills, inviting you to join us next week. Now, in the meantime, give yourself that breakfast boost. Enjoy delicious Kicks, K-I-X, the new ready-to-eat corn cereal that stays crisp in milk or cream and tastes so downright good you'll want seconds. And say, you are going to make a try to beat the band.
Now, darling, look. You're just as beautiful as the day I married you. You've been a fine little wife and a wonderful mother. I love you more than ever before, but I will not eat this breakfast food.
But dearest, it's the same one you've been eating right along.
That's the trouble with it. I'm tired of eating the same old kind of cereals. Can somebody think up something new for breakfast?
Oh, relax, will you? Where on earth have you been, anyhow? Somebody has thought up something new for breakfast, and its name is Kicks. Its very form is new. No flakes or shreds, but round golden bubbles of corn. Its delicate corn flavor is like nothing you've ever tasted before. And Kicks is new, too, in the way it stays crisp in milk or cream. Yes, sir. If you want something new for breakfast, try Kicks, spelled K-I-X.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, as he prepares to have breakfast this morning with his niece and nephew, Marjorie and Leroy.
Good morning, Marjorie, my dear.
Hello.
Good morning, Leroy.
Happy George Washington's birthday, Unc.
If what? Oh, yes, of course. Today's the 22nd. Same to you, Leroy.
Say, Bertie fixed something special for breakfast just because it's a holiday, Uncle Mort, so be sure and notice it.
Oh, you can't help noticing her special fixes, Marjorie. You weren't here for dinner on St. Valentine's Day, but she served the liver in the shape of a heart.
Yeah, and on Lincoln's birthday, she piled the bacon and toast up like a log cabin.
Yeah.
Yes, but she takes such pains to make everything look so appropriate. I think she's coming now.
Oh, yes.
Morning, everybody.
Well, good morning, Bertie. What's this? No prunes for breakfast?
No, sir, I cannot tell a lie. Them's cherries.
Oh, well, I see. I suppose you'll bring in little hatchets to break the eggs.
No, sir, this morning we having a Lexington omelet.
Lexington omelet? What's that?
It's the kind you don't put on the fire till you see the whites of the egg. It's a sort of revolutionary dish.
Oh, yeah. Well, sounds very good for the Constitution. Do you get it?
Yes, sir. Here's your napkin.
Oh, how nice. A red napkin for Leroy, a white one for Uncle Mort, and a blue one for me. Gee, Bertie, you certainly got the spirit of 76 today. I bet you baked the cake in the shape of Mount Vernon.
No, I don't seem to be able to do that, so I made a Baltimore cake.
Why Baltimore, Bertie?
'Cause that's the closest I could get to Washington. Ah, doggone it, I don't see how I think all them things to you.
Well, it's too bad we aren't going to have a tea party today. You could fix a Boston cream pie for me.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, now you're having fun with me.
Oh, no.
Now, you folks go ahead, and I'll be right back with the cooked oats a la Paul Revere.
Yes, Paul Revere.
Jeepers, I hope she don't come out riding a horse with a powdered wig.
Yeah.
Say, Unc, do you know what Paul Revere said when he finished his ride?
No, what'd he say?
Whoa! I know it's corny, but everybody bites.
Yeah.
Stop, Leroy. I think it's terribly nice of Brady to do all these things.
Yes, Leroy. I don't know of a better way of digesting your history than eating it. Oh, that reminds me. Did you go down and see the dentist yesterday about your loose tooth, Leroy? Well, did you, young man?
Who, me?
Well, seeing I'm not talking to myself and Marjorie isn't a young man named Leroy, yes, I meant you.
Oh, I see.
Well, did you?
Did I what, Uncle Throckmorton?
Did you see the dentist yesterday?
The dentist? Oh, you mean Dr. Cotton?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw him.
Well, what'd he say?
He said hello.
I knew he'd say hello. What did he say should be done about your tooth?
Oh, he said absolutely nothing.
That's strange. I thought it was ready to be pulled. Leroy, are you sure that young man, where are you going?
Oh, I thought I'd go for a walk.
Before you've eaten breakfast?
Come back here, Leroy. Now tell me, did you go to Dr. Cotham's office yesterday?
Who, me?
Let's not go through that routine again. Now, did you or didn't you?
Well, I guess I didn't.
But, Leroy, you said you did, and he said there was absolutely nothing to be done.
I did not. Uncle Mort asked me if I saw him. Well, I did, on the street, and he said hello to me. And I never said that he said there was absolutely nothing to be done. Unc said, what else did he say? And I said absolutely nothing. And that's just what he did. He said absolutely nothing.
Now, see here, Leroy. You stop trying to deceive me. That was just as bad as telling a deliberate falsehood. And on George Washington's birthday, too. He wouldn't have done a thing like that.
No. Really, Leroy, I don't know where you pick up such bad habits.
Goodness knows I've tried hard enough to set you a good example.
Well, how about last week when you told the cashier at the movies I wasn't 12 yet, so you'd only have to pay a dime?
Well, that was, sometimes even I need to be reminded.
I'll remember that, Unc.
All right. And also remember that it always pays to tell the truth.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but there's a gentleman here to see you.
Oh, a gentleman?
Well, not exactly a gentleman. It's a policeman.
A policeman? I can't imagine what in the world one of those dumb flat feet was. Well, hello, officer. What can I do for you?
Excuse me for disturbing your breakfast, but do you know who owns that car that's been parked in front of your house all night?
The car in front of this house? Well, no, I can't imagine.
You mean out there? Why, Uncle Mort, that's yours.
It is? Oh, well, thank you for telling me, my boy. Yeah, I guess it's mine, officer.
Don't you know it's against the law to leave a car parked in the streets all night, mister?
Oh, I know. I never heard of such a law.
But, Uncle George,
Yes.
Uncle Mort.
Huh?
Only last week you warned me about leaving the car out.
Oh, did I, Marjorie? By George. George. That's right, my dear. It just slipped my mind, officer. I won't forget it again.
I'll say you won't, not after you pay a fine in traffic court. Just so you won't forget to show up, here's the summons. Goodbye.
Oh, yeah. Well, what were we talking about?
You were saying it always pays to tell the truth.
Oh, yes. Now, furthermore, Leroy. Yes, Leroy?
Mr. Finch is here.
Oh, yes. Come right in, Oscar.
I hurried as fast as I could, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Did you bring all the books? Good. Set them down right here on the desk.
There we are. You know, ever since you called me, I've been wondering why you want the Forrester estate accounts brought here on Sunday.
It's Judge Hooker. He runs the probate court, and I have to account to him for Leroy and Marjorie's estate. And so he likes to snap the whip every so often.
Oh, yes, I've met the judge. He's quite a whippersnapper.
Yes. Oscar, he found out about the estate taking over Quiggs' drugstore, and he phoned a little while ago that he's coming over to question me about it.
Oh, now I see why you wanted the books.
Say, how did we do during the last month?
Leroy, let me handle this. How did we do, Oscar?
Oh, much better. We only lost $213.
Oh.
Is that considered good?
Oh, that's a decided improvement over the month before, when we lost $378.
Oh, yeah.
If this keeps up, maybe we'll get out of the red and be in the pink.
Yeah, I wish we never got mixed up with that drugstore. It's getting to be such a headache, it'll soon start to break even just from the aspirin I buy there.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, I hate to say I told you so.
Yeah, well, then don't. There's a profit, you're a total loss. I never wanted to operate that cut-rate medicine market in the first place, and you know that.
Say, Uncle Mort, how did we get into the pharmacy business anyhow?
The estate owns the building, Leroy. We rented the store to Mr. Quiggs, but he spent more time trying to train his cat to do tricks than he did taking care of his business. Finally, the cat got so good and business got so bad that he took the cat to Hollywood for a career, and we took the drugstore for the rent.
Gee, does that mean I can have all the banana splits I want?
It does not, young man. You think banana splits grow on trees? I have to account to Judge Hooker for every penny.
Well, I thought you were the executioner of our estate, Unc.
It's executor, Leroy. An executioner is a man who kills off. Oh, that's what Judge Hooker will accuse me of doing.
Now, don't you worry, Mr. Gildersleeve. The profits you made for the rest of the estate are far greater than any loss incurred at the drugstore.
Yes, but that won't satisfy old Droop Snoot.
Droop Snoot?
Well, little pet name I have for Judge Hooker, Leroy. Skip it. Well, it's a good thing you're here, Oscar. You can explain everything to him.
Oh, I don't think I'd be of any help, Mr. Gildersleeve.
No, why not?
Oh, the judge doesn't like me very much. So if he's coming, I'd better go.
Wait a minute. What's wrong between you and Judge Hooker?
Well, when he ran for re-election last time, it just so happened that I was president of the Get the Hook for Hooker Club. Well, goodbye.
All right, Gildersleeve, now out with it. What's a big pill like you doing in the drugstore business?
Well, it's like this, Hooker. Leroy, don't you want to run along outside while I talk to the judge?
No, let the boy stay. After all, this concerns him, too. Sit down, Leroy.
Thanks, Judge. Say, Unc, can I call him by your pet name?
No. Quiet, Leroy.
Yes, and don't interrupt, my boy. This is just the same as a court hearing.
Court hearing? It is?
Raise your right hand, Unc. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you?
Sit down, Leroy. Now, look here, Judge. Can't we do this some other time?
No, I'm too busy these days. Even have to work on George Washington's birthday. Well, speak up, Gildersleeve.
Well, it's like this, Hooker, old pal.
Now, cut out the old pal business, Gildersleeve. This is official.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. The estate had a wonderful chance to pick up this business for practically nothing.
I see. Was it in good shape when you took it over?
Well, it was a going concern.
But Uncle Mort, would George have said that?
George? What George? Oh, yes, that George. If I get you, Leroy. Well, to be frank, Judge, it had been a going concern. But by the time we got it, it had went.
Well, how did you happen to take it over in the first place?
Well, it was this way. Leroy, are you sure you don't want to go out for a walk or something?
Jeepers, no. I don't want to go out for a walk or anything. I figure I'll have more fun here.
Yes, so I'm figuring, too. Well, Your Honor, we were dragged into this affair by a trained cat.
What did he do? Sell it to you?
No, he didn't sell it to me, you little know.
Little know what, Gildersleeve?
Oh, you little know what I was going to say, Judge.
Now, get going. Come on, get going.
Yes, all right, Judge. The former owner of this pharmacy, the former owner of this pharmacy, the former owner of this pharmacy neglected his business and fell so far back in his rent that one day we found ourselves in the bicarbonate of ice cream soda business.
Well, how's it been doing?
Oh, business is a good deal better now than at first.
Yeah, Uncle Mort. Tell the judge how much more money you didn't lose this month than you did last.
What's this? Losing money? You have no business risking the estate's funds like this, Gildersleeve. I want you to get rid of that place at once, or I'm going to get rid of you as executor faster than that. Do it quickly, Gildersleeve. Goodbye.
Gee, Unc, this looks serious.
Yes, you don't realize how serious it is, Leroy. I've been trying to sell that place for months, but I can't get a decent offer.
Why not?
Because right now, pharmacies are a drug on the market.
We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. Meantime, I think you'll all agree it's always mighty helpful to have a good reputation. Well, that's certainly true of Parquet margarine, the delicious margarine made by Kraft. Lots of people first tried Parquet margarine because it's made by Kraft. And just about everybody knows Kraft's reputation for wholesome, fine-tasting foods. You see, people figure that since Miracle Whip and the other Kraft products are outstandingly good, Parquet margarine must be mighty good, too. But what makes people keep right on using Parquet margarine is its delicious, appetizing flavor that makes it taste so good, spread on bread or toast or rolls. Yes, and that goes for cooking, too. Parquet margarine is a real flavor shortening for baking. And you'll like it for pan frying because it doesn't spatter or stick to the pan. And remember, Parquet margarine is a wholesome, nourishing energy food. And besides that, every pound of Parquet contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. So why not find out how good margarine can be by trying delicious Parquet margarine tomorrow? Remember, Ask for Parquet, Parkay. Parquet, made by Kraft. Now back to the Great Gildersleeve. It's Monday morning, and Uncle Mort is no closer to finding a buyer for the drugstore than he was yesterday.
Ah, good morning, Uncle. Have a nice rest?
I had no rest, my dear. I tossed and turned like a scow in a storm. And I finally dropped off to sleep at about 6 o'clock and had a nasty nightmare in Technicolor.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yes. All I can remember about it was that Judge Hooker was crossing the Delaware to buy a trained cat at a Hollywood drugstore, and I was doing the rowing.
Oh, you take things too much to heart, Uncle.
Yeah.
Now forget about business for a while and relax.
I wish I could, but I'm all strung up like a zither. Maybe today I can get a deal started for that high-priced cut-rate drugstore. If I could get the judge off my neck and Leroy out of my graying hair.
What's Leroy got to do with it, Uncle?
Well, you remember that Washington's birthday lecture about truth I gave him yesterday?
Oh, yes.
Well, he's appointed himself my personal censor.
Oh.
It's rather inconvenient when you're discussing business. And if I'm to get rid of that prescription parlor, well, sometimes it's going to be necessary to...
Morning, Marjorie. Morning, Uncle Mort. What are we going to do today?
Leroy, I don't know what I'm going to do, but you're going to school, aren't you?
Oh, no. Today's a holiday, too. No school on Monday when Washington's birthday falls on Sunday. Hooray!
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Leroy, why don't you go to a nice movie today, huh? Several movies. I'll give you the price.
Oh, no. I want to go down to the drugstore with you. I figured out a way to save a lot of money.
How, Leroy?
Well, I can work there after school on Saturdays as a soda jerker. I bet I'd make a swell banana splitter. I could sell a lot of bananas.
No, Leroy. We're trying to sell the whole thing at once, not one banana at a time. You better go to the movies if you know what's good for me.
Say, Uncle Mort, why don't you get the city drug company to buy it? They own most all the other drugstores in town.
Yeah, that's just it. They're too darn independent. I went to see the manager, and he said he'd take it up with the board of directors. You know, a big business brush-off.
But, Uncle, don't you know? The city drug company is owned by the Summerfield Investment Corporation, and that's controlled by Mrs. Salisbury Twitchell.
Twitchell? I thought that old greyhound owned the bus line.
She does. Also the Twitchell Steam Laundry, the Merchants National Bank, and 4 or 5 apartment houses.
Well, I'd underestimated Mrs. Twitchell.
Gee, are you going to sell her the drugstore, Unc?
I don't underestimate her that much, Leroy.
But somebody sold her all those other things.
Yeah.
Yes, they did, Uncle. Oh, I know. She'll be over at Red Cross headquarters this morning. Why don't you drive me down now and just sort of casually get into conversation with her?
I don't think it'll do any good.
Oh, go on. You've got a way with the ladies, Uncle.
Yeah, if I have, then she's no lady. I've just met her 3 times, and we already hate each other as if we'd been friends all our lives.
Oh, but it won't do any harm to try.
Huh?
Besides, I need a ride down there.
Yeah, me too. I'm going to a movie.
Well, I don't know what to say.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but there's a gentleman here to see you.
Oh, great jumping jeeps. I forgot to put the car in the garage again last night. You hold him there, Bertie, while we sneak out to the back and drive away.
But gee whiz, Unc, George Washington never did a thing like that.
George Washington never got a traffic ticket either, Leroy. Come on.
Wait a minute, Mr. Gildersleeve. This ain't no police.
Oh, he isn't? Oh, well, in that case, I was only joking, Leroy, yeah.
You what?
Why, of course. I wouldn't do a thing like that on a legal holiday after George Washington's birthday, would I? Well, I wouldn't. Bring the man in, Bertie.
Yes, sir.
Oh, by the way, did he say who he was?
He says he's from the city and about the drugstore and supposed to find out how much everything in it is worth.
Oh, wait a minute, Bertie. Don't let him in. He must be from the assessor's office. I can't see him now.
Well, why not, Uncle Mort?
He'll ask a lot of questions I don't feel right about answering with certain people around here. Bertie, you tell him that I've gone.
Yes, sir.
But Uncle Mort, you told me yesterday that we should always tell the truth.
That's right, Leroy.
But we aren't gone.
We will be by the time Bertie gets to the front door. Come on, children. We're sneaking out the back way.
Take a look at you before we go in to meet Mrs. Twitchell, Uncle Mort. Now, don't be nervous.
I'm not a bit nervous, Marjorie. Maybe I'd better throw away my cigar. Now, what did I do with that cigar?
You threw it away.
What? Oh, yes. Now, let's not get excited. How do I look, Marjorie?
Oh, just fine. My, but you're a handsome man.
Wait a minute, Marjorie. Remember what Uncle Mort said about telling the truth.
But I really think so, Leroy. Now, hold still, Uncle, while I pull the thread. There. You're a slick-looking smoothie, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, you mean you are, my dear.
Honest, I never saw two more active members of the I'll Scratch Your Back if you'll do the same for me society. How about saying something nice to me for a change?
All right, Leroy. Goodbye and enjoy yourself at the movie.
Okay, see you later. So long, Marge.
Goodbye. Well, maybe I'll be able to speak freely now. Ever since I talked against fibs and little white lies, Leroy has been an impediment in my speech.
Well, let's go in now. And remember, just start to get into conversation with her casually and bring the subject of drugstores up in a very offhand manner.
Offhand, all right. They say it's lucky that we're meeting her here in the Red Cross Center, in case I have any trouble with the old battle axe.
Oh, don't think of it. Come on in now.
Yeah, all right. Keep your fingers crossed, TP.
Oh, hello, Edie. Hi, Henrietta.
Oh,
I'll be
hello.
right there to help you, Ruth. Oh, Mrs. Twitchell. Oh, it's so nice seeing you again.
Oh, how do, my dear?
Well, goodbye, Uncle Mort. Thank you ever so much for bringing me down. Oh, by the way, you know Mrs. Salisbury Twitchell, don't you, Uncle Mort?
Oh, yes, of course. How are you this lovely morning, Mrs. Twitchell?
Fine.
It's a mighty curious thing, Mrs. Twitchell, but I just discovered that we're business rivals.
I suppose you're talking about my laundry. What are you doing? Taking in washing?
No, nothing like that. Just a drugstore.
Oh, drugstore?
Oh, yes, you know, a place where they sell postage stamps, sandwiches, and once in a while a bottle of fly spray.
I am aware of drugstores, Mr. Gildersleeve. I just don't happen to remember that I own any.
Well, think of that, Marjorie. Mrs. Twitchell has so many drugstores, she doesn't know she owns any.
Well, I think my uncle meant the city drug chain, Mrs. Twitchell.
Oh, yes, that, I see.
Excuse me, Uncle Mort. Can I see you a second? You forgot to give me the dough for the show.
Oh. Yeah, well, just as soon as I'm finished, Leroy. As I was saying, Mrs. Twitchell, we have acquired the ownership of Quigg's Drugstore. And while it's not what you might call real competition at present, we're considering branching out, and we may soon give you a run for your money.
Indeed.
Yes. We've got plans to put a drugstore on every corner downtown.
Unc, remember George Washington?
George Washington?
Yes. We're going to call them the George Washington Drugstores.
Oh, Uncle.
Yes. However, Mrs. Twitchell, we might consider selling out, since we have so many other interests.
That is a very good idea, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, do you think so?
Yes, indeed. I had so many other interests myself. I sold all my drugstores to a New York chain last month. Goodbye.
Oh, this is one of my bad days. Oh, Bertie.
Oh, you back home already, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, now maybe I'll get a little peace and quiet for a while.
Then Leroy, he ain't with you, huh?
No, he's gone to see a movie. I always enjoy the movie show Leroy sees. I can rest so nicely while he's there.
Excuse me for saying so, Mr. Gildersleeve, but you seem to be acting kind of skitterish lately.
Skitterish? Oh, you mean nervous.
Well, yes, if you prefer your language without any flavor to it.
I suppose I have been a bit jumpy. Leroy has been trying to make another George Washington out of me, and I've been telling the truth until I'm red, white, and blue in the face.
Well, what you need is a little rest.
Yeah, that's right. And thank goodness you got rid of that tax assessor.
Oh, but Mr. Gildersleeve...
Can you imagine what a tax bill I'd have with Leroy around to gum up the works?
Shh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Why should I shh, Mr. Gildersleeve? There's nothing to hear me here, is there?
Yes, that Cecil man. He's right in the living room.
Who?
I couldn't get rid of him.
Oh, sometimes I'd like to be a hermit if I could find a nice warm cave. All right, Bertie, it isn't your fault. Well, I didn't know anybody was waiting for me. How do you do, sir?
Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yeah, that's me.
My name is Showers, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm from the city.
Oh, yes, the maid told me. You want to get a valuation on that drugstore we own.
That's right. I've been down there several times and never could catch you in, so I came out here. Hope you don't mind.
Oh, not at all. Pay your taxes and help smash the X's. That's my slogan. Suppose we go down to the drugstore now so you can get a small idea of what to assess us. Have you got a car?
Oh, yes, but I'm saving rubber, so I left it home. You think that's a good idea?
Oh, splendid idea. In fact, I like it so much, I'm going to leave mine home, too. Come on, we'll walk.
Well, I I didn't realize it was so far down here.
Neither did I. Remind me to treat you to a corn plaster. Well, let's get started. Just haul out your notebook and shoot the questions to me.
All right. Suppose we begin with those neon signs outside, the ones that read Quig's Open All-Night Pharmacy. What are they worth?
Oh, about $25, $20, $15. For the both of them, of course.
They look like they cost a lot more.
Yeah, that's true. But they haven't much resale value. Where are you going to find anyone named Quiggs who is not only a druggist but also stays up nights? Yeah. No, on second thought, I don't think they're worth more than $10.
Signs, $10.
Yeah.
Now, inside, how about the soda fountain? That looks very nice and new.
Oh, the seats are pretty worn. I'll show you what I mean. Young man, I wonder if you mind standing up a minute. Oh, Leroy, what are you doing here?
Oh, I'm having a double nut chocolate sundae with whipped cream and lemon phosphate to wash it down.
What's the matter? Are you getting tired of banana splits?
Yeah, I've had 3 of them already.
You?
What are you and that man doing, Unc?
Nothing that need concern you, my boy. Excuse the interruption, Mr. Showers. Now, what were we saying?
How long have you had that soda fountain?
Oh, quite a long time.
Oh, not this one, Uncle Mort. Don't you remember? He paid $3,000 for it right after the first of the year.
Oh.
$3,000, eh?
Yeah. Isn't it lucky I have my little nephew here to remind me?
Say, do you want me to help you in case you forget anything else, Unc?
No, Leroy. Why don't you have some more nice ice cream? You're a growing boy, and you need the vitamins.
Well, thanks, but I'll have to wait a little while before I can eat any more. I'll just tag along with you.
Oh, that'll be Ducky. Yeah, Donald Ducky. Now, what is your next question, Mr. Showers?
How about these other fixtures? The cigar counter, the perfume displays, and these glass cabinets?
Oh, well, to tell the truth, they're new, too. Yes, to tell the truth. The bill for them came to $4,400.
Well, that takes care of the fixtures. How about the merchandise? Have you got an inventory?
What's an inventory, Unc? Something you invent?
Leroy, please. I have enough headaches as it is. An inventory is a list of all the things a drugstore has that are just as good as the things folks come in for that you're out of.
Yes, I suppose you took one last month.
I suppose we did. I'll have to ask the cashier. Oh, Miss Capstaff?
Yes? Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Your little nephew was just in here looking for you. Did you see him? Oh, of course you must have seen him because here he is right beside you. Hello, Leroy.
Miss Capstaff, would you please bring out the drug inventory we made last month?
Yeah, and don't forget the one for cigars and candy and hardware and paint and powder, Unc.
Oh, yes, I was forgetting them, wasn't I? Bring them all here, Miss Capstaff.
All righty. I'll be right back. I know exactly where they are, either in a safe or filed away or behind the prescription counter.
While we're waiting, don't forget to tell the man about the big refrigerator we have downstairs and that new dishwasher in the kitchen.
Yeah, keep it up, Leroy, and you're going to be the new dishwasher in the kitchen. Oh, yes, Mr. Showers, I'd forgotten about them. You see, they set us back somewhere in the neighborhood of...
$837.21.
Well, the boy has an uncanny knack for figures. He'll probably turn out to be an accountant when he grows up.
If he grows up. Oh, well, here comes Miss Capstack, back with the inventories.
Oh, here we are, Mr. Gildersleeve. I also found a list of all the merchandise we bought since the inventory was taken. Do you want that, too?
Oh, yes, you might as well. Here you are, Mr. Showers. Is there anything else you'd like to know?
There's a matter of goodwill and outstanding accounts.
Oh, gee, we got a lot of goodwill on account of we got so many outstanding accounts.
Leroy, that'll be all. Not another word out of you, or...
I won't say anything, Unc.
I should judge that goodwill was worth about $1,500. $2,000. And our accounts receivable.
Oh, I was talking to Mr. Fish, the bookkeeper, about them only yesterday, and he says that they amount to around 1,000, and he thinks that
Thank you, Miss Capstaff. That'll be all.
Oh, are you sure there's nothing else?
No, Miss Capstaff, you've done enough.
Oh, thank you.
Now, Mr. Showers, have you got all the information you want?
Yes, according to my figures, the valuation on this property will run to about $28,500.
Oh, $28,500. Jumping jelly beans. How much of a tax will we have to pay on that?
I might as well confess, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm not the tax assessor.
What? You're not? Then why did you say you were?
I didn't. You just got that notion all by yourself. You see, I figured I could get a pretty low, honest valuation on this store if I let you go ahead assuming that I was.
But then who are you?
I'm an appraiser hired by the city drug chain. They're going to make you an offer to buy this place based on the figures I just got.
Oh, gee, Unc, isn't that wonderful?
Yes, my boy. I hope you've learned your lesson from this. Honesty always pays, Leroy.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, let me remind you, mothers and housewives, that these days call for energy. Every one of us is working harder than ever. That's why the energy-producing foods are so important. Foods like Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. You see, Parquet margarine is one of the best energy foods you can serve. It helps to refuel the body and replace energy used up in hard work or play. What's more, wholesome, nourishing Parquet margarine is a dependable year-round source of vitamin A. Yes, every pound of Parquet contains 9,000 units of this important vitamin. Now, of course, food value is mighty important, but flavor is important, too. Well, Parquet margarine is outstanding on both scores. Yes, whether you use Parquet margarine as a spread for bread, a flavor shortening for baking, or for pan frying, you'll find it has a luscious, tempting flavor your family's sure to like. Best of all, Parquet margarine is economical. It can save you money every day. So why not try it? Kraft's delicious economical margarine called Parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y.
Well, we certainly put that deal across, didn't I, Unc?
Yes. Leroy, and now that all I have to worry about is where to invest that money again.
Oh, no, you don't, Uncle Mort. I know just where it'll be safest and do the most good.
Oh, where's that, Leroy?
Good old United States defense bonds.
Oh, of course. Uncle Sam can put to work every dollar we can spare. Hey, good night, folks.
Be with us again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Encoded by N2MP3.
The Jell-O program, coming to you from the Presidio in San Francisco, starring Jack Benny. With Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with The K-Sounds Go Rolling Along.
Never in all the 40 years or more that folks have been buying Jell-O has Jell-O tasted more delicious. And the reason? Jell-O's wonderful new locked-in flavor. By means of an exclusive Jell-O process, Jell-O's swell, tempting flavor is locked in to give you extra goodness, new delight, richer enjoyment. For Jell-O today is better than ever. Now that its tangy, tantalizing flavor is locked right into the tiny Jell-O particles, Jell-O offers you new high in pleasure. More than ever, its intriguing goodness brings to mind the grand, refreshing flavor of the juicy, ripe fruit itself. More than ever, Jell-O gives you real dessert delight. And all because of this new Jell-O process that locks in the magic of Jell-O's glorious flavor. You can prove for yourself that this delicious Jell-O flavor actually is locked in. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice there's no sweet, fruity odor, no telltale aroma to warn of escaping flavor. And then dissolve the Jell-O, and notice how its marvelous captive goodness comes pouring out in a rich gush of fragrance and flavor. So ask your grocer tomorrow for several packages of Jell-O, and discover for yourself how much better and richer Jell-O is now that its famous flavor is locked in.
was The Caissons Go Rolling Along, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as we are broadcasting from the U.S. Army post at the Presidio in San Francisco, and this being the birthday of George Washington, it is only fitting that we bring you a man who fought heroically for that great general at Valley Forge, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, that was the most ridiculous introduction I ever heard. Imagine saying that I fought at Valley Forge. Why, it's absurd.
But, Jack, you told me to mention your war record.
I meant the World War. The Battle of Valley Forge took place over 160 years ago. My goodness, that would make me older than Fred Allen. Much.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Fred Allen is younger than you are, and you know it.
What did you say, big boy? What did you say?
I said Fred Allen is younger than you are.
That's a military secret, and I'm going to tell the colonel on you. You heard him, fellas. Allen younger than me. I'd like to have muscles as hard as his arteries. Anyway, Don, it's nice being up here in Frisco, as they don't say, isn't it, huh?
Ah, yes, Jack, it certainly is.
And by the way, Don, as long as I'm paying everybody's expenses on this trip, may I inquire where you're stopping?
Oh, the little woman and I have a lovely suite at the Fairmont Hotel.
A suite, eh? That's several rooms, isn't it?
Yes. You see, Jack, I'm a pretty big man, and when I take my belt off at night, I spread out.
I don't care if you overflow like a volcano, get into one room. You don't need a suite.
But, Jack, Peggy and I have a lot of friends here in town, and we wanted a place where we could serve tea in the afternoon.
Oh, tea, eh? Well, from now on, brother, your friends can lift their Liptons in the lobby. Get into one room. Huh? All I say is what's good enough for me is good enough for my cat.
Well, perhaps you're right. By the way, Jack, where are you stopping?
Who, me? Dennis and I have a beautiful room at Ye Ocean Spray Auto Court. Over in Alameda. It's a lovely place. It's run by a retired ferry boat captain.
Well!
In fact, that's what it is, an old ferry boat. We're living in what was formerly the poop deck. Of course, it's been redecorated, you know.
Well, that sounds quite novel. Have you a private bath?
What was that, Don?
I said, have you a private bath?
Well, there's a bolt on the door, if that's what you mean. You must come over sometime, Don. Huh?
Ye Ocean Spray Auto Court. Is that right on the ocean front?
No, it's not exactly on the ocean. It's very nice, though.
Well, can you see the ocean?
No, you can't actually see it, Don. But when the west wind is blowing over those mud flats, you just know it's there. And if the breeze is, well, if it isn't Miss Livingston, say hello to the soldiers, Mary.
Hiya, boys. Let's hear some noise.
You asked for it, and you got it. I can't understand it, Mary, but every time we entertain the soldiers, you get a much bigger reception than I do. Why is that?
I guess my legs are prettier than yours, huh, cutie?
Oh, I don't know about that, young lady. Now, I'll leave it to Emmy.
Oh, roll down your pants. Who cares?
Well, you started it. By the way, Mary, as long as you're here, I want to settle something right now in front of Don Wilson and all the fellas here. Who is older, Fred Allen or me?
I don't see any insurance men chasing either one of you.
I can still get fire and theft, Smarty. And anyhow, just because I have a few gray hairs doesn't mean I'm an old dodo.
Doesn't mean you're cutting teeth either.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, Mary, because it so happens that I have a brand new tooth coming in. So there.
Where's it coming in from? Sears and Roebuck?
No, it's not coming in from Sears and Roebuck. They don't even handle them.
Oh, you checked on it, eh?
Now, let me tell you something else. The next one that mentions Fred Allen has to pay his own expenses in San Francisco. By the way, Mary, where are you stopping?
Oh, I have a lovely suite at the Sir Francis Drake.
Listen, Mary, you could very well have taken one room instead of two.
I've got 3.
Yikes! What do you need 3 rooms for?
Well, I've got a lot of friends in town, and I have to have a place where I can serve tea in the afternoon.
Tea. Everybody giving tea parties. Funny thing, I'm never invited.
Jack, how can we reach you?
Yeah, you haven't even got a telephone on that broken-down ferry boat.
You could wigwag, sister. You could wigwag.
You got the wig. How could we wag it?
I mean with flags. You may laugh at Ye Ocean Spray Auto Court, Mary, but it's lovely there, isn't it, Dennis? I said it's lovely there, isn't it, Dennis?
Do you mind if I take a bow first, Mr. Benny?
No, go right ahead.
Yes, lovely there.
What? Oh, you mean the auto court. Yes, it is. What a kid.
Well, Dennis, this is your first trip to San Francisco, isn't it? I suppose you've been sightseeing and everything.
I'll say. I went to Seal Rocks in Chinatown and Twin Peaks in Chinatown and Flyshacker Zoo in Chinatown and...
What do you keep going back to Chinatown for?
I left my hat there someplace.
Oh, well, I hope you find it.
Me too. Am I sick of chop suey?
Dennis, you don't have to eat every time you go there.
What else did you do, Dennis?
Well, now, let's see. Oh, yes, last night I went over to Treasure Island to see the World's Fair.
The World's Fair?
Save your money, brother. It ain't much.
Dennis, there isn't any World's Fair. It's been closed for 2 years.
Gee, I could swear I saw a fan dancer.
A fan dancer. You know, kid, I'd give $1,000 for your imagination.
At your age, it's a bargain.
Oh, shush. Well, Dennis, now that you're here, I think the boys would like to have you do a song. What's it going to be?
I'm going to sing a brand new number called Private Buckaroo.
Good. Let's have it, kid. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
On behalf of the officers and the men of the Presidio, I would like to present you with this regulation Army uniform.
Say, thanks. But it's awfully big for me. It's so large.
Well, we thought you might want a place where you could serve tea in the afternoon.
Get a load of his head, fellas. There's a GI haircut if I ever... GI means government issue, folks. Sing, Dennis.
Some cowboy in the West, he was known as Slim. Now in the Army, they've a new name for him. Private Buckaroo. Way out on a range that he's a stranger to. Dreams he hears the cattle lowing, but it's just the bugle blowing. Blue Private Buckaroo. They're in company queue, away from corrals and all the pals he knew. Won't be having any handing. This year's roping, this year's branding. Blue Private Buckaroo. Each night beneath the evening star, he strums on his old guitar. Till it's get along, Buckaroo, you're in the Army. Private Buckaroo. may sound sad and blue, but there's nothing he's afraid of. Got the stuff a cowboy's made of. True private buckaroo. So saddle up, lad, there's a roundup over there. Get your lariat ready. You've some two-legged doggies to snare. And we'll keep the campfire burning till the day that you're returning. Through private
Private Buckaroo, sung for the first time on the air by Dennis Day. Swell, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Say, Mr. Benny.
What is it, kid?
We sure had a lot of excitement at the Streets of Paris Cafe the other night, didn't we?
Yes, yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
But why did they throw you out? You didn't do anything.
Forget it, kid, forget it. And now, ladies and
Wait a minute. I want to know what happened at the Streets of Paris the other night.
Oh, there was a little argument, that's all. Dennis and I were out for an evening of fun, so we walked into this cafe with a couple of cute girls.
Yeah, we followed them for miles.
We caught up with them at the bottom of the steps. Well, anyway, we all went inside, and Dennis asked for a glass of milk, and I ordered a lemon phosphate.
At the Streets of Paris?
They sent out for us. Anyway, as we were sitting there with the girls, chatting and laughing, a couple of great big guys walked over to us, and one of them said, what are you two punks doing with our girls? So Dennis jumped up and said, you want to make something out of it?
Yeah.
You little rascal. And the next thing I knew, I was laying out on Mason Street. It could happen to anybody. Say, whatever became of you that night, Dennis?
Oh, the boys got a girl for me, and we all went out.
Oh, good. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, fellas. Were you worried about me?
Were you worried about me? There's the only marcelled ham I ever saw. Well, Phil, here we are in San Francisco. The old town's as peppy as ever, isn't it?
Yes, sir, and I'm sure getting a kick out of broadcasting for the soldiers here at the Presidio.
That's Presidio. Presidio.
All right, how far did I miss it?
That's right. For you, that's a bullseye. By the way, Phil, I'm doing a little checking up around here. Where are you stopping in town?
Well, I got a suite over at the Palace Hotel.
You got a what?
Well, here we go again.
You can sing that, sister. Listen, Harris, what's the idea of getting a suite?
Well, I got a lot of friends in town, and I need a place where
I know. A place where you can serve tea.
Tea? What's that?
Pardon me, you wouldn't know. Tea, Phil, is a beverage that you can serve up in your room all afternoon, and no furniture will be broken. Catch on?
They took all the furniture out of my room, wise guy.
Oh, yeah, just a carpet and a bucket of ice. That's Harris, huh?
Hey, fellas, you want to hear something? This is the town where I started out 15 years ago on my musical career, in the Old Rose Room at the St. Francis Hotel.
That's the Rose Room, huh?
Yeah, and the only guy that's still with me is Frank Remley, my guitar player.
No kidding. How come Frankie's been with you so long?
Look, Jackson, if I had on you what he's got on me, I'd be the star of this show.
Oh, ho, I always thought that guitar had a dictaphone in it. Well, let's have a band number, Phil, and show the boys here how you've improved in 15 years.
Okay, Jackson.
Wait a minute. Nobody's playing anything until I read my poem.
Mary, what is this? Every time we visit a camp, you have to write a poem.
That's right.
Well, you're not going to read one today. I forbid it.
Colonel Martineau said I could.
Oh, he did, eh? Listen, Mary, who's running this post? Me or the... Uh-oh. What am I saying? Gosh.
Boy, are you going to peel potatoes?
Well, Mary, if the Colonel wants to hear your poem, I'm only too happy to oblige him. What's the title of it?
I like a soldier. Boy.
She means I like a soldier boy.
I know what I mean.
Okay, read your poem.
I love soldiers, they're so gay, and they're charming, I might say. So give me a soldier any day, or any night if he can get away.
Hey, not bad. Continue.
I went dancing at the Y, and I saw a handsome guy. I dropped my hanky trimmed with lace. He picked it up and wiped his face.
You mean he passed you by?
He passed me by without a glance. So I spoke to him and took a chance. Say, buddy, would you like to dance? I'd love to, miss, but I ripped my shirt.
But you ripped it?
Yes.
Mary, that doesn't rhyme.
It rhymed at rehearsal.
Oh, yeah. That's a very good poem, Mary. Now, Phil, let's have a...
Oh, wait a minute. Last verse all out.
Good.
If you listeners all could see these young men in front of me, you'd buy some bonds and buy some more, and win the war with a great big score. The end. Mary, that last verse really made sense, and I'm sure everybody will dig down and get those defense bonds. And incidentally, ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to announce that our program this evening is being short-waved by radio station KGEI to Alaska, Hawaii, Australia, New Zealand, to the United States Fleet in the Pacific, to the American Expeditionary Force in Java, to General MacArthur and his men, and I do mean men, in the Philippines, and also to the American volunteer flyers guarding the Burma Road. So go ahead with your number, Phil, and I don't have to tell you to play loud. You will anyway. How About You, played by Phil Harris and his Golden Gate Orchestra. Golden meaning golden note 4/4 from their instruments, and gate meaning they may soon get sane. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Well, that's a fine thing to say after what we went through to get up here.
What do you mean?
Well, me and the boys work at the Biltmore Bowl in Los Angeles. We worked there last night until 2 a.m., and then tired and weary, we got on a bus and started out for San Francisco. 473 miles of tough driving across deserts and mountains. And then we went through rain and storm, little knowing what dangers lurked ahead of us.
Danger?
And when we arrived this morning hungry and thirsty and disheveled, our first thought was to rush over here and rehearse 3 hours for this broadcast.
Gee.
Can you imagine all that trouble just for one lousy number?
Yeah, don't seem right. Hungry, thirsty, and disheveled.
Well, that's loyalty for you.
Yeah, remind me, Phil, when we get back to Hollywood, I'll give the boys a bonus. They do look disheveled.
Those guys look disheveled every week.
Come to think of it, they're thirsty every week, too. Forget that bonus, Phil. And now, folks...
You mean to say you're really going to hand out a bonus?
Yes, I was going to hand out a bonus. What are you laughing at?
You wouldn't give a dog us a bonus.
Mary, one more crackus like that, and a floor walker at the May Company will be your new straight man. I wish you'd go to Sausalito. All right, Don, I wish Mary would go to Sausalito.
Oh, Jack, this is the most ridiculous one yet.
Don, I wish Mary would go to Sausalito. It's a nice little town across the bay.
I know where it is, and I'm not going to do that silly commercial.
Don, I'm warning you, Sausalito.
Oh, very well. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you... No, I won't do it.
Don, Sausalito.
Oh, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you go to your neighborhood grocer, why don't you ask him for a package of Jell-O? Jell-O is economical. In fact, you never saw some marvelous value for Sausalita sum of money.
There you are. Now get this clever switch, folks. Don, if Mary doesn't feel like going to Sausalito, she can go to Berkeley.
This I won't do.
Don, Mary can go to Berkeley.
You can go to...
Don! Berkeley. Now go ahead.
Oh, I'm hooked, I guess. Try Jell-O, folks. You will enjoy every one of those delicious flavors. Straw Berkeley, Raz Berkeley, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime Berkeley.
Lime Berkeley, you ruined it. You ruined the cleverest commercial I ever wrote.
I can't understand it. I can't understand it.
You can't understand what?
All these men under arms, and you haven't been shot yet.
What are you talking about? It was a brilliant piece of writing, wasn't it, Phil?
Well, to tell you the truth, Jackson, I thought it was pretty corny.
Oh, you did, eh? What'd you think of it, Dennis?
Well, personally, I thought it was very.
Very what?
You slugged me.
I will not. Hey, maybe you fellas didn't get the gag. Now, look. Sausalito is a pun for such a little. So, naturally, when Don said that... Wait a minute, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
What do you want, Rochester?
Say, boss, I think you ought to check into a hotel tonight.
Why? What's the matter?
You know that old ferry boat we've been living on?
Yes?
Well, the tide came in and it went out.
What? Why, that's impossible. That boat was on dry land. It had roses growing around the door.
The barracuda's nibbled on now.
Well, I guess there's nothing we can do about it. I'll tell you what, Rochester. Bring my trunk and suitcases over here, and I'll go to a hotel tonight.
Uh-oh.
What are you oh-ohing about? Don't tell me you left my trunk and everything in the boat.
Don't tell me I didn't.
What do you mean?
Well, boss, at the time of the unexpected launching...
Yes?
Due to no women and children, I got off first.
Imagine leaving my trunk and all my stuff on the boat. I'll bet you even left my washing hanging up on the mast.
Yeah, you ought to see it, boss. The sun shining through your shorts is a vision of sheer beauty.
The heck with the beauty. I want my clothes. Now, let's see. There's no rowboat around there. I got it. Rochester, can you swim?
What's that, boss?
I said, can you swim?
No, sir.
You can, too.
Not with a trunk on my back. I can read your mind.
Well, I'll tell you what, Rochester. I'll be through here pretty soon. Then when we can rent a motorboat and go out and get it.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
After we get all straightened out, can I have the night off?
Why? Where are you going?
Well, I got some friends in Oakland, and they invited me over for tea.
Tea?
Yeah, only we're going to break up the furniture.
Play, Phil.
And now for a new Jell-O dessert that's really swell. Something different and something mighty delicious, too.
Friends, every time you order Jell-O from your grocer, ask him for Jell-O puddings in all three flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. There's Jell-O vanilla pudding, gloriously creamy and full of rich, homemade flavor that makes every spoonful a mellow delight. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles. Use Seal Coat Liquid Nail Protector. Seal Coat protects nails and aids to longer nails. Seal Coat protects polish from chips and mars. Seal Coat adds luster to polish. 25 cents. Seal Coat your nails today and every day.
Autry.
I'm back in the saddle again. Out where a friend is a friend. Where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowlands. I'm back in the saddle. I'm a-heading back to Dixie, that's where I long to be. Where the cotton grows and the Swanee flows, that's home, sweet home to me. Where they meet you and they greet you with a great big how you all. Well, shut my mouth, I'm a-heading south on the Dixie Cannonball. On the Dixie Cannonball, on the Dixie Cannonball. Just listen to the whistle, it'll thrill you one and all. And I know there's someone waiting with a great big how you all. Well, shut my mouth, I'm a-heading south on the Dixie Cannonball. On the Dixie Cannonball, on the Dixie Cannonball. Just listen to the whistle, it'll thrill you one and all. And I know there's someone waiting with a great big how you all. Well, shut my mouth, I'm a-heading south on the Dixie Cannonball. Well, thanks a lot there, folks, and welcome once more to Melody Ranch. Say, Johnny, here's a song we've done several times, but I think one of the grand songs of all time, so how about trying it again? Give me a chord, please. Anytime you're feeling alone, anytime you're feeling blue, anytime you feel downhearted, that will prove your love for me is true. Anytime you're thinking about me, that's the time I'll be thinking of you. So anytime you say you want me back again, that's the time I'll come back home to you. Anytime you're thinking about me, that's the time I'll think of you. So anytime you say you want me back again, that's the time I'll come back home to you. Home to you. Well, thank you, folks. Thank you very, very much. Many, many thanks. And now...
So you really call that thing you're entering in a livestock show a cow, do you, Johnny?
You're dead burn right I call it a cow. Fact is, I got $5 more right here in my back pocket that says it'll beat that mangy-looking heifer of yours 20 ways from Sunday.
Mangy-looking heifer of mine, is it? Did you ever hear of the Grand Canyon?
Well, of course I've heard of the Grand Canyon. What about it?
I took my cow up there the other day, stood her up way up on top there. You know what she said?
What?
She said, that's a pretty big bottle, but I'll fill it.
Just a minute. Now, that's enough, brother. I've heard everything.
You can say that again, Gene.
Yeah. I've heard everything, too. Listen, Buttram. Speaking of cows, did I hear you mention something a little while ago about terrorized milk?
Terrorized milk? Yeah, I might have mentioned it in passing. Why?
In passing?
Yeah.
Look, pal, I've heard of homogenized milk. I've heard of pasteurized milk. But what in the world is terrorized milk?
That's milk from discontented cows that just didn't want to let go. That's what kind of milk that is.
Listen, I've heard you drink milk too, brother. Yeah, the Dairy Association was going to love us. I should have known better. I should have known something like this was going to happen.
You know what, Gene?
What?
That all reminds me of the time way back home when one of our cows fell down in the well.
Oh, no kidding. Well, what happened?
Well, nothing. You see, since we didn't know she was there and since she didn't make no sounds, we sort of figured that no moose was good moose.
I'm sorry, folks, but this boy lives by his wits, which may account for the half-starved look on his face.
Don't let him kid you, Johnny. If they can make penicillin out of moldy bread, there's still hope for you.
Yeah, and that's hope for you, too.
Thank both of you.
Well, I tell you, getting back now to this milking contest, have either one of you ever been in one of them before?
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Autry, I ain't, but my cousin Gomer, he was in one once.
Oh, Gomer was in one. How'd he make out?
Not so good, I'm afraid.
Oh, how come?
Well, when the judge come around, cousin Gomer, he had the cow's nose shoved down in the milk bucket, making her drink the milk. Yeah, you see, cousin Gomer, he claimed the first time he milked her, the milk looked kind of thin, so he was running it through again.
Foggy river flowing o'er a heart of stone. You left me stranded in this foggy river, drifting helpless and alone. Can't escape this broken heart of mine. There's no freedom anymore. Oh, heaven help me on this foggy river. Help me find the distant shore. Always knew someday you'd let me down. I've got troubles on my mind. Yes, I'm doomed to sail this foggy river till I leave your love behind. Thank you, friends and neighbors. Many, many thanks. And now, for this week's Western Story Classic. Suppose we go back quite a few years to the time when I was pretty much of a freelance cowpoke, wandering around from one ranch to another, picking up work wherever I could find it. At any rate, when this particular yarn all begun, I had just checked into a cheap hotel in the small, hot cattle town of Desert Springs.
That'll be $1 in advance, cowboy.
Here you are.
Thanks. Say, by the way, you don't happen to know anybody around here looking for a good ranch hand, do you?
Tried checking with Red Watson?
Red Watson? Who's Red Watson?
Well, I'll tell you, stranger, in case you ain't heard. In this town, Red Watson owns practically everything, including this hotel. Do I make myself clear?
Clear enough. Got any ideas on where I'd be most likely to catch up with this, Mr. Watson?
I tried the Desert Springs Bank, which, incidentally, he also owns.
Thanks.
Don't mention it.
As I entered the bank, I walked over toward a sign marked manager. Two men were seated across a large desk from each other. One of them, a man about 50, I'd say, didn't look too happy. The other, a man about 35, just sat there and grinned.
Now, please, Mr. Nolan, if I can just have another 30 days, that's all I ask.
Sorry, Gentry, but I'm afraid a week from today is the best I can do for you.
The best you can do. That's your laugh. You're freezing me out in Red Watson's orders, Nolan. He wants that place to buy, and you know it.
Mr. Watson's a stockholder in this bank, Mr. Gentry. As such, I have to protect his investment.
I'll bet you do. All right, Nolan, you win for now. But just let me tell you one thing. Before I'm through with Red Watson, he's going to know he had a fight on his hands.
Oh, now, mister, something I can do for you?
No, forget it. I just changed my mind.
Yes, son? What is it?
Mr. Gentry?
That's right.
I'm looking for a punching job.
Oh, that's so? Cattle or people?
Well, I'm not particular. Just so long as I get paid for it.
Good. What's your name?
Autry. Gene Autry.
Okay, Gene. You look honest, so I'll tell you what I'll do. The pay ain't much, but if you're willing to string along for a while, I'll promise to do better by you later on.
That's good enough for me. When do I start?
Just as soon as you answer one more question for me.
Shoot.
Do you know Red Watson?
Afraid not. Should I?
Not yet. But I've got a strong hunch you will before too long.
Well, just as I suspected. Old man Gentry turned out to be a wonderful guy. In fact, I was kind of looking forward to helping him out of a jam that I knew he was in when I talked to him about Red Watson. Funny thing, too, my opportunity wasn't long in coming, because sure enough, late the next afternoon, just as I was leaving the bunkhouse with Mr. Gentry, Steve Nolan, Red Watson's #1 boy at the bank, rode up.
Oh, boy. Oh. Howdy, Mark. What's on your mind, Nolan? That is, as if I didn't already know.
Oh, now, Mark, don't go getting all excited again. I just wanted to talk to you about that note of yours my bank's holding, that's all.
I thought we already had an understanding about that.
Yeah, we did, but since talking to you yesterday, the picture's changed a little, and, well...
Red Watson is now demanding immediate payment. Is that what you're trying to say?
If you don't have the money by Saturday, I'm afraid we'll have to take suitable action.
I thought so. Okay, if that's all you got to say, you can back tell Watson you carried out his orders.
Now, wait a minute.
You heard me. This place is still mine to Saturday, so get off my property.
All right, Gentry. But you're just making things tougher on yourself. See you Saturday. Get up, boy.
Dirty, thieving bunch of crooks. That's what they are, all of them.
Look, Mr. Gentry, I know it's none of my business. But, well, isn't there something I can do to help?
Thanks anyway, Gene, but I doubt it. You see, I got $10,000 to raise by Saturday or else. And this is Tuesday.
How about the cattle you already have set for market? Shouldn't they bring that much?
Just about. Only trouble is I can't get them loaded that quick, much less make the drive to Star City.
Star City? Who do you sell to there?
The Gabe Lawford outfit.
No kidding.
Why? Know him?
I say I know him. I used to work for him as a stock buyer.
Be that as it may, son, I'm still afraid there just ain't no way to help except by raising $10,000.
Okay. That's exactly what we're going to do.
What do you mean?
I'll explain while we're appraising your herd. Come on, let's saddle up. I told Mark Gentry my plan, he went for it 100%. So early the next morning, I saddled up Champ and headed to Star City. And by 4 o'clock the same afternoon, I was talking to Gabe Lawford down at his office in the stockyards.
But, Gene, don't you understand? Even though I trust you with my last dime, business just ain't being done that way.
Now, look, Gabe, forget about business just for a second and listen to me.
Okay.
I've bought thousands of head of cattle for you.
So?
Did you ever lose a single nickel on my judgment?
You know darn well I didn't. But that still ain't the point. You're asking me to hand you $10,000 in cash for cattle to be delivered 30 days from now.
Okay, then tell you what I'll do. If I don't keep my end of the deal, I'll go back to work for you without any pay at all until the 10,000's paid off. In fact,
No, never mind. Hey, Joe, take over, will you? I'm going down to the bank.
And so after closing the deal with Gabe Lawford, I spent the night in a hotel. That was Thursday. Shortly before noon on Friday, Champ and I headed back for the Diamond G. $10,000 in cash traveling with us. Anyway, when I arrived, it was late at night, so without bothering to tell anybody I was back, I hit the sack. Next morning, bright and early, I checked with old man Gentry. Needless to say, he couldn't wait for Nolan to show up. Nor did he have to.
Howdy, Mark.
Nolan, we've been expecting you. Come in.
Thanks.
I think you met Gene Autry the other day.
Yeah, that's right, I did. Look, Mark, I hate doing things like this.
Yeah, I understand. You're only carrying out somebody else's orders.
That's correct. In fact, right now, you might say I'm just making an official call according to law to request payment. You not being able to, shall we say, comply, I then return to town, have the sheriff perform the unpleasant duty of evicting you.
I see. Yeah, well, Nolan, since this whole thing sounds like it's going to cause so many people so many heartaches, I think I ought to relieve as much of that unnecessary suffering as I possibly can.
What do you mean?
I'm ready to pay.
You what?
You heard me. Gene, give him his money.
Be a pleasure.
What is this?
There you are, Mr. Nolan. $10,000 in cash.
Red Watson's not going to like this, gentleman.
Then I suggest you tell Red Watson to lump it. In the meantime, just start marking this note paid in full.
Well, when Nolan walked out of the door with his $10,000 in his hand, he was madder than a Marine sergeant at boot camp. Anyway, I guess no more than an hour had passed when there was another knock at the front door. I thought it'd be Red Watson, but it wasn't.
Well, howdy, Sheriff.
Howdy, Mark.
I reckon you ain't seen Nolan yet this morning. He just saved you the trouble of riding out here. I paid him his money over an hour ago.
I've seen Nolan all right, but he didn't say anything.
What are you getting at?
Nolan's dead.
20 minutes later, there were 6 of us sitting at the sheriff's office. The sheriff, Mark Gentry, one of Red Watson's stooges, whose name turned out to be a Slick Adams, myself, a guy I'd heard a lot about but never seen, Red Watson, and one more. But I was saving him for later.
Okay, gentlemen. I suggest we try to get to the bottom of this thing just as quick as possible. Mark? Slick Adams here claims he saw you shoot Steve Nolan.
That's a lie, a dirty no-account lie.
Maybe. However, suppose we listen to what Slick has to say first. Then we'll hear your side of the story. Go ahead, Slick.
Okay, boss. Well, Sheriff, it was like this. I just happened to be on my way back from Higgins Bluff, along the Eagle Mesa Trail, when all of a sudden I looked down below and right away recognized Nolan riding like crazy with Gentry here right behind him. Anyways, when Gentry gets about 50 yards behind him, I'd say he shoots. Nolan falls off his horse. I didn't wait to see what Gentry did after that because, well, I figured it was my duty to tell you what I'd seen just as soon as I could.
That's the biggest pack of lies I ever heard. You're trying to frame me, Red Watson, but you won't get away with it.
Oh, come now, Mark. If you're guilty, why not admit it? We all get mad and do things we're sorry for. However, I, for one, will do everything in my power to make the law go easy on you. Mr. Watson's right. We all will, Mark.
You mind if I ask Mr. Watson a question, Sheriff?
Well, go ahead.
What reason do you figure Mark had for killing Nolan?
Well, not that it's any of your business, cowboy, but for your information, Nolan went to Gentry's ranch this morning and collected $10,000 in cash that he owed my bank.
Who told you Nolan collected the money?
Why, I knew Nolan was to go to Gentry's ranch for the money this morning. I told him to.
Yeah, you also knew that Gentry didn't have the money to pay Nolan. In fact, you'd even made plans to have the sheriff evict him today. Right, Sheriff?
How should I know?
Because you were in on the whole deal.
Why, you...
No, don't reach for that gun, any of you.
Look here, Audrey.
Shut up there, shut up.
Look, cowboy, I'll make it worth your while. How much do you want to keep your mouth shut?
Well, Audrey?
You'll get my answer by picking up the phone that's lying off the hook on your desk there, Sheriff.
Hey, what is this?
I'm afraid it's just what you think it is, Watson. There's a United States Marshal at the other end of the line who's heard every word you had to say.
A marshal?
Keep him covered, Mark.
It'll be a pleasure. Gentlemen, keep your hands right where they are.
Hello, Tom. Did you hear everything? Good. Yeah. Yeah, sort of looks like the graft in Desert Springs has run dry. Right. So long, Tom. See you around. Now, friends, here to many folks, the country over, is the song synonymous with everything that means the West. Many cowboys call it the most beautiful cowboy song ever written. And believe me, they're not alone in that opinion. So, if I can get a musical assist from the boys and girls, here is Billy Hill's immortal classic, Empty Saddles in the Old Corral. Where do you ride tonight? Are you rounding up the dogies, the strays of long ago? Are you on the trail of buffalo? Empty saddles in the old corral. Where do you ride tonight? Are there rustlers on the border or a band of Navajo? Are you heading for the Alamo? Empty guns covered with rye. Where do you talk tonight? Empty boots covered with dust. Where do you walk tonight? Empty saddles in the old corral. My tears would be dry tonight if you'll only say I'm lonely as you carry my old house. Empty saddles in the old Well, good friends, that seems to be the last rung on the old ladder for this Melody Ranch party. But we've got another swell get-together lined up for you at the same time and over these same stations, so try and join us then, won't you? Meantime, this is Gene Autry asking you to keep thinking of us until we're back in the saddle again. Out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jensen weed, I'm back in the saddle again, riding the range once more, toting my old 44, where you sleep out every night and the only law is right, back in the saddle again.
saddle again.
Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Look, up in the sky.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman who can leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth and justice. But before we join Superman, listen.
And now to our story. As you remember, a strange series of mysterious accidents have been plaguing the Bar O Dude Ranch, not the least of which was an attempt made on the lives of Clark Kent and Lois Lane. Someone is evidently trying to gain possession of the Bar O by frightening the owner, Steve Graham, into selling. Kent suspects there is something of great value in an abandoned gold mine on the Bar O property. And as our story continues today, he has driven into town to analyze a sample of ore taken from the mine. Meanwhile, Jimmy Olsen and Alfredo, the South American gaucho employed at the Dude Ranch, are riding toward a deserted cabin some distance from the Bar O. Alfredo is insisting that they stop at the cabin. Listen.
Come, Jimmy. We go to the cabin.
Oh, no, Alfredo. I'd better get back to the ranch. Mr. Kent and Miss Lane will be worried about me.
Nobody will worry when they know you are with Alfredo. Besides, you are hungry, no?
Yes, but I...
Then it is settled. We stop at the cabin and I fix for us food fit for gaucho.
Okay, Alfredo. You win.
That is good. Here we are. We tie up the horses to this tree.
Okay.
So, now. Come, I unlock the door. Come in, Jimmy. How you like this cabin, eh?
Oh, gee, it's swell. Oh, but I don't see any stove. Where are you going to do the cooking?
You think I gotta cook without stove, eh? The fireplace, that is all I need.
Oh.
Come, I show you. But first I must light the lamp. It gets dark. That is better, no?
Wait. Did you hear that, Alfredo?
What? I hear nothing.
I thought I heard footsteps.
Or maybe my horse. Blanco does not like to be tied up.
Oh, I thought...
You won't like it much either, Alfredo. Huh? Shorty, what is this? What are you doing here?
Alfredo, he's got a gun.
Yeah, and it's loaded, too. None of that, Alfredo. Get your hands up. You too, kid. Shorty, you go loco. Why you hold us up?
Never mind why. Just keep your hands up. And turn around, both of you.
Oh, what are you going to do?
You'll find out soon enough. Walk over to the bed, Gaucho.
I do not take orders from you.
You'll take orders, all right. This 6 gun's a mighty good convincer.
You can't get away with this. Mr. Kent will...
Button your lip, kid. Come over here, Alfredo. Now, lie down on the bed. Face down. Yeah. And keep them hands behind you.
One day I will get my fingers around your throat, Shorty.
Save your breath, tough guy. Come here, kid. Here, take this rope and tie his wrist tight.
I won't do it. You can't
Be smart, kid, and do like I tell you. Go on.
Do like you say, Jimmy. I do not mind.
Oh, you'll go to jail for this.
Shut up, Squirt. Now pull that knot tight. That's it. Take a couple of loops around his ankle. Go on. Okay. Now tie both ends to the bed. Well, I guess that'll hold you, Gaucho.
I swear I get you for this someday, Shorty.
Shut up. Now it's your turn, kid. Sit down in that chair.
What for?
Don't ask foolish questions. Sit down. That's better. Now hold your hands behind you. Behind you, I said. That's it. Now we'll fasten you down to the seat. Like that.
No.
Tie your legs together. Yeah. You're all set. I'll leave you now, and maybe in a couple of days somebody will come around and let you loose.
A couple of days? Are you going to...
Shorty, I give you one more chance. Let us go now, and I will forget all about this. I will not hurt you.
You won't hurt me. That's a hot one. I gotta hand it to you, Alfredo. You got a real sense of humor. Well, so long. I'll be seeing you. Nobody gonna find them for a while. Come on, Rex. Get up.
Hello, Lawrence.
Clark. Oh, Clark, I'm so glad you're back. Jimmy and Alfredo haven't returned yet.
You haven't?
No.
Funny. Has that ranch hand returned, the one Blaine sent out to look for Jimmy?
You mean Shorty?
Yeah.
No, he hasn't come back either. Oh, if anything happens to Jimmy, I'll never forgive myself.
Take it easy, Lois.
I never should have left him alone.
Wait a minute. There's somebody riding in now. Maybe it... Yes, it is. That's Shorty.
He's alone, Clark. I'm worried.
Hey, Shorty, did you find them?
Fine.
Did you find Jimmy and Alfredo?
No. Picked up their trail all right, but then I lost it.
Which way were they headed?
Down towards the creek.
We've got to do something. Organize a searching party.
We better get started at once.
Pretty tough searching around here at night, mister. You'd best wait till morning.
Until morning? Good heavens.
Ridiculous. We're going out tonight. Let's get hold of Graham and Blaine and have them round up some of the men.
Well, whenever you're ready, you'll find me in the bunkhouse. But I think you're making a mistake. Get him, Vic.
Clark, what do we do?
Come on. Let's find Blaine or Graham.
Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent.
There's Mr. Graham now.
I wonder where he's been all day.
Oh, Mr. Kent, I've been looking for you.
We were just going to look for you.
Mr. Graham, you've got to help us.
Oh, what's the matter, Miss Lane?
Jimmy's disappeared.
Disappeared? Well, what do you mean?
Early this afternoon, he went riding with Alfredo, and they haven't come back yet.
Alfredo won't let anything happen to him. They'll be along soon.
Oh, I'm not so sure.
Well, why do you say that, Mr. Kent?
Mr. Graham, we suspect Alfredo of being responsible for all the accidents that have happened.
Yes, and we have reason to believe Alfredo tried to kill us this morning.
You mean that cave-in at the mine?
Yes.
How do you know about it?
Blaine just told me. I warned you about those beams. Sooner or later, they were bound to go.
This beam didn't just go. Someone caused that cave-in by pulling it down with a rope. And we found rope marks on the pommel of Alfredo's saddle. Just the sort of marks that would have been made if he'd used his horse to do the pulling.
Are you certain of that?
Of course we are.
Yes, and when Mr. Kent started to question the gaucho, he became angry and rode away. He even threatened us.
All right, then. We'll get some of the boys, ride down, and see if we can pick up the trail where Shorty lost it.
I'd feel better if we did.
Now, very well. Let's go over to the ranch house with some flashlights. I'll send somebody out to round up the boys.
You think we'll be able to pick up the trail in the dark, Mr. Graham?
I doubt it, Miss Lane. But we'll fan out, cover as much ground as possible. We'll do everything we can. Watch this top step, Miss Lane. It's a little shaky. A loose ball.
Thanks. Oh, look, there's an envelope stuck in the door.
So there is. Hey, wait, I'll open the door. There it fell. I'll get it. Oh, it's addressed to you, Kent.
To me? Oh, thanks. That's funny.
What is it, Clark?
I don't know.
Well, open it. Hurry up.
Well, now we know what happened.
What did it say?
Listen to this. Clark Kent, I got the kid. Get away from the Bar O and he'll be all right. After 2 days, if you keep out of things that ain't your business, I'll let the kid go. It's not signed.
Someone's keeping Jimmy prisoner. It must be the gaucho.
Oh, no, that note doesn't sound like Alfredo.
Wait a minute. It says stay away for 2 days.
Well, what does that mean?
2 days, don't you remember? Yesterday, the sheriff said we'd have to clean up the case in 3 days, or he'd close the road to this ranch to avoid further accidents caused by the ghost car.
You're right, Clark. That means whoever's holding Jimmy is responsible for the ghost car accident. What are we going to do?
There's just one thing to do, Miss Lane. You and Mr. Kent must leave the Bar O.
Mr. Graham's right, Clark. We can't risk endangering Jimmy's life.
Sorry, but I can't agree with you. If I follow the instructions in this note, I'll be doing just what some criminal wants me to do. And I'm not going to play his game.
For goodness sake, let's not waste time talking. Let's do something.
Graham, you go over and round up a posse. Miss Lane and I will get the flashlights.
Whatever you say, Kent. You'll find them right back at the clerk's desk. I'll drive over to the bunkhouse in my car. It'll be faster.
Good.
I'll meet you back here in 10 minutes.
All right. Step on it, will you?
While Clark Kent is organizing a searching party, Jimmy and Alfredo are helplessly trussed up in the deserted cabin where Shorty left them. As we join them, Alfredo is struggling valiantly to free himself from the ropes that bind him to the bed.
Jimmy, you do a good job when you tie me to this bed.
Gosh, I'm sorry, Alfredo. I couldn't help it.
I know, Jimmy, I know. There. She sleep a little.
Oh, that's swell. But even if you get off the bed, what good will that do? The hands and feet will still be tied.
You will see what I do then. Now, a little twist, and I am free at least from the bed. Now watch, Jimmy. I wiggle off to the floor. There.
Oh, good work.
Now I get up on this table.
What are you going to do on the table, Alfredo?
With this lamp, I can burn the ropes off my hands.
Oh, that's a swell idea. Say, maybe we'll get out of here after all.
What is this, maybe? Of course we get out of here. But I must take the chimney from the lamp.
Oh, be careful, Alfredo. You're pushing the lamp near the edge of the table.
Lambre keeps sleeping.
Look out. Look out, you'll dump it over.
Oh, he falls.
Look, the floor's on fire. Get away, Alfredo, you'll be burned.
I must stamp it out.
You can't do it, Alfredo. Get away from there, you'll be burned to death.
You're right, it's too hot.
Alfredo, we're trapped. Help!
Fed by kerosene from the overturned lamp, the roaring blaze eats its way across the dry wooden floor of the cabin, coming closer and closer to Jimmy and Alfredo. Caught in the fire trap, there seems to be no escape. What will happen? Don't miss the concluding episode of this exciting mystery if you want to know who was responsible for the ghost car. Tune in and follow the exciting story with Superman.
Don't forget, tune in again for the next thrilling episode with Superman.
Look, up in the sky.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
Starring Tyrone Power in Aerosmith on the Cavalcade of America. Sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Ladies and gentlemen, today, as never before, a challenge is open to youth. A challenge to work for the world they believe in, and through hardships and disappointment to hold fast to their ideals. Tonight, our play concerns a young man, a restless, curious dreamer, a scientist by ambition, who stumbled on the road but who set his goal among the stars. From the great story by Sinclair Lewis, which many enjoyed as a play and later a picture, DuPont presents Tyrone Power as Aerosmith. South Dakota in the spring, a shabby frame house in Wheatsylvania with a doctor's sign on the door. In the makeshift laboratory next to his office, young Dr. Martin Aerosmith is gazing earnestly into a microscope. Suddenly he looks up, calls to his wife.
Leora. Look here. What do you see on this microscope slide?
Let me see. Well, I don't see anything.
That's just it. Nothing. And that's the serum they're using for sick cattle around here.
Martin, those test tubes are pretty important to you, aren't they?
Well, I want to keep up on technique. Now, look here, Leora. If you mean I'd rather be back in that moldy laboratory with old Gottlieb, you're crazy. I've got a practice to build.
And a wife to support.
Oh, darling, I wouldn't trade you for all the laboratories in the country. Waste my life puttering around a lot of glass jars? I want to cure people.
Well, it seems to be an awful healthy town.
Well, they have to get used to a new doctor before they come around. It's only 6 months.
Oh, a customer.
A patient is the word. I'll go.
Oh, Dr. Aerosmith?
Yes, gentlemen, come in.
This ain't exactly a medical meeting, Aerosmith.
As a matter of fact, I'm very glad to see you, gentlemen. There's a little matter of some infected cattle.
That's just why we're here. Aerosmith, I've been a practicing veterinarian out here since before you got out of knee pants. If you ever did.
Go on, Mr. Dunziger.
I ain't aiming to see a young squirt with a lot of newfangled notions coming out to this town and telling me my business.
You see, it's this way. We don't think them cows are so blamed sick.
Don't you? Well, maybe you'd like me to show you a few cases of blackleg and that dishwater serum you use.
Aerosmith,
Your practicing ain't building very fast these days. And one of the reasons is that folks around here don't like people who don't mind their own business.
My business is to see that people don't get sick.
That's just what we're saying, Smith. You stick to the people. We'll tend to our cows. I'll inoculate them all right.
With this stuff? Well, those cattle will have to be destroyed.
Take it easy, son. We ain't shooting any cows around here.
Maybe the county health commissioner will think differently.
Smith, we came around here to give you a little friendly advice. If you want to get along in this town, you better take it.
No, excuse me. Well, hello, Willie.
Dr. Aerosmith, my sister's awful sick. Mom wants you to come right away. Can you?
Why, yes. I'll be right out with you, Willie. Wait till I get my bag. Your pardon, gentlemen.
I reckon we're through now that we understand each other.
We understand each other perfectly. Good day.
Who's there? Oh, is that you, Martin?
Yes, Leora.
Oh, I must have been asleep. What time is it, dear?
About 4 o'clock.
You must be exhausted. I'll fix you some coffee.
No, thanks, Leora.
Martin, look at me. What happened?
The kid died.
Oh.
Diphtheria.
Oh, Martin.
I did what I could, but they called me too late.
Please, darling, every doctor has to lose a case sometime.
The Novaks don't think so. Said they didn't want to call me at all, but she got to look so bad. Oh, Leora, how can I wake these people up? How can I teach them that sickness can be overcome, disease can be prevented if they'll only let me work?
Why don't you say what you're really thinking?
What's that?
What you mean is, why can't you work the way you want to? Why can't you be looking down test tubes instead of supporting a wife?
Leora.
Oh, I'm not accusing you, dearest. I only want what you want. And deep in your heart of hearts, you want to go back to your laboratory work.
Leora, that's nonsense.
Is it? I found this letter in the bureau when I was straightening up. I never read one before. Honest, I didn't, darling. But when I saw McGurk Institute on the envelope and the next Gottlieb's name, I just couldn't help it. Oh, Martin, why didn't you tell me?
Well, now you know.
Yes, and I'm so proud of you. That paper you wrote must have been wonderful. I never knew a thing about it. And now Dr. Gottlieb offering you a job at McGurk. Oh, Martin.
I have a job to do here.
But you've always wanted to do research. This is your chance.
And what about the practice I was going to build? If I left now, I'd be a quitter. Half the town is fighting me and the other half is laughing at me.
With things like they are, how much real good could you do if you stayed on here?
Oh, I don't know. I'm beginning to wonder how much good any one human being can do, alone. That's what Gottlieb once said to me. When a man begins to doubt everything, including himself, he's on the road to becoming a scientist. Maybe we ought to go. Hello, Leora? Honey, I'm sorry I won't be home tonight. I know it's the 4th night in the laboratory, but this is beginning to look big and I can't leave these cultures. Yes, I'll get something to eat. No, I don't need a clean shirt. Good night, honey. Sleep well. Come in.
You work late again, Martin.
Oh, Dr. Gottlieb, I'm glad you're here, sir. I think I've got it. I've checked and double-checked and checked again. Look at this test tube. 3 days ago, it was full of Staphylococcus bacteria. Now it's clear as water. The bugs are dead, killed by this X principle. I've done it again and again. Look at these notes. If you can find a hole in them or a mistake, I'll eat them. Why, we've got something here that's...
Martin.
What's the matter? You think I may be wrong?
No, Martin, I think you're absolutely right. I think it is something very big.
Dr. Gottlieb, I was hoping you'd say that.
My boy, I don't quite know how to tell you this, but... Well, this came today.
What is it?
The Research Quarterly. You'd better read it. You see, Martin, Dr. Sundgraf of the Swedish University has announced his own discovery of the X principle.
You mean he's discovered my X principle?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see it. Dr. Jensen Sundgraf announces the discovery of a new element he calls bacteriophage. Its results in destroying Staphylococcus. Yes, that's it, all right. So I'm washed up.
Washed up?
A whole year's work out the window. And this was going to be...
You young fool. Are you working for science or some get-rich-quick scheme? But you call yourself a scientist. A great principle has been discovered. Does it matter whether Dr. Arrowsmith or Dr. Songraf or anybody else found it? Our little ambitions, our little disappointments, for what do they count? The darkness has been pushed back a little bit more. A new truth has been uncovered. Now we must go on, proving it, making it work. That is science.
Yes, I see. I guess my disappointment just got the better of me.
You are young. Martin, you say you have proved the X principle.
With monkeys, rabbits, rats, everything I could.
Good. Would you like to try it on human beings for final proof?
Human beings? That's impossible.
There is an island in the West Indies where plague has broken out badly. I have recommended you go there with your serum.
You mean I could go? Myself?
Yes.
Oh, what a chance. Why, I'd stake my life on this serum. It'll clear up that island.
Just a minute, my boy. You are not going down there to work miracles. You're going down to make a scientific test. You know, to prove anything about a serum, any serum, you must check results of those to whom it has been administered against those to whom it has not.
You mean give it to only part of them?
Yes.
And let the rest die when I know that I can save them?
You don't know anything until you've proved it. And you can only prove it by finding what happens to those who have had it and those who haven't. A control group, Martin. Like your laboratory work.
But I know I can cure them. I know
No, my boy, you don't. You don't know anything until you've proved it. Do you? Do you, Martin?
No, sir.
Then you'll do it?
Yes. Yes, I will.
You are listening to Arrowsmith, starring Tyrone Power on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As our play continues, Martin Arrowsmith and his wife Leora are establishing themselves in their new quarters on the little tropical island of St. Hubert's.
Now there. Not a test tube broken, not a bottle spilled. Darn good, I'd say.
Oh, Martin, isn't it beautiful? I can't believe anything as wicked as plague could exist here.
Well, it does. And I wish you were 1,000 miles away, Leora.
Oh, let's don't talk about it. I just had to be here if you were here.
Oh, darling, I love you for that. But it's just that you're so dear to me. That's why I worry about you. My whole inspiration, my only purpose lies in you.
My dearest.
And if anything should ever happen to you,
Oh, silly, nothing will. But if it did, you go right on with your work. Don't you see, darling, it's your work that really counts.
Not without you.
Your work is bigger than both of us. Promise me, darling, you'll put it first. Always and forever.
You make it sound quite wonderful.
Promise?
Promise.
Now, let me go. We better finish unpacking. What's in this box?
Oh, here, I'll take it. Has my hypodermic needles. I better get a move on.
Martin, isn't it quiet?
Too quiet for me. Sort of ominous, isn't it?
Like waiting for something. I guess if you've lived near a trolley line all your life, you're always waiting for something. There goes a wagon by now.
Leora, come away from that balcony.
Oh, what a funny, quaint little wagon. All covered. Oh.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry you saw it so soon.
Oh. Carry all the bodies away in that?
There isn't time for separate burials.
Oh, it's horrible. All this beauty crawling with death. Martin, how are you going to keep your promise to Dr. Gottlieb to give the serum to only half the people? How can you?
I can because I've got to. I'm going to see the governor and his board now to set up the control groups.
Gentlemen, it's the most brutal, inhuman thing I've ever heard of. 10,000 people dying, and this man wants to use them like guinea pigs.
Your Excellency, our problem here is to save lives, yes. But it's to do it in such a way that 10,000 people won't die from plague again. I've got to find out the value of this serum.
You know that serum works.
I don't know anything of the kind unless I can see what happens to those who get it and those who don't.
What right have you to say who shall get it?
I haven't any right, except to do the best I can for all plague victims, everywhere. Don't you see, Your Excellency? If we can definitely prove this serum works, we'll wipe this plague from the face of the earth. If we can't...
I am not interested in the earth. I'm interested in this sick, dying island.
Science takes a larger view of disease, Your Excellency.
Science? You dare to talk science and propose a scheme like this? The clinics are set up, Dr. Aerosmith. Lines of natives are waiting. For heaven's sake, man, will you help them?
Let me inoculate half of them and I'll do it.
No. Dr. Aerosmith, I cannot and I will not give my consent to such a plan. Good day, sir.
Gentlemen, I'm sorry. Sorrier than I could ever tell you. Good day.
Dr. Aerosmith, may I speak with you?
Why, yes, of course.
My name is Stokes. I have a parish out in the Guida. I heard you just now.
Yes?
I think you're right. You've got to stick by your guns. You've got to stick by your guns.
Oh, Mr. Stokes, you make me feel like a human being again. I began to think I was some sort of monster.
The trouble with them is they're all afraid for their own hides.
I know.
Now, there's a village in my parish, some 300 souls. About a third of them are already dead. Plague is everywhere. Now, if you want to make your test there...
With no interference?
Not a word.
Oh, come on, man. What are we waiting for? I'll pick up my stuff and we'll start in half an hour.
Hello, Mrs. Aerosmith. Your husband home yet?
No, he's still in La Guida. He's been there for 2 days.
Well, I have a message for him from the council. They've finally decided to let him work his own way.
Oh, I'm so glad. It seems cruel, but Martin is right.
Well, I do hope he gets back soon. The plague's spreading like wildfire.
Yes, I know. It's terrible.
Say, you're looking a little washed out yourself. The climate getting on your nerves?
Oh, no.
Just lonesome for your husband, I suppose.
Yes, I guess so.
Well, you take it easy. I'll be over tomorrow to see if he's back yet.
He'll be glad to see you. Goodbye, Mr. Drake.
Goodbye.
Oh, Martin, hurry home. I am lonesome for you. Oh, Carrie, would you get me a glass of water?
Yes, ma'am.
So hot. I feel sort of faint.
Doctor seemed like he'd been gone a long time.
He'll be back soon. Oh, thank you. Goodness.
Watch out there. Don't spill it, ma'am. Man, you're shaking like a leaf.
I have such a peculiar chill. All of a sudden.
You've got a mighty funny color, too, Miss Aerosmith. You don't suppose that you could have...
It might be, Carrie. It might be.
It is, Miss Aerosmith. You got the plague. And now I'll get it, too. I'll get it! Ah!
Carrie! Come back! Carrie! Martin. Oh, Martin. It's come. What was it you said I should do when you went here? Which needle did you say to use? I can't think, Martin. I can't think. My head is spinning so. Martin, I need you. Martin!
Where is he? Where is white man who has medicine?
He'll be here any minute now. I'm waiting for him.
He live here? In this house?
Yes, but he's been in the Greta. He'll be here soon now.
We wait too long. He let our people die.
No. There he is. He's coming.
What's the matter? What are you all here for?
We want medicine. Save our people.
My lord, but I'm glad you're here, Aerosmith. They're getting pretty ugly.
You're all right?
Oh, they haven't gone in the house.
We want white man's medicine.
That's what I came to tell you. The council has decided to let you make your experiment.
Oh, thank God for that. Listen, all of you. You'll get medicine. Go down to the clinic and wait.
No! We want medicine.
They're getting dangerous, Aerosmith. What shall I do?
I haven't been home yet. I'm going in and get more bottles. You stay here and watch them. Then come down to the clinic with me and help me divide them up.
I don't know how you can do it.
Neither do I, but I must. Lord, it looks so different back home in a nice, pure laboratory. And when you see their faces... You wait here! Do you hear me? I go get medicine. Leora? Oh, Leora. Honey, where are you? It's Martin. I'm home. Now, listen, Lee. I haven't time to fool. Where are you? If you think... Leora. What happened to you? Leora. Oh, no. Not you. Not here, alone. Why didn't they tell me? Oh, my darling. Leora. Blast the plague. Blast it. It's killed the only thing I ever loved. I'll end it. I'll end it for good. No one's going to get it again. No one. No one. Come on, all of you. You want the serum? You'll get it. Good Lord, man, what are you saying? What are you doing? I'm giving serum. Serum to everybody. No more plague. No more anything.
Wait a minute, Aerosmith. You'll experiment your tests.
The devil with the experiment. I'm going to save them. All of them. Come on. Come on, all of you. Come on.
Well, congratulations, old man, and welcome back
Another
home.
call, Dr. Aerosmith. Shall I take it?
Can we say in the paper that you believe the plague is wiped out for
How
good?
many people did you save a day? According to reports...
Please, gentlemen, I'm sorry. I just got back. I haven't anything to say.
But you've got to. You're a public hero. They expect...
What do they want me to say?
I understand your wife was a...
Leave her out of this. Get out of here, all of you. I have nothing to say. Nothing. Dr. Gottlieb, may I come in?
Martin. So, at last you have come to see me. I am glad.
I just got away, Dr. Gottlieb. It's pretty thick out there.
It is the price of fame, Martin.
I'm not a hero, and you know it.
You did a very fine thing down there, Martin. You saved the lives of a great many people.
Why don't you say what you really think? I failed. I messed everything up and lost the best chance I'll ever have to prove anything.
Martin, we are what we are. When the time for the decision came, your heart won.
I wanted to prove it. You've got to believe that. Then, when Leora died, something happened. Well, why don't you say it? I know it. I'm no good.
You are good, Martin. It's just, well, a man is born with a desire to find the pure truth, or he is born without it.
Yes, I deserve that.
I'm sorry about Leora.
Well, Leora was wonderful. Her love and confidence gave me courage. Great courage in the face of everything.
I understand.
She must have had a premonition about it, too. For she made me promise her that...
Well?
Oh, no matter. I guess I let her down, too.
No, my boy. I don't think you ever did that.
Never mind the polite words. I've had of all of those I can stand.
Oh, Martin, I meant nothing unkind. If you have a minute, come and look. I have a little growth in this test tube.
You know, I think I'll go along, sir. You're busy and...
Come in.
Excuse me, Dr. Aerosmith. Mrs. Van Leer, wife of one of the trustees, is on the phone. She wants to know if you'll speak at her club on Friday.
Oh, good Lord. Take the message and I'll call her back.
Yes, sir.
She is important, Martin.
I can't do it. I can't do this sort of thing.
Oh, you're excited, my boy, and tired. Tomorrow it will all look different to you.
No, I'm afraid not. Not tomorrow or any tomorrow. The plans and hopes I had are a thing of the past.
Martin, about that promise you made to Leora.
Yes?
I can guess what it is.
Well?
There's a small laboratory upstate. They haven't much, but they leave you alone. They need a research man. I thought maybe...
Not me. I'm all through with that.
And what about Leora? I can guess your promise to her. Leora was the kind of woman who knew the real values of life.
Well, what about Leora, you senseless old man? Can't old Gottlieb understand what's in my heart? Why I can't go on without Leora? Without her, nothing mattered.
Yes, Martin. Leora rose above the sorrow and bitter disappointment when she knew your work and hopes were pushing back the darkness from the earth. You haven't lost Leora, Martin. She is with you now and forever.
Now listen to him. Old Gottlieb must be out of his head. Or is he? Maybe that's what Leora meant when she said she'd be with me always. Oh, Leora, darling, it may be that you are here with me. If you are, speak to me. Let me feel the warmth of your love and confidence once again.
Away, and now you must find it back again. Remember your promise to Leora, for only in you does she live. Only in you and your work will she live to the end.
Gottlieb is right. My promise to Leora is the only thing that matters. I promised her I'd go on. That's it. I will go on. For her and for me. And whatever I do, if it's good, it'll be hers as much as mine. I'll tell old Gottlieb. I'll tell him now if he'll ever stop talking.
Think well, Martin. Think well and give me your answer.
Well, Dr. Gottlieb, if you think they'll have me, I'll go.
Oh, my boy, I am so proud of you.
I've failed in everything so far. I know I have. But I want to try again.
Are you sure, Martin? Are you sure?
Surer this minute than I've been in all my life.
Good. Have you any ideas for work?
Have I? Dr. Gottlieb, there's a quinine derivative compound, and I would like to make a study of its actions on the human body.
How long do you think it will take, this work?
3 years, maybe 4. Then if it doesn't work, I'll try another angle. Time doesn't matter anymore. I know where I'm going, now.
Thank you, Tyrone Power, for your fine characterization of Dr. Martin Arrowsmith. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments we shall hear again from Mr. Power. In the meantime, Gain Whitman has some interesting information for you.
You have been asked to conserve paper, to save even your old newspapers. Why? Can't the United States make enough paper? The United States can make enough paper, all right. We have single plants, in fact, that can turn out 1 million pounds a day. But the war is demanding paper in unusual amounts, and quickly, too. Even shells for cannon are packaged today in hard laminated paper tubes. These are made from reworked paper. That's why you are asked to conserve paper. That's why it's vital to keep every paper mill in America running 24 hours a day without shutdown. Tonight we bring you news of how DuPont chemists are helping the paper mills to run day and night with fewer shutdowns. Fewer waits of 20 minutes or half an hour while the rollers are cleaned and rethreaded. The thing that shuts down a paper mill oftenest has an ugly name. It's ugly in itself. Slime. Pulp stock from which paper is made is a mixture of water and fiber. Something like 600 different kinds of bacteria, fungi, and algae can live in it, and they produce slime. Have you ever noticed a brittle, waxy spot on a piece of paper? When you hold it up to a window, the light shines through it. That's slime. To you, it may be only an annoyance. But to the paper mill, it's a great deal more than an annoyance. Slime in a paper mill means clogged screens, means breaks as the half-finished material travels over the rolls, means a costly shutdown. And a half-hour delay in a mill that makes 500,000 pounds of paper a day means that 5,000 pounds of paper will never arrive where they're needed. Until recently, paper mills kept down the bacteria, fungi, and algae that form slime with ammonia and chlorine. But today, every pound of ammonia and chlorine are precious. So not long ago, DuPont chemists went to work to see what they could do to help America make more paper. There was a DuPont compound, trademarked lignosan fungicide, that had won a place for itself in the lumber industry because it kept air-dried lumber from developing ugly stains in drying. Those stains in lumber, the DuPont experts knew, were caused by fungi. If lignosan could handle the job for lumber mills, they reasoned, it ought to handle it for pulp and paper mills. And handle the job it does. Tests have now proved. So powerful is the germicidal action of lignosan that only 4 to 8 ounces of it will protect a ton of paper fiber. So tonight, the paper mills of America are endlessly turning out the paper the nation needs. Some of the credit for that belongs to the DuPont chemist, with his better things for better living through chemistry.
And now, tonight's star, Tyrone Power.
Thank you, John. I guess there isn't an actor in Hollywood or New York who wouldn't enjoy doing Aerosmith, and I'm no exception.
That was a grand story, Tyrone, and just as inspiring today as when Sinclair Lewis wrote it.
Even more so. For today, in the rush of events, in the thick of a world fight for freedom, there seems to be no more time for quiet thought, for the search for truth. Yet it is that unbeaten scientific spirit, the spirit of young Aerosmith, that must ultimately make this world a better place to live in. Good night.
Thank you, Tyrone Power. And now a word about our play next week. It is the celebrated stage and screen comedy Accent on Youth. Our star is Walter Pidgeon, and featured with him will be the charming young screen actress, Miss Ellen Drew. Don't forget, next week, Cavalcade of America presents Walter Pidgeon with Ellen Drew in Samson Rafelson's great comedy, Accent on Youth. Tyrone Power, soon to be seen in Eric Knight's This Above All, appeared on tonight's program through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox. Supporting Mr. Power this evening were Lorene Tuttle as Leora and Lou Merrill as Dr. Gottlieb. Original music for tonight's program was composed and directed by Robert Armbruster. This is John Heaston sending best wishes from DuPont.
The Cavalcade of America comes to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, Saturday, February the 21st, and here now is a roundup of the latest news at home and abroad as reported by our foreign correspondents. Now, we take you first today to London.
This is London. John McVane speaking. The British have no news from Timor and Bali today. There's no confirmation in London of Japanese landings in Java. The latest from Burma is that fierce fighting with heavy casualties on both sides is still going on around the Bilin River positions. In Libya, patrols on both sides are feeling out the strength of the massing forces. I had a long talk with General de Gaulle last night. As always, his comments on the development of the war were crystal clear, the product of a reflective mind that's sure of itself and sure of its conclusions. With his family and intimate friends, de Gaulle's conversation is lightened with a droll wit that doesn't appear in his public statements. The general expressed great interest in American war effort. He realizes the psychological value to the country of speedy organization of a large mass army, but he points out that battles are not won by masses. He believes, and the German army adopted his belief, that the only thing that really counts is how much mechanized material a country can actually put in use. He says, if a country has an army of 10 men, it must be able to use all 10. If it has an air force of 1,000 planes, it must be able to use 1,000 planes. De Gaulle says, for instance, that it's not how many men Britain and America can keep under arms in their own countries that will win the war. It's how big a striking force, fully equipped with tanks, planes, and guns, can be shifted quickly to any theater of war. The Free French leader has great admiration for General MacArthur, the admiration of one fighting man for another, and he thinks the Battle of Bataan is a great moral victory, proving that Americans can face great odds and keep on fighting successfully. De Gaulle was talking about the number of men now in the American Army, and he said, you see, if MacArthur had had 3 armored divisions, a relatively small number of men, he would still control the Philippines. He said that if America had been in a position to send 1 complete mechanized division to Libya a month or so ago, Rommel would probably have been decisively beaten. But to be mobile in this world war, an army must have ships. De Gaulle points out that without the ships to transport them, millions of men and quantities of material are locked up useless inside the United States and Britain. I asked the general whether he believed the Germans would try to invade England. He doesn't think that with the Russians pressing against them in the east, the Germans can spare enough men and material to try an invasion. The invasion of Britain would take thousands of planes and a huge quantity of ships, and de Gaulle doesn't think the Germans have enough to make invasion a probability this summer. But the Free French general does think the Germans will carry out an offensive in the east, probably a thrust on a comparatively small front toward the Caucasus oil. Britain is guarded against invasion by huge armies, but de Gaulle says there's no reason to think the Germans aren't worried by the possibility that the British may carry out an invasion of the continent. He thinks the offensive spirit is an important factor in war, that the Allies should be taking every opportunity to hit out at the enemy, to put them on the defensive. And the troops now guarding Britain might well be used to strike at the Germans. De Gaulle recalls that the actual German striking force that conquered France was a fairly small, mobile, powerfully armored force. And he thinks the democracy's tendency toward mass armies, the drafting of men from war industries, is a wrong line of thought. I got the impression that he believed there should be greater concentration on building the tanks, ships, and planes, the equipment that can give an army effective hitting power. What wins battles, he says, is the force you are able to exert at the right time in the right place, not the potential force that you can't put into the conflict. De Gaulle is sure that France will, after the war, again be an important factor in world civilization. He's quietly confident when he talks about France, for he's sure the Free French represent the vast, mute mass of the French people. The Vichy government, he thinks, no longer has any intrinsic importance. It serves Hitler well by making a certain percentage of the people in unoccupied France believe they are no longer in the war. This is a potentially dangerous feeling, for if Germany is beaten, and the French people feel they had no part in the victory, that it wasn't their victory just as much as that of Britain, Russia, and America, there'll be a smoldering discontent in France. And de Gaulle believes that peace in Europe after the war depends on one thing, just how long the United States, Britain, Russia, and France will cooperate. Just before I left him, I asked de Gaulle what he thought of the Riom trial. His first words summed up the feeling of every Frenchman I've met here. He said, "In the first place, it isn't a trial." This is John McVane in London, returning you to New York.
Here in New York, we have two bulletins just been brought into the newsroom. The first is Dateline Batavia. A major naval battle, from all accounts, even bigger than the Battle of Macassar Straits, is being fought in the waters off Bali, it was reported today, with 4 Japanese warships already damaged by combined United States and Dutch naval forces. The fighting, which apparently began shortly after midnight yesterday in a sharp sea engagement between Bali and Lombok Islands, apparently still is going on. And from Rangoon, desperate attempts by Japanese invasion troops to penetrate the British-held line west of the Baleen River have all been frustrated, officials declared today. Now we take you to the newsroom in San Francisco.
From the west coast of the United States, we take you out across the blue Pacific to the Hawaiian Islands. Go ahead, Honolulu.
This is Jim Wall speaking from KGU in Honolulu. It is 2:36 Saturday morning in Hawaii. The islands of Hawaii, forming the westernmost American bastion, stick out into the turbulent Pacific, to use common local parlance, like a sore thumb. But here we use the word sore in the sense of angry determination. And this thumb is pointed at Japan and ready to crush any prowling Japanese gadflies beneath it. We in Hawaii, nearly halfway to the war-shattered Orient, are in a peculiar position. We have a grandstand seat, and we're watching hour by hour developments in the Pacific with intense interest. Our interest is not just curiosity. Every man and woman in Hawaii, soldier, sailor, marine, civilian war worker, or office worker, realizes that the Pacific battle is rapidly approaching its gigantic climax, and that if the Japanese continue to make progress, as they have since the fall of Singapore, it is possible, if not probable, that they may turn their full attention toward us, rather than toward India or Russia. It was said by the complacent British that Singapore was invulnerable, but Singapore fell. We in Hawaii do not say that it can't happen here, but we're preparing to meet the showdown if it should happen here. Hawaii is the springboard from which the Army and Navy may take offensive action westward against the enemy. It is also the front-line defensive area in case of attack, particularly so now that the Japanese are overrunning the Philippines and Indies. As the threat draws closer, many developments in our daily existence may serve as indications of our preparedness. We've been living under strict martial law for nearly 3 months. That means, among other things, total blackout from dark to dawn, rigid curfew, and complete prohibition. Ours is no semi-blackout, as in many West Coast cities. If you're guilty of so much as lighting a cigarette on the street after dark, you're likely to be picked up by the tin-hatted sentries, whisked before an all-night army court, and heavily fined. The curfew is real. No one moves about after it rings unless specially permitted to do so. And there hasn't been a legal sale of a drink in formerly easygoing Hawaii since the first bombs fell. We won't mention pineapple swipes and lemon extract. We don't know what the future will bring, but we're getting ready. We realize that nowhere in this war-torn world are military regulations so rigidly enforced as here. Our blackout is blacker than London's. Our barbed wire fills every lonely beach. Every uniformed man or civilian carries a gas mask day and night. Many civilians also carry helmets. These regulations sometimes hurt, but there's no grumbling. We're too busy for that. We have rent control in Hawaii today to prevent profiteering. We have food price control for the same reason. We have a rigid rationing of gasoline. My home, for example, is on the other side of this island, 14 miles from Honolulu. But I haven't been able to live there since the war began because it's too difficult to travel over the winding roads in total blackout and because the gasoline rationing this month prohibits any idea of being able to move back. Everyone in Hawaii is making sacrifices such as these and thinking nothing of them. We expect to be inconvenienced by war, and many men who work hard 6 days a week go out on Sunday, their rest day, as volunteer workmen without pay to cut brush and trees and clear land which the Army wants to use. We used to have a 3-day weekend in lazy Honolulu. Today, we haven't got a half-day weekend. I tell you these things because we have reports here that mainland cities have approached the state of martial law with considerable trepidation. We don't have to be reminded to remember Pearl Harbor. There's just a short way down the beach here. We're working toward the day when the Japanese will have good cause to long remember Pearl Harbor, too. I'll return you to San Francisco.
Now back across the continent to our newsroom in Washington.
Good morning, folks. A great many of you interesting people write to me asking why someone does not rescue General MacArthur. I think the answer is that he would not be rescued if somebody even went after him. He could, they say, be taken away from there by an order from the commander-in-chief, the president. But his kind of men don't even obey orders like that because he has, I imagined, arranged so that if such an order came, he would never get it. That's possible. Lord Nelson signaled to withdraw from a naval engagement, put his telescope to his blind eye. I see nothing, he said, and went on fighting to victory. And in the log of the ship on which Nelson died, you'll find this. Victory having been reported, the admiral then died of his wounds, and Trafalgar remains as an inspiration to the United Nations in trouble. I take a chance on thus preaching rather than reporting today because spot news in Washington is not so hot. The Army, of course, is glad to have the President's order permitting the delineation of Jap-out areas on the West Coast. But Attorney General Biddle here cautions one and all that this is not martial law, such as you heard about from Jim Wall, was it, in Honolulu, wherein the right of habeas corpus is suspended and civil rights go glimmering. Of course, this is not an invitation to Japs and Nazis to try to beat the Army's evacuation orders with the courts. However, when the Dies Committee yellow paper comes out next week, I think the public will get a glimpse in long detail of some of the Jap activities in spy work along the West Coast. Congress slows down to a balk. It doesn't like some of the legislation handed to the leaders. But from now on until Tuesday, the main activity in Congress will be hearing some orator read George Washington's farewell address and going back to the congressional offices to write to enraged constituents who are still boiling over, mad about pensions for congressmen. A matter which will be attended to first thing, I think, after Washington's birthday, the repeal of that provision of the law. Congress didn't like, too, and I say they're balking, Congress doesn't like the superlative overall plan to provide endless public works after the war, and the House threw that down, not because of the public works, but Congress has no objection to forward-looking statesmanship at all. But somehow or others, the voters seem not to like the connotation of the word planning. Look out for fireworks on the highly controversial thing called the War Powers Bill. Only 4 hours have been allowed by the hard-boiled House Committee on Rules for debate on this dynamite, which is loaded with extra authority for a lot of these special agencies, which seem to be under fire. But this is war, and the leadership is ready to mow them down if they get in the way. There's a row expected over the proposal to permit banks to buy government bonds direct from the Treasury. Opponents say it will work in reverse, that the Treasury will cram the bonds down the bankers' throats. The Rogers bill providing for the Women's Army Corps will be considered and passed by the House next week, I believe. So many women seem to think this corps has been established, but not yet. A ship-a-day schedule of the Maritime Commission is filling the waters with American cargoes will step up to 2 a day by May 1st. Bananas, one of nature's best slippers and more economical than petroleum grease, will be used today to launch the ship called the Cape Romano at Beaumont, Texas. 7,000 pounds of bananas to launch the ship. And that's all from Washington at this time.
That's the news of the day, ladies and gentlemen. These have been reports by John McVane from London, Jim Wall from Honolulu, and Earl Godwin from Washington. For the latest news, keep tuned to this station.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The program originally scheduled at this time will be delayed in order that we may bring you a special broadcast from the Far East War Zone. The National Broadcasting Company presents Martin Agronsky, noted NBC correspondent who's been heard in the past from Ankara, Turkey, Cairo, Athens, Singapore, and more recently from Batavia, Java. From these points, he's covered various phases of the war as it spread across Europe and into the Orient. Agronsky has just arrived in Australia and will now bring to NBC listeners his first report from Sydney. Go ahead, Martin Agronsky.
This is Martin Agronsky calling from Sydney. Today I arrived here from the Dutch East Indies after a flight in a Dutch bomber through the Jap air patrols over Java and the Indian Ocean. In the area I left behind me, the Japs, for the capture of Singapore, had already accomplished the first phase of their drive for empire in the Far East. On the day I left Java, they had successfully attacked and captured Palembang in southern Sumatra. As I flew over the Indian Ocean toward Australia, the Japs launched their attack on Bali, just off Java's southernmost tip. The outcome of the Allied defense of Bali is not yet completely known. It would take an incurable optimist to doubt the ultimate result. The Allied defenses there, as throughout the Far Eastern theater of war, are pitifully weak. With Bali in Japanese possession, Java will sit in a dangerous sandwich. From Sumatra across the narrow Sunda Straits to the north, from Bali to the south, from Borneo and the Celebes to the east, the Japs will be able to throw dangerously powerful forces at the Allied defenders of Java. The attack on Java, already begun from the air, is the last step in what can be described as the second phase of Japan's Asian offensive. That is, the capture of the Netherlands East Indies. In Java, I spoke with the commanders of the American and Dutch forces. They did not conceal that the battle for Java would be a grim fight against tremendous odds. I spoke in Java, too, with American soldiers, sailors, and airmen, with the fighting men of Britain and Holland. They echoed the words of their commanders. On the tongues of every man were the words, against tremendous odds. You must realize at home exactly what your sons and husbands are fighting against in this part of the world. You must know that every time an American pilot takes off to meet the Japs, he knows, before his machine leaves the ground, that if he's lucky, he'll be outnumbered by at least 5 to 1. If he runs into the usual Jap attacking formation, the odds against him will be 15 to 1. You must know that when land fighting starts in Java, the odds will be equally great. That in the seas throughout this entire area, the sailors of the American and Allied forces today and from the first day of the war have to face equally overwhelming odds. I don't know whether Java can be held. If 1,000 American fighter pilots and machines and another 500 bomber pilots and machines were to arrive there today, the Allies would have a good chance of holding Java. Failing that, only the most brilliant Allied generalship or the most bungling kind of Japanese generalship could make Java's fate uncertain. The Allies have yet to produce a brilliant general. The Japs have yet to make a misstep in a bold, expertly conceived and executed campaign. Java today means two things to the Allies. First, it provides, with the exception of Burma, where the Allied forces are steadily being pushed back, the only land base from which aerial and offensive operations on a large scale can be undertaken against the Jap land, sea, and air forces in this part of the world. If the Allied forces are pushed back to Australia, we'll be forced almost completely onto the defensive. Second, it provides the only defensive base from which the Allies can threaten or hamper the Japanese concentration of all available forces in the southwestern Pacific for an attack on Australia itself. The fight for Java has begun. If Java falls, the fight for Australia, what must be recognized as the third phase of the Jap drive for empire in Asia, lies in the immediate future. There's no point in speculating as to whether Java will or will not hold. The next couple of weeks, perhaps even the next few days, will decide that. What is vital is that for once, the democratic nations do everything in their power, while there's still a long time, to create in Australia, at least, a force that will have a fighting chance of holding the Japs' victorious promenade toward the complete possession of the Far East. The Japs aren't supermen. They can be stopped if the lessons of morale, and in fact, of the entire Far Eastern campaign, are not only recognized, but put to use. In Malaya, the British were not only outnumbered, but outsmarted and outgeneraled. Even admitting the original underestimation of the Japs' strength put the British forces at a fatal disadvantage, it still remains true that from the first days of the campaign, the Japs gained nearly as much through their enemy's bungling as through their own well-executed attacks. Time and again in the course of the British retreat, lack of organization gave the Japs intact airfields, petrol stores, and ammunition depots. The record can be found in the British communiques themselves. Time after time, the official communique announced the evacuation of airfields with the customary addendum, our forces destroyed petrol stores and hangars and rendered the airfield unusable. And then, 2 days later, again in an official communique, there came the announcement that British planes had successfully bombed the supposedly unusable hangars, runways, and petrol stores of the, I quote, successfully evacuated airdrome. When I left Singapore some 2 weeks ago, I was on board an Australian warship. On the docks at the naval base were piled thousands of pounds worth of war materials, unprotected, undispersed, a perfect target for the Jap bombers. Out in the Indian Ocean, our warship picked up a large convoy that for weeks had been on the high seas en route to Singapore from England. On board one ship of the convoy was a large number of RAF ground personnel, accompanied by a large number of fighter pilots, veterans of the Battle of Britain. In another ship were the crated planes the pilots were to fly. Mine and other warships took the convoy safely through the Banca Straits off Sumatra and into Singapore in the face of continual Jap bombing attacks. 3 days later in Java, I met one of the pilots. From him I learned that due to some stupid, and for some men on board, fatal blunder, the ship's destination had been mistaken. All the way out from England, the pilot told me, the men on board had voluntarily organized their unit so that they would be ready to go into action immediately they landed in Singapore. They had gotten in England a detailed map of Singapore Island. Realizing that the aerodromes might be unusable, they had laid out on their map streets from which they could take off their fighters. The ground crews had drilled on board ship until they were letter perfect in the use of the Bofors and Bren guns they carried. Every detail of assembly of the crated planes had been worked out beforehand. They believed they could have their planes in the air and be functioning as an operational unit within 24 hours of landing. When these men arrived in Singapore, they found no one at the docks who even knew they were expected. After much searching, they reached an RAF headquarters officer and asked that they be allowed to go into action immediately. Instead, they were informed that as they were apparently not expected in Singapore, they could not operate there, but would have to go to Java and receive instructions from the high command. All this time, their ship was being heavily bombed at the dock. They finally got back to Java. I cannot reveal the number of their casualties. The pilot officer ended his story with a laconic remark, I quote, "It didn't improve our morale," unquote. This is only one example of an innumerable series of similar incidents. If on the British side of the Allied High Command such things are allowed to happen in times like these, we can't expect to stop the Japs. It's not too late to profit from such lessons. The men responsible can be changed. And on the American side, there's an equally pretty story. A few minutes after my plane landed at a certain small town, an American naval plane came in. An American naval lieutenant and his gunner were in the plane. The pilot told me he had flown to shore from an American warship, which I cannot name. The warship was convoying American troop ships to somewhere in Java. When the convoy was 6 hours at sea, the warship picked up a Jap broadcast from Tokyo, accurately describing both the makeup of the convoy and its destination. 2 hours later, 42 Jap bombers appeared overhead and bombed the convoy. The Japs hit one of the gun turrets of the warship. The 20-year-old machinist's mate went into the gun turret, which was stacked with 6-inch shells and filled with flames from burning powder bags. The shells were red hot and could have exploded at any moment. The young machinist's mate sprayed water on the red-hot shell cases till a fire was put out. Being an American, I was proud of this story of courage. I told the lieutenant so and asked him if we'd shot down our Japs. He answered it was pretty hard to hit the Japs with the ammunition on board. I asked why. He explained that the anti-aircraft ammunition was 1930-1931 issue, and that when it had been tested a year ago, it was found to be only 30% effective. The lieutenant told me that it was impossible to range with this type of ammunition, as the bursts were too ununiform to enable the gunners to work out a fire pattern. The lieutenant added that he would like to have been able to title the foremast of that warship the gentleman responsible for United States warships being equipped with this type of ammunition. He made me promise to tell this story to you people at home. If we hope to stop the Japs, the United States will have to do better than that. The men fighting in the Far Eastern countries for their defense, and ultimately for the defense of the United States, deserve better of their country than they're getting. On an isolated airfield somewhere in the Far East, I found a young American pilot in charge. He was a fighter pilot who had been grounded following a crash. One finger of his right hand was paralyzed. Because it got in his way, he was no longer permitted to fly. He told me he wouldn't be on the ground much longer, as he'd arranged to have the finger amputated so he could take a new medical examination he was sure he could pass. And against this spirit, should we put the pronouncement of various American spokesmen that it would be best to keep the majority of American forces at home to defend America. Almost every American soldier with whom I've spoken in the Far Eastern theater of war has begged me to try to fight this kind of short-sighted view. It's a sincere belief of every American observer in this part of the world that first Singapore, then Java, and last Australia are the outer defenses of California. They feel equally that if we moved with all our power immediately, we would have a fighting chance to stop the Japs in Australia, even if Java fails. No matter what courage the Allies show, they can't stop the Japs with 10 and 15 to 1 odds against them. Just before I left Java, I interviewed a Dutch officer. On his word, he affirmed a quotation. It read, I quote, "It can scarcely be repeated too often that when a country is thrown on the defensive as regards its shoreline, the effectual function of the fleet is to take the offensive." Unquote. If you don't recognize that quotation the Dutchman had framed, I'll tell you who wrote it. Admiral Mahan, the United States naval strategist. This is Martin Agronsky returning you now to San Francisco.
You've just heard a special broadcast from Sydney, Australia. The speaker was Martin Agronsky, noted NBC correspondent, who's just arrived in Australia to cover the war in that sector. This program reached you through our newsroom in San Francisco. have presented Melodic Strings, the music of Carl Kalash and his string ensemble. The program came to you from San Francisco. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Railroads were built into the western United States, the engineers and men were faced with a constant danger of attack by outlaws and Indians, and their task might never have been accomplished had it not been for the masked rider of the plains. It was his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness that blazed the trail for progress and finally made possible the winning of the West. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. We're heading for the mission. There's going to be trouble. I'll Silver!
For some hours, the Lone Ranger and Tonto had been riding hard across the open country. Ahead, the masked man saw a little mission where he knew he would find his good friend, the Padre.
There it is, Tonto. Not good. We made it before sundown. I wonder why the Padre was so anxious to see us. Maybe plenty trouble ahead. We'll soon know. Easy there. Easy, boy.
My good friend, you have come.
It wasn't until noon that we were told you wanted us, Padre.
I sent the word out yesterday. I hoped you would be here before this day was ended. Tomorrow would be too late.
I'm glad we got here tonight. What is it, Padre? Steady, boy. Take the horses over to the watering trough.
Time to fix them. You come along, Silver. Come along. What have you accomplished in your pursuit of John Kimberly?
Very little. We have no more proof that he's a criminal now than we had 2 weeks ago.
What I have to tell you may be of help, or it may not. Tomorrow evening, when the railroad from the east stops at Warren City, it will bring a doctor, Dr. Manson.
Will bring a doctor?
See. But he is not a good man. He is known to have betrayed his science many times. John Kimberly sent for him.
Why, Padre?
I do not know.
Warren City. Warren and Miles have their headquarters there.
I know. Kimberly is to meet the doctor at the train.
I see. I was wondering. The other day, Kimberly met several men. He gave them money, I don't know how much. And they headed west. I was going to follow them when I heard that you wanted to see me.
What I have said may be of little or no help, but...
There may be a lot of help. I'm going to Warren City. Hello. We're riding out again.
You will not wait for refreshment and rest?
There won't be time. It's a long trip to Warren City.
Silver, ready now.
Steady, fella. Thank you, Padre. Goodbye until another time.
Adios, amigo.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout. Good luck, Lone Ranger.
I heard him.
Oh. You would not come from the patio while he was here.
Oh, no, Padre. I couldn't.
My child, I do not understand you.
You don't?
You hide from the man you so greatly admire. He has never seen your face.
No, Padre. You see, he knew my brother. They were friends. He might remember me, or he might guess that I'm the sister of his friend. I look like my brother who was killed.
But what of that?
The Lone Ranger has closed that part of his life, Padre. He buried his identity in the graves of his companions. His life is dedicated to something fine and great. If he saw me, he might recall other days, happier days, when he didn't know loneliness.
You think it would make him unhappy to recall those days before he became the Lone Ranger?
Why risk making him unhappy?
Or risk having him desire the love that can never be part of his life? You would say that, but for your modesty.
I wouldn't want the Lone Ranger to change. He must never be anything but what he is.
The following evening, Jim Warren and Harry Miles were in the little shack that served as their office in Warren City. Harry stood gazing idly out of the window at the gleaming tracks of the railroad, waiting for Jim to finish at the desk.
I guess the arrangements are all finished, Harry. Here's a copy of the letter I sent west.
You sent it in plenty of time, didn't you?
Oh, sure. There'll be horses waiting for us when we reach the end of the tracks.
We can take the train for about 100 miles.
Right. Then we'll ride horses the rest of the way. I'm anxious to get to where the grading crew's at work.
You haven't heard of any trouble there?
Let's hope we won't find trouble when we get there. I'd like to stay overnight with a grading crew and then shove on to the pass and see how the surveyors are getting along.
Beyond the pass, all out for Junction City.
By October 1st or bust.
We aren't going to bust. In spite of...
John Kimberly?
Yeah. The crook.
Oh, if there were only proof. I'd sure like to see the coyote in jail.
Who wouldn't?
I hope he hasn't made trouble out there. If the tracks catch up to the grading crew or the graders overtake the surveyors... the whole job will be slowed up.
Jim.
Yeah?
Are you sure that we'll forfeit the railroad contract if we're not finished by October 1st?
Oh, no question about that, Harry. I've studied the contract till I know it by heart.
Then Kimberly would get control.
Oh, sure he would. That's why he's breaking his neck to delay us. I don't think he'd stop at anything.
Just how far do you really think he'd go?
Murder.
You believe that, aren't you?
I'm sure of it. As a matter of fact, I sent a letter to Washington. I said that if anything happened to us, someone should look for a murderer.
What else did you say?
Well, enough to cause an investigation and make it hot for Kimberly if he's involved. Well, I'm glad I wrote that letter, too. It's wild country out beyond the end of the tracks.
Hey, look there, out the window.
Well, what's happening?
The train's pulled into the station and people are getting off.
Oh, I've seen that before. Now I want to finish up at the desk.
But take a look. John Kimberly just went by the window.
Kimberly? Are you sure, Harry?
See for yourself. He's talking to someone who just got off the train.
It's been a long time since I saw you, Kimberly.
Yes, it has. And you certainly have changed a lot, Doctor. You don't look like the Dr. Manson I used to know in Washington.
I suppose I don't. Had a hard time these past few years.
You can't blame anyone but yourself for that. You wanted to get rich too fast.
Don't throw that up to me.
I don't intend to. Come on, let's walk over this way.
Why did you tell me to come here?
You came, didn't you?
I know what you can do to me if I refuse. Refuse to take orders from you.
Good. I'm glad you understand that.
I suppose you still have that evidence that would jail me?
I have.
I thought so.
Yeah, you needn't be afraid of it, though, Doc. I won't use it. Unless you force me to.
Why did you send for me?
I've got some work for you.
What kind?
It's right in your line. I see you brought your little bag along.
Of course.
Still have the bottles of medicines and things in it?
Yes. Why did you send for me?
You still have that white powder you used in Washington?
Don't speak of that.
Distasteful now, huh? You didn't mind talking about the white powder when you were plotting the murder of a sick...
Don't.
Come now, Doc. You mustn't let your nerves get the better of you. No one knows that his nibs died of poison. Everybody called it a natural death. Heart failure, wasn't it?
Kimberly, you've ruined my life.
Aren't you satisfied?
So far, I've been well satisfied, Doc. But now there's something I want done.
I can guess.
A couple of young fellows know that I'm fighting them. Men always know it when they're in a fight with John Kimberly.
You don't fight fair.
We won't discuss that, Doc. The point is simply this. I want a couple of cases of, well, we can call it heart failure again. Young men who aren't strong enough for the rigors of the West shouldn't overtask themselves. You'll know what to say.
Where are these men? What is your plan?
They're here in town now. They'll be leaving for the western end of the railroad when the train pulls out in a few days. We're leaving tonight by horse.
Kimberly, I suppose there's no use pleading with you.
No use at all. Come on, Doc. I'll take you where you can rest and get ready for a long ride. Several days in the saddle and nights in camp.
Kimberly and Dr. Manson were far from Warren City when the westbound train pulled out with Harry and Jim on board. The doctor had been increasingly nervous, much to the annoyance of John Kimberly. We find the two men at a hitch rack outside a cafe.
We'll stop at the hotel here in town tonight, Doc. Maybe that's what you need, a good night's sleep.
It isn't.
And a few drinks before going to bed. Come on in the cafe and I'll stand treat.
It isn't sleeping out in the open that's bothering me.
Sure it is. You're not used to it, that's all. I thought it'd be better if we didn't show much of ourselves near Warren City. That's why I didn't want to stop in the towns before now. Go on inside.
Wait.
What's the matter now?
The feeling I've had, it just came over me again. Stronger than ever.
Oh, stop your nonsense.
I can't help it, Kimberly. I told you before that I felt as if every move we made was watched.
Out here? Not in this part of the country?
You said that before.
And the further west we go, the wilder it gets. Tomorrow we'll reach the end of the railroad tracks, and from there on it'll be really wilderness.
Can't we abandon this plan of yours?
No, we can't.
Must we go through with everything you've outlined?
We must. I've told you there'll be an investigation when those two are found dead. I've got to be sure there's no way I can be blamed. Now, what'll you have to drink?
I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Hey there, bartender. Yeah? Set out a couple of glasses in that bottle you've got your hand on. We'll pour our own.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll pour yours, Doc. Yeah, there you are. Careful of that. Say, what's the idea of scaring a man like you did my friend?
I didn't mean to startle you. Sorry.
It's all right.
You're nervous. What are you afraid of?
Nothing at all.
You should be.
What? What do you mean?
I've heard that this is dangerous country for an Easterner.
Oh, what do you mean?
Look here, stranger. I don't know who you are, and I don't care. My friend and I don't feel sociable. Savvy?
I'm not always sociable myself. But you look like Easterners, and I thought I'd warn you to be careful what you drink when you go west from here.
What do you mean?
A few miles beyond the end of the tracks is a place called Vulture Country. The water around there isn't dependable, and some of it's poison.
Yes, we've heard about that.
Oh?
Well, thanks for the warning. Now if you're through...
There's one thing more. Maybe your friend here has something to cure a burn. The doctor. Do you have anything to put on the burn?
Well, how did you know I was the doctor?
You look like one in this little bag you had on the saddle.
Where did you get that?
I brought it in with me. Took it from the doctor's saddle to save him going out after it. I'd like to have something for a burn.
I'll get it.
Of all the nerve I've
It's
ever...
all right, John. Just a minute, mister.
Here, let me open that. Do your hands tremble like that all the time?
I've got a tin here that...
Now, what's the stuff?
It's just medicine, that's all. Medicine. You wouldn't understand. A Latin name. Now, here, take this. Rub it on the burn. Take it all. You're welcome to it.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, if you two go into the Vulture Country, look out for the water you drink. Adios.
John, that man. His eyes. Did you notice them?
Nerve of him, the meddler. Why doesn't he mind his own business?
The way he looked at me. The way he spoke. Kimberly, let's get away from here tonight, now.
We're going to sleep here.
No, I can't.
We can't go on tonight. The horses need rest, and so do I. Come on in back and we'll get rooms.
That feeling. Something is going to happen before morning. I tell you, I know it.
Oh, shut up.
Before morning, something is going to happen.
curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Continue our story. When the stranger left the cafe with a small tin of burn remedy in his hand, he joined an Indian in the shadow of the hotel where even the faint light of a new moon didn't reach.
Now I'll take my mask and the other hat.
I'm ready for you. You talked to the doctor?
Yes, and I saw the inside of his bag.
And what there?
A box of powder. Poison enough to kill a small army.
Not what you say maybe happened.
I'm still convinced that we can protect Jim and Harry best by keeping an eye on those two. But I can't forget.
What that?
Kimberly hired half a dozen men for something. It was only a week ago.
That's right.
We haven't found out why he hired them. I wish we knew that. There, mask is snug enough now. Now, Tonto, there's a job for you to do.
What me do?
The rooms are in the rear of the hotel. Come with me.
Silence of a cat, Tonto and the Lone Ranger moved through the darkness. They heard the distant sound of a passing train and paused.
Tonto, that's the westbound. We'll reach the end of the tracks in half an hour. Jim and Harry will get off. In the morning, they'll be in the saddle, and then... I wonder...
A little later, Dr. Manson tossed fitfully in his bed, while across the room, John Kimberly was deep in sleep. Suddenly, the doctor wakened. He didn't know why. Once more, he felt that creeping, tingling apprehension that was driving him to desperation. He turned and stared at the dimly outlined square of the window, and then...
There! He's there!
What's the matter? Doc!
I saw him. I tell you, I saw him at the window. I shot him.
You confounded crazy fool. Keep your hands off that gun till I get a light going.
It couldn't have been a dream. It couldn't have been.
What's the matter there? What's all the shooting?
Hey, it's all right. Just a nightmare, that's all.
Well, cut out the shooting.
John, I know I saw him. I saw his head and shoulders there at the window. It was as plain as day.
There's no sign of anyone being in this room.
But I tell you...
This is about enough of your harem-scarum imaginings. Everything here is just the same way we left it. Now I'm going to turn out the lamp and you go to sleep. Another yip out of you and I'll make you take some of your own medicine.
Daybreak found Jim and Harry in the saddle heading west. The country ahead was grim and lifeless. This was called the Vulture Country, where many of the springs and water holes were poisonous and marked with warning signs.
Even if we don't find warning signs, we won't drink the water, Harry. No use taking chances on it.
Our canteens will last us till we reach the next construction camp.
Hey, what's that?
Those men look as if they're trying to catch up to us.
Who are they? Do you know?
How would I know?
Don't look like any of our men.
Stay up there! We want a few words with you.
Hey, he's yelling at us. Might as well do as he says. Whoa there. Whoa.
We want a word with you.
What do you want?
Are they the ones, Bart? What's your name, stranger?
Why?
Well, if you're Jim Warren and Harry Miles, we got word for you.
My name is Jim Warren.
Good. Take 'em, boys.
Hey, what's the idea?
Want to fight?
As the outlaws closed in, Jim and Harry swung their horses away from the trail and headed for a great cluster of rocks. Neither man had any thought of gunplay. They reined in their mounts to a sliding stop and leaped from the saddle. Then with their backs against the rocks, they prepared to fight to the finish with their bare fists. They survived the first charge, but before the second, some of the gang had climbed to the top of the rocks behind them. First, a well-aimed blow from the butt of the gun knocked Harry to the ground. Jim turned to meet the new attack. The gang leader closed in another blow and...
Don't make any marks on them. Handle them careful now. Take them to the vulture's nest and hurry it up. The boss may show up right away. He might not show up for several days. And these gents will have to wait until he gets there. He'll do the talking.
The unconscious figures of the two men were supported in their saddles by members of the attacking gang. The ride was several miles to the south, where dense forests surrounded an old ramshackle house that had long since been unoccupied. When Jim and Harry regained consciousness, they found themselves bound hand and foot, stretched on a floor of rotting and decaying boards with thick draperies of cobwebs overhead. One day went by, and then part of the second. No one had entered the room where Jim and Harry lay in torment from the ropes that bound them. Hunger and thirst made them weak, and their minds were filled with questions that could not be answered. Then the door of the room creaked slowly.
Last, someone's coming. About time. Kimberly. John Kimberly, you.
Well, boys, you seem to have gotten yourselves in trouble. What happened?
Get these ropes off us. Where did you come from?
I found the trail, the signs of a scuffle. I've been trying to overtake you so we could talk. Maybe we can make a deal of some sort.
A deal?
Well, I guess you boys know how much I want to take control of this railroad.
Well, we sure do. You've got to prove to us that you didn't have a hand in the way we were waylaid.
I'll prove that easily enough. There. Your hands are free, Miles. Rub your wrists and get the circulation restored. I'll untie one here.
What do you mean by talking deal with us?
Well, as long as you hold control of the railroad job, maybe you'll let me invest some cash. Well, but we'll get to that later. First thing is to get you two away from here before these crooks get back.
Where are they?
Yeah, they rode away. Over here. Drink of water.
Oh, thanks. Pass that canteen, Jim. My throat is parched. Well, can you hold it? My hands are numb. I'll manage as well as you did. Don't drink too much now. Take it easy. That sure tastes good.
Well, I'm certainly glad to hear you say that.
What? Kimberly.
Come on in, boys.
Drinking? Kimberly?
Yeah.
You're in cahoots with these crooks.
Outwitted you at last, huh? You thought you were smart. But you're not smart enough for John Kimberly. I get what I want one way or another.
You gave us poison water.
And you said it was good. You enjoyed it. Posed as a friend.
Talked about a deal. Why, you dirty coyote.
And that letter you sent to Washington won't do a bit of good. Let them investigate your death. They'll find that you were careless, that you drank bad water.
With us out of the way, you'll get the railroad. Why, you...
Just a minute.
Say, what? Who's that? What are you...
Hold a minute, Dr. Manson. You're in on this, too.
Kimberly, he and an Indian came from the woods.
Steady, Bart. Don't reach for that gun. Kill me and you'll regret it. See this bottle? White powder, isn't it?
Kimberly, we've all drank poison water.
What's that? What do you mean?
Benson, what do you mean? That man, he outwitted us. He has the poison from my bag. I saw him. He poured it in the water you and your men have been drinking.
Why didn't you tell us?
He wouldn't give me a chance. He had me watched. That Indian, Tonto we call him. Tonto was ready to shoot if I said a word. I've taken the water as well as the rest of you.
Yes, you have. Well, you cowardly fool. You idiot. Why didn't you say so?
I couldn't. Look at the guns. There's the Indian.
Wait. There's no need to die.
Well, if I'm to die, I'll see a couple of you go first. You, Doc Manson, you...
No, you don't. Now, next time, I'll use a bullet to knock a gun down. Now, listen to me. There was medicine in the doctor's bag. Medicine that will counteract the effects of the poison. I have it here. See it?
Give it to me. Give it to me. I'll pay any price. I'll buy it. Let me
I don't want to sell it, Kimberly. I'll give this medicine to all of you. The doctor will tell you what it will do.
It's an antidote. It'll make the poison harmless, but it has to be taken quickly.
Well, how about it? You, Bart. Do you want the medicine? How about the rest of you, men?
You bet we do. We don't deserve to die. It was all Kimberly's scheme. He's the one that...
I'll give this bottle to you for Kimberly's signed confession.
But I don't...
You know what I want, Kimberly. Confession of your part in the plot to overthrow the government. Your part in the Black Arrow. Your scheme to control the railroads. Your attempt to murder Jim and Harry. Here. Everything you've done is written as a confession, ready for you to sign.
I won't sign any such thing. I'll be jailed for life.
Well, Bart, you and the rest heard him.
Kimberly, you're going to sign.
Yeah, we'll see that. Now, wait, boys, wait. Maybe he's bluffing.
He isn't bluffing. I know. I saw him use the white powder. We're taking no chances. Sign that paper. Sign it, take it. Wait, don't sign or I'll clamp down with this grip. Me, too.
Boys. Wait, I'll sign.
Here's a pencil. The rest of you will sign as witnesses.
Harry, you know what this means?
Kimberly in jail.
Out of our way, out of every honest man's way. I've signed.
Now the rest of you. Sign and be quick.
While the men signed the confession, the Lone Ranger sent Tonto outside to bring up Skelton Silver. And he saw that Jim and Harry were able to hold guns and keep the outlaws covered.
We'll keep them covered, all right. You needn't worry about that.
I'll have the lawman back here inside of 3 hours.
Oh, we're all signed. Now let's have that bottle.
Here it is. But, men, you needn't take the powder.
What?
Needn't take it.
The doctor will remember the night in town when he thought someone came into the hotel room.
I do. Kimberly, you said I was dreaming.
He was wrong. That was Tonto. He took the poison from your bag and replaced it with a harmless salt. Was that you saw put in the drinking water?
We were tricked, double-crossed, framed. And Kimberly, you sure as thunder had it coming. Now, you crooks line up, and we'll keep you till the sheriff comes.
Tonto will stay with you, Jim. I won't be long. Steady, boy.
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Charles Boyer and Myrna Loy in Appointment for Love. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. With loyal hearts, America today celebrates the birthday of George Washington. And directly following the Lux Radio Theater this evening, we remind every one of you that the President of the United States will speak to the nation. So stay tuned to this station after our curtain goes down. The small boy's heaven is a land flowing with popcorn and ice cream. The painter yearns for the perfect picture. But to the producer, Valhalla is a place where he can always have stars like Myrna Loy and Charles Boyer for his plays. And so tonight, for this producer, there's a little bit of heaven on earth right in the Lux Radio Theater. And there's an extra bit of satisfaction in having brought these two stars together for the first time in any theater. The play that did the trick for us is Universal's rollicking comedy success, Appointment for Love, with Charles Boyer in the same part he played in the picture, a popular and successful playwright. And Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's delightful Myrna Loy, believe it or not, as a doctor. You can see the value to a patient's morale when a doctor, like Myrna Loy, takes his pulse. But it's distinctly disturbing to the playwright's morale when the doctor becomes his wife. Somehow he doesn't understand the scientific approach to love. Our players have an appointment with love. From Carolina to California, our audience has an appointment with a gay and delightful play which we hope will brighten the winter skies for many people. Like the woman who wrote us this letter a few days ago. She says, "My husband has just come home with our season ticket to the Lux Radio Theater, a whole case of Lux Flakes. We live on a ranch in Wyoming, 40 miles from town, so it's a little inconvenient to run down to the corner when the box is empty. I'm sure you don't realize how much the Lux Radio Theater means to us out here. Except for 2 or 3 movies a year, it's our only contact with the theater we love so much. So out here in our front row seats, we all say good luck to Lux Flakes. We know she'll have good luck with Lux. So here's the first act of Appointment for Love, starring Myrna Loy as Jane Alexander and Charles Boyer as Andre de Castillo. The curtain has fallen in the Hyperion Theater. The exit march is playing, but the audience will not leave. On their feet, crowded in the aisles, New York's first nighters are clamoring for the author, Andre Castillo. One of the first nighters is not taking part in the demonstration. That young lady there in the second row. Through all the noise and confusion, she remains strangely calm. As a matter of fact, she's asleep. She's still dozing peacefully when Mr. Castillo makes his entrance on the stage and holds up his hand for silence.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you don't expect me to say anything or do anything very clever. You see, an author's position in playmaking. Hastings. Look at this girl. See if there is a doctor in the house. In the second row, she's fainted. Excuse me. Just let me through, please. I'll take care of her. Is the young lady with you, madam?
No, she isn't.
She seems to be all alone. No, please. She needs air. Stand back, please. Is there a doctor in the house?
Oh, did somebody call a doctor?
We'll have a doctor here in a minute. Don't worry, young lady. You're going to be all right.
Oh, but you see...
This is your purse. I'll take it. Now, just relax.
Wait, what are you doing?
I'm going to carry you. Up you go now. You'll feel better outside.
Oh, thank you. Maybe I will.
Hey, boy. Have you found a doctor yet?
Yes, sir. The box office says there's a Dr. Alexander in seat 108.
All right, get him.
Yes, sir. Dr. Alexander. Dr. Alexander.
Wait, please. I'm Dr. Alexander.
You're who?
I'm Dr. Alexander. So you can put me down, please.
Oh, don't be silly. You're ill. You fainted.
Now, don't you be silly. I'm not ill, and I never fainted in my life.
But I saw you faint.
No, you saw me sleeping.
Eh? Sleeping?
I couldn't keep my eyes open, and I couldn't get out. And when you picked me up, I didn't want to make a scene.
Oh, so you fell asleep at my play?
I'm afraid I did. Do you mind?
Well, No good, eh?
Terrible. Now, will you put me down?
Gladly. Good night.
Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for liking my play so much, but I must confess that the young lady who fainted did not faint. She was asleep.
Party, Andre, and I adored your play tonight.
Oh, thank you, Ethel.
Andre, oh, don't you remember me? My name is Edith.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, thank you, Edith.
Mr. Castile, you wanted on the phone, sir. Miss Benson calling from Chicago.
Oh, Nancy, let me have it. Hello, Nancy. Andre. Yes, Nancy, of course I missed you. Oh, it went all right. Yes, they liked it, some of them. What? But of course I'm glad you called. Oh, your show is closing? Oh, that's too bad. Oh, you're glad. Well. Huh? Oh, sure. Yes, of course you're going to be in my next play. Here, darling, I'll let you talk to Hastings. George, take this.
Sure.
Nancy Benson. Oh.
Hello, Nancy. How are you? What? The next play? Oh, wait a minute. Did you promise her a part in the next one?
No.
Hello, Nancy. Why, we'd love to have you. Andre's tried to sell me the idea of you doing a part 12 times. We'll talk about it. Goodbye, love. You still stuck on that girl dreamboat?
No more. Fini.
Fini? She wouldn't be bad.
She wouldn't be good either. Anyway, I've got another idea.
A pretty one?
Beautiful.
There's a young lady to see you, Mr. Cassio.
Oh, excuse me, George. Good evening. Oh, hello.
Hello. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt your party.
Well, I thought you would be in bed by now, sound asleep.
I will be as soon as you give me my keys.
Pardon?
My keys. You picked up my purse. My keys are in it.
Hello, Castile. Beautiful play. Beautiful. I wrote a wonderful review. Great praises.
I hate to disagree with such a fine critic, but you've been taken in again, old man.
That's the best play you've ever written, Andre.
Perhaps. Still not very good. Now, poke your fingers into any of my characters. What would you find, Doctor?
I'm sure I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you. Sawdust. Just sawdust.
I'm afraid that's true. Now my keys.
Now, you also agree that my situations are phony and unbelievable.
I agree absolutely. And now
No. You're not agreeing just to be polite.
No, I'm not. I'm agreeing because I agree completely. The people in your play were unreasonable. Everything they did was illogical.
Now, wait. They were in love. And love is unreasonable and illogical.
I'm sorry, but love is very logical. So logical you can prove it in a laboratory. It's a chemical attraction based on a law governing affinity. Put two objects with affinity in a test tube, and they merge through attraction. It's the simplest of all formulas.
Well, that's very scientific, I'm sure, but...
You know it's true. All you do is just add a little rose-colored romance and cloud up what's really happening. Now, if you don't mind, I'll take my keys and go home.
Oh, no, please, I want to talk to you. You see, you are the only person here who knows the truth about my plays. Except myself, of course.
Oh, Mr. Castile, you're the worst kind of faker. You like your plays. You think they're wonderful. My purse, please. Good night.
Well.
Hey, Dreamboat, wasn't that the babe that fainted in the theater?
She's no babe. She's a doctor. And you know what the doctor thinks, Georgie? She thinks love is something you make in a test tube.
Dr. Alexander's office. No, Dr. Gunther, she isn't here just now. Well, I know she's somewhere around the hospital. Yes, sir, I'll tell her.
Morning, Nora.
Oh, Dr. Alexander, Dr. Gunther just called. He wants to see you about that strep case.
I've already taken care of it. Nora, tell Dr. Wade I'd like to see him after his round.
Yes, doctor. Oh, there's a patient in your office.
Thanks.
Hello, doctor.
Well,
here I am. I came to see you do it.
Do what?
Make love with a test tube. You know. You said you put in two people.
Mr. Castile, I'm very busy, and we're not allowed to have social calls at the hospital.
Oh, this is not a social call, Dr. Alexander. I didn't sleep a wink last night, thinking about what you told me.
Dr. Alexander, Dr. Gunther's here.
Oh.
May I come in, Doctor?
Certainly, Dr. Gunther. This is Dr. Gunther, our Chief of Staff, Mr. Andre Castile.
How do you do?
How are you, Mr. Castile?
Never felt better in my life. That is, until last night. Yes, last night. Oh, I just went to pieces.
Well, what seems to be the trouble, Mr. Castile?
I believe it's my heart, Doctor. Yes, I find it very difficult to sleep.
I see.
You don't mind if I watch your examination of the patient, Dr. Alexander?
Why, no, not at all. But I think probably Mr. Cassile would rather come back when he has more time.
Oh, no. Might just as well get it over with while I'm here. Don't you think so, Doctor?
Of course.
Let me feel your pulse, please.
Dr. Alexander is my assistant. I like to watch these young ones, see their methods. They sometimes can teach us old fellows a thing or two.
Oh, I don't doubt that about Dr. Alexander at all.
Nurse, will you take Mr. Cassile's coat?
Yeah.
You say you're having a little trouble with your heart, eh?
Yes, Doctor.
I think probably it's occupational disease. He probably overworks it.
Yes, I know. I've seen many of your plays, Mr. Cassile. Very interesting.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Will you take off your tie, please?
Tie? Yes, tie.
I don't think he reports any interesting symptoms. It could be pure imagination.
Yes, cardiac hysteria is rather a common thing.
Will you open your shirt, please?
Shirt? What for?
I want to listen to your heart.
Oh, well, I'm sure I'm going to feel much better, Doctor.
No talking, please.
Sorry.
Stethoscope, nurse. Yes, doctor. Quiet now.
Certainly. It's cold.
Please. No talking. Very unusual.
Really? What does it sound like?
Well, I'd say offhand,
Really?
Afraid so.
Did you hear anything good?
Do you drink very much, Mr. Cassile?
No, a little wine, sometimes a little brandy, a little whiskey, you know.
Dr. Alexander may have to stop all that.
Dr. Alexander certainly will. How much sleep do you average, Mr. Cassile?
Oh, not very much at night, but quite a bit in the morning.
Early evening hours are the best, aren't they, Dr. Gunther?
They certainly are.
Have you ever been on a diet, Mr. Cassile?
No, I always say it's not what you eat, but with whom you eat. Isn't that so, Doctor?
Well, philosophers say the best part of a good dinner is a good companion.
Now, Mr. Cassile, will you jump up and down on one foot, please?
Certainly.
That's fine. I really think it's a matter of fatigue, Dr. Gunther.
Too much work?
Too much play. All right. You can stop that now. I want to listen again.
Oh, good. This part I like very much.
No talking, please.
Sorry.
Yes, Mr. Cassile? I would suggest that for the time being you give up liquor. Not play so hard and get more sleep. Later on, if it seems necessary, we'll have a thorough examination.
Why not do it now, Doctor?
Well, of course, we believe in a complete diagnosis. If the patient is ready, Doctor, I'm sure it would be better to do it all at once.
Thank you, Dr. Gunther. You don't know how helpful you've been.
Will you step this way, please?
Of course.
And I'll look at all of your reports, Mr. Cassile.
Thank you.
I'll drop by later, Dr. Alexander.
Very well, Doctor.
I guess you're stuck with him, Doctor.
We'll see who gets stuck. Give him the works.
Everything?
Everything. We'll start off by taking some blood from his arm for the lab.
Yes, Doctor.
Hand me a needle, please.
I'm waiting, Dr. Alexander.
I'm coming.
Needle, Doctor.
Thanks. All right. Now, Mr. Cassile, your arm, please. Just hold it still.
Oh, look, before we start, what about dinner tonight?
Steady, Mr. Cassile.
What about...
Hello, office? This is Dr. Alexander calling. I have a patient who's been coming to my office every day for 2 weeks. His name is Cassile. Oh, you know him. Well, he's not to be allowed to come to my office again. He's cured. Yes. And if he insists, will you please have him shown to psychiatry? Thanks.
Of course, I know you don't like it, but you're having a good time.
I like to dance.
Oh, is that all?
I used to dance a lot.
Really? That sounds very frivolous, but it proves I was right.
It doesn't prove a thing.
No?
No, decidedly no.
Sure?
Look, we've been out now 5 or 6 times. We've dined, we've danced. Still there are no rosy-colored clouds.
Ah, it's too soon. Oh, speaking of clouds, I have a place in the country I'd like you to see. It's an old hunting lodge, way back in the forest.
Is that where you write your plays?
Well, not exactly. It's too nice for work. The house seems to come right out of the trees. Oh, it's very quiet and peaceful.
Sounds like an ideal place to write your plays.
There is a waterfall. You can hear it from the house at night.
Sounds wonderful.
Will you come to see it sometime?
Oh, I'm very busy. Doctors never get vacations.
Oh, Dr. Alexander.
Yes?
Call for you, Doctor. They want you at the hospital right away. Emergency.
Oh, Andre, I'm terribly sorry. I always get emergencies when I'm having the most fun.
Well, I'll go with you.
Oh, certainly not. It might be hours. Goodbye, Andre.
I don't know what we'd have done without you, Doctor.
I think they'll be all right now. If you want me again tonight...
Don't worry, we won't. You've got to get some rest. You look all in. Don't you think someone ought to drive you home?
No. I'll be all right. I'm just a little jumpy, that's all. Good night.
Good night, Doc.
Jane.
Andre,
Hello.
how did you know I wanted to see you waiting out here?
Well, you said you would work very late. I was afraid you'd be tired.
I am tired, but I'm happy. They said she couldn't live. She did. They both lived.
I never saw you look this way before.
I never felt like this before. Dr. Gunther was there. He sent me home. He told me not to come back for 2 weeks. I was going to call you and tell you. And you were waiting right here.
I'll always be waiting. Always.
Oh, Aunt. You know, I'm kind of surprised at myself. You don't mind my saying that, do you? This is something I thought I'd never do. Never.
Well, I'm very happy that you changed your mind.
Darling, I'm not being silly about it, am I?
Oh, you're being very sweet. We'll be all alone at my hunting lodge.
Nobody will even know we're there, will they?
Nobody but the people who take care of the place. You don't have to worry about them.
I still can't believe it. Mrs. Andre Cassile. Oh, Andre, it sounds beautiful.
There's the wire, Martha. Arriving tonight, see?
You think I'd better make up 2 rooms?
No, Martha. He says he's bringing his bride up here. That means till death do them part.
Well, I hope it's true. It's about time Mr. Cassile settled down.
Well, I don't know. We had a lot of fun. Remember the time 3 girls showed up at once? We certainly played hide and seek that weekend.
You ought to think shame to yourself, you men.
We had to do a lot of fancy conniving. The only way we could get him out of the house was to say he had to go to a fire. He wore my helmet and carried my axe.
He certainly looks silly, too.
Yeah, he did that.
I wonder which one of them he married.
Well, you know, I think I'd fancy the Benson girl. Yes, the Benson girl, that's the one. That is, if it was me that was doing it.
There they are.
Hello, Timothy. Hello, Mr. Cassile.
Welcome home, Mr. Cassile.
Hello, Martha. Congratulations to you, sir. And to you, too, ma'am.
Thank you, Timothy. She's wonderful, but a little bit heavy.
Put me down, darling. Hello, Martha. Hello, Timothy.
Welcome, Mrs. Cassile.
Well, this is a surprise. Quite a surprise, I must say. Mr. Cassile, you certainly did very well for yourself.
Thank you, Timothy. Now, how about some wine?
It's all ready, sir. You'll have it in 2 minutes.
I'll fix some supper, Mr. Cassile.
What a nice house, Andre.
What a nice wife to live in it. My wife. Sounds kind of new, but I suppose I'll get used to it. My wife.
My husband sounds new, too. Nice and new and warm.
Hello?
Come on. I want to show you our waterfall.
Who?
There. You can see it just from the window.
Just a minute.
Oh, it's lovely, Andre.
Oh, Mr. Cassile.
Who is it, Timothy?
Well, it's for you, sir. A certain party.
Well, just tell him I'm not to be disturbed.
I can't tell him that, and he's going to disturb you quite a lot. It's the old chief.
What chief? Which chief do you mean?
The old chief, Fire Chief Benson.
Fire Chief? What in the world would... Fire Chief Benson.
Yeah, that's right. Fire Chief Benson. And he's very excited, and he seems to be heading up this way.
Oh.
What's he coming up here for?
Oh, he might just drop in. You know, he does from time to time. Yes, we talk about fires. Everybody belongs to the volunteer fire department in the country. I better speak to him.
You know, this sounds like fun.
Sometimes it is, ma'am, and sometimes it isn't.
Is there a fire now?
There's smoke, ma'am. Oh, yes, quite a lot of smoke.
Hello? How are you, Chief?
Hello, Pappy. What's going on up there? I just got in from New York tonight, Pappy. Come on down to the station and get me.
Oh, no, I'd love to, Chief. But, you see, I'm on my honeymoon.
What? Whose honeymoon?
Mine. Oh, it's nobody you know, Chief.
Will you stop calling me Chief? I'll be right up there, Pappy.
No, wait. Chief, if that's the way you feel, I'll certainly do my duty. I'll be right down to the station. You can count on me.
I thought so, and I'll be waiting. Make it snappy, Pappy.
Goodbye, Chief. Well, I'll have to go.
Is there a fire in the depot, sir?
Oh, very bad one. I'm sorry, Jane. Community duty, you know. I'll be back soon.
Come on, darling. I'll go with you.
Oh, no. Oh, they don't let women go. They wouldn't like it with that, Timothy.
Oh, no. The chief had just raised the roof, ma'am, if you showed up.
All right, but be careful.
I will. Timothy, my axe and my fire hat.
Coming up, sir.
Now, don't take any foolish chances, Andre.
Yes, and don't get burned.
I won't. I promise. Bye.
Hello? Hello, operator. Will you get me the depot, please? Thank you. Hello? Depot? How's the fire going? The fire? Well, of course there's a fire. There isn't. Well, is Mr. Cassile there? He is? Talking to a what? A young lady? Well, thank you. Good night.
Jane?
Here, dear.
Hello, darling. Sorry I was so long.
Tell me all about it. Was it bad?
Oh, very stubborn blaze. Very hard to get under control, but it's all out now.
Nothing left but the ashes.
As nothing.
I could see the flames from the upstairs window.
Huh? Oh, you could you could see the...
You want some wine? Your throat must be very dry.
Yes, it is very...
Sit down, dear. I'll get it. You're probably exhausted.
Oh, no, I feel fine now.
Your face is so hot. I hope you didn't get too near the flames.
Oh, no. I was very careful about that.
Your pulse is pretty fast.
Well, it is the effect you have on me, darling.
Might be the suspense, too.
Suspense?
Yes. You weren't quite sure I would believe your fire chief story.
Oh, I didn't fool you, eh?
Not for long. Oh, darling, you didn't have to go to so much trouble. You could have told me the truth. Were you afraid I'd be jealous?
Well, it was sort of the idea.
But I'm never jealous.
Most women are.
Oh, that's because they don't understand it. You know, jealousy is a very simple thing. Physiologically, it's merely the adrenal gland pumping adrenaline to the bloodstream. Of course, it has a physiological trigger.
Bing?
Like that, sets the gland working. Oh, but it's a hangover from caveman days and has no place in a civilized mind.
You really believe all that?
I certainly believe it. Listen, if you ever catch me being jealous, I give you leave to put on your tiger skin, pick up your club, and beat me back to my senses.
Well, that might be fun.
Yes, but I'll never give you the chance to find out. No, I might be a bad wife to you in a lot of ways, but I promise I'll never go primitive on you.
I like bad wives. Darling, aren't you tired?
Not a bit. Want to go for a walk?
But I certainly do not want to go for a walk.
No, neither do I.
Now, who can that be?
Another fire, darling?
Hello?
No, I don't think so.
Who? No, we ain't got any Dr. Alexander here. We never
Timothy. That's for me. Excuse me, dear.
Just a minute.
Thank you, Timothy. Hello? Yes, Dr. Gunther? Oh, really? Oh, yes, of course I can. Wait just 1 minute. Andre, is there a train back to town tonight?
No, what's wrong?
I have to get back to the hospital. What? Hello, Dr. Gunther. We'll have to drive in. I'll make it as soon as I can. Oh, no, certainly not. It's perfectly all right. Good night. Dr. Edward has been hurt, and I have to go back and take over his cases.
Tonight?
Yes. And I have to get dressed.
But, darling, this is our honeymoon.
I know. I'm terribly sorry, Andre.
Oh, I won't let you go.
Andre, don't be silly. There are 20 patients waiting for me there.
Well, I'm waiting here.
But you're not sick, darling.
Well, I am, so. Look at my tongue. See? Now, feel my head. I've got a fever. I'm coming down with something.
Andre, you do look sort of funny.
There, you see?
Timothy, put Mr. Cassile to bed.
Yes, ma'am. No, wait, no.
Put him to bed right away, Timothy. And put an ice bag at his feet. If he gets a chill, good. Good night, dear.
Jane?
Mr. DeMille presents Act Two of Appointment for Love, starring Charles Boyer and Myrna Loy, in just a moment. But right now, I have a date.
With a girl, Mr. Ruiz?
Oh, no, Sally. With 3 girls. They're Lux girls, too. Of course, I'll have to admit I have a little trouble understanding what they say about Lux. Anyway, they're keen about it. Here's their picture.
Why, they're babies.
Very special babies. Mary, Ann, and Judy Lucas of East Hartford, Connecticut. They're triplets, and already at only 16 months, they're real Lux girls. Mrs. Stanley Lucas, their pretty young mother, uses new Quick Lux for everything they wear. Will you read what she says, Sally?
Like all mothers, I want the best for my babies. The triplets are my first babies, too, so I'm 3 times as fussy. I use new Quick Lux for all their clothes. Dresses, woolies, diapers, everything. It's so gentle, doesn't mat or shrink woolens. Diapers stay soft and don't chafe the baby's tender skins. And Lux keeps their things new-looking longer, too.
Yes, Lux Flakes are very gentle. The safest kind of care for baby things. There's nothing in them to irritate even the triplet's sensitive skin.
Or to roughen and redden a mother's hands, either. That's important when you've even one baby's washing to do.
New Quick Lux helps a busy mother in lots of important ways. It's so gentle. Saves pretty washables for grown-ups as well as babies. Saves hands. Saves time because it suds so quickly. Saves pennies, too. A little goes so far, it's very thrifty. Get the generous big box of New Quick Lux first thing tomorrow, and let it help you save in all these ways. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of Appointment for Love, starring Myrna Loy as Jane and Charles Boyer as Andre. So far, the marriage of the successful playwright and the successful lady doctor has been a dismal failure. The first 2 days of Jane's honeymoon have been spent at the hospital, working day and night. Now Andre has returned to his apartment in New York, only to find that his bride has taken a separate apartment in the same building.
Now, look, this is ridiculous. What's wrong with this place?
Nothing.
It's large. I like it. It's where I live. If you don't like it, I'll get another one.
But, darling, that's not the idea. You've got to be reasonable.
But I want to be reasonable. But there is no reason in the world for me to live on the 17th floor and my wife to live on the 22nd.
There are many reasons.
I don't want to hear any of them.
All right, if you don't want to listen to me, I'll just go upstairs.
Whoever heard of a bird building 2 nests?
In this case, it happens to be very necessary.
I don't see any necessity at all.
We can talk it over when you're a little calmer. Ring for the elevator, please.
I want to talk it over right now.
Darling, I don't want to upset you.
I'm not upset. I just don't understand this kind of a joke.
It's not a joke.
Going up?
22, please.
Now, listen, Jane.
Andre, please don't be difficult about something that's very sensible and very sound.
Sensible?
When we were married, you knew that I was a doctor and that I was going to go on with my work.
Yes, but I didn't know I would have to make an appointment every time I wanted to see you.
Please, let me finish.
All right, go ahead.
Now, I have to be at the hospital at all hours. Sometimes I come in so tired I don't want to see anybody. Sometimes I get called at 4 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes I work all night and sleep all day. Now, really, you couldn't possibly fit your life into that crazy kind of routine.
I only know one thing.
22, madam.
Thank you.
I only know that when a man marries a woman, it is because he wants to be married to her.
But you will be married to me, and I'll be married to you. The only difference is that I'll be free to do my work, and you'll be free to do your work. Now, really, that's a very sensible plan.
No.
Why? Why isn't it sensible?
Because it's like that test tube idea of yours. It figures out everything but human relationships.
Andre, look, the most important thing is for our marriage to last.
You think so?
Yes.
Well, I think the most important thing is for our marriage to begin. And it will not begin until you come home. And home is where the husband lives. That's the law.
The law. Really, that's very funny.
Oh, I don't think so.
I refuse to argue about it in the hall. You want to come inside?
No, I don't.
Very well. Good night, Andre.
All right, good night.
Going down?
Yes, 17.
17. You want to wait for the lady?
No, 17.
Mr. Cassile. Mr. Cassile, sir.
What is it?
I hate to disturb your rest, sir, but it's Mrs. Cassile. She's come to have breakfast with you.
What?
Your wife, sir. She's here for breakfast.
Breakfast? What time is it?
It's almost 7:15, sir.
Almost 7:15 in the morning? Get out of here before I kill you.
Yes, sir. Shall I tell Madame you're not accustomed to having breakfast before 12, sir?
Oh, tell her to... Never mind. I'll tell her myself. Get me a robe.
Yes, sir. Here you are, sir. I woke the cook up, sir, and breakfast will be ready in a few minutes.
Stop talking about breakfast. 7:15. Where is my wife?
In the dining room, sir.
Jeepers, creepers. 7:15. Never heard of it.
Good morning.
Good morning, darling.
Sit down, dear. I hope I'm not too early.
Oh, no. I always get up in the middle of the night to have breakfast.
Oh, it's going to be fun. We can have breakfast together every morning.
Every morning.
I promise.
The same time.
Mm-hmm. You see, this gives me plenty of time to get down to the hospital at 7:30. Mornings you're dressed, you can walk down with me. Oh, it isn't far. It's only a mile.
Oh, that would be interesting, too. Yes. We could walk around all by ourselves at 7:30 in the morning. Gosh, I shall look forward to that.
Andre, have you thought about last night?
A little.
I'm sorry we quarreled.
So am I.
Oh, here's the key to my apartment. I already have the one to yours.
Marvelous. You have everything figured out.
I'll tell you all about it at dinner tonight.
Dinner. Dinner seems so far away.
Will Madame have oatmeal?
Yes, and lots of cream.
Will you have oatmeal, sir?
What?
No, I thought not, sir.
You see, this is the only meal I can really be sure of. Usually I don't have time for lunch. By the time I get home for dinner, I'm too tired for it.
Yes.
What are your plans for the day?
The day? Oh, you mean today, now?
Sausage and eggs, sir.
Coffee. Strong coffee.
Yes, sir.
I thought maybe if I could get time off for lunch, I could meet you at that little restaurant where we had our first date.
Oh, darling, that's a very romantic idea.
I feel romantic today. This is our first breakfast together. All right. Then I'll pick you up at the theater and we'll have lunch. After that, I'll have an ulcer operation at 3.
Come on, George. Wake up. Get up.
What's the matter?
Come on, wake up. I want to talk to you.
Oh, I'm dreaming.
No, you're not dreaming. I had to talk to someone, and nobody I know is up yet.
What time is it?
8 o'clock in the morning.
8 o'clock. Hey, I thought you were on a honeymoon.
That's what I thought. George, I married a monster.
What?
I married a monster.
This better be good.
It's very bad. My wife eats breakfast at 7 in the morning, then walks to work 1 mile. And if I'm dressed, she's going to let me walk with her. What can I do?
Shoot her.
I love her.
Then shoot yourself.
Oh, now, George. Please, be serious.
At 8 o'clock in the morning?
Not only that, she has her own apartment, 5 floors up.
Say that again, slowly.
She lives on the 22nd floor. I live on the 17th floor, and she won't come down.
She won't?
No, and I won't go up.
What do you want me to do? You don't need a producer, you need a lawyer.
It's just some silly idea she has about marriage. You know, 2 people have to be 2 people. She has her work.
Can't she work and be married, too?
Yes, but she wants her own apartment.
Oh, I get it. You live your life and I live mine. Well, go ahead and live your life. She'll get so jealous she'll turn into a human fly and crawl down the outside of the building.
She doesn't believe in jealousy.
She's got to believe in something. Look here. Act 1, wife won't play house. Act 2, husband makes wife jealous. Act 3, they wind up in each other's arms, curtain falls. Dreamboat, it's a cinch. It's sure fire.
Thanks. Go back to sleep, George.
Thank you.
Do you know, darling, that we are celebrating our 40th wedding anniversary?
Our what?
48 hours.
Oh, and we've done nothing but quarrel.
Nothing. Coffee, sir. Please. Jane, darling, I've been thinking a lot about us since breakfast.
So have I.
Tonight we'll have dinner together in my apartment.
We'll have dinner there every night. That was part of the plan.
We'll have breakfast there, too.
Of course we will. I want to be with you as much as I possibly can.
Darling.
Is it fair to you?
Why, Michael! Michael Daly, how nice!
Well, this is a rare piece of good fortune.
I don't believe it.
I just got off the plane about half an hour ago.
No.
I called the hospital 3 times, wandered in here to try to drown my despair. Here you are at my very feet.
Really, Michael?
Oh, I was going to write you 1,000,000 times, but you know I never write letters. Anyway, you never answer them.
No.
Jane,
pardon me, old fellow. You don't mind if I sit down?
No, sure.
Thanks. Alex, I thought of a dozen ways to lure you to Brazil, but I knew you wouldn't come.
Michael, listen.
What have you been doing? You look peaked.
Mike, will you please stop? I'm trying to introduce Mr. Cassier.
How do you do? Now, you mustn't be busy tonight, Alex. You have to run me all over New York.
Michael.
Yes, I want to do all the old places we used to do.
Michael, Mr. Cassiel is my husband.
Ah, that's very nice, yes. What, did you say husband?
Yes, he did say husband.
Yes, Michael, we're married.
Oh, well, I don't like that. I don't like it at all.
I walk around the corner, go to Brazil. The moment my back's turned, you marry the first beggar who comes along. Pardon me, old fellow.
Sure, I know what you mean.
Michael, Mr. Castile is the Mr. Castile, the very famous one who writes the plays.
Oh, well, don't tell me you married him for that reason. I'm famous, too. She never married me. Said she was never going to get married, and I was gentleman enough to believe her. But if she was going to get married, I certainly think she should have married me. I saw you first, you know. You don't mind, old fellow.
No, certainly not.
I think you made a great mistake in getting married at all, Jane. Brilliant career in medicine, your own life. You might have turned out to be a great doctor.
But I'm still practicing.
Oh, he can't even support you.
No, wait.
Michael.
But look, I don't see what you want to live in New York for anyway. You'd be much better off as a doctor on one of my expeditions. Much more excitement than this. Really have a chance to try new things. Catch new microbes. Go into jungles. Sail the seven seas. Fight epidemics with one hand, natives with the other. You pass all that up for marriage here in New York, living in a little cooped-up apartment. 2 apartments. All right, 2 apartments, 6 apartments. What difference does it make? Why 2 apartments?
It's a long story, and we don't want to go into it now. You know, Andre, Michael's an explorer. He goes to all kinds of weird places, meets all kinds of weird people.
Don't have to go very far. Meet them everywhere. No offense.
No.
2 apartments. Well.
Michael used to be a patient of mine, didn't you, Michael?
Ah, you bet I was. That's why I'm back here. Devil of a lot of fun having Cheney for a doctor, old fellow. Oh, you're a patient of hers, too, huh? Ah, I'll never forget those treatments. Used to put me to sleep like the dead.
Why don't you try one now?
Michael, it's been lovely seeing you. And we must get together if you're going to be in town for long. But in the meantime, I really have to run. I have to get back to the hospital.
Always running off to the hospital. You ought to break her of that habit, Mr. Castile. Why don't you take her out of the hospital?
Now, look.
Because I don't want to be taken out of the hospital.
Oh, all right. I'll drive you over there. Want to talk to you about doing a broadcast. Scientific. You don't mind, old fellow.
You really want to know what I think?
Look, Michael, I'll talk to you about that later. Goodbye for now.
Right-o. Oh, by the way, while I'm still in the States, I'm going to call you every day. Oh, yes, I am. I'm going to be an absolute pest.
You're making a very good start.
Oh, do much better than this. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. If you had said, old fellow, one more time, I think I would have killed him with my bare hands.
Good thing you didn't try it. He has muscles like an ox.
Oh, he has muscles like an ox.
He's really very nice, Andre.
Well, it's a matter of whether or not you like oxes.
Oxen.
Oxen, all right. Oxen. Terrible word. Seems to do very well here, though.
He's quite fascinating. You know, he's been all over.
Why doesn't he go back to all over?
Oh, you'll change your mind when you get to know him better.
I don't want to know him better.
Andre, don't shout.
Shouting.
He's just a patient of mine with a very interesting fever.
Very interesting.
Taking care of him is only part of my job.
Wait, check this. Yes.
After all, it's just the same as your going off to meet that Benson girl. That didn't mean anything to you, did it?
Of course not.
So, you see, this doesn't mean much either. Goodbye, darling.
What time is it, Larry?
It's just 9:20, sir.
What time did Mrs. Castile say she'd be here?
Around about 9:30, sir. If she can get away from the hospital.
9:30. Good.
Some of the 1926 vintage tonight, sir?
No, not wine. Cognac.
Yes, sir. You'll pardon my noting it, sir. But don't you think wine would be safer in case Madame hasn't dined tonight?
Yes, possibly, but this is not for Mrs. Castile. It is for a lady who has dined.
Are you expecting someone else, sir?
Yes, Miss Meredith.
Tonight, sir?
Uh-huh. In a few minutes.
But aren't there possibilities of complications, sir?
Do you think so?
Well, very likely, sir.
Oh, do you suppose Mrs. Castile might be jealous, Larry?
I don't know, sir.
Well, let's hope so. We can try. I'll answer that, Larry. You get the cognac.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Edie.
Hello. I hope I'm not late. I had such an awful time getting away.
I'm so glad to see you again.
Oh, I couldn't believe my ears when you telephoned.
Here, let me take you around.
Oh, I'd given you up for lost when I heard you got married. I said, there goes another good man out of circulation. And you know, Andre, there's only a few of them left.
Sit down, Edith.
Oh, nice. Nice and cozy.
I wanted to see you again. Yes, because I felt I hadn't been very nice the last time you were here.
Oh, the night the play opened.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. You know, Andre, I've seen your play
dozens of times, and I just love it. Oh, you certainly must have had an awful lot of experience to write a play like that. Sit down, Andre. Over here.
Oh, thank you.
Cognac, sir.
Thanks. Just leave it, please.
Yes, sir.
Nice.
Well, would you like to hear some music?
Oh, sure. Put it on. I'll turn out the light.
Huh?
There, I can hear better in the dark.
I see.
Oh, you have a wonderful view from here. I have a wonderful view from my place, too. It's on 66th Street.
Yes?
Mm-hmm. You can see the Hudson River. If you ever get tired of looking at the East River, you can come over to my place and look out my window and see the Hudson River.
Well, that might be a very nice change.
It would be. Say, you're not expecting anybody, are you?
Huh? No? Why?
Well, you keep looking at the door as if you're afraid somebody might come in.
Am I? Oh, well, I'm sorry.
You know, when I look at a fire, it just makes me feel nice and drowsy.
Really?
I just like to cuddle up.
Would you like a cigarette?
A cigarette? Oh, no. No, I don't smoke much. I don't drink much either. Just once in a while with someone I like very, very much. And then, of course, I only take one. What was that?
Oh, nothing.
It sounded like the door.
No, don't get up. Sit close to me. You know, darling, it's very sweet of you to come here. And you know you shouldn't.
Well, why not? You said you wanted me to come over, so I said to myself, well, I'll come over.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you. Oh, this fire looks cozy. It's cold outside.
Edith, this is my wife.
How do you do?
Darling, this is Miss Meredith, an old friend of mine.
Yes?
I thought you were going to be at the hospital tonight, Jane.
Oh, no. I just had to give Michael a few shots and then watch the progress of the fever. I didn't see much sense in hanging around the hospital for that.
Well, I guess I'd better be going. I really have to be going. You see, I'm late for an appointment.
Oh, no, please don't go. I just dropped in to say hello. I'm going up to change now. I wish I could stay, but, well, you know how it is. Good night, Miss Meredith.
Good night.
Listen, I want to get out of here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I thought I'd been around, but this beats me. You didn't marry her on a bet or anything, did you?
Larry, get Miss Meredith as well, please. I'm sorry, I'll have to go up and explain.
Go up? Where?
Just up. Goodbye.
Well, while you're thinking up an explanation for her, will you think of one for me, too?
Andre, come in, dear.
Oh, Jane, I want to tell you something.
Don't bother, darling. I understand. You were just rehearsing a scene in your new play.
Oh, no, we were not. You see, Miss Meredith is not an actress.
Oh, really? She's so lovely. She ought to be very good on the stage.
Oh, you think she's attractive?
Oh, yes, very.
Well, of course, I haven't known her very long.
Hello, fella. How about a little three-handed game of gin rummy?
What? What is he doing here?
I'm keeping Michael here under observation, waiting for his fever to break. Getting better, too.
Oh, I feel fine.
This man is sick. Why isn't he at the hospital?
Not until the serum works. He has to stay up and do all the things he does normally. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to judge how effective the treatment is.
I don't like being here.
Why not? He's a friend of mine. Look, I don't object to your having your friends like Miss Meredith, do I?
Yes, I know you don't. That's the trouble with you.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille will bring Myrna Loy and Charles Boyer back to the microphone for Act 3 of Appointment for Love. Meanwhile, let's have a little music.
Time was, runs in my stockings were just a bore, but oh my, that's not true anymore. All that was yesterday. I was extravagant, I can see. I'm wiser now than I used to be. That foolish yesterday.
Nowadays, wise girls are saving their stockings, cutting down costly runs with nightly new Quick Lux Care. When you give stockings their nightly luxing, whether they're silk or nylon, rayon or cotton, you're guarding them saving them two ways. First, you're taking away the soil and perspiration that can injure the fibers. And at the same time, you're guarding their vital elasticity, the quality that lets them stretch and spring back when they're strained without breaking easily into runs. Harsh soaps, cake soap rubbing, rob stockings of elasticity. Then they don't last as they should. Gentle New Quick Lux keeps stockings new-looking longer, helps you get better wear from every pair.
Nylon or cotton, whatever you've got on, Lux every night. Lux flakes are thrifty, keep stockings nifty. It's easy to care for them right. You'll find luxing your stockings will really pay. Stick to those gentle flakes every day. Stockings are precious now.
Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
The curtain rises on the third act of Appointment for Love, starring Charles Boyer and Myrna Loy. Andre Castile, their differences patched up, have at last made a definite appointment to meet at home. But home has a different meaning for each of them. That evening, when Mr. Castile steps into the elevator, the boy says,
17, Mr. Castile. No, 22.
And a few minutes later, when Mrs. Castile arrives, looking breathlessly happy,
22, Mrs. Castile.
No, 17, please.
After waiting until 2 o'clock in the morning in his bride's apartment, Mr. Andre Castile is good and sore.
Hello. Hello. Is this the Henley Medical Center? Well, I want to speak to Dr. Alexander. What? She checked out. At what time? 10:30? I see. Thank you.
Hello? Yes, this is Mr. Castile's apartment. Oh, don't hang up, Miss Meredith. Tell me, were you expecting a call from Mr. Castile? Oh, you didn't know, but you hoped. Is that it? Well, don't worry, Miss Meredith. It happens to the best of us. You see, I've been stood up, too. Good night.
Dr. Alexander's office. Oh, good morning, Mr. Castile. No, she's not here, Mr. Castile. She just left with Mr. Michael Daly. Mr. Castile, please. They went to do a broadcast on the radio, the Scientific Forum. Mr. Castile.
I'm sorry, sir, but Studio B is on the air. You can't go in now, sir.
Listen, is that the Scientific Forum in there?
Yes,
Well,
sir.
get out of my way now.
Please, sir.
Quiet.
And now we're ready for questions from the audience. The usher will pass through the aisles with a microphone. Now, are there any questions you would like to ask Dr. Alexander?
I have a question, please.
Yes, madam?
Is it true, Dr. Alexander, that simple cases of measles still prove fatal to primitive people?
Yes, it is. The primitive man lacks resistance because his system has not had to exercise the functional guards against the disease, which create a certain immunity.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Let me have that microphone, please. Thank you very much. If you will be so kind, I have a question I would like to ask Dr. Alexander. The question is this. Where did you spend last night?
Andre!
Shut that mic off!
You were not at home. You were not at the hospital. Where were you?
Pull that man out of here!
Ladies and gentlemen, I am a husband.
Outside, sir, please!
Oh, say, Doc, come on. What do you say, Dr. Alexander? Can you give us a statement? Yeah, let's have a statement, Doc.
Sit down, boys.
Thanks.
Hello, Pete. I haven't seen you since I was at Bellevue.
That's right, Doc. You've sure been getting famous since then.
Why don't we get a few pictures, Doc?
No, not at all. Help yourself.
Come on, fellas.
I suppose you know why we're here, Doc.
I can't imagine.
Well, like the rest of the nation, we want to know the answer to that burning question.
That's right.
What question is that, Pete?
Well, your husband and about 100 million others would like to know where you spent last night.
Oh, well, all right, boys, I'll tell you. I spent last night in the apartment of one of the most charming and romantic men in all New York.
Oh. You wouldn't want to give us his name, would you, Doc?
Gentlemen, do you think I'm a cat?
Paper, pretty doctor tells all.
Hey, right here's domestic fight on radio.
Where were you last night?
Where were you last night?
Where were you last night?
Cassile.
Yes, what is it?
Miss Nancy Benson to see you, sir.
Oh, Nancy?
Don't get up, Pappy. Just the old fire chief calling.
Hello, Nancy.
How are you, Pappy? Well, what's the matter? You look awful. Got a cold?
Yes, I have a cold.
It's in your feet. Oh, come on, Pappy. Where's your sense of humor? This isn't serious. It's funny. Why be worried about publicity? I wish that were my face all over the front pages.
Oh, I'm not worried about publicity.
Now, don't tell me you're worried about her. Well, she's the kind that tells her husband about the other man. And I thought doctors were supposed to be ethical.
Well, if I hadn't started it with that radio business...
Oh, yes, I'll admit that wasn't very smart. But you can't sit around here moping about it the rest of your life. Leary, get Mr. Cassile tapped.
No, Nancy, really,
Now, look, Pappy. You write plays. You get your people into all sorts of jams and get them out very convincingly.
I know.
But the first little thing that happens to you personally, you act like a schoolboy caught throwing kisses to his teacher. Oh, come on, Pappy. You're getting out of this joint right now.
Maybe you're right. You can get my hat, Larry.
Yes, sir.
You're a good guy, Nancy.
Will you be dining at home tonight, sir?
I suppose so.
He's dining all right with me and about 85 other people.
Oh, a party.
But a good one.
You think a party's a good idea?
You bet I do. Now, for Pete's sake, stop playing Hamlet.
Your hat, sir.
Thank you, Larry.
Oh, I suppose you read that she's going on some sort of an expedition to Mexico and getting a divorce on the side.
Yes, I read it.
Oh, I knew this thing couldn't last. You didn't have anything in common. And besides, Pappy, I never did think you were the marrying kind.
That's the trouble. I am.
Going up? Oh, good evening, Doctor.
Hello, Gus.
Nice night.
Is it?
17, Doctor?
No, 22.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you swapped apartments with Mr. Cassile on account of the night when you stayed in 17A all night.
You haven't told that to anyone else, I hope.
Oh, no, ma'am. I never interfere in the private affairs of the tenants. That's a rule.
It's a good rule to keep.
Yes, ma'am. But you see, you stayed down there all night, and he stayed up here.
Who stayed up here?
Mr. Cassile. He came in with a box of flowers. I said 17, and he said no, 22. You know, the next day, the janitor told me he found all those flowers out on the sidewalk.
Are you sure of what you're saying?
Oh, yes, ma'am. But I better shut up before I interfere in the private affairs of the tenants.
Just let me off at 17. Hello, Leary.
Oh, good evening, madame.
Leary, where's Mr. Cassile?
Hello, Dr. Alexander.
Who are you?
It's so nice of you to come. We really didn't expect you. Andre, look who's here.
Jane.
Hey, there's a doctor in the house, folks. Pretty good, huh?
We thought you were halfway to Mexico by now, didn't we, Pappy?
Yes.
Oh, it's so much more civilized to be friendly about divorces. And don't you worry about Pappy, Doctor. He's well on the road to a speedy recovery. Aren't you, Pappy?
Will you kindly take your hands off my husband and stop calling him Pappy?
Now, honey, don't start getting jealous.
Get your hands off.
Ow!
And I'm not going to get a divorce.
Jane, what is this?
Come with me, Pappy. I've got to speak to you.
What's it all about?
Just ring for the elevator, please.
I did. Now, what is all this nonsense? Going up?
Get in, Andre. 22, please.
Where are we going?
Please.
I will not.
Well, at least don't shout.
Come downstairs in front of my friends. Why did you come downstairs?
To tell you where I spent that night?
I don't care where you spent that night.
Oh, don't you?
No. You were where you wanted to be. And I was where I wanted to be.
22.
Where?
Well, waiting for the only woman I ever loved. Or ever will love.
The only woman you ever loved. Oh, darling.
Why, darling?
Well, you see, while you were upstairs in my apartment, I was downstairs in your apartment.
I don't care where you... What do you say? In my apartment? You mean you were it... Jane.
All night, darling.
But I was right here. I was waiting. And you were...
Waiting, too. For the only man I ever loved or ever will love.
Darling.
Mr. DeMille will bring our stars back to the microphone for their curtain call in just a moment. When you're driving along the road and the traffic light flashes red...
You stop.
You certainly do. Yes, red is a stop signal. And red, rough dishpan hands are a stop signal, too. A signal to stop using soap that leaves hands this way.
A signal to change to gentle, new, quick Lux.
Yes, in actual tests, 5 well-known dishwashing soaps made hands rough and red. Simply changing to Lux got rid of that unattractive dishpan redness. In from 2 to 7 days, hands began to grow lovelier after stopping those other soaps and starting Lux.
It's such an inexpensive way to take care of your hands.
Yes, it costs less than 1 cent a day to change to Lux Flakes for dishes. That generous big box does dishes for about 45 meals. New Quick Lux is fast, thrifty, and so much kinder to hands. Use it for your dishes every day. Stop that unattractive red, rough look. Start getting back soft, smooth hands you'll be proud of. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Having solved the problem of the lady doctor and the gentleman playwright, Myrna Loy and Charles Boyer return to the center of our stage. And congratulations are certainly in order.
Thank you, C.B. And I know Myrna joins me in thanking the rest of the cast for their fine work.
Yes, indeed. And tonight, Charles, we're anxious to congratulate you on something far different from acting.
Some of our audience may have missed the item in the papers, Myrna. Suppose you tell them what it is.
The fact that Charles is one of Hollywood's newest Americans. With about 450 others, he took the oath of allegiance and became a citizen of the United States a few days ago.
Welcome to the family, Charles.
Thank you, C.B. Of course, I have learned for many years to love this country as my own. In fact, I am very thankful for having been in a position to make my decision a long time ago, back in 1936. It was a free decision, made at a time when America had not yet become the last refuge for people from conquered lands. It has always been a great privilege for anyone to become a citizen of the United States of America. But today, when the last hopes of the earth, including those of the people of my native land, rest upon the ability of the United Nations to conquer and to destroy the forces of oppression and aggression, I can truly say, C.B., that there can be no greater thrill or honor.
That gives any American new faith and courage, Charles.
What's the play next week, Mr. DeMille?
The truth is, Myrna, it's The Great Lie. The play is adapted from the Warner Brothers motion picture, and our stars will be Loretta Young, George Brent, and Mary Astor. It's the drama of a woman who lives a magnificent lie and her clash with another woman who threatens to expose the truth to the man they both love. An exciting triangle with a trio of stars, Loretta Young, George Brent, and Mary Astor.
Well, a fine place, C.B., and an excellent cast. Good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night. Good night. Let's make another appointment soon. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Loretta Young, George Brent, and Mary Astor in The Great Lie. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ladies and gentlemen, make America invincible in the air. Buy defense bonds. The money you put into defense bonds provides your pilots with the fastest pursuit ships ever built, the finest, most powerful bombers ever to take the air. Your dollars do count. Buy defense bonds at your bank, post office, or saving and loan association. Myrna Loy appeared through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer. Charles Boyer will soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox picture, Tales of Manhattan. Mr. Boyer is under contract to Universal Pictures. Heard in tonight's play were Edgar Barrier as Michael, Arthur Q. Bryan as Hastings, Tony Carlton as Nancy, Charles Seal as Timothy, Mary Virginia Palmer as Edith, Verna Felton as Martha, Thomas Mills as Leary, Griff Barnett as Dr. Gunther, and Dwayne Thompson as Nora. Tune in next Monday night to hear Loretta Young, George Brent, and Mary Astor in The Great Lie. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Listen, please.
What you are about to hear is true. What you are about to hear is fact, not fiction. Sit right where you are and listen. This is important. It's for you.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents They Live Forever. This is a pledge from the American people to its dead. A pledge from 132 million fighting mad Americans. To those men sleeping in their graves in the Philippines. To those men lying at the bottom of the North Atlantic or in the bay at Pearl Harbor. This is our message. We will not forget. We are not going to make up stories about you. We're going to tell the folks at home what really happened. And they're going to make sure that you live forever.
Killed in action. Sergeant George Ganem, Savannah, Georgia. Gunner's Mate Richard Schuan, Memphis, Tennessee. Private Robert Nichvicki, Grand Rapids, Michigan. Private George Zappala, Roslindale, Massachusetts. Technical Sergeant Herman Reese, Menominee, Michigan.
You're dead, George Ganem. Murdered at Pearl Harbor.
Ganem? What kind of a name is that?
American now, but Syrian originally. Let me tell you the story of George Ganem. His parents were born near Beirut. That's in Syria. And came to America in 1905. They had 4 sons. The youngest was born October 26, 1920. He was called George.
As a kid, George Ganem liked photography and chemistry. He was a pretty good football player, and he liked to build model airplanes. Most of all, though, young George Ganem enjoyed working in the neighborhood clubhouse, which he and his clubmates had erected. Outside the clubhouse stood a flagpole. George had insisted on it. He made it himself. He personally saw to it that the flag flew regularly from its masthead. His parents were proud of him because he was growing up just like any other American boy.
In July of 1939, George entered the Air Corps of the United States Army. After his training, he learned of a vacancy in one of the bomber squadrons stationed in Hawaii. Immediately, he applied for foreign service. Immediately, his request was granted.
George Ganem was a staff sergeant attached to the headquarters squadron of the 18th Pursuit Group. On that Sunday morning, when the vultures of the Mikado swept down and rained death where peace had been, George Ganem was killed. We won't forget that Sunday morning, George Ganem. We won't forget you. A few hours ago, near your home in Savannah, a ceremony was held around a 50-foot flagpole erected by your father. Drawn up before that flagstaff were cadets from the Benedictine Military Academy, the school you attended. Drums rolled, bugles blared. A flag was hoisted to its masthead. It was the same flag you used to fly from the clubhouse flagpole when you were a boy. That's how they're remembering you. This is how they're avenging you. Your brother is now in the United States Navy stationed at the Norfolk Naval Air Base. He's grim these days. All he has to say is,
I have a date with a couple of Jap flyers.
To the west, 9,880 miles from the Capitol Dome in Washington, is a narrow neck of American soil. It's not big, about 20 miles wide, 45 miles long. But tonight, on Bataan Peninsula, on the island of Luzon in the Philippines, one of the truly great battles of history is being fought. Item 1, the story told by the Army nurse.
You know, even if they blindfolded us, we could tell Philippine scouts when they're brought to the operating table. They never flinch. Often they refuse anesthetic. They tell the doctors to hurry up and sew them up so that they can get back to their regiment.
Item 2, the record of Private Bayani.
An infantryman approached a superior officer and reported the following.
Yes?
I met 8 Japs in the woods.
Well?
I shot them, sir.
How many shots did you fire?
Why, 8 shots, sir.
Item 3, the adventure of the Filipino truck driver.
Last week, in the captured province of Batangas, the Japanese commandant rounded up all male civilians.
Attention! Most honorable commandant wishes to address you. So, the true leader of the Filipino people, General Aguinaldo, has asked you to offer no resistance to our troops. You are to cooperate with Japanese forces. It is necessary for me to send a detachment of Japanese soldiers to a frontier outpost. These men will be transported by truck. I am asking for someone familiar with these roads to drive my men to our outpost. Are there any volunteers? Are there any volunteers?
Si, senor.
Step forward.
Question this man.
What is your name?
Cueva.
What?
Cueva, senor.
It is better. You know these roads?
Perfectly.
Excellent.
Senor.
You arrive at once. The commandant is happy to think that the Philippine population is finally accepting our protection and generosity with obedience.
The truck rolled forward along the steep, narrow roads of Batangas province. 24 Japanese soldiers, much valuable equipment, and Cueva, a lone Filipino in the driver's seat. They'd been traveling for some time along the treacherous road when they came to a sharp curve. Deliberately, Cueva pushed the accelerator to the floorboard. He swung the wheel to the left. Oh, he knew what he was doing. The truck and its passengers plunged over the cliffs into a canyon. 11 Japanese soldiers were killed, the others seriously injured. And Cueva, the little Filipino truck driver, he was killed. Today in the province of Batangas, they honor Cueva, the truck driver, as a hero. These are true stories of men who are fighting in the Philippines with MacArthur. This week, the people of the United States are honoring Douglas MacArthur, commanding general of all the United States Armed Forces in the Far East. In saluting his men, we pay tribute to him. But today, tribute alone is not enough. We must do more. Almost every radio program has a commercial. The commercial tells you why the program's on the air. Well, we're going to give you a commercial now. We're going to tell you why this program comes on the air every Sunday night. We don't read casualty lists or present bereaved mothers and wives as entertainment. We're not working night and day on this series because we enjoy it, but because we know that there's only one way to win a war, and that's by fighting. And you can't fight if you don't realize how serious war is, how serious this war is. Don't laugh. You'd be surprised how many people still think this is happening to the other guy. It isn't. It's happening to you. Oh, it's comforting to think.
Defeats? We've had defeats already, and we're going to have a lot more. But America can bear defeat. There was Trenton and Saratoga and Bull Run. We've known defeat before. It's usually come before we've tasted victory.
Sure, they're doing good now. Singapore, the Philippines, this is their round. But the bell is going to ring for the next round soon, and that round will be ours. It's going to be the last round, too.
Those speeches are all very true. Funny thing about them, though. We keep saying, wait till we begin. Wait till our boys go to work on them. Well, waiting isn't going to win this war. France waited. So did Holland. And Norway. And all those other countries. The time is now. We can't wait. 132 million of us are in this war, and we've got to do our share. This war circles the globe. Here's what's happening in the Atlantic.
Torpedoed and sunk off the Dutch West Indies. Norwegian tanker Kongsgaard. 39 dead. Torpedoed and sunk off the North Carolina coast. American tanker Alan Jackson. 22 lost. Torpedoed and sunk Canadian passenger ship Lady Hawkins. Death list 245.
Stop it!
I could list 31 ships lost in the Atlantic in the past 5 weeks.
Stop it!
That's what we're doing, stopping it. Too many of our seamen dead from the torpedoes of Adolf Hitler's submarines. Yes, too many of you men have gone down at sea with your ships. We won't forget. Instead of singing your praises, we're going to tell you something you'd rather hear. Those submarines lurking off our coast won't get back to Germany. They'll join you there at the bottom of the sea. You want proof? Listen to this report radioed by a naval patrol pilot to his base.
Sighted sub, sank same.
Simple but to the point, isn't it? Sighted sub, sank same. That's what the Navy's doing to balance the books. The United States Navy on active duty 24 hours a day.
But there are men on shore who are working on that, too. Within 3.5 months, the Maritime Commission will be turning out 2 merchant ships a day.
That's 3.5 months from now. Today, right now, February 22nd, 1942, the United States Navy is launching at least 1 combat vessel a day. And it will continue to launch at least 1 new combat vessel for every day this war lasts.
That's our answer to their killings. We have other answers, too. From American homes and factories and streets. We'll pay them back for you. 132 million aroused Americans will pay them back.
With a battered aluminum frying pan, we'll pay them back.
With a stack of old newspapers.
A kid buying a 10-cent defense stamp.
125,000 airplanes.
8 million tons of shipping.
Bayonets. An army with 10 million of them.
Bombs. Get this. 100 million bombs.
Oh, we'll avenge you. With our brothers and our sons and our sweethearts. With our blood. Tonight we're inaugurating a new department on this program. It opens with a frantic fanfare.
The Department of Vital Statistics for those who are too busy to listen to a half-hour program about America, wrapped up in 30 seconds.
You can help fight the war with waste paper. It doesn't take long to save 100 pounds of newspapers.
And 100 pounds of newspapers will make enough containers to carry 70 incendiary bombs, 2,000 shell casings, or 2,400 machine gun clips.
Get this. 100 pounds of newspapers will make enough containers to carry 70 incendiary bombs, 2,000 shell casings, or 2,400 machine gun clips.
30 seconds. That's it. And by the way, you ought to get out tomorrow and buy defense bonds. For those of you who need a bonus to be a patriot, this government pays 2%. If you lived in Germany, they'd just take your dough. Ladies and gentlemen, the man I'm about to introduce is not a public speaker, nor a public official. He can best be described as an American from the state of Tennessee. He's a veteran of the last war, a veteran you've all heard about. Through special facilities direct to WNOX, Knoxville, Tennessee, we present Sergeant Alvin C. York.
It's not an easy thing for a man to make up his mind to go to war. I well remember the doubt and confusion I felt about going to the last one. For war means more than uniforms, marching and band music. It means facing death and suffering. And what's almost worse, it means carrying death and suffering to others. We Americans never wanted any part of this war. We did our best to keep out of it, but it was not left up to us. War was forced on us when we were treacherously ambushed at Pearl Harbor. So against our will, we are now in a desperate battle to keep for ourselves and our children the freedom our grandfathers fought and died to win. Whether all of us realize it or not, we are fighting for life itself. Thou shalt not kill is written in the Bible. Here in America, we've always tried to follow that commandment. Our enemies have denied us the right to follow it. There is another passage of Scripture that points to our duty and helps to give us the strength we need today. It says, "Render therefore unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's." The Caesars of today have demanded of us the sword. They will get just that. This war will be long, the hardest road the American people have ever had to travel. We've got to forget our bickering. We've got to put aside a lot of the comforts we've learned to expect as the rights of Americans. We've got to get up out of our soft, complacent, easy chairs and rip together into one solid chunk of a roused America. Then this war will end. We can't know. We do know that someday peace will return to the world. But before peace is won, all of us must work and fight to our last ounce of strength. Wishes and words won't do this. Our own flesh and blood, yes, you and I, we have got to do this job. And with God's help, on that day, the United States will be victorious.
You've just heard Sergeant Alvin C. York. Now we'd like to tell you about another man from Tennessee, Richard Martin Schuon. A gunner's mate on a fighting ship is a pretty important job. Richard Martin Schuon was a gunner's mate on the USS West Virginia, a unit attached to the Pacific Battle Fleet. The West Virginia lay at anchor in Pearl Harbor on that Sunday we will never forget. When the command battle stations was given, Richard Schuon sprang to his gun, and is credited with shooting down at least one Japanese bomber. Then he was killed. They remember you, Dick.
Sure. Knew him well. Did a 5-year hitch in the Navy. Gee, he was wrestling champ of the ship. A swell-looking guy.
I remember Dick. He had blue eyes and his hair was blonde. I guess he was about 22.
Yes, he went to Hume's High School when he was a kid. Everybody liked him.
That's all we have to tell you from here. Richard Martin Schuon lived in Memphis, Tennessee. For the rest of the story, we take you there.
This is WREC in Memphis. Seated across from me is a man. I'd like to let him talk.
24 years ago, I was a top sergeant in the 1st Regiment of the King's Guards of the Imperial German Army. Originally, the regiment was from Stuttgart, but I fought for 3 years in Belgium, in France, in Russia, Poland, and in Italy. I was wounded 7 times. For that, they gave me the Iron Cross 1st class, also the Iron Cross 2nd class. When the war was over, I left Germany and came to America. I have been a citizen for 5 years now. I am proud to be an American. I love this country. My name is Richard Martin Schuon, Sr. I'm the father of the boy you just heard about. He was my only son, but his mother and I are proud that he fought and died for this country. Lots of parents are not privileged like we are. We have no regret.
Thank you, sir. That's not a story. That is truth. Will you repeat that casualty list, please? Slowly this time. We don't want to miss any of those names.
Private Robert Nichvicki, Grand Rapids, Michigan. Private Joseph Zappala, Roselandale, Massachusetts. Seaman Sidney LaRiviere, Lafayette, Louisiana. Sergeant George Gannon, Savannah, Georgia. Gunner's mate Richard Marchant Schuan, Memphis, Tennessee.
Thank you. There's a great actor here tonight who'd like to say something about those names. Go ahead, Joseph Schildkraut.
Niedwiecki, Zappala, Ganem, La Rivière. These are American names. Perhaps they don't sound American, but they are. America is made up of the names and the peoples of all nations. The people of Britain settled in New England, and out of the rocks and boulders of the new land, they hewed farms and factories. And then the Dutch came. Peter Stuyvesant, he of the wooden leg. The Dutch, they settled New York and Pennsylvania. And down in the bayous around New Orleans, the Spanish and the French built their cities and plantations. Wisconsin, Minnesota. Why, have you ever seen the well-ordered farms and the miles of wheat and of corn? Have you ever seen the dairies as white as the milk itself? Swedes and Norwegians rooted up the pine stumps. They cleared that land. Why, you've traveled on the railroads. Well, the ties and the tracks were laid with the sweat and the muscle of strong sons and grandsons of Ireland, Italy, China. Steel. Steel for our buildings. Steel for our cities. Go into the rolling mills at Gary, at Pittsburgh, at Bethlehem. Go on and look into the faces lighted by the reflection of the molten ore. Poles, Hungarians, Russians, Czechoslovaks. This is America. America. A blending of the freedom lovers of all nations. Yes, Niedwiecki, Zappala, Schuon, they or their fathers or their father's father came here longing for what they were denied. The right to live free. Yes, citizens by preference. Why, these people came not only to accept that freedom, no, but to fight to preserve it. The battle standards of our armies honor their names. Names of men who fought at the founding of our country.
Thaddeus Kosciuszko.
Frederick von Steuben.
Kashmir Pulaski.
Marie Joseph Paul Lafayette.
Those men came from warm homes, yes, and great estates, to fight in the wilderness for freedom. Those who don't have it know best what freedom is. They knew freedom once in Czechoslovakia. They laughed there. They danced the mazurka. They knew freedom once in Vienna. Why, they sipped their coffee, danced waltzes, sang, laughed, listened to the music of Beethoven, of Mozart, of Johann Strauss. Yes, they knew freedom once and tasted it in Norway, in Holland, in Belgium. But then came the Hakenkreuz, the hooked cross, the swastika. Today they do not dance in Czechoslovakia. No. They do not laugh in Vienna. In Europe today, there is no freedom. People are silent, bitter, waiting. And their wait is not hopeless. No, America has not forgotten von Steuben and Kosciuszko. No, America will not forget the Schuons, the Gannams, and all the others. No, our liberty will be their liberty. America is made up of people of all nations who came here because they were devoted to that one cause, freedom. Today, not only Americans, no, but their brothers and cousins in all parts of the world are fighting for freedom.
For freedom, millions and millions of men and women are fighting, and they're marching toward their future victory bravely, unafraid, singing. These are the songs of friends.
The Republic of China.
China's been at war since 1931. 2 million men marched to their death singing a song of vengeance. Today, China has 5 million under arms, 10 million more in training, and these 15 million soldiers are singing this song as they march with the friends of freedom.
Rising who refuse to be bond slaves, with our bearing flesh and blood, let us build a new great wall. China's masses have missed the day of danger. March on, brave the enemy's gunfire. March on, march on, march on.
The Kingdom of Yugoslavia.
Yugoslavia's mobilization was never completed. Almost 500,000 of their people have been murdered by the Nazis. But today, harassing the flanks of Adolf Hitler, 150,000 Chetniks are still fighting in the hills, battling for their country, for their lives, for freedom. During brief moments of rest, these guerrilla fighters sing this song.
Spremte, Cetnici, silla ci vorva,
The Commonwealth of Australia.
In this war as in the last war, no one fights more valiantly than the Anzacs. Australia tonight is an armed fortress with invasion at her door. Even as the Anzacs fight, they sing,
Waltzing Matilda, waltzing Matilda, you'll come a waltzing Matilda with me. And he sang as he watched and waited till his billy boiled. You'll come a waltzing Matilda with me. Waltzing Matilda, waltzing Matilda.
The Soviet Union.
Almost 3 million Russians killed or wounded. Over 10 million men under arms. 10 million men sweeping across the snows to victory. They sing, too, those Russians, the song of the machine gun.
Santa Rosa, Santa, you're a beauty and a prize. With a mountain with the quickly rise.
The United States of America.
Buckle down, you Yankees, buckle down. You can win, you Yankees, if you buckle down. If you break their necks, if you make them break, you can break the hex, so buckle down. Make them yell, you Yankees, make them yell. You can win, you Yankees, if you give them hell. If you mow them down, if you go to them, you can wear the crown, and you will only buckle down. You can win, you Yankees, you can win, you Yankees, you can win, if you only buckle down.
Well, this radio program is just about over. As we are trying to prove to you, a great many people all over the world are fighting and working for victory. Too many of us are smugly sitting back doing nothing but expecting everything. What are you doing?
The
next of kin of all heroes mentioned tonight have been informed by the proper authorities. This has been confirmed. This testimonial from the American people is presented by the Columbia Broadcasting System each week at this time. Barry Kroger is your narrator, with words by Howard Teichman and Jerome Lawrence, music by Lynn Murray, and production by Charles Vanda. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with Liza. You have already heard about or seen or even signed the Consumer's Pledge being sponsored by the government's Consumer Division. For the benefit of those who haven't seen one, here is the 3-point pledge women are asked to sign voluntarily. I will buy carefully, I will waste nothing, I will take good care of the things I have. Now that makes sense, doesn't it? And it's good business as well as good patriotism. By all means, take good care of the things you have. Make them last longer. Save for the country. Save for yourself. Now, one easy way to make things last longer is by protecting them regularly with Johnson's Wax. Floors, furniture, and woodwork that are wax protected are safeguarded against dirt and wear. They're easier to clean, and they become more beautiful with each application. Genuine Johnson's Wax is available in 3 forms: paste, liquid, and cream wax. Fibber McGee has bought a horse. Why did he buy a horse? Because his tires were getting thin. Where is the horse? The horse is in the garage. What does Molly think of Fibber's buying a horse? She doesn't know he's bought a horse. Why doesn't he tell her? Because he hasn't thought of a good way to break the news. Well, what happens now? Don't ask us. Ask Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Hey, Molly.
Yes?
Did you ever think what'll happen when our tires are all shot?
Why, certainly. We'll walk. Incidentally, how are the tires?
Awful. They look like burlap bags with sidewalls.
Well, I guess they are pretty bad.
Yeah.
That left front one would have blown out long ago if it weren't too proud.
What do you mean, proud?
Well, now, if you were an inner tube, would you like to be seen wearing all those patches?
Yeah, and that spare tire hates me. Every time I open the trunk, it hisses me. Hey, you know, I've been wondering, maybe if we had a horse.
Oh, McGee, for goodness sake. Don't be ridiculous.
What's so ridiculous about getting a horse? I think it would be a pretty smart move myself.
Well, in the first place, you don't know anything about horses.
Oh, I don't, eh? I guess you don't remember the time the rodeo come to Peoria and I stayed on that bucking bronco for 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, I remember it very well. I also remember what you told me afterwards.
What was that?
That your belt got caught over the saddle horn and you couldn't get off.
Well, the horse didn't know that. Anyway, think what we'd save if we had a horse. No gasoline, no tires, no oil, no spark plugs. When I was out in the garage this morning...
Yeah, you didn't seem to think it was serious then. I heard you laughing fit to bust.
You did?
Yes. And I wish you'd tone down that laugh a little too, McGee. You know, you sounded like a horse yourself. practically whinnied.
Oh, I did, eh? Oh, well,
Come in.
Hi, Johnny. Hello, daughter. Where'd you want the hay?
The hay. What hay?
Oh, you mean the hay. Well, I'll tell you, old-timer.
What you winking like that for, Johnny? Got something in your eye?
Huh? Yeah, but it's okay now. Just dump the hay on the back porch, old-timer, and mail me a bill.
Okay, Johnny. On the back porch she is. Believe me.
Wait a minute, boys. Now, wait a minute. What is this? Did you order some hay, dearie?
Yes, I did, Molly. I got kind of worried about those tires of ours, so I bought a bale of hay. Thought if the worst come to the worst, I could stuff the tires with hay, see?
What a wonderful idea. I hate to think what a blowout would do to my asthma.
Well, I thought if we had any hay left over, I could make a scarecrow for Uncle Dennis, too.
For Uncle Dennis?
Yeah, keep the old crows away.
That's pretty good, kids. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller... Hey, what time is it, kid?
Well, it's about 4:15, Mr. Oldtimer.
Oh, good gravy. Just got time for one more delivery, then I got to clean up and call for my gal.
Oh.
Sugar's a great kid.
Oh, Sugar, eh? You mean she's so sweet?
No, she's hard to get. Well, so long, daughter. So long, jockey.
Say, what did he mean by coming back and saying that? So long, jockey.
Oh, I don't know. I guess it's because I'm always riding him. See, that was really important. Well, I guess I'll take that hay out in the garage.
I'll help you, dear.
No. I'll do it. Hey, you know what, Molly?
What?
Now that we got some hay, what do you say we get a horse?
Yeah. We got a lot of ice cubes, too, so let's get a polar bear.
Oh, now, Molly, let's look at this thing logically. Suppose we do get a horse
Oh, for goodness sakes, McGee. Will you stop talking about getting a horse? In the first place, you don't know anything about taking care of one. Remember now, you were only a groom for one day.
There's nothing to taking care of a horse. Just give him the same care and kindness you'd give a good dog, that's all.
Well, now, if you think I'm going to have a horse sleeping at the foot of my bed every night...
And furthermore, Mrs. McGee, I guess you forget that I was brought up on a farm.
I don't know why I should forget. You won't even cut the grass on the front lawn unless the almanac tells you to. And it never has.
Well, I'm a farmer boy at heart, even yet.
Oh, go on.
Maybe you don't remember that little team of sorrels I used to own. Prettiest horses in Illinois.
Oh, my.
And affectionate, too. Every time I'd walk over to the fence, they'd kind of kiss me and nuzzle me with their soft lips.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. I've often heard people say, look at those horses, Neck McGee. Horses, Neck McGee, I was known as.
Wonderful world.
Horses Neck McGee, the most masterful magnetic mug that ever maneuvered a mare over mud and macadam to make monkeys out of military majors with their mobs of motorized machinery. A muscular madcap manipulating a martingale with a marvelous meticulousness that made me the most manly mountie, methinks. From the majestic mountains of Middle Europe to the Take It, Billy, I'm stuck in my stirrup.
the matter with you? What are you doing?
What you mean, what am I doing? Can't a guy take a few pails of water out to his own garage without starting a lot of ugly gossip? I'm washing the car.
Oh.
And I wish I was washing a horse. No kidding, Molly. What would you say if I went out today and bought a good horse?
Well, I'd just make a few offhand comments and then run upstairs and wash my mouth out with soap. But you're not going to buy a horse, are you?
No, I'm not.
Promise?
Cross my heart. I'm not going to buy a horse.
Good. Anyway, even if we did have one, we'd have no place to keep it.
Oh, I don't know. There's plenty of room in the garage.
What?
There's plenty of room in the garage.
Well, there won't be when Mrs. Uppington's brother puts his car in there.
What? He can't do that. It's too crowded.
I thought you said there was plenty of room.
Well, there is for one car and a horse, but if he thinks I'm going to turn that horse out into the cold...
What?
Did I say horse? I meant our car. Anyway, she's got a lot of nerve using our garage for her brother. Who gave her permission to put her brother in our garage?
I did. He's here on a visit, and her garage is crowded, and I thought it was only neighborly.
Neighborly my kneecap. That old moose is too tight-fisted to send her brother's car to a public garage. That's what's the matter. The way she nurses the coppers, they ought to make her police commissioner.
I don't know why you're so bitter just because she wants to use our garage for a short time.
Oh, gee whiz, Molly, I got to...
Oh, there's Mrs. Uppington now, McGee.
Oh, ain't that great? She brightens my day like a total eclipse.
No. Just the same, be polite to her.
Okay.
Come in, Abigail.
How do you do, my dear?
Oh, hello, Abigail. It's so nice to see you.
Hi, Eppie. Won't you hop out of your overshoes and flop the body on a stool?
Thank you, no. I just dropped in to thank you for letting my brother put his car in your garage. He arrives in the morning, but I insist on paying. Why, what is the matter, Mr. McGee?
Well, he just swallowed some words, Abigail. And I wouldn't think of letting you pay. Now, it's worth it to me because otherwise, you know what? McGee was talking about keeping a horse in the garage.
A horse? How splendid.
Oh, you think so, Uppie? You think it might be a good idea?
Oh, indeed I do, Mr. McGee. Of course, I have always been an ardent horsewoman.
What'd I tell you, Molly?
What did you tell me?
Remember when we met Uppie on the street the other day and I says, doesn't she look like a horse, woman?
Well, thank you, Mr. McGee. I flatter myself that the well-rounded sportswoman...
The what sportswoman, Abigail?
Well-rounded.
Oh, yes.
Yes, that the well-rounded sportswoman must do a certain amount of...
Horsing around?
In a way, yes. When I was a mere girl on our plantation in Virginia...
Tobacco?
No, thank you. But as I was saying, my father insisted that every gentlewoman must know how to ride. Consequently, I sat day after day on the bridle paths.
And night after night at the osteopath.
You're such a tease, really.
Oh, he's more monkey than a barrel of fun.
Well, Uppie, it's nice to meet a fellow horsewoman. I used to be a trick rider in a circus, you know.
Oh, really, Mr. McGee?
Absolutely. You should ought to have seen me galloping furiously around the ring and then leaning way over to pick up a handkerchief in my teeth.
Oh, how fascinating.
Yeah.
Then you rode around again, I suppose, and picked up your teeth in a handkerchief.
Tell her how you used to stand on your head in the saddle and ride around, McGee.
Oh, that was the best trick I done, Uppie. Not hanging onto the reins or anything. Feet in the air, head on the saddle, going around the ring at a full canter.
On your head? How utterly healthful.
What do you mean, healthful?
Well, they say that horseback riding is the best way to reduce the fat parts of the body.
Well, you could tell she's a horsewoman, McGee. Just look at the way she carries herself.
Yeah, what a carriage. Just the right kind of a figure to pull it, too. Well, anyway, she likes like the idea of me getting a horse. You see, Molly, then, if our tires do go flat...
If our tires do go flat, we'll walk. And that's flat, too. Now, let's stop all this silly talk about getting a horse.
Well, if you only knew...
If I only knew what?
If you only knew how cheap I could get a good horse, and how easy he is would be to take care of.
Hello there, folks.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harlow.
Hey, what's this about you buying a horse, Fibber?
Well, I won't let him do it, Mr. Wilcox. I think it's foolish.
But I thought he already...
Never mind what you thought I already, Harlow. I promised Molly I wouldn't buy a horse.
But I saw a harness man downtown.
What do I care what harness man says? Every time he opens his mouth, he puts his neat foot in it.
Say, there's something very strange going on around here, McGee.
Huh?
Look me in the eye. Are you or are you not going to buy a horse?
I am not.
What was it you heard, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, I heard that...
Oh, gossip. You spend so much time in kitchens demonstrating glow coat, Harlow, that you're getting to be a regular old biddy.
Now, wait a minute, pal. I'm on your side.
Huh?
I think if you buy a horse to save your tires, it's very smart.
Oh.
I'm strictly a guy that believes in making what you've got last longer and go farther.
Yeah.
This is a time for conserving. Now, you take Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, for instance.
All right.
You'll have to speak good and loud, Harlow. I smoked corn silk when I was a kid, and it stunted my ears.
All right, but there's... Okay, but there's no kidding about this.
Yes?
The time has come when we've all got to take better care of our things, protect them in every way possible. And there's no better way to protect all wood and enamel surfaces than with Johnson's wax, and linoleum with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. I could go into a long talk about morale in the home, too, but everybody knows the value of a bright and spotless home.
Mr. Wilcox, you think our home would be any more bright and cheerful with a horse in it?
I ain't keeping it in the house. I'm keeping it in the... What were you going to say, Harlow?
Oh, nothing. But my brother asked me to give you one of his cards. Here. Well, I'll see you later, folks.
Well, let me see that card, McGee.
Here.
Paul Wilcox, horseshoeing and blacksmithing. We mend harness, file teeth, braid tails, and carry a complete line of straw hats.
Here. Hey, don't tear that up. I want that.
What for? You told me you weren't going to buy a horse.
I know. Now, look, Molly, let's talk this thing over. If we had a horse...
We haven't got a horse, and we're not going to get a horse, and I don't want to talk any more about a horse. Is that clear, dearie?
I guess so. But gee whiz, if you'd only... Hey, where are you going?
I'm going out in the backyard and hang up some clothes.
Don't go near the garage.
Why not?
Oh, well, I got all that hay in there to stuff the tires with, and, well, it might catch on fire or something.
Oh, I'll be careful. I rarely hang up the washing with a blowtorch in my hand. I declare, if you don't think up the silliest things to worry about.
Oh, why did I ever purchase that Percheron? I should have stole it. I couldn't feel any more like a horse thief than I do now. When Molly finds out I got that nag out
Hi,
there...
mister.
Oh, hello, sis. Go away, will you? I got worries enough without you jawing away with your juvenile jabber. Go on, go away. Go home. Go anywhere.
Gee, what you worried about, mister? I should think you'd be happy.
You would?
Well, gee, I'd be happy if I had a pony, I betcha.
Maybe you would. What was that? You think I got a pony?
Sure, and a dandy big one, too. I saw it out in your garage.
Oh, my gosh. Now, look, sis, not so loud. I'm trying to keep it a secret from Mrs. McGee for a while. It's a surprise.
Oh. It's going to be a dandy surprise, too, I betcha.
It sure is. It's going to be the darndest... Hey, how did you know I had a horse in the garage? What you snooping around there for?
Well, Willie Toops and me were playing catch, and...
Willie Toops and I, sis.
It was not. It was just Willie Toops and me. You weren't even there, I betcha.
Okay, let it go.
I did. And it rolled into your garage, and I went in to get it, and jeepers, was I ever surprised, I betcha. A green and white horse.
Green and white? No, he's pure white.
He's green and white now, mister.
Huh?
Willie tried to climb up on his back and knocked over a can of paint. Did he ever look funny?
Well, you wait till I get my hands on Willie. And you and Willie stay out of my garage, will you? That horse might kick you. Then what would you do?
I'd kick him back.
Oh, that ain't the proper attitude.
Hey, mister, do all horses eat straw? Do they?
Horses don't eat straw, sis. They eat hay. They sleep on straw.
Your horse eats straw, I betcha.
Oh, no, he doesn't.
Oh, yes, he does.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, yes, he does.
Oh, no, well, how do you know? There's no straw in the garage.
Oh, no?
Huh?
What do you think the seat covers in your car were made of? French pastry?
Gay Caballero.
Oh, I am a gay caballero, coming from Rio Janeiro, with nice oily hair and full of hot air. I'm an expert in throwing the burro.
Oh, I am a fair senorita, not thin and yet not too much meata. This Argentine guy just gave me the eye.
I'll sweep her right off of her feet, says he. I'll tell her I'm of the nobilio, ay, ay, and live in the Spanish Castillo, ay, 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 I must have a miss who long for a kiss and not say,
oh, don't be so silly, oh.
They went to a swell cabaretta, while whining and dining they met them. They drank one or two, as other folks do. The night was wet and they were wet.
Dear senor, my name is Estella. Oh, please, stick around me, young fella. Mosquitoes, they bite. They're vicious tonight. And you smell like citronella.
Ay, 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 I swore I'd win this senorita.
Oh, senor.
I won her upon the sofita.
Senor, my husband walked in.
What he did was a sin. I still hear the birds singing tweet, 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 tweet. Now I am a sad caballero. I'm now back in Rio Janeiro. I lost all my hair and all my hot air. I'm colder than 10 below zero. Shed a tear for the gay caballero. He was shot by a jealous ranchero. His gravestone above says, I trifled with love. And that is the end of the gay caballero. Yay!
Boy, I hope Molly don't take a sudden urge to go into the garage. Maybe I can sneak that horse out of there before...
Oh, help, McGee, help! Do something quick. Call the police. Get your gun, McGee.
What's the matter, Molly? What's the matter? Take it easy.
There's something in the garage. It's a monster. Oh, it's horrible. Oh, heavenly days.
Now, calm yourself, Molly. Calm yourself. I think I can explain everything.
You can't explain a brute with long ears and a green face and terrific big eyes.
Oh, it's just a horse.
And I don't care if it's a whole thundering herd of... Oh, what was that? A horse?
Sure. H-O-A-R-S-E. Horse. It's mine. I bought it.
You bought it?
Yes.
But, McGee, you promised.
I know.
You told me you wouldn't, and then you... Oh, you've deceived me.
No, I didn't deceive you. I bought that nag long before you made me promise. I was going to tell you, but you were so dead set against it, well, gee whiz, I didn't.
Come in.
Oh, hello, folks.
Oh.
Mr. Wimple, what could we do for you?
Oh, nothing, Mrs. McGee. I just stopped by to say hello. Hello.
Hello.
Besides, Sweetie Face is busy at the house teaching jiu-jitsu to some soldiers.
Oh, that can be pretty dangerous, can't it, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, indeed it can, Mrs. McGee. Sweetie Face told me once that with simple leverage, you can snap a man's arm like a dry twig.
I bet you were pretty careful after that.
Well, wouldn't you be with your arm in a plastic cast?
Well, anyway, I think it's nice that she's teaching our soldiers how to take care of themselves.
Oh, yes, it's just wonderful, Mrs. McGee. And nearly half of them take the full course.
How about the other half?
Oh, they'll be all right, Mr. McGee, in time.
I sometimes think that your wife doesn't realize her own strength, Mr. Wimple. Did you ever think of that?
Oh, often, Mrs. McGee. In fact, just this evening when she was instructing those soldiers, I said to her, Sweetie Face, I said, I don't believe you know your own strength. And she turned her little dimpled face to me and said, Oh, Wallace, I do too.
And then?
Oh, nothing much. But did you ever get hit in the face with a mess sergeant?
What a dog's life he leads.
Never mind the dogs. I want to know about this horse.
Well, I think we ought to keep it, Molly. In the first place, I only paid $75 for him.
Heavenly days, $75. That's ridiculous.
Huh?
And worse than that, it's unpatriotic to keep a horse now.
What you mean?
Think of all the glue that's needed for the back of defense stand.
This horse ain't anywhere near ready for the glue works. He's a fine animal in perfect condition and all, for the love of Mike. Come in.
Oh, hello, Mayor Latrivia.
Good day, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee. Have you a horse?
Latrivia, the way you get right to the point, somebody in your family must have been frightened by a pencil sharpener. Yes, I got a horse, so what?
I wish to purchase it.
So?
No, wait a minute. I don't want to sell. Anyway, what do you want it for, Latrivia?
In view of the rubber shortage, McGee, the City Council has decided to supplement our motorized fire equipment with horse-drawn vehicles. I'm empowered to offer you any fair price for your horse.
Name it and you can have it, Mr. Mayor. McGee only paid...
Never mind what I paid. Molly hasn't even seen the horse.
Oh, haven't I? That green-faced brute with
Well, Latrivia hasn't seen it.
Oh, very well. Let's take a look, McGee. Where is it?
It's in the garage, where it's probably kicked the radiator off the car by this time. Come, Mr. Mayor. I think you're going to get the bargain of your life.
A green and white horse. Very decorative.
Some kid spilled some paint on him, Latrivia. Shows how gentle he is that he didn't raise heck about it.
Will you take $100 for him?
Sure I will, but... Gee, there's no fun selling a horse right off the bat like that. Let's stick her a while.
Well, all right, if you promise to come back to $100.
Oh, we'll wind up at 100. But first, we ought to argue a while. I don't get to sell a horse every day, you know. Come on, sit down on the bench here and we'll kick it around. Hey, Molly, be careful. He might kick you.
I'm not afraid of him. You go talk to the mayor. Hello there, you big bag of alfalfa. How you ever winning my husband into buying you is the greatest mystery I... Oh, you poor thing. Who poured that paint all over you? Yes, it's a dirty shame, that's what it is. You wait till Mother gets some turpentine. I'll clean it all off now. Stop nuzzling me, you big baby. Don't look at me like that with those big brown eyes. Yes, would you? Now, don't you go away now. Mother's going in and get you a nice big carrot.
So if you still insist on 100, Latrivia, take him away.
Very well, McGee. We'll pick him up tonight.
You do no such a thing?
Huh?
I beg your pardon, Mrs. McGee.
We're going to keep this horse. Look how lonesome he looks. What he needs is a good home.
Oh, but Molly, with the car in here, it's so crowded
And that's another thing. Get that car out of here and give this poor horse some room.
Since this new wartime went into effect, I've heard several women say they didn't know whether they were getting their husband's breakfast or supper. Not that they were complaining. Like all of us, they're glad of a chance to help save electric power. Glad to help in any way, big or little. In connection with daylight saving, may I make a helpful suggestion? Your kitchen will be more cheerful on dark mornings if you keep it protected with Johnson's Glow Coat. It will sparkle like new. Colors will be bright and fresh, and it will be protected, too, against wear and scuffing feet. In fact, the regular use of Glow Coat will make your linoleum last 5 times longer than if it were unprotected. Glow Coat is called self-polishing, which means that it needs no rubbing or buffing. It's a tremendous labor saver. You simply apply and let dry. But to get Glow Coat results, be sure to buy the real Johnson self-polishing Glow Coat.
To sell that lovely creature for a mere $100. For shame, dearie.
Well, gee whiz, Molly. You were the one who...
Never mind that. It would be simply brutal to turn... by the way, what's the horse's name, McGee? McGee, what's his name?
Lillian.
Oh. Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
No program of better car maintenance is complete if it overlooks the paint job. You've got to take care of the outside as well as what's under the hood. And you can do it easily with Johnson's Car New, the labor-saving polish that both cleans and polishes in one application. 2 jobs at once with a minimum of work. Car New, made by the makers of Johnson's Wax, gains in popularity every month. Your car looks like new when you use Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
Nigerian colors fly, and trumpets split the sky. It's Pepsodent's last regiment, and here's Bob Hope, the guy.
What do you use, Ipana? How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting from Camp Robert's Hope, telling you soldiers to use Pepsodent on your teeth and you'll help this Scamp Robert. Or... This is Bob broadcasting from Camp Robert's Hope, telling you soldiers to use Pepsodent on your teeth and you'll help this Scamp Robert. Didn't we? You and I. Or, this is Bob broadcasting from Camp Robert's Hope, telling you soldiers to use Pepsodent no matter how bouncy the Jeeps, your teeth will be in for keeps. They're jumping tonight. Or, this is Bob Camp Robert's Hope telling all you soldiers that while you may need plenty of room for training, if you use Pepsodent, you'll never have to worry about acres. That's enough. Here I am at Camp Roberts. Camp Roberts, that's about 2,300 miles from Los Angeles as the crow flies. He always goes a little out of his way these days to make sure the coast is clear. Yes, sir, ladies and gentlemen, what an unusual welcome I got when I arrived here. In honor of Washington's birthday, the men raised me to their shoulders and paraded to a cherry tree. But they cut the rope in time. I got a lovely reception. You know how they give important people an escort of 2 officers riding ahead on motorcycles? Well, for me, they had a campfire girl and a pogo stick. But Camp Roberts is just about in Central California, near San Miguel. Central California. Central California. This is where the fog from San Francisco comes down to sneer at the fog from Los Angeles. But it's really not far from Los Angeles, only about 2 nervous breakdowns by Jeep. But really, there isn't any great rivalry between the 2 cities. Los Angeles thinks San Francisco is a fine town, and San Francisco thinks Los Angeles stinks, too. But San Francisco is always like my family. They have a warm spot for my brother, the hot seat at Alcatraz. Gosh, I had a nice trip up here. You know those beautiful streamlined trains? Well, while we were riding up here, 6 of them passed our bus. What a bus. You know those lightning greyhounds? Well, this was a shuffling Pekingese. It wasn't exactly a large bus. In fact, the greyhound buried it twice. My teeth slipped in the second on the first time. I wanted to drive the whole cast up here in my car, but they decided it was cheaper on the bus. What a motor... God bless you. You laugh. What a motor on that bus. You should have seen the smoke pouring out of the exhaust. Boy, what smoke. On the way up here, the bus driver picked up $5 extra for driving it through orange groves. And what a rough ride in that bus. I haven't been bounced around so much since I was a baby and swallowed a Hoover button. But the driver was very careful. Every time he'd drive through town, he'd slow down to 50 and put aside the magazine he was reading. And if it was a big town, he'd make the blonde get off his lap, too. The bus was going along, and all at once we heard a loud explosion. The driver said, "Must be a backfire. I got no tires." And right at the beginning of our trip, we had a big letter V cut in the side of our bus, and it wasn't for victory. We were making a left turn on Hollywood Boulevard when 6 women drivers flew through us in battle formation. The bus went through a dark tunnel, and for a gag, I leaned over to steal a kiss from Frances Langford. Just then, the bus hit a bump. All I can say is that either I kissed the saxophone player or Frances should stop smoking White Owl. That bus was really crowded when I got on. I'll be there. That bus was really crowded. When I got on, I had a tube of Pepsodent in my pocket. 2 seconds later, a kid pointed at our bus and yelled, "Look, Mama, there goes one of those white cliffs of Dover." Everyone was very comfortable on the bus except me. All during the trip, I sat right over a tire, and every minute seemed like a good year. We were going 70 miles an hour, and a cop stepped out on the road in front of us and yelled, "Stop, do you think you guys got wings?" And the next minute, he had them. I said to the driver, "How fast are we going?" He said, "I don't know. The speedometer doesn't work. It never works unless the wheels are touching the ground." All the musicians were in the bus. Once we ran out of gas, so one of the musicians took a bottle of some stuff he was carrying and poured it in the gas tank. 2 minutes later, we were arrested for driving sideways through Glendale. That was the first time I ever saw a greyhound spit in a traffic cop's eye. The whole band was in the bus, and that bus was so crowded, no matter who breathed, the accordion played. And one time, the trumpet player put his trumpet in his mouth to do a little practicing. Just then, the bus gave a lurch, and everyone fell against the trumpet player. He's perfectly all right, though, except now everything he eats has to travel in circles before it gets to his stomach. Too long. We had a nice ride on the bus. We passed Santa Anita, but some of Bing Crosby's horses are in the cavalry. They're very valuable. The Army figures shooting won't hurt them because they're full of lead anyway. But Crosby's got a novel idea for bookkeeping. Right before a workout, he pastes defense bonds all over the horse so that it crosses the finish line and the bonds mature at the same time. Anyway, thank you. Finally, we arrived here at Camp Roberts. It was about 1 o'clock in the morning, just as a gag skinny trumpet player stuck his head out of the bus and started to play reveille. He was buried with full military honors. I got here last night, so I had to sleep in the barracks with the men. You know what barracks are, 2,000 cots separated by individual crack games. I didn't think you were that good. Then the fellas in the band got sleepy and decided they wanted to go to bed. You should see how those guys sleep. The trombone player suggested they should take their shoes off first, and he was expelled from the Union as a radical. I had to sleep with a soldier who had been on KP. All night long he peeled potatoes in his sleep, and when I woke up, my big toe was ready for cooking. And you know, you're not supposed to play a portable radio all night long and keep the soldiers awake because that makes the top sergeant mad, they told me, as they tried to get my head out of the condenser. And boy, do these soldiers sleep hard. At midnight, Stokowski comes in to lead the snoring. The snoring was so thick you could hold a cup out anywhere and get it filled with Ovaltine. There was a very well-mannered fellow from Harvard sleeping at the end of the barracks. He snored with his hand over his mouth. Oh. And those guys really get undressed fast. They had their uniforms off, their shoes and stockings off, and were in bed under the blankets while I was still struggling with a second lace in my girdle. And after the lights go out, it's all very dark. In walks the best-liked man on the West Coast. He's really popular. He's the only guy in the Army with neon dice. I got into one crap game and they let me use my own dice. I won't say I was doing well, but a stranger came along and asked, "Is this Camp Roberts?" And the general pointed to me and said, "One more roll and it will be." But you should see how the scene changes in the morning. Reveille blows bright and early in the morning, and as soon as they hear it, all the soldiers very peppily, with one motion, shove their heads under their pillows. I tried it to make it in breakfast in time, and boy, did I dress in a hurry. I got into my clothes in about 2 minutes to start it for the mess hall, but a strange power seemed to be holding me back. A strange power. I had both my feet and one leg of my pants. And I took a shower in the morning, and you should see the mob in the washroom. It's the first time I ever scrubbed my chest with both hands while two hands scrubbed my back. And I had to shave with three soldiers all using the same mirror. I made out all right, though. I can always wear my hat tipped over to one side so people think I have two ears. But everybody's playing Army camp. But everybody on the radio is playing Army camps. Now, every week there's a whole new show at each Army camp. In fact, when I arrived here today, the sentry said, "Halt, who goes there, friend or vaudeville act?" You know, everybody has said vaudeville's dead, but now I know where it went. The government drafted it. After one of my camp shows, one soldier turned to another and said, "That shows you, Joe, vaudeville ain't dead, it's just hope." In my old days of vaudeville, I really played plenty of tanks, but an Army show is the first time I've ever been chased by one. But that's a fact. All the comedy programs that come to the Army camps is getting out so the soldiers don't know which they're getting more of, beans or corn. All the shows go to the Army camps. I know one fellow waited for a ticket for 3 years, then he finally enlisted so he could see the Jack Benny program. And now should we have a little stuff in here? You got a commercial?
Yeah.
That's enough. Thank you. And now we'll have... You don't want to read them. Read this way. Good? Read a part.
Yes. Every Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush you buy contains a cash
Oh, that's
certificate.
jolly. Go and sit down. That's fine. Thank you very much. We now have Francis Langford and the Six Hits of the Miss singing Daydreaming. Come on, Francis.
So dear to me, the lips that say I love you, then I know that I'll go on daydreaming until my daydreams all come true.
Close to me, I hold you tenderly. Hear you say I love you, I'm in love. Then I find that I'm only daydreaming. I don't mind if I'm only
can bring so near to me, nothing so dear to me, the lips that say I love you, then I know that I'll go on daydreaming until my daydreams are
daydream until dreams come true.
That was Francis Langford, the Six Hits of the Miss singing Daydream. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce one of Hollywood's favorite comedians, currently seen in the RKO Picture Playmates and long a member of the Pepsodent Gang, our old friend Patsy Kelly.
Bob.
Well, Patsy, how do you like it here at Camp Robert?
Oh, it's simply scintillating, my dear. Simply scintillating. But to put it in plain English, the jump's jointing. Well, that's a good start, isn't it?
Jointing.
The joint's jumping.
I guess you're... Say, Patsy, I guess you're surprised to find me broadcasting from an army camp.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Bob. I knew sooner or later this program would need government protection.
Just a second. I'll have you know the men at the Army camp really like me. Why, the last camp we broadcast from, they presented me with a medal. See, there it is.
That doesn't look much like a medal to me.
Well, it's not exactly a medal. It's a shell that got flattened out on my bulletproof vest.
Well, I don't believe a word of that, Bob. I don't believe it. The fellows at Army camps wouldn't injure you for anything in the world.
Well, gee, thanks.
No, sirree. All those boys are regular guys. Why, they'd never hurt an old man.
What do you mean, old? Why, I'm in perfect physical condition, except I got a broken arm last week.
A broken arm? Why, Bob, how did you get that?
Well, I was over at a friend's house, and I reached for a second teaspoon of sugar. I'm not in such bad shape, though. I look pretty military, don't I?
Oh, you sure do. Why, when you walked into camp, two soldiers looked you over carefully, then one turned to the other and said, "Gee, look at that thing over there, camouflage as a man."
Wait a minute, Patsy. Haven't I got military bearing?
Military bearing is right. Your chest looks as though it's retreating, your tummy as though it's advancing, and the rest of you just hangs around and watches.
Why, I'll have you know I'm the real athletic type. You should see me bright and early every morning playing tennis with Hedy Lamarr.
Oh, now, wait. I suppose you're going to tell me that you jump over the net after each set and kiss her.
Well, I could say that, but I'd be an awful liar since she put up that 40-foot net.
You don't look so bad. You've lost a lot of weight, Bob, haven't you?
Yeah, how'd you know?
Well, you walk the board. Oh, dear.
Try the whole thing.
Yes, right over there. Yeah. So you've lost a lot of weight, haven't you, Bob?
Yes, but how did you know?
When you walk, the boards don't creak anymore. It's no good
Throw it
anyway.
away, shall we? I wish I didn't either, but do you realize, Patsy, this is the first time you've been on my program in 3 years?
That's right, Bob. Say, let me look at you. You certainly are a feast for my eyes.
And there's Professor Cologne over there.
Yeah, gosh, she's certainly a feast for my eyes, too.
And there's Skinny Ennis.
There I go on a diet again. Well, I never thought I'd see Skinny Ennis in an army camp. A weak shrimp like him.
An army cap? Oh, they have... Say, a weak shrimp like Skinny, what do you mean?
Well, I always thought I had a better chance of being drafted than he did.
You know, Skinny isn't feeling well. He was eating an olive a while ago, and he swallowed the tip.
How do you know?
I heard it play the scale as it passed his ribs. You know, Skinny's gonna be drafted.
Gosh, you mean they're drafting Skinny?
Yeah, what's wrong with the Army taking Skinny?
Well, if they want shortening bread, why don't they go to Nelson Eddy? Gee, Bob, it's great to be back on the show with the old gang. Say, remember the time you walked into the sponsor's office and kicked for a raise and he kicked you out of the window?
Patsy, the sponsor did not kick me out.
Oh, no? When you came flying out of that window, the president of Lockheed took one look at you and got his inspiration for the P-38.
Oh, but the sponsor treats me much better now. Why, he hardly ever uses the whip anymore. You know, it's 3 years since you've been on this program, but I bet people still remember that you used to be on this show.
Oh, not so much. I hardly ever have to carry my brass knuckles anymore.
Say, Patsy, do you remember how you got on this show 3 years ago?
Mm-hmm. Well, yes, you saw me one day, and the first...
I jumped a line on you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm supposed to turn him in some of the new members I saw.
That's perfectly all right, yes. Yes, thanks. You saw me one
Patsy,
day,
yes?
I think I'll join you.
Patsy, you remember how you got on the show 3 years ago?
Yes, you saw me one day, and the first thing I knew, I was on your program.
That's right.
Then I saw you on payday, and the next thing I knew, I was off it.
Oh, Patsy, you know very well I used to pay you pretty good money.
That was the trouble with the money you paid me. It was just pretty good. I always got caught trying to pass the stuff.
Are you inferring that the money I paid you was counterfeit?
Well, the dollar bills were a little on the bogus side.
How do you know?
The February 22nd issue had a picture of George blowing out the candles on his cage.
That's nothing. On the $5 bills, Abraham was shaving with a Schick razor. But, Patsy, what have you been doing since you were on my program?
Making a comeback.
How can you say? You've been listening to the program, haven't you?
Oh, certainly. I hear your program every single month. I don't think I've missed a thing.
Every single month? I'm on every single week.
That's right, Bob. I don't think I've missed a thing.
We've had some very exciting shows. If you don't believe me, I'll show you the bruises.
Hey, Bob, whatever happened to your friend Yehudi?
Oh, he got a new job. You know that song, Deep in the Heart of Texas?
Yeah?
Well, Yehudi's the guy that claps 4 times.
I hear your brother's at a camp up this way. Is it out in the country like this?
No, the camp where they've got my brother is more in the middle of a harbor. His work is harder than these fellows have here.
What do you mean? These boys do plenty of hard work. I just saw a couple of them peeling potatoes. What can be harder than that?
You ever try to peel a rock?
What's your brother in for?
Well, you know the epidemic of tire stealing that's sweeping the country.
Yeah, I know tire stealing is sweeping the country, all right.
Yeah, well, before they caught my brother, he vacuum cleaned 3 states.
We're having trouble in my family, too. My brother's in the hospital now. He fainted and fell down and fractured the skull.
Gee, that's terrible. What made your brother faint?
Well, he went into a drugstore and bought a package of cigarettes, and they gave him matches with them. Say, what are you doing for defense,
I'm
Bob?
surprised. I thought that was a yak. I thought that was going to be a big one.
What are you doing for defense, Bob?
Well, I'm going into a uniform as soon as I get back to Hollywood.
You are?
Yeah, I'm an usher on the swing shift at Grauman's Chinese. Say, but isn't it great up here at Camp Roberts, Patsy? Have you had a ride in one of those Jeeps yet?
What's a Jeep?
That's a malted milk machine that got drafted.
I went for a ride in a Jeep this morning.
What'd you do?
Just sat there and got seasick.
Well, I think these Jeeps are very sturdy. You ought to see how strong they look underneath.
How do you know how a Jeep looks from underneath?
Well, I was driving down Wilshire Boulevard the other day, and one of them flew over my car. See what happened this morning when they were testing them? Edward Arnold came up here and sat down on one.
What happened?
In 3 seconds, it went from a Jeep to a heap. Say, have you been making any pictures lately?
Yeah, I'm over at RKO now.
Really? Well, I'm over at the Paramount lot.
Yeah, I know. I like to watch you parking those cars.
Want to buy a hot inner tube? Say, but you've been pretty busy, huh?
I just finished a picture with Kay Kaiser, Playmates.
Yeah? Who else is in the picture?
Well, there's John Barrymore.
Barrymore? I saw him down at the Red Cross Blood Bank the other day donating.
Yeah? Well, how much did they take from him?
3 pints of pure alcohol. Say, how is it working with John Barrymore, Patsy?
Oh, he's a darling. He's a barrel of fun.
He is?
Mm-hmm. He keeps it right in his dressing room.
Well, we shouldn't be too hard on Barrymore. After all, it was he and W.C. Fields who gave this country its great motto, keep them flying.
See, the war has even affected Mr. Barrymore. He and W.C. Fields can't have the fun they used to have.
Why not?
They've both been grounded by the 4th Interceptor Command.
Say, Patsy, don't you think I have a nicer profile than John Barrymore? Don't you think my nose is more perfectly shaped, more beautifully formed than his?
Of course. I better humor this guy. He may be dangerous.
Why, Patsy, don't you think I have a beautiful nose?
Uh-huh. You must let me stand under it sometime when it rains.
I'm sorry, I'm in California. You'll have to tell me. What is rain? By the way, what kind of... by the way, what kind of parts have you been getting in pictures lately, Patsy?
Well, Bob, I've been playing sophisticated, refined roles in pictures. No more of that rough stuff. Now I'm the Katharine Hepburn type. I walk into a room in a swanky evening gown. A fellow in top hat, white tie, and tails comes over, bends down and kisses my hand.
Then what?
Little jiu-jitsu, and he's flat on his back, and I'm strangling rats with his watch. I don't know yet what I say.
Oh, brother. I thought you said you were the Katharine Hepburn
well,
type.
Of course. Something new has been added. What have you been doing, Bob?
Well, I've been pretty busy. Did you see my last 3 pictures caught in the draft? Nothing but the truth and Louisiana Purchase?
Oh, sure I did, Bob. And say, they were the 3 finest pictures ever made.
Really?
Sure, why stand here all night arguing?
I don't like the way you applaud. I just finished a picture called My Favorite Blonde.
What's the name of the picture?
My Favorite Blonde.
I heard him the first time, but a plug's a plug. Say, you worked with Madeline Carroll in that picture, didn't you?
Yeah, well, how'd you know?
Well, that chain they keep you on leaves a mark around your neck.
Oh, Madeline, you should see the evening gowns Madeline wears in this picture.
Are they flimsy?
Flimsy? Well, she was just about to walk out of her dressing when I heard one silkworm say, "For goodness sakes, Maddie, stand still. I'm not finished yet."
Your set over there. Every time you made a love scene with Madeline, it reminded me that you worked for the Pepsodent Company.
When I made love scenes with Madeline, what could possibly remind you that I worked for the Pepsodent Company?
Well, every time you kissed Madeline, they had to unscrew the cap off your head.
Tell me, Patsy, have you had any particular heartthrobs lately?
Oh, yeah. I've had a few new heartthrobs, but they've been a little weak.
Weak? How do you mean?
Well, when I want a date, I just stand outside the draft medical examiner's office and and I wink at the reject.
Say, Patsy, I understand that the director of your last picture, Playmates, was Dave Butler. You know, he directed a couple of my pictures.
Yeah, Bob. After I finished making one of my comedy scenes, he called me a female Bob Hope.
Did he really?
Mm-hmm. Think I got a case?
Patsy, are you inferring that I'm not much of an actor?
Oh, not at all. In fact, I think you should get an Academy Award.
Really?
Honest, Bob. I've never seen such acting. The way you walk around acting as though you've been acting is wonderful.
I'm not doing so bad. Why, remember that dressing room they gave me when I started at Paramount 4 years ago? Just a tent with a flap?
Yeah?
Cold these mornings, isn't it? Gee, I remember the first day I got to Hollywood. I didn't even have enough money to see a movie, so I tried to sneak into the Chinese.
Yeah, I know. You were the first celebrity who ever got Grauman's footprints.
Just the same, I've come a long way since I arrived in California.
You certainly have, Bob, considering you came out here to sell pretzels on Highway 66. Now look, you're getting peanuts.
Wait a minute, Patsy. Do you know how much I make a week over at Paramount?
No, go ahead. Lay it on thick. What is Paramount paying you, Bob?
$5 bills.
5 thou or 5 hun?
5 hun, and not so loud. It's almost March 15th. Morgsaw will hear you. But are you doing anything besides your picture work?
Oh, I'm pretty busy with defense, Bob. I just joined a woman's class in first aid.
What do you do?
Oh, we roll bandages.
Where do you roll them?
To any corner on Hollywood Boulevard. But really, though, when we want to practice on a real accident victim, we do go down to a corner on Hollywood Boulevard.
Well, how can you be sure somebody's going to get hit?
Oh, we don't leave it to chance. Some of the ladies wait on the sidewalk with their first aid kits, and the rest drive up and down the street in their cars.
Say, it must be interesting work.
Sure, one guy came in with a sprained wrist. 2 women tugged the wrist back into place, and 2 more bandaged him up, while the rest are on the stomach and try to keep him breathing.
Well, why tell me all this?
Well, we thought you might want to chip in for flowers.
Have you done any work on soldiers yet?
Oh, yes. Just the other day, a soldier came in with a broken leg, and I bandaged it for him.
Oh, was it a good job of bandaging?
It must have been. He's now in the Museum of Natural History, 3rd mummy from the left. And another thing, I've been practicing artificial respiration for weeks.
Oh, that's nothing. Skinny Ennis has been practicing it for years. Hey, Patsy, what is the first thing you do in your first aid class?
Well, first we get a man to act as the patient, then we take his pulse.
You take his pulse?
Yeah, his pulse, yeah.
His pulse?
And last night, Skinny Ennis was the patient, and we girls went crazy just hunting. Next, we give the patient artificial respiration.
Oh, I give artificial respiration. Suppose the poor guy's burned his hand.
He gets artificial respiration and likes it until Friday night when we study burns. And the next thing we do, 4 girls bend down and pick the patient up on a stretcher. Then one of the girls show us her manicure. Then we bend down and pick them up again. You know, Bob, one of the most important things we study is how to tie bandages. Watch, I'll tie a bandage on you for a broken arm.
But, Patsy, I haven't a broken arm. That wouldn't be logical.
Give me your hand. Now it's logical.
Patsy, look what you've done.
Stop fooling. I didn't really break your arm.
Maybe not, but look, it can make a V for victory in any direction.
Oh, Bob, now I'll show you how we fix a broken arm. I'll yank the bone right back into place again. Give me your hand.
Okay.
Now, what should I do now? 1, 2, 3, yank.
Well, I can always carry it home in a bag.
Hey, Bob, I've been meaning to ask you. Do you still have that fellow on the show that's, the guy with the mustache? I'd like to meet him again.
Oh, you mean Professor Colonna? Well, I'll call him. Hey, Professor Colonna, I want you to come out here and meet a beautiful girl.
Coming.
And here she is, Patsy Kelly. Going. Come back here, Professor. I have a surprise for you. Look who's here.
Well, hello, Professor.
Hello, Joe. What do you know?
Hiya, Beaver Lip.
What's up, Joe? Familiarity breeds contempt.
Yeah, and that mustache you got there could breed almost anything else. Say, is that a mustache, or are you wearing a toupee at half-mast?
I think the professor's mustache looks nice. What have you done to it?
I had it rat-proofed.
Really?
Yes, I forced them to move out. Family of gophers offered me more money.
Well, one thing puzzles me, Professor. Why is it you've never let your mustache grow to sharp points?
Didn't want to make my head jealous.
Oh, Professor, you haven't changed an iota.
No, I'm still wearing the same old one. Say, who is this creature, Hope? Why, Kelowna, that's Patsy's line.
Don't you remember me, Patsy Kelly?
Why, certainly, I'd know that face any place. Why don't you have it recapped? Oh, I remember you now. You're the little girl who used to carry the torch for me.
Carry the torch? Why, you little squirt, you wouldn't even cause a backfire in my cigarette lighter.
Oh, now, don't you kids argue. And you, Professor, be nice to Patsy. She hasn't been with us for 3 whole years now.
That's right. I haven't been here for 3 whole years.
They're trapped on the other side of sunset, eh?
You haven't even said anything about the way I look, Professor. Have I changed any?
Oh, not a bit. You're just as beautiful now as you were 3 years ago. And that's an insult if I ever heard one.
To think you were once in love with me. Why, I knew you were in love with me. It was very, very easy to tell.
Ah, yes. I used to wear my heart on my sleeve.
What made you stop?
Too confusing for my veins and arteries.
Professor, tell me, don't you go for me anymore?
Oh, sure, you're just the kind of girl I've been dreaming about.
Oh, Professor.
You think I can sue the Ovaltine Company?
Professor, you told me yourself that Patsy is beautiful.
Of course she is. She has Eddie Lamar's eyes and Marlene Dietrich's hair and Dr. Cowan's teeth.
Oh, come, you two shouldn't fight.
That's right, porcupine puss. Now, I've been away about 3 years, and I want you to know that in that time I've become a lady. And now you may kiss my hand.
Kiss your hand? What for?
Then it won't be so obvious when I bash in your teeth.
I hope you should have seen the night Patsy left the show. I gave her a great big kiss, and she was as cute as little Boots and Puss.
Kelowna, Puss and Boots.
Boots and Puss.
Puss and Boots.
Boots and Puss.
Puss and Boots.
Well, you kiss her and see how she boots in your puss.
I don't think Patsy would mind if I kissed her, would you, Patsy?
Hey, wait a minute, Hope. I didn't come on this program to be kissed by an idiot.
There. You see, Hope, now one side and give a moron a chance.
Yeah.
Say, Patricia, will you marry me?
Why, Professor, this is so sudden.
It ain't half as sudden as the notice I just got from the draft board.
Professor, what's this? You mean you gotta marry Patsy or be drafted?
Yes. Gruesome choice, isn't it? I'm not worrying, though. They can't draft me. I was in the Spanish-American War.
But, Kelowna, that was 42 years ago. You must have been just a baby.
Yes, in fact, the Spanish general held me in his arms when he surrendered.
Well, you were a baby. Why did the general hold you in his arms when he surrendered?
Where do you think he got the white flag?
Oh, Professor, have you got bats in your belfry?
Yes, but don't worry. Tonight we'll set traps. Patsy, you must forgive my idiotic behavior, but on this program I have to act like a regular Sample Simon.
Not Sample Simon. You mean on this program you act like a regular Simple Simon? Simple. Simple.
Look at my salary, Simple. It's only a sample.
Professor, have you been saving the salary Bob pays you?
Ah, yes, I have it all here in my little piggy bank. Watch, I'll shake it out of my little piggy bank. He's ticklish. But just think, Patsy, you've been away for all these years, and here I am still working for Robert.
You mean working for Bob?
Robert.
Bob.
Robert.
Bob.
What's the difference? When his back is turned, we call him Stinky anyway.
Thank you, Jerry. Patsy Kelly. And Patsy will be with us again in a few minutes, folks. And now Betty Hutton gives out with Arthur Murray Taught Me Dancing in a Hurry. Arthur Murray Taught Me Dancing.
Life was so peaceful at the laundry. Life was so calm and serene. Life was très gay till that unlucky day happened to read that magazine. Why did I read that advertisement? When it said it seems I rumba dim seems I'm sublime. Why, oh, why did I ever try? When I didn't have the talent, I didn't have the money, and teacher did not have the time. Boy! Arthur Murray taught me dancing in a hurry. I had a week to spare. He showed me the groundwork, the walk around work, and told me to take it from there. Arthur Murray then advised me not to worry. I had a natural bent. He wasn't mistaken. Of balls I'd taken have bent me to quite an extent. The people around me can all sing a one and a two and a three, but any resemblance to all sin, it's to just go and sit down with me, 'cause Arthur Murray taught me dancing in a hurry. And so I take a chance. To me it resembles a 9-day tremble, but he guarantees it's a dance. My tango resembles a 2-step. Marumba makes people turn pale. The conga goes into a goose step. Till the FBI is dogging my trail, 'cause Arthur Murray taught me dancing in a hurry. Maybe the start were wrong. If I ain't a menace to Ruth St. Dennis, I'll do it till one comes along. A turkey trot, organ fight, don't know which, you don't know what. Jitterbug, Barney Hug, long as you cut a rug. Walk the dog to the clock, Lindy hop to your drop. Follow the jack, back to back, cheek to your week. You heard of Pavlova? Well, Jack, move over, here comes the queen of the day.
That was Betty Hutton singing Arthur Murray Taught Me Dancing in a Hurry. And here's Mr. Gage.
I'll bet you that your present toothpaste
That's
isn't
enough.
doing
All right, hit
everything
it.
There's nothing so enjoyable as a good book.
You'll come early the next time, won't
There's nothing so enjoyable as Thank you. Camp High next Wednesday, fellas. I'll see you.
He said, I've got to stick with that piece and come back to the program. Imagine the general standing up in the grill and looking at this. Halt, everybody! Gage, you may leave. Tuesday morning. You know a sergeant. You know a sergeant. Well, you better have a can opener with him, brother. Get you out. Get into the car. We gotta get out of here.
I'm ready. There's nothing so enjoyable as a good book. So, ladies and gentlemen, when you're down in the dumps, read The Life of Bob Hope. Down there, it sounds good. Yes, folks, tonight we... Yes, folks, tonight we again delve into the story of Bob Hope's life. They got me covered. Yes, the story of that same Bob Hope who is listed as one of the 10 great Americans in this year's Who Who. One of the 10 great Americans in this year's Who's Who of Azusa. When Bob Hope first arrived in California, he started out picking grapes, but he soon went on to bigger things, oranges. At this point in his career, Bob looks to the future, and he stares at the long, winding highway of life. Well, what do you know? He's looking down his nose. Recently, Bob staked his entire career on his performance of his new picture, My Favorite Blonde. He vowed that if the critics liked his performance, he'd continue acting in the movies. The picture was previewed a few weeks ago. The following day, Bob joined the Army. He does very well in the Army. It's not long before our Robert distinguishes himself in action. And in recognition of his manly qualities, the general calls him up before the troops and pins a coveted ribbon on him. And our hero says, proudly,
"Gee, Skin, don't I look cute with this bow in my hair?"
As tonight's sketch opens, Bob is a soldier, and he and his companions are pretty excited because today Miss Patsy Kelly has offered to have any soldier in camp over to her house for dinner. So the regiment conducts a raffle to see which one is the lucky soldier. Honest General Colonna approaches the bowl and pulls out the number.
Who holds 22?
I do.
I do. I do.
Guess I sold too many.
While the boys are excitedly drawing numbers to see who will be the lucky winner, hostess Patsy Kelly, assisted by her two pals, Frances Langford and Betty Hutton, are preparing a big dinner for the lucky soldier. They've done everything they can to make the evening a pleasant one. They even changed the wallpaper in the room from old colonial to new Esquire. Now, here they are.
Soldiers we invited to dinner will be here any minute now.
That's right, Patsy. But why don't you stop being so nervous about it?
Nervous? Who's nervous? I'm not nervous.
Well, come on down from the ceiling and walk on the floor for a while. Now, don't forget, Patsy, when the soldier comes here, we girls got to take turns entertaining him.
Oh, don't be silly. Do you think one soldier from Camp Roberts could manage 3 girls? And lead me to them.
Patsy, what makes you act like that?
Oh, gee. I'll never forget the last time I went out with a soldier.
Yeah? Did they act differently in 1917?
Yeah. Now, just a minute, peroxide. One more... Just one more crack like that, and you'll be wearing open-toed teeth.
Are we going to have a real party here tonight?
Oh, no. We're going to have more of a sophisticated and formal greeting.
That's what I love. A crap game.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Do I look like the kind of a girl who would be running a crap game in her own home? Well, get the dice.
You know, soldiers are romantic. One of them told me I was beautiful. And the soldier told me I was the prettiest girl he ever met. And another soldier told me I was so young, so graceful, so charming.
Yeah,
Well, one soldier told me I was his favorite date and that I'm a glamour girl. Well, one told me I'm so cute and so dainty.
Where does an alien go to register? Say, Betty, while the soldier boy is here, I want you to try and act like a lady.
I will.
And when he comes in, you won't jump on his shoulders, will you?
Oh, no, that's Francie's job. I tackle him at the knees.
Well, it's nice of you to leave his ankles for me.
Say, I wonder who the soldier is anyway. Do you know, Patsy?
Oh, I don't know. They're going to draw lots, and whoever gets the lucky number is coming over here. It'll be just my luck some goon wins.
Oh, they're all nice boys. There are no goons at Camp Roberts.
There is now. Yesterday, Bob Hope was drafted.
Listen, I came over here to have some fun. Let's forget about flagpole face. You think Bob is bad. You should go out with Skinny Anna sometime. I went out with him to a nightclub the other night, and Skinny had one drink and got up and yelled, "I'm living!"
What happened?
He was arrested by the FBI for spreading false rumors. Well, I still think Skinny is a cute, lively type.
Francis, Skinny Ennis couldn't be the life of the party at a mortician's convention.
Say, did I tell you what happened the other day at the army camp when I went up to visit Skinny?
Mm-hmm.
A tough corporal was bawling him out, and Skinny said he was going to shove his fist right down the corporal's throat. Did he do it? Do it? He overdid it. And that corporal sure looks funny with Skinny's shoes sticking out of his mouth. I hope we have enough food for this soldier tonight. Soldiers like to eat a lot. I once had a soldier over to my house for dinner, and I served him a 2-pound steak smothered with lamb chops.
Steak smothered with lamb chops? Did he like it?
Oh, yes. He ate it in about 4 seconds, then turned and smiled at me and said, "Gee, what wonderful hors d'oeuvres."
Well, I once had a soldier over at my house for dinner, and I served him a can of hash and a can of beans.
Did he like the can of hash and the can of beans?
Oh, he seemed to like them because he kept smiling all the time he was bashing my head in with the can.
Going to be tonight?
Oh, don't worry. I hired a special chef to prepare the food this evening. Pierre Colonna.
Pierre Colonna? Who recommended him as a cook?
The Women's Ambulance Corps. They said they needed practice with their stomach pumps.
Well, didn't you hire anybody to help him?
Yeah, I hired a famous chef special for tonight. Did you ever hear of Oscar of the Waldorf?
Yes.
And George of the Ambassador and Henry of the Brown Derby?
Yes.
Well, this is Philip from the Vine Street Beanery. Eat your hash and dance.
See, are there going to be 2 soldiers here tonight?
Yeah, and let's not fight over them. Now, Francis, you take the one on the right, and I'll take the one on the left. And Betty, you can take the one in the middle.
Hey, now, hold on. What's the idea of giving me nothing?
What do you mean, nothing? When 2 soldiers are out for a good time, there's always an MT in the middle.
That's still nothing. It's swell of you inviting 2 soldiers here for dinner.
Yeah, well, maybe so, but it'll be just my luck to get one with thick glasses and no face.
Oh, you needn't worry about that. Oh, you needn't worry about that. The Army isn't taking anyone with glasses.
Been down to your local draft board lately? Gee, I wonder if he'll be through with dinner. I wish I knew the exact time that we'll be in the parlor sitting on the couch with the soldiers.
The exact time? Why?
I have to call up my electrician and tell him when to make that short circuit.
Gee, I wonder whether they're romantic-minded soldiers.
Are there any other kinds? Now, listen, kid, seriously. Let's hang a mistletoe here.
But it isn't Christmas.
That's right.
And the soldier won't kiss out of season.
Naive little characters, aren't they?
What kind of perfume you got on, Francis? Oh, it's a new exotic perfume. It's called Love Under a Lilac. $5 an ounce. How do you like what I'm using? Music and Magnolias. $10 an ounce.
Wait, get a load of this I'm wearing.
Ooh. What is it?
San Pedro seaweed. 2 bits a gallon. You know, our soldier boys should be coming along soon. In fact, I think I see them coming down the street.
Gee, I wonder what they're like.
Yeah, now I can see them. Cheryl, did you ever hear of the Son of Fury?
Yeah.
Well, here come the daughters of Calm and Collected.
Patsy's right. Look, here comes our soldier boy up the walk. What's that thing with him?
Well, it's either Skinny Ennis or a gopher that walks on his hind legs.
Gee, look at those 2 goons. Now one of them is sailing a paper boat in the gutter. Well, what's the other one doing? Sitting in it and staring.
Well, you look at that small one. Where his chest ought to be, it's absolutely vacant.
What about the big one?
Well, he looks vacant too, but up higher.
Gee, look! Now they've stopped on the sidewalk to talk to each other. I wonder what they're saying. Wish I could hear them.
George, I'm glad you come with me to this party tonight. There'll be a lot of food. So what? There'll be a lot of drinks. So what? There'll be a lot of girls. So what? Will the beneficiary on this policy please step up and collect? Oh, Skins, I just heard a girl's voice in the darkness ahead of here. I can't see her, but I think she's alone. I'll say hello to her. Oh, you, miss.
What do you want?
Darn it, she's convoyed. Oh, don't be afraid of that guy, Bob. I'm not. The Army's made a man out of me. I feel big and strong. Watch how I act toward him when he comes over to speak to us. Hello, fellas. Hey, you. Get off the sidewalk and let me pass.
Why, yes, sir.
You know, I wish there's more of them midgets.
Well, here comes that tough private in the next tent. Let's see you talk to him that way.
Okay. Hey, you.
What do you want?
Get out on your knees and polish my shoes.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Now do mine, Skinny. He can't do that to you, Skin. You're tougher than he is. Sock him.
Okay. Hey, take that. Oh!
Get up on your feet again, Skinny. You're stronger than he is. You're a better fighter. You can punch harder.
Man, don't tell me. Tell him.
Oh, forget him, Skin. Let's get going to the party.
Well, anyway, I got dressed up for this party. Sam Brown belt, gun, and everything.
Skinny, you don't have to use a gun to make a girl kiss you.
Yeah, what do you use?
Oh, just a simple combination half Nelson and headlock. This Army life has done wonders for me. Don't I look great, Skin?
Now, with that bag under your eye.
Oh, it's just a ruffle under my eye. That's not a bag.
Looks more like a duffel than a ruffle. Say, Bob, you sure got all dressed up for this occasion.
Do I really look okay, Skin?
Yeah, you look swell. I ain't never seen you before with your fatigue suit all clean and fresh. Hey, you're lucky you won this chance to come out here tonight, Bob. Everybody in camp drew straws to decide it, and you had the biggest straw.
Yeah, I won by a mile.
Yeah, how come you won so easy?
Well, right next to me was a horse, and the horse was yellow, the tail was near, and the hair was long. And the joke is lousy. The egg is round.
Bob, you know, I hope there's some nice girls at the party.
There'll probably be 2 girls there, Skin, so if there are, you take the homely one.
Why should I take the homely one? I'm a man, ain't I? Like anybody else? Well, I hope she has teeth.
Yeah, I hope this girl's like the girl you got from me last week, Skin.
Well, I thought she was a real pretty girl, Bob.
Well, she was pretty enough, but when we danced, her toupee kept falling off.
I thought that other girl you danced with was much too short for you, Bob.
Yeah, you know, she suspected I had water in the knees.
She suspected you had water on the knees?
Yeah, every time I did a fast rumba, she'd yell, "Whale off the starboard bow." Yeah, and this party is being given us by society girls, so when you get inside, I want you to behave like a gentleman and a soldier.
Well, make up your mind. Which one?
Hey, you men.
Us?
Yeah. What's the idea of not saluting your superior officer? I'm a sergeant.
Well, we didn't know. After all, you're not wearing a uniform.
Yes, and you'd be surprised how chilly it is walking around this way.
At least that guy can do is sew chevrons on his long underwear.
What are these girls like?
You ever read Esquire?
Well, I don't do much reading.
And Esquire's just the magazine for you. I'd like to make an impression on these girls. Hey, Skinny, tell me honestly now, who do you think is the handsomest soldier in our camp?
Well, you're the handsomest guy in our camp, Bob.
Do you really think so?
Well, I sure do. Now, put me down. You make me nervous holding me over this open manhole. Hey, Bob. Hey, look, there's somebody over there in the dock stealing a guitar off a car. Police! Police!
Shut up, will you? I'm a policeman, but I need him, too.
Ken, look, this may be a rippy home that we're visiting, so remember your manners. Don't tuck your napkin under your chin.
Where do you put your napkin, Bob?
Oh, don't be ignorant. Anybody knows where you put your napkin. You unfold it carefully, smooth it out, then pin it to your necktie.
Gee, I hope that this place we're going to have a swimming pool.
Why, Ken?
Well, I hate to carry my turtle around with me.
Here's the house. Let's go in.
Come on, Bob. I'll ring the bell.
Gee, Skinny, they must know you're with me. I wonder what these girls will say when they see me. Well, set them up in the other alley. Hello, Betty. Hello, Francis. Hello, Patsy. You remember Skinny Ennis, don't you?
Yeah, remember how sad we were the day he died?
Now, wait a minute, woman. I ain't dead. When a man's dead, his pulse don't beat him. His blood don't circulate. He doesn't breathe. Doggone, maybe she's right.
Say, girls, you don't seem pleased to see me.
Well, Bob, we expected our soldier guest to be a big, handsome fella, just dripping with charm and dripping with personality.
Yeah, we wind up with one big drip.
What about me?
And a slight drizzle.
Now, Now, let's not argue. Let's have fun. Do you boys dance?
Why, yes.
Good. You two dance and we'll watch. Hey, Mr. Skin, you know, it's been over 3 years since I last saw you. You've changed a lot.
I have? They're looking better.
Well, the last time I saw you, you looked as if you were ready to drop over.
And now?
You look as if you were dropped and bounced up again.
Just a minute, woman. You see my muscle?
Yeah?
Where is it? I've been looking for it for years.
Gee, just look at those fellas, Francis. They ain't in very good shape, are they? Good shape? That's the first time I ever saw Rigger and Mortis hand in hand.
Hey, Bob. Look, that's Betty Hutton, my sweetheart. Why, Betty, my beloved, how I miss you and love you. Gosh, I'll keep on loving you always. I'll love you as long as there's a breath in my body.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is the shortest love affair in history.
You better be careful how you talk to Skinny. He's a real soldier now. Yeah, and I'll prove it to you. Come here, Betty and Francis. Let me put my arms around you. That's it. Now, put my arms around Patsy at the same time. I'll hug all three of you. Now, all of you kiss me.
What was that?
My corpuscle called for reinforcement. Hey, Patsy, I'm starved. Where's the cook? Where's the food?
Well, I've hired a special cook to prepare this meal tonight. He's in the kitchen. Oh, hey, cook, what's your name?
I'm the Grand Chef, Pierre Colonna, famous for my roast pheasant under glass, noted for my lobster a la Thermidor, idolized for my toasted squab and mushroom sauce, acclaimed for my fresh duck with wine. Say, lady, tell me, how do you open this can of beans?
Professor, how in the world did you ever become a chef? How'd you become that? How'd you get to be there?
Chef?
How'd you ever become a chef?
Oh, I one of those big hair. Well, I did.
How do you open this? Professor, how in the world did you ever become a chef?
Oh, I won one of those big hats in a crap game. Well, I got to get busy making the meal. Now, tell me, Hope, to make a chicken soup, you just put a chicken in boiling water, don't you?
That's right, Colonna. You just put a chicken in boiling water.
Chicky, stop washing yourself with Lux.
Colonna, you fool, before you cook a chicken, you're supposed to take an axe and kill it.
Oh, I'm supposed to take an axe and kill it first? No, Chicky. I won't toss you to see who uses the axe.
Oh, never mind the chicken soup. Just give me some eggs.
Oh, come on. Okay. Chicky, lay an egg. Try again. I want a bigger egg. I knew a pigeon who could do better than that. Come on, one more try. A big egg. Hey, Hope, hit a bowl again.
Colonna, you're a dope if I ever saw one.
Hope, you got a mirror in your house?
Yeah?
You saw one.
Oh, let's forget about Colonna, gang. Let's have some fun. Let's have a spelling bee. The men against the girls. Oh, that wouldn't be fair, Robert. We outnumber you men 4-1. See, I read Francis' line. Yeah, it sounded more natural that way.
Come on, kids. Let's get the party going.
Yeah, Bob, turn on the radio. There ought to be some good music on.
Okay.
Rose-a-day, you're my... From to the A.
I knew that damn shirt would throw us off. Anybody who wears a shirt like that has got to lounge something up. Look at that shirt that went out with button shoes. Come on, let's go. Try one, just so we can hear it. Okay.
Rose-a-day, you're my... Boom to the A.
First guy I ever heard who knew all the words.
Well, never mind the radio, Bob. Let's play the Victrola and dance again.
Okay, but this time somebody else be the needle.
Hey, I'm having a little trouble here in the kitchen, and I'd like some advice. How long am I supposed to boil ostrich eggs?
Ostrich eggs? Colonna, where in the world can you get eggs that size?
Every Tuesday night on the Pepsodent program.
Well, what do we do with that one?
Stick to the straight line, Stooge.
Okay. Say, I'm hungry.
Would you like some clams?
Are they steamed?
Well, they've been sitting all day over a hot smudge pot. Maybe I better take the straight line.
Colonna, I don't think you're a chef at all.
Oh, don't be silly, Hope. Why, I've prepared crepes Suzettes in France, I've made plum pudding and mutton in England, and I've served smorgasbord in Sweden.
And what is your favorite dish?
Fish. Suniac, sake, roast of seafood, mama. What do I care what they got on the hit parade?
Professor, I can see you're not going to get the dinner prepared all by yourself.
Yes, I wish I had someone here to help me with all this cooking. It's driving me frantic.
Colonna, not frantic. You mean it's driving you frantic.
Tock, tick, tock, tick, tock, tick. Time marches on.
Oh, Bob, don't pay any attention to him. Let's get some life in this coffee. Let's play some games. Say, would you like to play Spin the Bottle?
Oh, no, after all, you're a woman of the world. I'm a man of the world. We can certainly find a mutual ground for conversation.
Yeah?
What's your high run in pocket billiards?
Yeah. I can see we're not going to get any place for conversation.
What started that?
Yeah. Maybe we better go into the kitchen and help Colonna with the cooking.
No, don't come into the kitchen. I'm very busy in here with a pot roast.
Oh, Professor, kiss me.
One of the prettier pots.
One of the peroxide pots. Colonna, what's going on in there? Oh, I can kick you that light. Don't say peroxide. Don't say peroxide. As though people don't know. Say, Colonna, what's going on in there?
Be quiet, Hope. Nothing's wrong. You're making a mountain out of a molehill.
You mean molehill?
Meld.
Mold. Mold.
Anyone listening to the program knows it smells.
Professor, what about dinner?
I hope you know that fried chicken I'm making for you. I think that chicken's too tough.
What makes you think the chicken's too tough?
Well, it's been on the fire for half an hour, and it just stuck its head out of the frying pan and said, "What's cooking?" I'll serve the dinner in a minute. I'm waiting for some caviar I ordered.
Hey, here you are. Here's the caviar.
What was the matter with him?
Ran all the way from Smolensk.
He didn't look like a Nazi.
Well, I'll serve the dinner now. Colonna, you're supposed to serve from the right. Why do you serve from the left? I'm an old tennis player.
Well, say, tell me, are these pig's feet fresh?
Are they fresh? Look, you can still see the marks from their garters.
Listen, Colonna, get back in the kitchen and finish working.
Okay, sugar, but how about a little kiss first?
Why, I've never been so insulted in all my life.
That just shows you what happens when you want to do someone a favor. I'll go back in the kitchen. Say, I just finished tasting the steak I made, Hope.
Well, what are you laughing at?
Who said there's a shortage of rubber?
Well, is dinner finally ready?
Ah, yes, my bossy little hossy. Everything Chef Colonna has prepared is now cooked except the electric eel.
Colonna, you're the chef and you're serving us electric eels?
Yes. Shocking, isn't it? Say, Professor.
How far can you put your eyes out? Say, Professor.
Yes?
I smell something burning. You better take a look in the oven.
Okay, I'll look in the oven. What do you know? That Japanese gardener wasn't evacuated after all.
Listen, how much longer will it take for dinner?
Well, dinner will be late. It'll take 3 hours to cook the elephant.
So, why on earth would you cook an elephant? We only asked for gumbo soup.
Gumbo? Great Scott, I thought you said Dumbo.
We're going to be a smash for the kids this week. Oh, this is... Well, we're starving. Just serve us whatever you got ready.
Okay, Hope, get ready. I'm going to send in the first course. Okay. On your mark, get set, go.
Colonna, what are you sending in?
Frog's legs.
That's ridiculous. Frog's legs could never run anywhere by themselves.
Big son of a gun, poor thing.
Okay. Memories, you men of Robert's Post, we leave you with a toast. May fortune be your portion. You've all been the perfect host. And thank you so much
And thanks for the memories. Folks, keep your victory grin through all things thick and thin. Just get behind the men, behind the guns, and we can win. They'll thank you so much if of freedom and home you are fond, folks. Make it try just to buy one more bond, folks. That's America looking beyond, folks. With confidence in our defense.
Next week, folks, we'll be back at the same time, broadcasting from Camp Cook at Lone Park, California, with that great sportsman, Babe Ruth, and the regular gang, and Ben Gay, Private Benny. Thank you. Goodbye.
For the best in smoking enjoyment, get the cigarettes with the golden tobaccos, Raleigh's.
Oh, is that what we're
From Hollywood, the Raleigh Cigarette Program, starring Red Skelton with Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, and Wonderful Smith.
Now, this is our three-piece
and his orchestra playing Diggin' for Dex. And now we bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's newest young comedian,
digging for gas?
the star of our show, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hiya, Truman.
Hello, Red. My, you look healthy tonight, old boy. You been taking care of yourself?
Yeah, I'm up every morning bright and drooly.
Stop your kidding, Red. I know you take good care of yourself. You don't smoke, do you?
No, I don't.
You don't drink, do you?
No.
You don't go out?
That I do. But seriously, though, Truman, I'm really very careful about my health. For instance, yesterday is the first time I've been swimming this winter.
Oh, did you go swimming down at the Santa Monica Beach yesterday?
Yeah.
Say, wasn't the water kind of cold?
Yeah, but I went right in the water.
You did, huh?
Yeah, I never did find out who pushed me, though. Say, I saw Lum and Abner down at the beach.
Oh, Lum and Abner.
Yeah.
What were they doing?
Well, they were looking at all the girls in the new bathing suits and saying, "That's a wonderful world, Clem. Just a wonderful world."
Hiya, Red.
How are you, Harriet? Say, I was just telling Brad about going swimming down at the beach.
Swimming, was it fun?
Yeah, but, a very embarrassing thing happened. All the time I was swimming, a Great Dane would swim out and fetch me back up on the beach, see? And then the embarrassing thing happened.
Yeah?
Yeah. The fellow that owned the Great Dane yelled, "Rover! Either bury it or throw it back in the ocean."
Say, Red, how do you like the girls? How do they look this year?
Well, swell, but, the shortage in the material has affected the suits. Boy, the girls down there this year look like they're wearing suntan oil with a zipper. Say, you should have seen me, though, in my suit. It's a little old-fashioned.
Well, how do you mean, Red? A little old-fashioned?
Well, it's the first suit I ever saw that bagged in the knees at the waist.
Sound very dashing, old fellow.
Yeah, in that suit I had to be. But I was so embarrassed when I walked out to the pool, though.
Why? What happened?
Well, somebody had put itching powder in my shorts. Now I know what they mean by blitzkrieg.
Gosh, you must have been a sensation.
Yeah, everybody stared at me, but I stared right back through the moth holes.
Well, Red, if your suit is so outdated, why don't you get another one? Why, the modern bathing suits fit like a charm.
Yeah, I know. One of the girls there was wearing a suit that fitted like a charm.
Yeah, what happened?
Well, the lifeguard made her take it off and put it back on her bracelet.
Red, I think a fellow in your position should wear the latest kind of swimsuit.
Well, I have one of those new Catalina swimsuits, but I was a little disappointed in it.
You're disappointed in your Catalina swimsuit?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, I tried it out, and it didn't take me anywhere near Catalina.
Red, you sure had a swell day for swimming, though.
Yeah, the water was nice and warm. Gee.
I was in hot water once.
You were, Ozzy?
Yeah, I called up and a man answered.
Say, Red, where do you get undressed at the beach? Have you got a bathhouse?
No, I just ride down to the beach and undress in whatever I'm riding in.
Yeah.
Today I got arrested.
Arrested? Well, why?
I was riding a bicycle.
Say, Red, where do you stay down there?
Well, I stay at a little broken-down hotel near Santa Monica Pier. It's called the El Rancho Squirto.
Now, wait, the El Rancho Squirto?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well, just what it sounds like. It's only 75 cents a day, and at that place, tipping is prohibited, I keep telling myself.
Well, it sounds cheap enough to me.
Oh, it's cheap, all right. For 15 cents extra, they give you a towel. For 20 cents extra, they wash it. For 50 cents extra, everybody comes around and watch you use it. Hey, what are you thinking about, Harriet?
The El Rancho Squirto.
Yeah.
I never heard of it. Is it a large hotel?
No, it's just a small place, but what else can you expect from a crouch of a tree?
It was really small, all right?
Yeah, the manager asked me if I would mind sharing my bathroom with someone.
Who was it?
143rd Field Artillery. Yeah, but I had a good time, though. The ocean was cold, but so I went over to the swimming pool next door.
Say, was the swimming pool full?
Yeah, but they were nice about it. They cleaned it out and put water in it. So, you know, all the girls down on the beach have those, they let the straps down, you know, so their shoulders will get tanned evenly.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, one guy had a terrific time down on the beach. He ran around snipping with scissors. But the cops finally caught me.
I cut out paper dolls once.
You did, Ozzy? Why?
I don't know. They never took our straitjackets off long enough to tell us.
Say, Harriet, have you been down to the beach yet?
Oh, no, thanks. It's too near a certain oil field to suit me.
Oh, I see.
Besides, the water's too cold. Well, I saw a midget down there wearing a smudge pot.
Red, I suppose there are a lot of bathing beauties at the Hotel El Squirto, huh?
Yeah, I never saw so much girls.
Red, you mean so many girls?
No, they were all in shorts.
I see.
There was one girl there that was so bow-legged, and every time she crossed her legs, she still had about 3 feet to go. But boy, the suits the girls are wearing.
Did your eyes pop out?
How could they pop out? They hadn't popped in from the last time yet.
I saw a girl in a short bathing suit once.
You did?
Yes, it was so short that...
That what?
Yes.
Say, Red, how's your swimming? Are you a good swimmer?
Yeah, I'll say. I've been a good swimmer ever since that night long ago.
What night long ago?
The night my father put me in a burlap bag and threw me in the river. I picked up a new stroke today. It's called the dog paddle.
Are you any good at it?
Well, when I got out of the water, there was a guy from the city pound waiting there with me, for me with a net.
Say, were there many celebrities at the beach? Were there many celebrities at the beach while you were there?
Yeah, I'll tell you who it was as soon as I find my place here.
Who did you see down there?
Edward Arnold was swimming down at the beach.
Edward Arnold. Say, Red, is Edward Arnold really as big as he looks on the screen?
Well, to give you an idea, he was doing the dead man's float, see?
Uh-huh.
And the lifeguard spied him and yelled, "Heavens to Betsy! The Normandy's capsized again." All Sweet and Lovely, Lady Be Good, played by Ozzie Nelson and his Onesome. And very good, too.
Have Mr. Skelton hide me.
What's up, wonderful?
A gal's after me. I proposed to her, and now she wants to marry me.
Well, why don't you?
That ain't what I proposed.
Ah, come on, wonderful. You know what's the matter with you and the girls? You haven't got the proper technique when it comes to proposing. To start off, first you get down on your knees.
Yeah, I do. Then I always forgets and start shining her shoes.
Well, look, I'll tell you what you do, wonderful. You stick around and I'll teach you how to propose. First, we have two cowboys, Deadeye and Beetlepuss. They're really rough and tough, and they're both in love with the same girl, and they're heading for her house at this very moment. So I'll be Deadeye, and Ozzie, you be Beetlepuss.
Well, Beetlepuss, you might as well go home, 'cause you ain't got a chance with that pinball.
What makes you think I ain't got a chance with pinball?
Well, you're too bull-legged. She wants a man, not a pair of pliers.
I ain't so bow-legged.
Oh, no? Then what become of your horse?
Gosh, slipped out from under me again. Say, Deadeye, don't you never wear no spurs?
No, I don't need to wear spurs.
Why not?
Long toenails. Come on, Beetlepuss. I'll race you to Pinball's house.
Okay, let's race.
Okay.
Whoa!
Hello, Beetlepuss. What kept you so long?
Gee, Deadeye, you sure got here quick.
Yeah, my horse should be along any minute now.
Where's Pinball?
Well, she ain't up yet. She had a tough bout at the wrestling arena last night.
Gee, did her opponent pin her shoulders to the mat?
Yep, with a railroad spike, too. Hey, look, here she comes downstairs now.
That's what I get for washing my feet. Hello, Deadeye. What's cooking?
Well, if it smells like coffee, it's coffee. If it smells like something else, it's me.
Hello, Pinball.
Hello, short, dark, and bow-legged.
Am I bow-legged, Deadeye?
I told you that a while ago. Why, Beetlepuss, when you run, you look like an egg beater.
How about a kiss, Pinball?
Okay.
Kinda juicy, ain't it? Say, Pinball, I'm all puckered up, too.
Yeah, you better stop eating that alum.
Yeah. Say, Pinball, we've come to see you on a mission. We both want to marry you.
Okay, but which one's gonna take the graveyard shift?
Looks like you're out of luck again, Beetlepuss.
Say, Deadeye, them's mighty pretty boots you're wearing.
Yeah?
I like the way you spilled a good humor on the feet.
I didn't feel no good humor. Them's my toes.
Oh, look, boys, here comes my new butler.
Kinda snazzy in that outfit, ain't he?
Excuse me, ma'am. Shall I serve that Central Avenue Postum now?
Central Avenue Postum?
Yeah, it's for people who can't drink coffee. It's gin.
Is it strong?
I'll say it's strong. Why, the first drink you take, you see a horse.
Yeah? What happens when you take the second drink?
You gets on and ride off.
Good, huh?
Good? Why, the first 3 drinks you take, you don't feel nothing.
Yeah?
And the 4th drink you take, nothing feels you.
Say, wonderful, where did you get that gin?
Oh, my pappy made it. He ain't drinking as much as he used to.
How can you tell?
It's only running out of 1 ear now. Oh, say, Mr. Deadeye, I saw you ride up here, and you sure is some horseman.
Well, speaking of riding, tell me, Sitting Bull, you are an Indian, ain't you? You a good cowboy?
Why, no, sir, I ain't very good. I couldn't rope a steer if it was a stake.
You mean you never rode across the desert?
No, sir. I'm scared of them coyotes.
Oh, them coyotes won't hurt nobody. You see my left hand?
Well, no, I don't.
I was wrong about them coyotes, wasn't I?
But I gotta be going now. My gal's waiting for me. She's probably sitting on pins and needles.
Sitting on pins and needles?
Yeah, we is tough here in the West.
Yeah, well, you can leave us now. Pinball's gonna choose one of us boys.
Or maybe I could help out with some good advice.
Yeah, what kind of help can you be?
Well, I knows everything there is to know about love and women.
Yeah?
Why, I'm called the John Barrymore of Central Avenue.
Well, then, speak up, man.
Well, I was out last night with a gal. She had flaming fire in her eyes.
Yeah, what'd you do?
I bought some hot dogs and we had a barbecue.
Say, wonderful. If you were me, which one of these critters would you marry?
Well, I don't think I would marry that Deadeye.
Deadeye. You shot him down in cold blood.
What do you mean, cold blood? I'll give you 6 to 5, he's still warm.
Take it, miss. I'm an awful fast dyer.
Did he hit you, wonderful?
Well, I wasn't born with pair stairs.
Well, now, Pinball, now that the butler's gone, you got a hand for dying. How do you like that? Which one of us is he going to marry?
Well, I've got a lot of money.
Yeah, you marry me, Pinball, and I'll stick him up and take that money away from him. I love you, gal. I love you dancing. Come on, gal, let's see you dance the hula hula.
The hula hula? What's that?
It's like Jell-O, only faster.
Say, Pinball, that's a pretty sweater you're wearing. Where did you get the wool?
Oh, we finally got around to cropping Grandpa.
Well, you can make another one next year when it's Grandma's turn. Now, come on, Pinball. Which one of us do you want?
Well, they say the best man always wins.
There, you see, Beetlepuss? You can go on home now. Well, I got Pinball right in the hollow of my head.
Pinball, listen to me. I'm crazy about you. When I look at you, I want to crush you into little pieces.
Really?
Yes. Tell me, do you think I'm a cad?
No, whoever saw a cad with a tail?
Them's fighting words, Deadeye.
Yeah, you want to make something out of it? I'll blow you to bits.
Boys, why don't you bury the hatchet?
Okay, the feud's off. Come on, gal, sit down on something that ain't moving. And get me a drink.
Here you are, Deadeye. Here's a drink.
Thanks. What on earth did you put in that drink, Beetlepuss?
Water.
Water! Give me my gun. The feud's on again. And remember, I'm a better man than you are. I got hair on my chest.
I had a hair on my chest once.
Yeah, what happened to it?
I used it up. I needed a toothpick.
Deadeye, you've been courting me for almost 10 years now.
That's right, 10 years.
Well, what are you waiting for? A free game?
Look, Pinball, I love you. When I look in your eyes, you remind me of the lights on the back of a train. One red one and one green one.
Oh, I bet you tell that to all your girls.
Oh, how could I? You the only one looks like the super chief. And no kidding, Pinball. One look at you and my heart starts jumping like I was crossing Hollywood Boulevard against the light.
Gee, what passion.
That settles it. I gotta have Pinball there, Beetlepuss. So start reaching for your shooting irons. And the one who's the fastest on the draw gets the gal. Now, I'll count 3.
Of course, you're going to be fair and square about this.
Why, sure. You know me. Honest Deadeye.
Are you sure you're not going to give me that old 1, 2, boom, 3 stuff?
So help me, if I tell the truth, I never shot a man before saying 3. If I tell the truth. You can trust me, old honest Deadeye.
Oh.
My good side says play square, but who am I to argue with the old devil? You ready? 1, 2, 3. And that, folks, is why they call me Honest Deadeye.
We all live in the same building and we have to. There's no lock on the bathroom door. Getting back to people proposing, we have a lady and her little boy. She's his aunt's boyfriend is on his way over to the house to propose, so let's see what happens. Harriet, you be my mother, and I'll be the mean little kid, huh?
Junior, where are you?
I had outside here, trying to find something to occupy me widow hand.
Oh, why, Junior, what a nice surprise.
What you talking about, Mommy?
Well, this rock garden. And you built it all by yourself.
No, I didn't build it. I stuck my tongue out at that tough little kid next door, and then...
And then what?
Rock garden.
Well, you'd better come in now. I want you to get washed up. You're very dirty.
Yeah, I am dirty, and all the other kids are jealous.
Why should they be jealous? They're dirty, too.
Yeah, I know, but I'm the only one that contains activated charcoal.
Well, come on inside, and don't slam the door.
Okay. What was that about the door, Mummy?
Never mind. Now, Junior, I want you to behave. Your Aunt Irene's boyfriend's coming over.
You mean old Dizzy's coming over to make Goo-Goo-Eyed a dopey?
Junior, such talk. You better stop hanging around that pool room so much. You'll have the whole town talking like that.
Yeah, I hope that guy ain't her usual type of jerk.
Now, he's a very nice boy. Why, your aunt always has nice boyfriends.
Yes, I know.
Once she even had a fellow who wrote love letters to her in Latin.
Yeah, Julius Caesar.
Now, you go into the bathroom. Go on, go into the bathroom and take a nice warm shower.
Okay, I will take a shower. Hey, Mommy!
What?
Get me some dry clothes, will ya?
Junior, you're supposed to take your clothes off when you take a shower.
Now she told me.
You're a naughty boy, Junior.
Yeah, I know I had, but it's all your fault.
My fault?
Yeah, when I was born, you shouldn't have got a witch doctor.
Well, go on. Change your clothes and hurry. Your aunt's boyfriend will be here any minute.
Okay. Mommy?
Yes, dear?
Where did I come from? Did you find me in the cabbage?
No, in an apple.
Yeah. Well, I wormed that out of you, didn't I? Uh-oh, there's somebody at the door. If it's a true no, but they tell me don't want.
Junior, I'm busy. You go see who it is.
Okay.
Now, be careful. Don't let them see you.
I won't. I will look through the crack in me head.
Oh, don't be so silly. Open the door a little.
Okay.
Well, hello, little boy. How are you?
What you doing? Working your way through college?
No, I've already been to college.
What's the matter? Didn't you get waited on?
Now, take it easy, little boy.
Don't you hit me. Hey, what is you, a man or a mouse?
I'm Irene's boyfriend.
Oh, a wolf. Come in. Hey, Mummy doll, the sucker's here.
I'll be right down.
Little boy, you remember me. I'm your aunt's beau.
Yeah, you remember me, too, don't you? I'm the shakedown kid. 25 cents, please.
Oh, gosh, last time it was only a dime.
I know, but
what'll it be next time?
Haven't you heard of the amusement tax?
Yeah, but do you raise it each time?
Yeah, give me that quarter.
All right, here.
Okay. Hey, wait a minute, Bob. Get that slug.
It's a real quarter.
Oh, yeah? I will bite it to make sure.
All right.
Look, I got a V for victory smile.
Oh, hello, young man.
Oh, how do you do? Oh, Junior, is this your mother?
That's what they tell me.
Yes, I'm Junior's mother.
Yeah.
Well, I never would have known it. You're so young.
Yeah, Mummy does look young, don't she, huh?
She certainly does.
Yeah. Benjamin Franklin used to tell her the same thing.
Junior! Benjamin Franklin has been dead for 120 years.
What a memory! What a memory!
Now, I'm not that old, am I, Junior?
I could answer that, but it would only lead to woodshed.
Say, just a minute. Why are you walking around me like that?
I is casing you. Hey, Mummy, you is wrong. He ain't got two heads.
Junior! Won't you come in? Irene isn't here yet. She walks home from work, you know.
Yeah, and she had a tough time getting past that jury, you know.
This is a very nice place you've got here.
Yes, it is.
Where's your father?
He's downstairs in the cellar in his laboratory.
Your father works pretty hard, doesn't he?
Yeah, but it's worth it. He's got them pictures of Lincoln and Washington down pretty good now.
Junior! Shame on you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you broke my widow head. You broke me. Oh, me widow ears are ringing.
Well, some sulfur and molasses will take care of that.
The all clear signal just sounded, man. Hey, Romeo, come here.
Yes?
I got a proposition for you.
Speak up, son. What is it?
Well, for a small sum, I can arrange a blackout in the living room at the proper time.
Won't you come into the parlor, young man?
Thank you very much.
Not you, Junior. You can't go into the parlor.
Now, you let me go in the parlor, I will tell.
You'll tell what?
I will tell everybody that you go out every morning and swipe cream off of all the milk bottles in the neighborhood.
Junior!
Not only that, you lick the stopper, too.
I'll give it to you. Where's my switch?
No, I ain't afraid of no switch.
All right, where's my lead pipe?
Uh-oh. Good night, Mommy. Oh, I think I will sneak in the living room. That's right where they will be. Gee, look at all that space underneath that sofa. What a spot for a listening post. I wonder if I'm big enough to crawl under. It looks big enough. If I do, I do a whipping. I do it. Here I go. Ooh, low bridge. Ooh, I'll be slap happy time I get under it. Oh, look what I found, me little red rubber ball I lost. Here's the rest of that sandwich I couldn't eat last week. Look at this toothpick. That's no good, though. It's still got a tooth in it. I wonder what that wooden thing is over there with a wire on it. And my favorite dish, cheese. I will get... Ooh! Who put that mousetrap under here? Uh-oh, somebody just sat down. I will listen to the conversation.
Well, here we are, dearest.
Yes, all alone.
Yeah, all alone.
Yes, all alone. All by ourselves.
Yoo-hoo! Peeping Tom!
What was that?
Oh, that's probably Junior upstairs.
Oh. I got a good idea. I would light this match and give him a hot foot.
Darling, you know, there's something I've always wanted to tell you.
Yes. What is it?
Well, every time I'm near you, I feel like saying...
I better get out of here by fast.
Junior, what are you doing? You go to bed.
Did you give me that hot foot?
Look, mister, don't get discouraged. Sooner or later, I will run out of ideas.
Gee whiz, isn't there ever any peace and quiet in this house?
He doesn't know me very well, does he, Then we have Clem, the fellow from the country. He's on his way to see his girl, and little does he know that she's trying to hook him. And as the scene opens, it's a beautiful day, and Clem is walking down the road.
Well, here I am on my way to my girlfriend. Gee, I feel good today. I don't want to walk without you, Hetty. Gee, what a beautiful spring day. The sun's shining, the birds are singing, the flowers are blooming. Gee, what a beautiful day. Too bad I bumped in that skunk back there. Well, here's Daisy June's house. I know she's home, too, 'cause she sent her bustle out to get welded.
Why, hello, Clem.
Well, Daisy June.
Clem, do you still love me? That's good. Clem, what are you doing in my garden?
I'm picking you some flowers. Uh-oh, there's a bee.
Where's the bee?
He's right there on your shoulder. Hold still, I'll get him.
Why, Clem.
Well, what do you know? I missed my mind.
get busy and bend my nose back into shape. Clem, you look different today. What did you do? Wash your face?
Yep, and I wash behind my ears, too.
Oh, you really wash behind your ears, Clem?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, and them lima beans were coming along so nice, too. Oh, gee, it's a beautiful day. Everything's in bloom.
Yeah, everything's in bloom. I can see your old man's nose from here.
Clem, are you insinuating that my old man has a red nose?
Well, I wouldn't say it was red. It's sort of a magenta.
You should talk with your face.
Well, there's nothing wrong with my face. You know what my mother said about it this morning?
No, what?
Well, my mother said that I've got the only face in town that looks like Bernstein's grotto.
Well, your mother's prejudiced.
Yeah.
And anyway, it sure is a pretty day.
Ain't it, though?
Doesn't it make you want to do things, Clem? Doesn't it make you want to do things?
Yep. Sure does. Let's go down to the butcher store and tickle pickled pig's feet.
Let's do something exciting, Clem.
Okay. Let's go up in the woods and flop turtles over on their backs.
Oh, no, let's stop here at this little brook and let our feet dangle in the water.
Okay, I'll skim off my shoe.
Why, Clem, I never knew you had 6 toes.
You mean you ain't got 6 toes?
Well, of course not. People only have 5 toes.
Yeah? Well, how they keep their shoes on?
How do you like my new hairdo, Clem?
No, it's fine. I like it nice and stringy.
Maybe I should wear it in that new upswept style,
Yo, you come over to my house and I'll lend you my broom. See, this tight collar's killing me. It's awful tight.
Well, why don't you take it off, Clem? Them Buster Browns is out of fashion anyhow.
Okay, I'll take it off.
What happened?
I busted my buster.
Say, Clem.
Yeah?
Clem, what do you like best about me?
Your teeth?
My teeth?
Yep, they're at a nice age. Not strong enough for candy, not weak enough to fall out.
You know something, Clem?
What?
Ain't this nice weather for getting married?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
Oh, Clem, don't be so wishy-washy. It's spring. Tell me, doesn't it do something to you? Don't you feel nothing?
Well, come to think of it, I do feel something way down someplace.
Yes, yes.
Well, look at that. I've been sitting on a frog.
Oh, Clem, you know you want to marry me.
I do?
Well, sure, it's written all over your face.
Yeah, but it's in your handwriting.
Well, all the girls I know are getting married.
They are?
Mm-hmm. Lulu and her fella went berry picking, and they got married. And Ella May and her fella, they went berry picking, and they got married. And the same thing happened to Flo and Joe.
You know, there must be something in that berry picking besides berries.
Well, Clem, don't you want to kiss me?
Okay, here she comes. Oh, I forgot about my bubble gum.
Come on, Clem, let's elope.
Elope? What's that? How do you do that, huh?
Oh, well, it's easy. You just come after me with a ladder.
What? With all these rocks laying around?
Clem, you know, you and me have been a-going steady for 20 years, ain't
It
we?
only seems like about 19.
Well, Clem, if you don't want me, there's somebody else.
Somebody else wants you?
That's right.
Who is it, Lockheed?
Nope, it ain't. It's Farnsworth Aslop. He wants to marry me. Look, he gave me a ring. See, it's a Pomona diamond.
A Pomona diamond?
Yeah, the engineer of the super chief throws them at the station agent there.
Well, you can't marry Farnsworth Aslop. He's just asking you that to avoid the draft.
Oh, you think he's trying to avoid the draft?
Sure, he did the same thing in 1812.
Well, why don't you propose to me, Clem?
Okay, Daisy June, will you be my teammate?
Teammate?
Well, sure, you don't think I'm going to plow that field by myself, do you?
Remember, we'll all be back again next Tuesday at the same time. Red Skelton, Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, Wonderful Smith, and your announcer, Truman Bradley. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now. Thanks for listening.
Red Skelton is heard on this program through the courtesy of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studio. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Anti-aircraft guns went into action against unidentified aircraft in the Los Angeles area shortly after 3 a.m. Pacific wartime this morning. The anti-aircraft guns began barking during a blackout ordered by the 4th Interceptor Command at 2:25 a.m. The unidentified object, which some sources thought might be a blimp, moved slowly down the Pacific coast from Santa Monica and disappeared south of Long Beach. Army officials declined to comment on the possibility that the object might have been a blimp. However, it required nearly 30 minutes to travel some 25 miles, far slower than an airplane. Watchers on the rooftop of the Columbia Broadcasting Building in the heart of Hollywood could plainly see the flashes of guns and searchlights sweeping the skies in a wide arc along the coastal area. Concussion of the shells could be felt in downtown Los Angeles, 15 miles away.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
My fellow Americans, Washington's birthday is a most appropriate occasion for us to talk with each other about things as they are today and things as we know they shall be in the future. For 8 years, General Washington and his Continental Army were faced continually with formidable odds and recurring defeats. Supplies and equipment were lacking. In a sense, every winter was a valley forge. Throughout the 13 states there existed fifth columnists and selfish men, jealous men, fearful men who proclaimed that Washington's cause was hopeless and that he should ask for a negotiated peace. Washington's conduct in those hard times has provided the model for all Americans ever since, a model of moral stamina. He held to his course as it had been chartered in the Declaration of Independence. He and the brave men who served with him knew that no man's life or fortune was secure without freedom and free institutions. The present great struggle has taught us increasingly that freedom of person and security of property anywhere in the world depend upon the security of the rights and obligations of liberty and justice everywhere in the world. This war is a new kind of war. It is different from all other wars of the past, not only in its methods and weapons, but also in its geography. It is warfare in terms of every continent, every island, every sea, every air lane in the world. That is the reason why I have asked you to take out and spread before you a map of the whole earth, and to follow me in the references which I shall make to the world-encircling battle lines of this war. Many questions will, I fear, remain unanswered tonight, but I know you will realize that I cannot cover everything in one short report to the people. The broad oceans which have been heralded in the past as our protection from attack have become endless battlefields on which we are constantly being challenged by our enemies. We must all understand and face the hard fact that our job now is to fight at distances which extend all the way around the globe. We fight at these vast distances because that is where our enemies are. Until our flow of supplies gives us clear superiority, we must keep on striking our enemies wherever and whenever we can meet them. Even if, for a while, we have to yield ground. Actually, though, we are taking a heavy toll of the enemy every day that goes by. We must fight at these vast distances to protect our supply lines and our lines of communication with our allies. Protect these lines from the enemies who are bending every ounce of their strength, striving against time to cut them. The object of the Nazis and the Japanese is, of course, to separate the United States, Britain, China, and Russia, and to isolate them one from another, so that each will be surrounded and cut off from sources of supplies and reinforcements. It's the old familiar access policy of divide and conquer. There are those who still think, however, in terms of the days of sailing ships. They advise us to pull our warships and our planes and our merchant ships into our own home waters and concentrate solely on last-ditch defense. But let me illustrate what would happen if we followed such foolish advice. Look at your map. Look at the vast area of China with its millions of fighting men. Look at the vast area of Russia with its powerful armies and proven military might. Look at the islands of Britain, Australia, New Zealand, the Dutch Indies, India, the Near East, and the continent of Africa, with their sources of raw materials, their resources of raw materials, and of peoples determined to resist Axis domination. Look, too, at North America, Central America, and South America. It is obvious what would happen if all of these great reservoirs of power were cut off from each other, either by enemy action or by self-imposed isolation. First, in such a case, we could no longer send aid of any kind to China, to the brave people who for nearly 5 years have withstood Japanese assault, destroyed hundreds of thousands of Japanese soldiers, and vast quantities of Japanese war munitions. It is essential that we help China in her magnificent defense and in her inevitable counteroffensive, for that is one important element in the ultimate defeat of Japan. Secondly, if we lost communication with the Southwest Pacific, all of that area, including Australia and New Zealand and the Dutch Indies, would fall under Japanese domination. Japan, in such a case, could release great numbers of ships and men to launch attacks on a large scale against the coasts of the Western Hemisphere, South America, and Central America, and North America, including Alaska. At the same time, she could immediately extend her conquests in the other direction, toward India, through the Indian Ocean, to Africa, to the Near East, and try to join forces with Germany and Italy. Third, if we were to stop sending munitions to the British and the Russians in the Mediterranean area, in the Persian Gulf, and the Red Sea, we would be helping the Nazis to overrun Turkey and Syria and Iraq and Persia, that's now called Iran, and Egypt and the Suez Canal, the whole coast of North Africa itself, and with that, inevitably, the whole coast of West Africa, putting Germany within easy striking distance of South America, 1,500 miles away. Fourth, if by such a fatuous policy we ceased to protect the North Atlantic supply line to Britain and to Russia, we would help to cripple the splendid counteroffensive by Russia against the Nazis, and we would help to deprive Britain of essential food supplies and munitions. Those Americans who believed that we could live under the illusion of isolationism wanted the American eagle to imitate the tactics of the ostrich. Now, many of those same people, afraid that we may be sticking our necks out, want our national bird to be turned into a turtle. But we prefer to retain the eagle as it is, flying high and striking hard. I know I speak for the mass of the American people when I say that we reject the turtle policy and will continue increasingly the policy of carrying the war to the enemy in distant lands and distant waters, as far away as possible from our own home grounds. There are 4 main lines of communication now being traveled by our ships: the North Atlantic, the South Atlantic, the Indian Ocean, and the South Pacific. These routes are not one-way streets, for the ships that carry our troops and munitions outbound bring back essential raw materials which we require for our own use. The maintenance of these vital lines is a very tough job. It is a job which requires tremendous daring, tremendous resourcefulness, and above all, tremendous production of planes and tanks and guns, and also of the ships to carry them. And I speak again for the American people when I say that we can and will do that job. The defense of the worldwide lines of communication demands compel relatively safe use by us of the sea and of the air along the various routes. And this in turn depends upon control by the United Nations of many strategic bases along those routes. Control of the air involves the simultaneous use of 2 types of planes. First, the long-range heavy bomber, and second, the light bombers, the dive bombers, the torpedo planes, the short-range pursuit planes, all of which are essential to cooperate with and protect the bases and the bombers themselves. Heavy bombers can fly under their own power from here to the Southwest Pacific, either way, but the smaller planes cannot. Therefore, these lighter planes have to be packed in crates and sent on board cargo ships. Look at your map again, and you will see that the route is long and at many places perilous, either across the South Atlantic, all the way round South Africa and the Cape of Good Hope, or from California to the East Indies direct. A vessel can make a round trip by either route in about 4 months, or only 3 round trips in a whole year. In spite of the length, in spite of the difficulties of this transportation, I can tell you that in 2.5 months we already have a large number of bombers and pursuit planes manned by American pilots and crews, which are now in daily contact with the enemy in the Southwest Pacific. And thousands of American troops are today in that area engaged in operations, not only in the air, but on the ground as well. In this battle area, Japan has had an obvious initial advantage, for she could fly even her short-range planes to the points of attack by using many stepping stones open to her. bases in a multitude of Pacific islands, and also bases on the China coast, the Indochina coast, and in Thailand and Malaya. Japanese troop transports could go south from Japan and from China. Through the narrow China Sea, which can be protected by Japanese planes throughout its whole length. I ask you to look at your maps again, particularly at that portion of the Pacific Ocean lying west of Hawaii. Before this war even started, the Philippine Islands were already surrounded on three sides by Japanese power. On the west, the China side, the Japanese were in possession of the coast of China and the coast of Indochina, which had been yielded to them by the Vichy French. On the north are the islands of Japan themselves, reaching down almost to northern Luzon. On the east are the Mandated Islands, which Japan had occupied exclusively and had fortified in absolute violation of her written word. Islands that lie between Hawaii and the Philippines. These islands, hundreds of them, appear only as dots on most maps, or do not appear at all, but they cover a large strategic area. Guam lies in the middle of them, a lone outpost which we had never fortified. Under the Washington Treaty of 1921, we had solemnly agreed not to add to the fortification of the Philippines. We had no safe naval base there, so we could not use the islands for extensive naval operations. Immediately after this war started, Japanese forces moved down on either side of the Philippines to numerous points south of them, thereby completely encircling the Philippines from north and south and east and west. It is that complete encirclement, with control of the air by Japanese land-based aircraft, which has prevented us from sending substantial reinforcements of men and material to the gallant defenders of the Philippines. For 40 years, it has always been our strategy, a strategy born of necessity, that in the event of a full-scale attack on the islands by Japan, we should fight a delaying action, attempting to retire slowly into Bataan Peninsula and Corregidor. We knew that the war as a whole would have to be fought and won by a process of attrition against Japan itself. We knew all along that with our greater resources, we could ultimately outbuild Japan and overwhelm her on sea and on land and in the air. We knew that to obtain our objective, many varieties of operations would be necessary in areas other than the Philippines. Now, nothing that has occurred in the past 2 months has caused us to revise this basic strategy of necessity, except that the defense put up by General MacArthur has magnificently exceeded the previous estimates of endurance, and he and his men are gaining eternal glory therefore. MacArthur's army of Filipinos and Americans and the forces of the United Nations in China, in Burma, in the Netherlands, East Indies, are all together fulfilling the same essential task. They're making Japan pay an increasingly terrible price for her ambitious attempts to seize control of the whole Asiatic world. Every Japanese transport sunk off Java is one less transport that they can use to carry reinforcements to their army opposing General MacArthur in Luzon. It has been said the Japanese gains in the Philippines were made possible only by the success of their surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. I tell you that this is not so. Even if the attack had not been made, your map will show that it would have been a hopeless operation for us to send the fleet to the Philippines through thousands of miles of ocean, while all those island bases were under the sole control of the Japanese. The consequences of the attack on Pearl Harbor, serious as they were, have been wildly exaggerated in other ways. And these exaggerations come originally from excess propagandists, but they have been repeated, I regret to say, by Americans in and out of public life. You and I have the utmost contempt for Americans who, since Pearl Harbor, have whispered or announced off the record that there was no longer any Pacific fleet, that the fleet was all sunk or destroyed on December 7th, that more than 1,000 of our planes were destroyed on the ground. They have suggested slyly that the government has withheld the truth about casualties, that 11,000 or 12,000 men were killed at Pearl Harbor instead of the figures as officially announced. They have even served the enemy propagandists by spreading the incredible story that shiploads of bodies of our honored American dead were about to arrive in New York Harbor to be put into a common grave. Almost every Axis broadcast, Berlin, Rome, Tokyo, directly quotes Americans who, by speech or in the press, make damnable misstatements such as these. The American people realize that in many cases, details of military operations cannot be disclosed until we are absolutely certain that the announcement will not give to the enemy military information which he does not already possess. Your government has unmistakable confidence in your ability to hear the worst without flinching or losing heart. You must in turn have complete confidence that your government is keeping nothing from you except information that will help the enemy in his attempt to destroy us. In a democracy, there is always a solemn pact of truth between government and the people. But there must also always be a full use of discretion. And that word discretion applies to the critics of government as well. This is war. The American people want to know and will be told the general trend of how the war is going. But they do not wish to help the enemy any more than our fighting forces do. And they will pay little attention to the rumor mongers and the poison peddlers in our midst. To pass from the realm of rumor and poison to the field of facts. The number of our officers and men killed in the attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7th was 2,340, and the number wounded was 946. Of all of the combatant ships based on Pearl Harbor, battleships, heavy cruisers, light cruisers, aircraft carriers, destroyers, and submarines, only 3 are permanently put out of commission. Very many of the ships of the Pacific Fleet were not even in Pearl Harbor. Some of those that were there were hit very slightly, and others that were damaged have either rejoined the fleet by now or are still undergoing repairs. And when those repairs are completed, the ships will be more efficient fighting machines than they were before. The report that we lost more than 1,000 planes at Pearl Harbor is as baseless as the other weird rumors. The Japanese do not know just how many planes they destroyed that day, and I am not going to tell them. But I can say that to date, and including Pearl Harbor, we have destroyed considerably more Japanese planes than they have destroyed of ours. we have most certainly suffered losses from Hitler's U-boats in the Atlantic, as well as from the Japanese in the Pacific, and we shall suffer more of them before the turn of the tide. But speaking for the United States of America, let me say once and for all, to the people of the world, we Americans have been compelled to yield ground, but we will regain it. We and the other United Nations are committed to the destruction of the militarism of Japan and Germany. We are daily increasing our strength. Soon, we and not our enemies will have the offensive. We, not they, will win the final battles. And we, not they, will make the final peace. Conquered nations in Europe know that what the yoke of the Nazis is like. And the people of Korea and of Manchuria know in their flesh the harsh despotism of Japan. All of the people of Asia know that if there is to be an honorable and decent future for any of them or any of us, that future depends on victory by the United Nations over the forces of Axis enslavement. If a just and durable peace is to be attained, or even if all of us are merely to save our own skins, there is one thought for us here at home to keep uppermost: the fulfillment of our special task of production, uninterrupted production. I stress that word, uninterrupted. Germany, Italy, and Japan are very close to their maximum output of planes and guns and tanks and ships. The United Nations are not, especially the United States of America. Our first job, then, is to build up production, uninterrupted production, so that the nations can maintain control of the seas and attain control of the air. Not merely a slight superiority, but an overwhelming superiority. On January 6th of this year, I set certain definite goals of production for airplanes, tanks, guns, and ships. The Axis propagandists called them fantastic. Tonight, nearly 2 months later, and after a careful survey of progress by Donald Nelson and others charged with the responsibility for our production, I can tell you that those goals will be attained. In every part of the country, experts in production and the men and women at work in the plants are giving loyal service. With few exceptions, labor, capital, and farming realize that this is no time either to make undue profits or to gain special advantages, one over the other. We are calling for new plants and additions to old plants. We are calling for plant conversion to war needs. We are seeking more men and more women to run them. We are working longer hours. We are coming to realize that one extra plane or extra tank or extra gun or extra ship completed tomorrow may in a few months turn the tide on some distant battlefield. It may make the difference between life and death for some of our own fighting men. We know now that if we lose this war, it'll be generations or even centuries before our conception of democracy can live again. And we can lose this war only if we slow up our effort or if we waste our ammunition sniping at each other. Here are 3 high purposes for every American. 1, we shall not stop work for a single day. If any dispute arises, we shall keep on working while the dispute is solved by mediation or conciliation or arbitration until the war is won. 2, we shall not demand special gains or special privileges or special advantages for any one group or occupation. 3, we shall give up conveniences and modify the routine of our lives if our country asks us to do so. We will do it cheerfully, remembering that the common enemy seeks to destroy every home and every freedom in every part of our land. This generation of Americans has come to realize with a present and personal realization that there is something larger and more important than the life of any individual or of any individual group, something for which a man will sacrifice and gladly sacrifice not only his pleasures, not only his goods, not only his associations with those he loves, but his life itself. In time of crisis, when the future is in the balance, we come to understand with full recognition and devotion what this nation is and what we owe to it. The Axis propagandists have tried in various evil ways to destroy our determination and our morale. Failing in that, they are now trying to destroy our confidence in our own allies. They say that the British are finished, that the Russians and the Chinese are about to quit. Patriotic and sensible Americans will reject these absurdities, and instead of listening to any of this crude propaganda, they will recall some of the things that Nazis and Japanese have said and are still saying about us. Ever since this nation became the arsenal of democracy, ever since enactment of Lend-Lease, there has been one persistent theme through all Axis propaganda. This theme has been that Americans are admittedly rich, that Americans have considerable industrial power, but that Americans are soft and decadent, that they cannot and will not unite and work and fight. From Berlin, Rome, and Tokyo, we have been described as a nation of weaklings, playboys, who would hire British soldiers or Russian soldiers or Chinese soldiers to do our fighting for us. Let them repeat that now. Let them tell that to General MacArthur and his men. Let them tell that to the sailors who today are hitting hard in the far waters of the Pacific. Let them tell that to the boys in the flying fortresses. Let them tell that to the Marines. The United Nations constitute an association of independent peoples of equal dignity and equal importance. The United Nations are dedicated to a common cause. We share equally and with equal zeal the anguish, the awful sacrifices of war. In the partnership of our common enterprise, we must share in a unified plan in which all of us must play our several parts, each of us being equally indispensable and dependent one on the other. We have unified command and cooperation and comradeship. We Americans will contribute unified production and unified acceptance of sacrifice and of effort. That means a national unity that can know no limitations of race or creed or selfish politics. The American people expect that much from themselves, and the American people will find ways and means of expressing their determination to their enemies, including the Japanese admiral, who has said that he will dictate the terms of peace here in the White House. we of the United Nations are agreed on certain broad principles in the kind of peace we seek. The Atlantic Charter applies not only to the parts of the world that border the Atlantic, but to the whole world. Disarmament of aggressors, self-determination of nations and peoples, and the four freedoms: freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom from want, and freedom from fear. The British and the Russian people have known the full fury of Nazi onslaught. There have been times when the fate of London and Moscow was in serious doubt, but there was never the slightest question that either the British or the Russians would yield. And today all the United Nations salute the superb Russian army as it celebrates the 24th anniversary of its first assembly. Though their homeland was overrun, the Dutch people are still fighting stubbornly and powerfully overseas. The great Chinese people have suffered grievous losses. Chongqing has been almost wiped out of existence. Yet, it remains the capital of an unbeatable China. That is the conquering spirit which prevails throughout the United Nations in this war. The task that we Americans now face will test us to the uttermost. Never before have we been called upon for such a prodigious effort. Never before have we had so little time in which to do so much. These are the times that try men's souls. Tom Paine wrote those words on a drumhead by the light of a campfire. That was when Washington's little army of ragged, rugged men was retreating across New Jersey, having tasted naught but defeat. And General Washington ordered that these great words written by Tom Paine be read to the men of every regiment in the Continental Army. And this was the assurance given to the first American armed forces. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will in this crisis shrink from the service of their country. But he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered. Yet we have this consolation with us, that the harder the sacrifice, the more glorious the triumph. So spoke Americans in the year 1776. So speak Americans today.
Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Look, up in the sky.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth and justice. But before we join Superman, listen.
And now to our story. In an effort to clear up the mystery of the ghost car, a phantom automobile responsible for a number of accidents on the road to the Bar O' Dude Ranch, Clark Kent and Lois Lane have been tracking down every possible clue. It is Kent's belief that someone is trying to frighten Steve Graham, owner of the ranch, into selling, hoping to gain possession of the property. But why? Is there anything of value on the ranch? Is it something in the abandoned gold mines? Kent isn't quite sure, but has taken the precaution of sending a sample of the ore for analysis. In the meantime, young Jimmy Olsen and Alfredo, a gaucho employed on the Dude Ranch, are bound hand and foot in a deserted cabin in the hills. Attempting to burn through the rope tied around his wrists, Alfredo has backed up to a kerosene lamp on a table. And suddenly, the lamp crashes to the floor. Oil-fed flames leap high as Jimmy and Alfredo, helpless, look on in terror. And meanwhile, back at the ranch, Kent and Lois are waiting for a searching party to be organized.
Clark, what's keeping Mr. Graham? We'll never pick up Jimmy's trail unless we get started. Why can't you and I go on alone?
We don't know this country, Lois. Say, what's that red glow in the sky?
Where?
Beyond that hill, see?
Oh, yes, I see. It's probably the moon coming up.
I don't think so. It's flickering.
Maybe it's a brush fire. Where on earth is Mr. Graham?
I'll be back in a minute, Lois. I've got to get something in the ranch house.
Clark, wait a minute.
I'll be right back. I don't think anyone can see me behind this barn. It's a good thing it's dark. I have an idea that's a campfire up in the hills, and if it is, it deserves investigation.
As Superman. Up, and away!
Leaping into the darkness, Superman streaks for the telltale orange glow on the horizon, wheels above it in strange flight.
It's a cabin on fire. Wait. Here's someone crying for help. Yes. Someone's trapped in that cabin. Down. There. Not much time left. Burning like tinder. Door's locked. Have to crash through. What? Great Scott. Jimmy and Alfredo, unconscious on the floor. Another few seconds, they would have been too late. I've got them. Now to carry them through that wall of flame. Here goes. There we are. I don't think either of them have been burned. Smoke got them more than anything else.
Oh, Jimmy.
Alfredo's coming too. I better assume my role of Clark Kent.
I bought a rope, boy, Jimmy. I get us out.
Take it easy, Alfredo.
Senor Kent, where do you come from? Where is Jimmy? The fire.
Jimmy's all right, Alfredo. Smoke knocked him out, that's all, but he's coming around. Jimmy, it's Mr. Kent.
What happened? What?
I saw the fire, Jimmy. I broke in and pulled you both out.
Mr. Kent? Gosh, I thought we were gone.
Well, you had a narrow escape. Who tied you up, Jimmy?
Shorty, one of the ranch hands.
Shorty? Why, of all the... We've got to get back to the ranch before he gets away. Think you're ready to ride, you two?
Oh, sure, Mr. Kent. I feel fine now.
How about you, Alfredo?
I ride fast like the wind.
All right, come on, then. Good thing you tied up your horses or they wouldn't be here now. Jimmy, you'll have to share the saddle with me.
Okay.
All right, up you go. Yeah. All set, Alfredo?
Si, senor.
All right. Hope Shorty's still at the ranch.
Wherever he goes, senor, I chase him until I catch him.
Yes, Mr. Graham, it was Shorty who locked Jimmy and the gaucho in the burning cabin.
Well, no wonder he cleared out so fast. But don't worry, the state police will get him.
Well, then, I guess our job here is finished, and we can get on back to Metropolis.
Mr. Kent, I'll never be able to thank you for what you've done.
Oh, not at all. Glad to be of service. And now, if we hurry, we can just make the last train out. May I borrow a car to drive to town, Mr. Graham? One of your men could pick it up in the morning. Oh, let me drive you down, Kent. Thanks, Blaine, but I don't want to trouble you. I can manage.
Well, if you insist, my car's right here. You're welcome to use it.
Thanks. All right, come on, Lois. Jimmy.
Okay.
In you go. There we are. That's it. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Many thanks, Mr. Kent.
Mr. Graham.
Come back and pay us a visit soon, all of you.
All right, thanks. Bye.
Well, we certainly cleared that up fast, didn't we?
Did we, Lois?
No, you can't say that I didn't help.
Oh, of course you did, Lois. But we haven't quite solved the mystery yet.
What do you mean?
I mean that Shorty was only a tool, an accomplice of the man behind the ghost car. Who that man is, the brains, we still don't know.
Well, that's the mystery of the bar, isn't it, Todd? Why did you tell everyone at the ranch that it was?
Yeah, and why are we going back to town then, Mr. Kent?
We're setting a trap.
A trap? What kind of a trap?
As soon as we get into town, I'm going to phone the ranch. Tell them I've just met a wealthy man from the city who's on his way up to the Bar O. Let's call him, well, Orville Winston. He wants to buy the ranch. I'll say I'm turning over Graham's car to Winston so he can drive up himself.
And what's behind all this flim flam?
Very simple. Everyone at the ranch will hear about this new buyer, this Mr. Winston, and the man, the real man behind the accidents, will hear about it too. Naturally, he still wants to get the Bar O for himself, and when he hears the prospective buyer is on the way up, he'll try to frighten him away.
But how?
He'll arrange for our mythical Mr. Winston to meet the ghost car on his way up to the Bar O.
Mr. Winston, who doesn't exist, will meet a car that doesn't exist. Are you joking, Clark?
No, not at all. I will be Mr. Winston, the would-be buyer of the Bar O, and I'll be driving Graham's car back to the ranch. Then, when I see the ghost car heading at me, instead of turning off, I'll keep right on riding, straight at it.
Don't be a fool, Clark.
It's awfully dangerous, Mr. Kent.
No, don't you worry. After all, we all know there can't be ghost cars. If this doesn't work, nothing will.
Number, please.
The Bar O Dude Ranch. I think the number 625.
1 moment, please.
Bar O Ranch.
Oh, hello. This is Clark Kent.
Oh, yes, Mr. Kent. This is Blaine speaking.
Oh, hello, Blaine.
Didn't run into any trouble, did you?
Oh, no. I'm calling from the station. There's a man down here who wants to get to the ranch. His name is Orville Winston.
Oh. Are you a guest?
No, I don't think so. He said something about wanting to buy the ranch from Mr. Graham.
Oh, I see.
I thought it might be a good idea to let him bring Mr. Graham's car back. What do you think?
Sounds all right to me. Does he drive?
Yes, and it'll save you a trip in the morning.
Oh, sounds like a good idea. I'll tell Mr. Graham.
Well, thanks very much, Blaine. Goodbye.
Bye, Mr. Kent.
Well?
Lois, you and Jimmy wait here. I've no time to lose.
Clark, where are you going?
I know. He's going out to meet the ghost.
Oh, no, Clark. Clark! No, Clark!
Now to meet up with a ghost car as Superman. The tunnel's up ahead a short distance around that curve. The Phantom automobile is going to put in an appearance tonight. I'll meet it head-on in just a moment. Yes, there it is. Headlights gleaming. All right, ghost car, get ready for a crash. Someone's running across the top of the tunnel. You're not getting away this time, mister.
Hey, who are you? Get out of here.
Oh, yes? There. I guess that'll take care of... Blaine. Well, so you're the man behind the ghost car, eh? Well, now to pick up Lois and Jimmy and haul this crook back to the ranch.
But I don't understand, Mr.
It was all very simple, Mr. Graham. Blaine here lowered a mirror in front of the entrance to the tunnel. Naturally, when a car came along, its own headlights were reflected in the mirror, forcing the drivers off the road for fear of crashing. All Blaine had to do was raise the mirror and carry it into the woods.
Is that true, Blaine?
I'm not talking.
He doesn't have to. The sheriff will find the remains of the mirror on the road.
Why did you do it, Blaine? Why?
I told you I'm not talking. Obviously, he wanted the ranch, Mr. Graham.
Yeah, but why? It has no particular value.
I wonder. In fact, I sent a sample of ore from your abandoned gold mine to a mineralogist in the city. I have a feeling that mine isn't as worthless as you seem to think.
Oh, that reminds me, Kent. The telegraph office phoned a message for you a few minutes after you left. I wrote it down on this slip of paper.
Oh, thanks. Well, I thought so. This message supplies Mr. Blaine's motive. Listen. Sample submitted rich in bauxite.
Bauxite? What's that?
I know. It's the stuff they use to make aluminum.
That's right, Jimmy. Mr. Graham, that abandoned mine is worth a fortune. You know how the government needs aluminum today. It's more precious than gold.
You mean that old mine is going to help build planes? Fighting planes?
That's exactly what I mean.
Kent, I don't know how to thank you. I'm too old to give active service to my country. But you presented me with an opportunity to really lend a hand.
Oh, don't thank me. Just get to work and put that mine in operation as fast as you can. While our ghost friend Blaine is thinking it over in prison, you can be joining in the fight for democracy.
And so another baffling mystery is solved through the cleverness of Clark Kent and the prowess of Superman. But unknown to either Kent, Lois, or Jimmy, all is not well back in Metropolis. At this very moment, Editor Perry White is frantically putting through a long-distance call, summoning Kent back. What has happened? Tune in and follow the new and thrilling story with Superman.
Don't forget, tune in again for the next thrilling episode with Superman.
Look, up in the sky.
A bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
Good evening. This is Peter Lorre. Say, would you be inclined to give your attention tonight to the subject of murder? Well, you don't have to do anything, no, really, except follow the thread of the story. Just surrender yourselves to a strange tale of murder. Listen, my friends, to the Mystery Playhouse. And now, my friends, for tonight's lesson in murder, we take you backstage to one of those little second-rate vaudeville theaters, the home of one-night stands, stale grease-paint, half-hearted audiences, and struggling performers. The world of comics, street men, chorus girls, and tennis. A world of make-believe, yes, but with a harsh reality of the everyday world in the background, and its accompanying chorus of jealousies, passions, and disappointments. Yes, disappointments. A woman opens the door of her dressing room, then comes quickly down the iron stairs and crosses to the stage door. The manager of the theater calls out to her.
May, where you going?
Out.
Well, what's with the street clothes? You're on in about 15 minutes.
Not me.
Now, wait a minute.
Look, Mr. Walton, just let me get out of
now,
here.
hold on, baby. Take it easy.
But I just want...
calm down. Relax. Now, what's the trouble?
I'm through. I'm done.
Oh, another fight with Al, huh?
Just don't mention that guy to me.
May, you gotta use your head. You can't walk out like this. It ain't professional.
Oh, please, don't hand me that show must go on routine.
Does Al know you're leaving?
Makes no difference.
Wait. Hey, Pop.
Yeah?
Go up to Al Graham's dressing room and ask him to come down here, will you?
Okay. Now, look, there ain't no point in
What's the
having
beef
him...
this time, May?
I just can't stand working with the guy.
It's your husband.
He's also a comic. That I can't put up with.
Honey, will you tell me what happened?
It's just dripping water. I step on his last, he says. I sing off key, he says.
Oh, every comic's that way. You can't walk out for a little thing like that.
Well, that ain't why I'm walking out.
Oh, what's that?
Guys.
Huh?
He's got a new thing now. Guys. He thinks I'm flirting with the tenor in the flash act.
Well, are you?
Are you kidding? What would I want with a tenor?
Well, what makes Al think you're flirting with him?
This tenor thinks I got talent. He tells Al that. Right away, Al thinks the guy's in love with me.
And the whole fight is on account of that?
Yeah. But it was just one fight too many. If you think I'm going to let any black-faced comic, even if he's my husband...
Excuse me, Mr. Walton.
Oh, yeah, Pop?
And Mr. Graham can't come down.
Why not?
He just ain't able to.
How come?
He's got a knife in his back. He's dead.
Chief?
Yes, Miss Madden.
You said you wanted me to take a description of the body here?
Oh, yes. Well, you may put down his attired in dressing gown, wearing black face makeup, a wig.
Can I come in, Chief?
Oh, yes, come right ahead, Harrington.
Have you finished the examination?
More or less.
Yeah? Any prints on that knife?
No.
Well, they called off the performance tonight. I told them you'd be questioning a lot of people.
Good. What's the story on this man here?
Well, he was a vaudevillian, blackface comic. Well, of course you can see that.
Yes.
He did an act with his wife.
Where is she?
Downstairs, she did kind of a break-up when she heard about the guy getting it.
Oh.
I told him to send her up when she felt a little better.
Good.
I got a few witnesses outside the dressing room here if you want to see them, Chief.
Well, who's there?
Well, the doorman, he found the body. A guy named Walton, he's the manager, and the wife, when she's ready.
All right, have the doorman come in.
All right.
I'll finish that description later.
Okay.
Come on in, Pop.
Yes, sir.
This is the doorman, Chief, Pop Bradford.
How do you do, sir? How do you do? You discovered the body here?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us how that happened?
Sure. Mr. Walton, he's our manager, asked me to come up here and tell this dead fellow there to come down on stage.
I see.
I knocked on the door, and when he didn't answer, I opened it and come in, and I seen him lying on the floor.
Pull back that covering, Harrington, will you please?
Yeah, right, Chief. There we are.
Was he in the same position when you found him?
Yes, sir.
Ever see that knife before?
Sure.
You did?
Of course.
Where?
In the prop room. Been there for years.
Yeah, that's the room where they keep stage props.
That's right.
Have you got any idea, Pop, who might have done this to him?
Nope.
Did you hear any disturbance or argument before the stabbing?
Nope.
Did any strangers enter or leave your stage door?
Nope.
Yeah, in other words, you don't know nothing about it.
Yeah, that's right.
Very well. And that'll be all for now.
Yes, sir.
Don't leave the theater, Pop. We may call on you again.
Why should I leave the theater? I'm paid to work all night here.
Yeah, okay.
Have that manager come in, Harry.
Yeah, sure.
I'm taking all this testimony down, Chief.
Yes, that's fine. Thanks.
Would you come in, Mr. Walton?
Yeah, sure.
This is Mr. Walton, Chief.
How do you do? You're the manager here.
That's right, sir.
Did you know this man who was killed?
Yeah, sure. Good little comic. Yeah, when did you see him last? Alive, you mean? What else? You told me downstairs you didn't see the body. That's right. Well, when did you see him last? During the supper show.
How long have you known this man?
Oh, on and off for years. They played here 3 or 4 times. How'd you get along with him? Fine. Hey, look, you don't think that I... Wait, I just asked you a question. We were very good friends.
Had he had any trouble with any of the other performers or anyone who works backstage?
Well, that's a good question. Yes, he did. Who with? His wife.
What was it about?
Well, they've always fought more or less. All 2 acts do, especially when they're married. Yeah, what was this fight about? Well, he was jealous of his wife. She was walking out on him. I found her leaving the theater. That's why I sent for him.
What was this jealousy based on?
He thought she was going for a guy who sings in one of the other acts on the bill.
What's his name?
Kent. Tom Kent. He's a tenor.
How did you know about this?
His wife told me. You say you found her when she was leaving this theater? Yeah. Did she use this dressing room, too? No, she was in a room on the other side of the stage. Well, ain't it customary for a man and wife to dress together? Yeah, but like I told you, the Grahams didn't get along so good, so I separated them.
Come in. Do you want to see me? Are you Mrs. Graham? Yeah, that's right.
Yes, come in, please. I'm the district attorney.
Uh-huh.
You know what happened, of course.
Yeah.
We've just been asking Mr. Walton here some questions. He happened to tell us about a fight you and your husband had. Could you give us a fill-in?
I guess so.
Well?
He thought I was flirting with a tenant.
Were you?
No.
What made him think you were?
Comics are liable to think anything. They ain't like normal people.
And you were walking out on him on account of this fight?
I guess so.
Then why did you... Hey, what's it? What's the matter?
That body on the floor.
Well?
That's supposed to be my husband?
Yes. Why?
That isn't him.
Huh?
What?
Take that wig off him.
Okay, lady. There we are.
My husband doesn't have blonde hair. That's Tom Kent.
Just called headquarters, Chief. I had him send out an alarm on that guy Graham.
Oh, that's fine.
I also checked again with the doorman. He swears Graham didn't leave this theater.
Well, there are other exits. The stage door isn't the only way out.
Yeah, that's true, but I sent a couple of detectives search around backstage here anyway.
What did you do with Mrs. Graham?
Oh, she's downstairs in the green room with that Walton guy. I got a cop with him.
Good.
Chief, why do you suppose the doorman didn't recognize the body here as not being Graham?
Well, it was quite a natural mistake with his blackface makeup on and the wig.
Yeah, sure. And he's laying on his stomach. His face is only partly exposed.
Why did Graham bother to put a makeup on this man?
Well, it's very simple, Miss Miller. He figured it'd take time before the real identity of the guy was found, and that gives him a head start for a getaway.
I see.
Well, all we got to do is nail Graham, and this case is sewed up. We got motive and all.
You mean the jealousy angle?
Sure, the jealousy. Hey, Chief, what are you doing there?
I'm just figuring out something.
Yeah, what?
Well, first of all, I believe the makeup and the dressing gown were put on this man after he died.
Huh?
You notice the tear in the back of the robe?
Yeah.
It was made to slip over the handle of the knife.
Oh, yeah.
It would also seem that he died immediately. And there's just this one blood stain here on the floor indicating the man didn't move.
Yeah.
Well, now, here's what puzzles me. Hey, look over here on the other side of the room.
Yeah, what is it, Chief?
Blood stains on the floor and also on the windowsill.
Hey, that must be how the guy got out.
Graham?
Sure.
Yes, but these aren't the cursory stains that a man would have on his hands after killing. They're quite pronounced.
Yeah, like maybe he was bleeding.
Yes. I don't see how that would be possible. This man was stabbed from behind. No sign of a struggle.
Well, it could be that the...
What?
Huh?
What was that?
Hey, sounds like the old doorman. Come on.
Yes. Yes, that is the doorman.
Yeah. Hey. Wait. All the stage lights are up.
Yes, have your flashlight, Harrington?
Yeah, sure. Here we are. Here we are. The steps are right here.
What do you suppose has happened?
I don't know, but it ain't good. Here, watch your step on these stairs.
Yes, we're all right. Just keep going.
You okay, Pop?
He doesn't answer.
Yeah. Stage door's right over this way.
Just lead the way.
Hey, look.
What is it?
The old boy stretched out on the floor.
Yes.
It's okay, old timer. Now, just don't try to move.
Stop him.
What's wrong? What happened?
He hit me on the head. Got away.
Who?
Al Graham.
How do you feel now, Mr. Bradford?
Guess I'm a bit better, thanks.
Oh, good. Chief, could I have some more water?
Yes, surely. Here you are.
Oh, that's fine, thank you.
You're sure you don't want a doctor here, Mr. Bradford?
No, I'll be all right. I was just stunned, that's all. Oh, you put the lights on.
Mr. Harrington did that. They'd been turned off on the switchboard over there.
Oh, that's what I figured, yeah.
Oh, Chief?
Yes, we're over here by the stage door.
Oh, okay. Well, how's the old boy?
He's much better.
I just done a checkup around backstage here to see where Graham might have been hiding.
Yeah?
I stopped by in the green room. What do you think?
What?
Mr. Walton, the manager, ain't there.
What happened?
Oh, he cons that cop I left in charge to let him go out to the box office.
When was this?
Well, Chief, as near as I can figure, it's right before the lights go out.
I see.
Did he go to the box office?
Oh, yeah, sure. I just called. He's out there.
Uh-huh. Well, what about Graham's wife?
Oh, she's still in the green room. Pop.
Yes, sir?
Yeah, tell me, Pop, did you actually see the guy who assaulted you?
Well, I thought I did.
Mm-hmm. Were the lights on or off at the time?
They was off, I guess.
It was dark here then when you were slugged, huh?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, Pop, then you don't know for sure if it was Graham or not.
Well, I ain't sure, but...
What's your point, Harrington?
My point, Miss Miller, is that I talked to a cop who's stationed out in the alley, and someone did come out there. It was Mr. Walton. Now, I understand Graham was a little guy, and Walton's a little guy, too. Now, Pop, you could have mixed them up, couldn't you?
No, but I still say it was Graham.
Yeah, all right. I picked up a filler on Walton from one of the stagehands, Chief.
Yes? What was that?
He had a fight with Tom Kent, that tenor guy, yesterday, right here on the stage.
You're sure?
Yeah, sure I'm sure. 3 or 4 people heard it.
Well, I think you should go out to the box office and have a talk with him. There's something I want to look into back here. And check with me when you finish.
Who's that? It's me. Oh. What's the idea, Walton? Of what? Of sneaking out here.
What do you mean?
I told you to stay back there in the green room.
I had some business to attend to.
Yeah? Like what?
Canceled the show tonight. That meant a lot of refunds. Have to take a look at the receipts.
Mm-hmm. Why didn't you ask permission?
I did, from the cop.
I mean from the district attorney.
Well, I didn't figure we were playing school.
Oh, you didn't figure we were playing? Well. This ain't playing school, Walton. There's a murder mixed up in this.
I know that.
Now, how did you come out here?
From backstage, of course.
Through the stage door?
No, one of the fire exits on the side of the theater.
Uh-huh. Were the lights on backstage when you left?
Yeah.
I suppose you don't know nothing about what happened to the doorman.
No. Well, what's wrong?
Well, the lights were turned out and he was slugged.
Oh, is he all right?
Oh, yeah. He's all right now.
Oh, how did that happen?
That's what I'm asking you. Whoever gave it to him got out the stage door into the alley.
Look, are you trying to pin this on me?
You were seen in the alley?
I didn't touch Bob.
Well, who did?
How do I know? Look, if I was beating it out of here like you're suggesting, I wouldn't be here now, would I?
Oh, yeah. Yes, you would.
How do you figure that?
That cop in the alley would have kept you here. There's another cop in front of the theater. He'd have stopped you if you tried to leave by the front. You cased that out and decided to stay.
Oh, stop talking like a straight man.
You're very funny, Walton. Look, what about this fight you had with the tenor, the guy who was killed?
Who told you that?
One of the stage hands.
Okay, so I had a fight with him.
Well, that don't make very good character for you.
Listen, I had nothing to do with that killing.
Well, let us be the judge of that. Come on backstage.
I want to finish here.
Look, Walton, there's another straight man who'd like to talk to you. The district attorney.
The chief is up here in the dressing room, Harrington.
Oh, that's good. I left Walton down there with that cop.
Oh? How'd you make out with him?
Well, I think he knows something.
Really?
Yeah, I'll let the chief pick up from there.
Wait a minute. Isn't this the room here?
Yeah, sure. That's it. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Hey, where's the body?
Oh, the chief had it taken to the morgue.
Yeah? Where's the chief?
Well, I saw him come in here.
Huh? You sure?
Sure, I was watching him from down on the stage.
Hey, what is this?
Oh, I don't know.
There's no other way out of here except... Hey, look, that window's open.
Yes.
Something screwy here. Chief!
Oh, Chief! Yes, Harrington.
What? Where are you?
I'm down below here on the fire escape.
What in the world is he doing down there?
I'll be right up.
Oh, okay. Gee, I got a scare for a minute.
Me too.
I've been doing a bit of exploring.
Well, we didn't know what happened here. Here, let me give you a hand.
Oh, it's all right. I'll make it. There we are.
Oh, Chief, look at you. You're covered with dust.
That's all right. It shouldn't rush right off.
Yeah, here, I'll help you.
All right, thanks.
I got Walton downstairs, Chief. I think you'll want to talk with him.
No, I'm sorry, Harrington, but I don't believe I will.
Huh? Why not?
I'm releasing all the suspects in the case.
What? Chief, did you find the murderer?
No, but I believe I can.
Oh, Chief, I don't get this.
You will. Let's get downstairs.
over here, Mrs. Graham. The district attorney wants to talk to you.
More questions?
No, I don't think so. Chief, here's Mr. Graham.
Oh, yes, fine.
Well, Chief, that brings them all together.
Yes.
Well, what happens now?
I'm letting you go home, Mr.
It's
Walton.
about time.
Does it go for me?
Yes, Mrs. Graham.
You can grab a powder, too, Pop.
These are my working hours. I stay.
Oh, okay.
We're going to concentrate on our search for Graham. So I must ask you all to be available for questioning again in the morning, though.
Sure.
Okay.
If you should find Al, I wish you'd let me know. I won't sleep much anyhow.
Yes, we will, Mrs. Graham. Well, come on, Miss Miller. Harrington.
Yeah, all right. Well, can I go back out to the box office?
Yes, go right ahead, Walton.
Here, I'll get the door.
Thanks.
Go ahead. After you, Chief.
Thanks.
Well, now where do we go?
Back into the theater.
Huh?
But this time we're using the fire escape. And this is the level we want.
Okay, Chief.
Now we get in through this window right here.
Mm-hmm. Are you up to window climbing, Miss Miller?
Sure.
What's in here, Chief?
The property room.
Isn't Graham's dressing room right above this?
Yes, that's right. Well, I'd better go in first. Right. There we are. Now, give me your hand, Miss Miller.
Right. There.
You make it, Harrington?
Yeah, sure. Sure. How about lighting this place?
No, we'll have to remain in the dark. We'll stand over here behind this crate.
Fine.
Oh, better close the window.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Why are we here, Chief? You looking for something?
No, we're waiting for someone.
Yeah, who?
I don't know.
Huh? Hey, Chief, look, what is this?
I honestly don't know whom to expect. But whoever it is should be along soon.
Where are they coming from?
That door leading onto the stage.
Huh?
Have your flashlight ready.
Yeah, okay, Chief.
Whoever appears should be our murderer.
Really?
Honest?
Yes.
Well, if any...
Hear those steps out there? Use your flashlight, Harrington.
Right. What is this?
It's the old doorman.
Yes.
Hold on there, Pop. Stay where you are. Let go of me. Stay.
What's in that box he was taking?
The body of Al Graham.
What?
No.
They're taking him down to headquarters. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our catching Pop Bradford in the act of removing Al Graham's body enabled us to obtain a confession from him to the killing of both Graham and Tom Kent. Because of a mental condition, he wasn't sent to the electric chair. However, he will spend the rest of his life in a state institution.
You know, Chief, that old guy sure had me fooled. Why don't you tell how you pegged him?
Well, Harrington, as I told you in the property room when we were waiting for someone to appear, I didn't know for certain who that person would be.
But you did know Graham's body was there.
Yes, Miss Miller. I discovered that earlier as a result of examining those blood stains I had noticed near the window in Graham's dressing room. I followed their trail out of the window and down the fire escape and into the prop room. And there I found Graham's body stuffed into a large covered box.
The body had been dragged there.
Yes, but I wasn't certain who had done it. And that's why I suggested our leaving the theater. I knew this hiding place could at best be a temporary one. And I felt that, given the opportunity, the killer would attempt to move it to a more permanent spot.
Which he tried to do.
Yes.
How about the motive for the killings, Chief?
Well, we learned that when the old man confessed. It seems that in his younger days, the doorman had been a singer, quite well known, as a matter of fact, Tom Kent, the tenor, knew this and used to kid the old man about the croaking attempts he made to sing backstage. Bradford developed a great hatred for Kent, and in his warped mental state, he conspired to get revenge. He overheard the argument that Graham had earlier that evening after the supper show over Tom Kent, and so Pop Bradford decided to take advantage of it. He saw Al Graham leave the theater. He then told Kent that Graham wished to see him in his dressing room.
And when Kent came there, the old man let him have it.
Yes.
But while he was fixing up the body, Graham came back.
Well, that's right. So the old man killed him as well.
And that, pupils, was tonight's murder lesson in the Mystery Playhouse. Thank you, Mr. District Attorney, for presiding over our class this evening. Thank you.
From New York City, we bring you Gene Hirschholt in a new Dr. Christian drama called The Music Box, presented for your enjoyment by the Cheesebro Manufacturing Company, owners of the trademark Vaseline, and producers of Vaseline Petroleum Jelly, Vaseline Hair Tonic, and other Vaseline specialties. If you are one of the many thousands of people suffering from winter head colds, here's some simple, good advice. You can get relief from that dry and stuffy feeling by applying Vaseline jelly up each nostril. The heat of the body will melt it and distribute a soothing, harmless film over the irritated membranes, bringing comfort and easier breathing. And if your throat feels dry and raspy, take a spoonful of soothing Vaseline jelly. People who live in dry climates especially can use Vaseline jelly to advantage every night before retiring. The medical theory is that protecting the nasal passages helps to prevent germs from getting a foothold. Remember, Vaseline jelly is absolutely pure and safe. It contains no harmful or irritating ingredients, and it costs only 10 cents at all druggists. And so to this evening's Dr. Christian drama, The Music Box, starring Gene Hirschholt in his most famous role, the country doctor. Mr. Hirschholt will be supported tonight by an all-star cast, including Rosemary Brancato, young American opera star, Josephine Hull and Martha Scott, both of whom played leading roles on Broadway last season, and Irene Hubbard, Burford Hampden, and Frank Butler. The curtain is rising on the first act, and the scene is our little white village church where a wedding is in progress. Dr. Christian, a trifle late, slips quietly into a back pew next to old Miss Mary Lufkin, who lives in that whitewashed stone cottage along the river road behind the high white wall, where she raises heliotrope trees and mimosa and things nobody in River's End ever grew before. Seated on the other side of Miss Mary in the church is her hatchet-faced companion, Frances.
Well, Miss Mary, this is an unexpected pleasure.
Ben begged me so hard. I couldn't refuse.
Oh, Ben's a good lad.
He's helped me with my garden and taken care of my lawn for the past 10 years, ever since he was a schoolboy.
Well, I've known him longer than that. I brought him into the world 25 years ago.
Oh, Madame.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing.
You're ill?
Oh, no. It's just so warm in here.
I told you it was foolish to come.
Would you like to go outside for a minute?
Oh, no, thank you. I'll be all right.
I'll go with you.
No, I'd rather not. It would attract so much attention.
We can step right outside to it, see?
People would all stare and wonder. Oh.
Madame, doctor, she's fainted.
I'll carry her out.
Oh, do leave a God that this should happen.
Go ahead, and open the door. The vestry door. We can't get out the other way. The wedding party will be coming in. Feeling better now?
Yes. but so ashamed of myself.
Oh, you needn't be.
And so remorseful to think I made you miss the wedding.
Tell me, are you subject to fainting spells?
No, I never did such a thing before in my life.
You were feeling quite all right beforehand?
Oh, yes,
The air was very close in the church.
Was it?
And so heavy with flowers. The odor of lilies has always made me feel a bit faint.
There were no lilies.
No? Well, then, it must have been roses or something else.
I think what you need right now is a cup of tea.
And I think she ought to go to bed.
I don't want to go to bed. I couldn't rest if I did.
Tea for two. That is, if I may stay.
Of course. And bring us some brioche with the tea, Francis.
Oh, very well.
Now, what can I do to make myself useful?
Oh, you could move the tea table over here in front of the fire.
No sooner said than done.
Please. Please.
What?
That was it.
I don't understand.
That song you were just whistling.
Oh, promise me?
Yes. It was hearing that at the wedding that made me faint.
Oh.
It was so many years since I'd heard it. I hadn't even played it on the music box.
The music box?
Over there.
Oh, yes. Oh, what a lovely box. I've noticed it every time I've been here and admired it. But I didn't realize it played music.
It has been closed for a long, long time.
May I look at it?
Oh, certainly. Open it if you wish.
No, I won't do that.
I'd be glad to have you. It's quite unusual inside, the way it works.
The case itself is exquisite. Never saw more beautiful inlay work.
Yes.
It's very old, I imagine.
Very old.
Let's see, is that Oh, that's a date engraved on the lid, eh?
No, those are initials.
To be sure. M.L. from K. Fun H. M.L. Mary Lufkin.
No. Magda Lupina.
Magda Lupina.
Did you ever hear of her?
No, I don't think so.
No, you wouldn't have. She never sang in this country.
So? She was a singer?
Yes. She made her debut in Vienna almost 50 years ago as Margarita in Faust. Her first role and her most popular one. She sang it at La Scala, in Budapest, in Dresden and Munich and Prague. She was singing it one night in the Royal Opera House of Moldavia, a principality which no longer appears on the map of Europe.
Ici, Francesca.
More flowers, probably.
Heaven knows where we'll put them.
Yes?
Madame Lupina?
Madame Lupina can see nobody.
For just a moment.
Madame Lupina receives no visitors between acts.
But in my case...
She makes no exception. Now, you'll have to wait until after the performance.
But there will be so many people around her then. I wish to speak to her now, alone.
If you will give me your message, I will deliver it.
But it is of such a personal nature.
Well?
I wish to tell her that I think she is divine, that she...
Who is it, Francesca?
An impertinent young gentleman, madame, who does not give his name.
Allow me to introduce myself, madame. I am...
His Royal Highness, Prince Karl von Hohenberg.
You recognize me?
Certainly. It is the face at which I stick out my tongue every day, the face I pound so with my fist.
What?
Madame.
Every time I put a postage stamp on a letter in this country.
Huh? Oh. I dare you to do it now.
Madame.
Oh, you have the most beautiful laugh I have ever heard, madame.
I love to laugh.
And so do I. Oh, but there are so few a prince can laugh with.
Madame Lupina, curtain in 2 minutes.
Oh, I must go.
Oh, when may I see you?
In exactly 2 minutes. Huh? On the stage, if you will go back to your box.
Well, no, I mean alone, where we can talk.
Well,
after the performance. For supper?
I've already promised the Comtesse de la Roche.
Break it.
But...
I'll be at the stage door with my carriage.
Your Highness...
Madame Lupina.
Yes, coming.
Good.
Oh, I wasn't talking to you.
Till supper, then. Auf Wiedersehen.
Where did you ever find it?
In the shop of an old bohemian. You like it?
It is the most beautiful music box I've ever heard. The flower song from Faust. Oh, Carl.
In my life to surrender her night to be, to release a tender kiss, to release a tender kiss.
I put that one on because...
Because you knew Faust was my favorite.
And because Faust was the first opera I ever heard you sing.
All of 2 weeks ago.
When you had finished, I wanted to gather up all the flowers in my realm and lay them at your feet. I wanted to lay myself
and
at your feet,
too. This is another of my favorites.
Oh, Magda.
Which one shall we play?
Magda, I can't keep the words back any longer. I've waited till now.
Oh, here's a lovely number from that new Coven opera. Do you know it?
I know only one thing, Magda, and that is
I'll play it for you. Listen.
We'll take our love together to some sky where we can be alone and faith renew, and find the hollows where those flowers grew. The first sweet violets of early spring, which come in whispers till fall, and sing of love unspeakable that is to be. Oh, promise me, oh, promise me.
Oh, Magda.
You like it?
It was written for me. It says all that is in my heart, all that I feel and hope and long for. Magda.
Yes.
Will you?
Will I?
Promise me that someday you and I...
Carl.
You do love me, Magda?
Yes.
Oh, my darling. My beautiful.
I, too, was singing from the heart. My song.
Our song. Oh, Magda. Magda.
The curtain is dropped now for a brief intermission in our Dr. Christian drama, The Music Box, during which I wish to present a guest who has something to say that we think will interest you.
I suppose a lot of men feel about the way I did when my hair began to get dry and hard to keep combed and shed white dandruff flakes on my shoulders. Nothing I did seemed to help. Then I came across a Vaseline hair tonic advertisement about dry scalp, and I decided to let Vaseline hair tonic help me. I massaged it freely on my scalp before shampooing, and in addition I used a few drops each morning to dress my hair as I combed it. I just wish you could see for yourself what Vaseline hair tonic has done for my hair. My wife says it never looked better. It stays neat now, and the dandruff scales have disappeared. I never used anything like Vaseline hair tonic before, and I'm glad of this chance to pass the word along to others.
As a sensible way to guard against dry scalp, thousands of men use Vaseline hair tonic every morning to groom the hair, and before every shampoo to supplement the natural scalp oils. Vaseline hair tonic is different. It contains no ingredient which might dry the scalp, and it's very economical. A few drops do the trick. You'll find Vaseline hair tonic in handy shaker top bottles at any drugstore priced at 40 and 70 cents. Get a bottle today. The curtain is going up now on the next act of Jean Hirschholz's Dr. Christian drama, The Music Box. The scene is Magda Lupina's exquisite apartment in the capital of Moldavia. It's afternoon of an early spring day, and Prince Karl has called upon her as usual.
Do you mind, Magda, if we don't go driving after all?
Stay inside on such a lovely day.
It would be better, madame.
I don't understand.
There has been some rioting on the streets lately. Oh, it is nothing, just some students, but we might find it unpleasant.
Rioting? About what?
Oh, you know how students are. If they can't find one thing to protest about, they'll find another.
You are the cause, madame.
I?
Francesca.
Oh, she might as well find out now as later, Your Highness. She's bound to find out.
Find out what?
How the people of Moldavia feel about this liaison.
How dare you use that word, Francesca?
Oh, that's what all the newspapers call it.
There has been talk in the newspapers.
Plenty.
Why did you not tell me this, Carl?
It is nothing. It will soon blow over.
Oh, I might have guessed. After that demonstration in the gallery the other night.
Again, that was only a group of students.
Students? Yes. They're always the leaders. It was the students who first revolted against your cousin Ludwig of Bavaria.
I have no cousin Ludwig.
Years ago. She was a singer, too. And a dancer.
What are you talking about?
Her name was Lola Montez.
Oh.
In the end, he lost his throne because of her.
What has that to do with us?
You two are a prince.
And you are the woman I love. The only woman in the world.
Listen. What is that?
A crowd down on the street around His Highness' carriage.
Let me see. Open the window, Francesca.
Magda.
I want to hear what they're saying.
There is nothing to hear. They are simply waiting there.
Open the window, Francesca. They sound ugly, Carl.
Don't worry. They'll do nothing as long as...
I am not with them. I understand.
Oh, Magda.
Go, Carl. Go now. And let them see that you are alone.
Oh, but...
Go.
You really wish it?
Yes. Please.
Very well. I'll come back later. This evening.
No.
Oh, tomorrow, then.
I'll send you a note.
Promise.
I promise.
Till tomorrow, then. Oh, my sweet.
Goodbye. Beloved. Francesca.
Yes, madame.
Watch at the window and tell me when His Highness comes out of the building.
Yes, madame.
How long will it take you to pack, Francesca?
You mean?
We're leaving here.
When?
By the first train to Vienna.
Oh, madame.
Sometime tonight.
Madame, you promised His Highness.
That I would send him a note. I will. It shall be delivered to him tomorrow morning.
Oh, madame.
Together with his presents, which I'm returning.
The jewels?
They're royal heirlooms, Francesca. I have no right to keep them.
I should never have accepted them.
Oh, it's a pity. You're giving back everything.
No. There is one thing I shall take with me. The music box. The present he brought me the day he told me he loved me. Open the window wider, Francesca.
Madame.
It may be that he can hear it.
He's coming out of the door now. Walking down the steps. The crowd is parting to make way for him. He's entered the carriage. He's looking up, Madame. I think he hears you.
No love less perfect than a life with thee. Oh, promise me, oh, promise.
And now he has driven away. He's gone.
Gone. Oh, God. My beloved.
Late that night, two women left the hotel in a cab with drawn curtains. Along the dark cobblestone streets it clattered, past the opera house, placarded with the name of Magda Lupina, who would never sing there again. She knew that Carl would follow her and find her anywhere in Europe. So she set sail for America.
Where she became Mary Lufkin.
Yes.
Did you ever hear from him again?
Only once, and then indirectly. It was during the war. For years I had been living obscurely in a large city.
Chicago.
Why, Dr. Christian, how did you know?
Go on.
In all that time, I had not sung a note in public. I'd vowed I never would again. But the war, with its emotional appeal, was too much for me. I heard of plans for a great benefit performance for the Red Cross, and I volunteered my services. You can't imagine what a thrill it was, walking out upon a stage and facing an audience again after all those years. Suddenly I felt young and beautiful, and my voice that night surprised even myself. And then the blow fell.
Someone recognized you?
Yes, Joseph Tauchnitz, former equerry to His Royal Highness.
What did you do?
He came up to me, called me by name, and he said, he still loves you, madame.
And so, once more, you fled?
Yes. And after that experience, I knew that I must find some place more obscure, more remote, if I was to have any peace of mind.
And so you came to River's End?
Yes. With Francesca and this music box. My only two links with the past.
You say that Moldavia is no longer in existence?
No. The World War erased it from the map, like so many little principalities.
So, Karl lost his throne after all?
Yes.
Then what?
And then he married his cousin. She was dumpy, and she had thick legs, but she had a kind heart. And I knew his people were glad to have him marry at last. A princess of the blood.
You loved him so much. And to have him forget...
He has not forgotten.
If he had really...
Read the account of the wedding. It's here in this clipping.
Oh. There was one untoward incident during the wedding reception which created a slight stir. The orchestra had just started to play the popular number, Oh Promise Me, when the prince stepped forward and commanded that it be stopped. He appeared very pale and agitated. No, he has not forgotten.
You are the only person, Dr. Christian, to whom I have ever told my story.
There's only one thing you haven't told me.
What's that?
How you happened to come to River's End when you left Chicago.
It was by the merest chance. After the concert that night, I went to the porter's desk in the hotel to get maps and timetables, and found him in the act of checking some baggage for a guest to River's End. The name caught my eye. River's End. It sounded like the kind of place I was looking for. So I bought 2 tickets, and that's all.
Not quite. That baggage that was being checked. Do you remember it?
No, I couldn't possibly tell you.
But I can. There were 2 bags, brown cowhide and rather shabby, with the initials PC.
Paul Christian?
Yes. I was the guest who was taken out that night. I'd stayed over to attend the Red Cross benefit concert.
Then you've known all along.
Only that you were a great singer who, for some reason, did not wish to sing.
And you never said a word.
Oh, it was none of my business.
Dr. Christian.
Oh, I'll admit that I've been curious. As curious as the devil.
For 20 years, you've helped to guard my secret. Oh, you are good.
Oh, doctors learn to be close-mouthed.
You've done all this for me. Will you do one more thing?
Just name it.
When I am gone, if you are still here, will you send word to...
To Carl?
Yes. And tell him that I kept the music box as long as I lived, and that then it was given to you.
To me?
Please.
Miss Lufkin. I mean, Madame Lupina.
Oh, promise me that you will take my hand, the most unworthy in this lonely land, and let me sit beside you in your eyes, seeing the vision of our paradise, hearing God's message while the organ rolls its mighty music to our very souls. No love less perfect than a life with thee. Oh, promise me. Oh, promise me.
And so the curtain comes down on another Dr. Christian drama. Our star, Gene Hirschholt, will be out to greet you in person in just a moment. Meanwhile, may I say a word about the products that make the program possible? These are the days when colds strike quickly and often. So it is especially important now to keep a jar or tube of Vaseline jelly on hand. A little placed up each nostril lubricates the nasal passages and soothes the tender membranes. And for dry or raspy throat, there's nothing like a teaspoonful of Vaseline jelly. When you buy, be sure to look for the trademark Vaseline. This is your guarantee of quality and absolute purity. Remember, too, that Vaseline jelly is the base of other worth-knowing products, such as Vaseline borated jelly, Vaseline carbolated jelly, Vaseline camphor ice, and Vaseline lip ice. Ask your druggist about their special benefits. The artists you heard tonight were Josephine Hull, Martha Scott, Irene Hubbard, Burford Hampton, and Frank Butler. The singer was lovely Rosemary Brancato, young American opera star who created a sensation in the Hollywood Bowl last summer. Some of our listeners perhaps were there. The artists are all standing now to take a bow. And now our star steps to the microphone. Mr. Gene Hirschholt as Dr. Christian. Say, that was a beautiful music box, Mr. Hirschholt. Where did you get it?
It was lent to us for this occasion by my friend Dr. Bruno Sutton of Ithaca, New York. And believe it or not, he acquired it from a grateful patient.
Ah, and thus we see what inspired your play tonight. Well, tell us what kind of a story you've selected for next Tuesday.
Next week's play is about old Joe Grannis, who shared peas and wiped the dishes for his sister Hetty for 50 years longer than he needed to. It's called Have a Heart. Until next Tuesday evening, then, I'll say good night.
The Gene Hirschholt Dr. Christian Show, Have a Heart, will come to you next week at this same hour from the Columbia Square Playhouse in Hollywood, California. Hollywood fans, please note. Andre Baruch announcing, this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness, have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. We're heading for the Black Hills. There's going to be trouble. Well, Silver!
When gold was found in the Black Hills, new communities sprang up almost overnight. Each day brought men with their families who had staked all on being among the lucky ones who struck it rich. Flimsy houses were thrown together. Cafes and gambling places did a flourishing business. Prices of commodities went sky high, and everyone talked in millions. The Lone Ranger and Tonto arrived in the Black Hills after a trip of many days from the country to the south. They headed toward Deadwood.
We'll make camp somewhere near Cranesville, Tonto.
That long way before town Deadwood.
I know it. But I want to talk to a few people in Cranesville. Maybe we won't have to go to Deadwood.
Why that?
We want to learn all we can about Clark Drexel.
That's right.
And Cranesville is near one of the richest gold mines in the Black Hills. In fact, the town is named after the owner of the mine, old Eli Crane. If Clark Drexel and his gold mine syndicate have had any dealings in the Black Hills, well, Eli Crane will know about them. I think we can learn as much from Crane as we can in Deadwood City.
And maybe find where Drexel do crooked work, huh?
We've got to find something in the career of that man, Tonto. Some evidence of crime so he can be jailed. Yes, we know that Drexel was one of the organizers of the Black Arrow. But that fact can't be proved. The only thing we can do is find some other reason for jailing Clark Drexel. And it won't be an easy matter. Hang up, Kimosabe. Look down there, Tonto, in the valley.
Their town.
That's the town of Cranesville. We'll make camp here until morning, then we'll push on to town and have a talk with Eli Crane.
You wait.
What is it?
Me hear horse wagon come this way.
Wagon? These mountains? Yes, you're right. That tunnel, I hear it, too.
There it come. From hill above. You see it?
Yes. Just a fine place for a man to bring a wagon. I wonder why he didn't use pack mules. Here, pull off the trail, Tonto. Give him as much room as we can. You'll need it.
Come, Scout. Come.
That's it, boy. Easy now.
Whoa there, whoa. You thought I was going to sidewind me? Whoa there. They're shooting them too, Hank, while I hold these cantankerous horses. They want to keep going downhill.
Masked. By June Purdy's masked. Never mind where they are, Lige. Fly up and get for hold. This is just the way we planned it. It's a special order. Get
along there.
Maybe them feller loco. You hear 'em?
Yes, I heard them, Tonto.
Why then take empty wagon downhill?
Don't know. Why are they using a wagon at all? A hard trail for a pack mule. Dangerous for a wagon.
And wagon empty.
There's no town uphill from here. The only town close by is Cranesville. If they'd been going uphill, I would think they'd planned to bring ore down in their wagon, but this...
You see the way one fella look at you?
Yes, at my mask.
Ah.
I wonder what he meant by that statement.
You remember what him say?
Yes, he looked at me, at the mask, and said, never mind who they are, get for home. This is the way we'd have it if we'd planned a special to order.
Home. Him say get for home. That mean downhill, maybe Cranesville. You want to follow?
Not tonight, Tonto. Our horses have had enough. We'll camp until morning. Then we'll ride to Cranesville.
Eli Crane was an old man and a wealthy one. His gold mine was the richest in the Black Hills, and his home the largest in the district. His son Jim lived with Eli, as well as Jim's daughter Molly. Molly was a pretty girl of 19. As she opened the door for her grandfather, her face showed worry and concern.
Grant, you've been hurt. What happened?
Doggone it all, it's my cussed infernal bad luck again.
Come in, let me wash your head. Oh, you poor dear. What happened?
Now, don't get yourself excited. It's just a little cut. Not near as bad as it looks. Get her washed off and it won't amount to anything.
Here, this way, Grandpa. How did you do it?
I didn't do it. You think I'm plumb loco? Bashing my own head? I was in the Gold Crown Cafe, and a couple of liquor-swizzling saddle-bums got to arguing, then shooting.
It's a bullet wound.
Just grazed me.
Within a quarter inch of killing you.
Oh, doggone it, Molly. It hurts when you wash it.
Claire, you shouldn't be allowed outside the house. The trouble you've been into during the past week.
It's my doggone bad luck. If I'd have had this kind of luck all my life, I'd never live to be past 60. Easy with that there biting, burning medicine now, Molly.
This'll fix the wound. Now, don't yell when it starts biting.
No. Oh, that's like a red-hot branding iron.
That's the worst. Now you'll be all right. Well, that scratch won't need a bandage. How's your arm?
Oh, my arm's all right. But it's a 9-day wonder it wasn't busted from that fall I got when the bridge went down.
It's a wonder you weren't killed by that fall. You sure must be a tough one, Grant.
It wasn't being tough that saved my neck. Was grabbing onto a tree on the bank when the bridge caved in under me. Oh, hang it all, Molly. I wonder if I'm jinxed and hoodooed lately.
Seriously, Grandpa, do you think all the things that have happened to you, the narrow escapes, were really accidents?
What else there be?
You haven't any enemies?
Enemies? Of course not. Well, might be a few men I wouldn't call friends. But no enemies that want to kill me.
Now sit down and rest. Your head must ache something frightful.
Oh, not too much. Saw Rodney Grant in town.
Oh, then he's back from Deadwood City?
Yep.
Did he see Pa there?
Talk to him.
Oh, I'm glad. Let me know that Pa's safe.
Rodney said that Jim wanted him to tell us he'd be back here in a week or 10 days.
Good.
It was just a plumb foolish notion of yours, Molly, that anything had happened to Jim.
I suppose so.
Tarnation take it, you had me beginning to worry. Where'd you get the idea in the first place?
I don't know, Grandpa. Why, I felt that something had happened to Pa. Just a woman's full hunch, I guess.
I guess so. Rodney Grant said he might drop in for a little while.
Oh.
He don't act overpleased about it.
Why should I?
All right, Molly. Your pa thinks Rodney'd make a fine husband for you. Rodney thinks the same. But by Juniper, I'm with you, whatever you decide.
Rodney's educated, of course.
And a good job, working for that big gold mine syndicate. But you make up your own mind, honey. Don't let yourself be influenced.
I'll answer it.
It's probably Rodney now.
Well, Miss Molly, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Grant. Won't you step in?
Oh, thanks. Well, Eli, what happened to your head?
Got grazed by a bullet in the cafe just after you left.
You don't say.
Yep. Sit down if you like.
Thanks. You had a narrow escape, Eli.
Had a lot of them in the past week. It's getting kind of tiresome. Oh, I told Molly that you'd talk with Jim.
Oh, you
Thank you, Mr. Grant. It was kind of you to go all the way to Deadwood just because of my silly feeling that something had happened to Pa.
Well, anything to give a pretty girl like you a little peace of mind. Worry's an ugly thing.
I was so foolish. When that old prospector came in from his trip and told of seeing a dead man at the bottom of a ravine, I had the strangest feeling that it was Pa that he'd seen. I don't know why I felt that way, but I couldn't shake it off.
Well, you needn't have any further concern, my dear. Your father's alive and well in Deadwood City.
Does anyone know who the dead man is?
No, but we will very soon.
Oh.
2 men went after the body. They should be back by this time.
Probably some poor prospect.
You're a modest man, Rodney. You didn't say that you hired Lige and Hank to go after him.
Oh, well, I
Did you really?
Nothing at all. Drexel Syndicate will be glad to pay the expenses. We have a great interest in all prospectors and miners, you know.
From what I hear, that outfit you work for can well afford to help prospectors and miners and see him get a decent burial.
Right you are, Eli. Oh, that reminds me. Have you reconsidered my proposition?
Nothing to reconsider. I won't sell my mine.
Of course, it's up to you.
Grandpa, you really should think it over some more. Pa says you do well to sell out. All of us could go...
I know what the mine's worth. And Drexel Syndicate don't come close to that price.
Well, we can't, you see, Eli. Many a time a mine will peter out suddenly, and of course the way we operate, it costs a lot to bring and install the heavy machinery.
When I'm dead and gone, Jim can do what he's a mind to. While I'm here, I'm keeping the mine. No hard feelings about it.
Of course not. None at all.
What's happening outside?
Well, that's Lige, one of the men I sent to get the dead man. I left word for him to report to me here.
Hey, Mr. Grant.
What is it?
Look here. It was stolen.
Last man did it. Robbed us.
Well, wait a minute, Lige. You come inside with me. The rest of you stay there.
Purpose the doggone thing. Wait here, Mr. Grant. We went up there where the prospector said.
Did he go with you?
No, he told me and Hank where he saw the dead man on the floor of the ravine. We found him, all right.
Was it anyone you knew?
No, just an old prospector.
Where did you take the body?
That's just it. We was held up on the trail, and a man with a mask and a white horse stole the corpse.
What's that?
It's true, so help me, Eli.
Why?
I don't know why.
This is a fine thing to talk about in front of Miss Molly. You come outside and tell me the rest.
But, Mr. Grant,
Such things are not for you to hear. Out with you.
Sure thing.
Hey, Mr. Grant, what is it?
I'll talk to you later. Over here, Lige, you crazy.
Now, hold on, Mr. Grant. Let me tell you.
Shut up and listen to me. No one else knew that Jim Crane went to that section instead of the Deadwood. He was making a secret trip. I told you just to make sure it was Jim, and if so, to come back and say you hadn't been able to find the body.
But listen, if we'd done that, the sheriff might have sent the man who reported it out there.
Fool, I saw to it. The old prospector left the community. He's miles away now.
Yeah, but we said we couldn't find the corpse. The sheriff might have sent more men hunting it.
You could have hidden it until we needed it.
The sheriff still might have found it. We did hide it. We saw that masked man and his Indian friend. We figured it'd be a good idea to say it was stolen.
Now the sheriff will scour these mountains for the masked man. What if he finds that masked
Let
man?
him. The man's likely a crook anyhow. What'll his word mean? Who'll believe him if he says he didn't steal the dead man? Now, you let us help you, Mr. Grant. Maybe you're a slick operator, but me and Hank savvy the way things are handled in this part of the country. Let the sheriff find that masked man. We'll handle things.
The following morning, when the Lone Ranger approached the community, he was seen by a man who let out a wild yell.
There he is, driving into town. Hey, Sheriff, boys, ladies, boys, come on.
In an instant, men came running from the stores, the nearby houses, and cafes.
Get guns on him. Get him rope.
The sheriff, wearing his star of office on his vest, pushed in the foreground.
Get off that horse, stranger. You're the gent we're looking for.
What's the matter? Has everybody got so
That's our mask.
Oh, yes. Well, let me talk to you alone, Sheriff, and I think I can explain the mask.
You'll explain a lot of things, and you'll do it right here and now.
Here was a map of the prospector's pocket. I told you about that, Sheriff.
You attacked 2 men who were bringing the body of the prospector. You made off with the dead man.
What? Who told you that?
I did. Here's my partner to back up what he said.
The law acts fast in these parts, mister. You tell all you know and go on trial, or you'll hang by sundown.
How can I tell what I don't know?
You can't make us think you don't know. Now talk.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger remained in the saddle while the sheriff and many townsmen surrounded him with the demands for a confession of crime.
Come on now. We'll take you to the jail and maybe see if that one make you ready to talk.
1 minute, Sheriff. I'm not going to jail.
No, we'll see about that.
Those men have lied. They saw me on the down trail. I saw an Indian with me.
That's right, Sheriff. I told you about the redskin.
Their wagon was empty at that time.
We stole the corpse to get a map that he had on him, showing where his claim was at.
The name of the Indian with me is Tonto. I rode ahead of him in case I met someone who misunderstood the reason for my mask. Right now, Tonto is watching us.
We'll arrest him, too.
He's watching and ready to shoot any man who tries to stop me. I'm leaving here.
Come on, Silver. Don't you use that gun.
Don't shoot. I dropped my gun.
There's the redskin. Get him up. Stone. Get him more. Shoot him. Doggone, they both got away.
Well, anyhow, Sheriff, we can watch for him.
Fine pack we are. A dozen of us here, and we let that masked man get away scot-free.
But that horse, sizzling bacon, did you see it travel? Nothing like it.
We'll hunt him down. We'll start more men out to look for him. You deputies come to my office, and we'll organize so he'll be hunted down.
Hey, go tell Mr. Grant what's happened. It's all worked out first rate.
The town seethed with excitement. Men rode through the hills looking for the masked man and the Indian, but found no trace of either. One man in town followed events with more interest than anyone else. It was Eli Crane.
These young upstarts never got around in the West, Molly. That's the trouble. Thunderation, I could tell them a few things about that masked man, the white horse, and the Indian named Tonto.
Oh, you know him, Grandpa?
No, but by Juniper, I'd like to. Outlaw my eye. Thief by foot. Lige and Hank are the out-and-outnest no-goods that ever lived. The only thing I wish is that I knew why they lied. Well, I'll be boiled in stale water.
Grandpa, what? The masked man.
Please don't be frightened. I had to slip in with the rear door.
There he stands, Molly. Take a look at him.
I am.
They call that man the Lone Ranger. Mister, I want to take your hand and shake it.
Thanks, Eli. Thanks. I've got to speak to you alone.
Without Molly here?
Yes, it's important.
I'll go to my room, Grandpa.
Thank you, Molly. You'll understand later.
Very well.
Eli, do you recognize this silver belt buckle?
Where'd you get that?
Do you recognize it?
I gave it to my son when he was 21 years old. He's always wore it.
This buckle brought me here. I found it in the hills.
Jim was in Deadwood.
No, Eli. He wasn't in Deadwood.
The hills?
Well, after Tonto and I got away from the sheriff's men, we followed the back trail of those two that lied about us. We found what they'd done with the man they took from the ravine.
Go on.
This isn't a pleasant duty, Eli, but it may prevent further mischief. You know now.
Jim is dead. It was Jim in the ravine.
Yes.
He took his belt. Brought it here?
To make sure who he was. I hope to learn why those two hid the body.
Was he murdered?
No. He stood too close to the edge of a ravine. The ground caved in under his feet.
I wonder. Doggone it all. I wonder what those two lied for. It was Rodney Grant that hired them.
Grant?
He's from the Drexel Syndicate. Trying to buy my gold mine. I won't sell.
Tell me some more, Eli. Tell me everything you can about Rodney Grant. Will you trust me that far?
I'll tell everything I can think of. You sit down there and listen.
For over an hour, old Eli talked, at times choking up a little as he thought of his son, Jim. Then Molly was called into the room, and the little conference continued for another hour. Later that night...
Great Scott! Shooting in old Eli's house.
Get him! Get him! There he goes!
Silver! Go on, boy!
Hurry! Hurry, get the sheriff. You'll have to come at once. Tom is my grandfather.
Scott?
You'll have to shout. You saw that mess?
The masked man. Great gun.
Tell the sheriff to come. Oh, do hurry!
Wait here, man. I'll see Miss Molly.
Sheriff, I'm waiting for you. Come in.
Right with you, Miss Molly.
Come in, Sheriff, but come in at once.
It wasn't until the following day that Rodney Grant heard the news. And he called a meeting of the men who were helping him. He grinned as he closed the door behind him.
Fate certainly gave us a hand, boys. It's a good omen.
I don't take stock in good omens. You pay us some cash, and I'll make it feel lots better.
Well, I can't give you all I promised just yet, boys, but it'll come, never fear.
Don't tell us you're short of cash money.
Well, I had to pay out a lot, remember that. Several men who tried to put old Eli the way had to be paid.
Well, did they? They didn't do anything. The old man escaped everything they tried.
Yeah, I didn't want them to be dissatisfied and start talking.
How much did it cost to hire that masked man?
Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. How'd you get him lined up to do the shooting?
I didn't have anything to do with the murder. That's the strange part of it. That's why I said that fate was good to us.
Now what? Are you ready for us to make the next move?
Yes. Can you two get out of town with your wagon without being seen?
Sure thing. That won't be hard. The sheriff will spend most of his time at the Crane house.
Very well. Get everything fixed then. We'll plan a fire for the night.
They got the shack all fixed. It's between here and Deadwood.
All right.
Sure will be hard on poor Miss Molly. I'm sorry for her.
It'll be the best thing for her in the long run.
She thinks your father's still alive.
Well, she's got to know sometime. Now she can sell the mine and go east with a fortune. Maybe as my wife. I'll count on you two to handle the fire tonight. Don't slip up. I'll pay you as soon as I get more cash from my company.
They'll send it, won't they?
When they hear that I can buy the Eli Crane gold mine, I should say they will send it.
All right, then. Come on, Hank. We got things to do.
Well, there's nothing in the way. Nothing at all. The girl will sell. No doubt of that.
Hey, Mr. Grant.
Well?
The sheriff's over at the Crane place. He's going to read Eli's will.
Well?
You want to go over? He said he thought you might be interested in it.
Oh, sure. Thanks. This is my big day.
You can sit right there, Mr. Grant.
Thank you.
I won't waste time going through all the legal angles. I'll just tell what the will says.
I hope, Sheriff, you're not displeasing Miss Molly by rushing things. After all, a few days wait till Jim Crane gets home and Eli is buried.
There's a reason for doing this now, Grant.
As long as Molly doesn't object.
Eli made this will some time ago. It leaves everything to his son, Jim. That's simple and clear. But if Jim dies before Eli, or if Jim marries again, then there's a cash settlement to Miss Molly, the granddaughter. All the gold mine property goes to Jim's younger brother.
Oh, younger brother, huh?
Yes.
He's in the East.
He's an operator in gold mines. He wouldn't sell to you, Grant.
Well, as it stands now, then, Jim Crane owns the property, doesn't he?
That's about it. Now, do any of you folks have questions?
Well, if there are no questions, Sheriff, I'd like to...
I got some questions. I'm coming in now, Sheriff, to talk to that ornery polecat.
Eli Crane.
Here, you dirty schemer. Look at the man you tried to murder.
You're not dead.
You're doggone right I ain't. Where's the Lone Ranger? Where is he, Sheriff?
I see him coming. He's stopping outside now.
Good.
He's on the porch. Come in. You're just in time.
Sheriff, Lige and Hank have gone. Thought I was watching them.
Good. Those two will tip Grant's hand.
But I don't understand.
You will.
You tell him, Lone Ranger. Tell the weasel-faced skunk.
You wanted to buy the Crane property for your boss, Clark Drexel.
Well, of course, but
I wouldn't sell. So you figured on having me killed off, knowing that Jim would sell.
And you learned that Jim had been killed in a fall, but you didn't tell anyone. You looked up Eli's will. You found that with Jim dead before Eli, the property would go to another son, one who would not sell to you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You will. You hired Lige and Hank to hide Jim's body until Eli was dead. Then you planned on making everyone think that Jim died after his father.
Well, this is ridiculous. Why should I?
The law would then assume that Jim inherited the gold mine. And when he died, his daughter would be the heiress. She would then sell to you at Drexel's price.
You schemed it that way, Grant. You can't deny it.
Who can't deny it? I deny every word of it.
You lied when you said you talked to Pa in Deadwood.
If you talked to him in Deadwood, how does it happen that I found this belt and the man Lige and Hank hid in the mountains?
I don't know anything about it.
You get it. Don't do that in my eye.
They're your pals, Grant.
Me find them. Them got wagon outside. Them talk plenty now.
We didn't do no crime. We only...
Lige, look at me.
Lige, you better tell all you know and save your neck.
We didn't do a scheme to kill him. You, the masked man.
The Lone Ranger, you coyote.
Go on.
Don't do nothing to us. We got Jim from that ravine. We only kept him where he wouldn't be found, that's all.
What were you going to do next?
Why, we was...
Go on, speak.
We was to take him to a hunter's cabin and set a fire tonight.
So everyone would think he'd burned to death 24 hours after his father was killed. Who suggested that to you, Lige?
Grant did.
I'll get you for that.
You did. He ain't paid us. I'll tell more about him, Sheriff. He hired a couple of breeds to start a fight and shoot Eli as if by accident. He hired the same breed to try and kill Eli by cutting bridge under him.
Why, Juniper, I don't know what the law can do, but I know what I'm going to do.
No, don't.
Reckon I can still handle my fist. Oh, Drat, it looks like he's busted that chair before.
You knocked him clean out, Eli.
Try to kill me, will he? Schemed to buy my gold mine. Molly, your pa wouldn't have sold at the price Grant was offering. No matter what he thought at first, he wouldn't have done it. No more than I would. Oh, when you inherit, after I'm dead and gone, you can do what you want.
I'll never sell, never. We Cranes will always operate our mines.
Some of us have got to stand by our land.
Yeah.
If this Drexel syndicate gets all the mines the way they're out to do, it'll be bad. They'll set the prices for men's labor.
That's right.
They'll set prices for shipping. They'll have too much power. Now, this here country isn't based on giving one outfit all the say. We've got to have competition, free enterprise, men that run their own business.
You're right. I understand, Grandpa.
Boys, you can take Lige and Hank to jail. Between them, they can tote Rodney Grant. If there's no law to jail Grant, then he'll be downright unlucky. Because if I know the men here, he'll leave town on a rail wearing hot tar and feathers. Molly, I'll attend to Jen.
Say, where's that masked man? Where's the Indian?
Why, they've gone.
Well, get them. I want to thank them. There they are, on their horses outside. I want to thank them.
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Any Bonds Today, starring Fay Ray and John Beal, on a special recording of the United States Treasury Department. By the way, have you bought
any bonds today? Any bonds today? Bonds of freedom, that's what I'm selling. Any bonds today? Scrape up the most you can. Here comes the Freedom Man asking you to buy a share of freedom today. Any stamps today? We'll be blessed if we all invest in the USA. Here comes the Freedom Man. Can't make tomorrow's plan, not unless you buy a share of freedom today.
We are proud to present first a new play and then a new song, both written specially for the Treasury Department. The play, The Last Boat, written by D.H. Johnson, stars Fay Ray and John Beal with Alan Reed and John Brown. The scene is the Statue of Liberty. The time, late on an autumn night.
It's weird inside the statue late at night. The gaunt steel beams that support the goddess's bronze gown rise upward into a seeming infinity of grayish gloom, and every gust that sweeps across the bay makes the structure thrum with an almost supernatural moan, as if the goddess wept at the thought of liberties destroyed elsewhere in a nightmare world. A strange, weird place at night, deserted now save for one man. A man in a soldier's uniform, slowly climbing the spiral stairs that lead up to the goddess's head. Now the man is almost at the top of the stairs. He steps onto the platform underneath the crown. A dimly lit room with windows through which he can see the expanse of land and water to the eastward. He looks out a moment, then, sensing someone behind him, turns to face a woman who is standing there.
What the? Oh, I didn't know anybody else was up here.
Oh, I'm sorry if I frightened you.
Oh, that's okay, ma'am. I'm a little jumpy, I guess. I didn't see you when I come up here.
I was here. I've been here a long time.
Yeah? Nice place to come, ain't it? What I mean, you get a swell view from up here.
Yes, you can see a great many things from here. Sometimes I think much more clearly than the people on the ground.
Yeah. All the lights and the bay and the ocean.
Other things, too.
Oh?
I mean, things you don't see with the eyes alone.
I don't quite get you, ma'am.
It doesn't matter. Tell me, you're one of the guards here.
Me, a guard? Oh, the uniform. No, I'm just a jeep from Fort Dix.
Well, it's the same thing. A custodian of liberty.
No, you don't get me, ma'am. I don't belong here. I just came out on the boat a little while ago.
Oh. It's the last boat. It goes back very soon.
Yeah, I know.
You should go down soon. You might miss it.
Yeah. I kind of figured on missing it.
But you shouldn't. You'll have to stay
Look,
here.
is it any of your business if I want to miss that boat? It's a free country, ain't it? I got a right to do what I want, ain't I?
Of course.
Well, then don't tell me I got to make that boat. I'll make it if I want it. I'll stay here if I want it.
I didn't mean to make you angry.
Yeah, I didn't aim to blow up that way either. Excuse me, ma'am.
I understand.
It's getting so it just rubs me the wrong way when anybody tells me what to do. I got my belly full of that lately.
The army?
Yeah. Reveille to tap. Somebody's giving you orders every minute. Right face, left face, shoulder arms, forward march, close ranks, open ranks. Yeah. Nobody ever gives you a chance to think for yourself. You're a machine.
You like to think for yourself?
Sure. Done it all my life, too. Till the draft got me. Working when I wanted to. Moving on when I got tired of a job. Knocking off to go hunting and fishing if I felt like it. Oh, that's the way to live. And believe me, that's the way I'm living from now on.
Oh, you're deserting.
I didn't say I was...
Didn't you?
All right, so I am deserting. I'm going over the hill. I'm walking out of the army. What are you going to do about it?
What could I do?
You going down and report me to one of the guards down there? You going to turn me in?
No, I'm not.
You ain't kidding me.
I think you can trust me. A great many people do.
Okay, ma'am. I believe you. Thanks.
Tell me, when are you planning to desert?
I'm through with the army as soon as that boat down there pulls out.
How's that?
Well, that's my idea in coming out here. You see, I'm on leave. I'm due back at Dick's at midnight. But I come out here, miss the last boat, and I'll be AWOL even if I do change my mind.
You think you might change your mind?
Yeah. I got myself all set to desert a couple of times before, and then talked myself out of it. This way, talking ain't gonna do no good after that boat pulls out. I broke the ice, see? And from there on in, it's easy.
It's sort of symbolic, too, isn't it?
Huh?
I mean, using the Statue of Liberty as a means of getting back your own liberty.
Yeah. I never thought of that. What's that?
The boat. It's leaving in 5 minutes.
Let her leave. I ain't going. Not till morning. I'll go in and get me some store clothes and then head out of town.
Where will you go?
Oh, there's lots of room in this country for a guy to hole up.
Where, for example?
You talk like you ain't seen much of this country.
I haven't. I've been here on this island most of my life.
Well, there's a million places a guy'll never be bothered. You go west or north or south, you start feeling it kind of open up around you. You know what I mean? Mountains and plains and deserts and lakes and rivers and farms and hills and woods. Thousands of miles of it, anywhere you go.
It must be beautiful.
Yeah. It's a great country we got here. The greatest country on earth.
You talk as if you love it.
Sure, I do.
Strange, though. You don't act like it. Deserting, I mean.
Well, loving the country ain't got nothing to do with that. I just don't love the army, that's all. All that getting ordered around. No chance to think for yourself.
That's the 3-minute whistle. You can still get the boat.
I'm staying here.
Listen. Did you hear that other sound?
What?
Shh. There it is again.
Hey, I know what that is. That's a flock of wild geese.
Yes, look. You can see them from this window. Just crossing the moon.
Yeah. Pretty, ain't they?
That perfect V formation.
Ain't nothing as pretty as a flock of wild geese heading south in autumn. Free as the air. Ain't nobody drafting them into the Army. Ain't nobody telling them what to do.
Nobody?
No, ma'am.
Why do they always fly south in autumn?
Well, that's instinct.
And what's instinct?
Well, it's something that tells them what to do.
You said they weren't told what to do.
That's right, I did.
Why do they keep that perfect V formation?
Well, that's just good sense. You see, the bird at the point of the V, the leader, he cuts the air like the bow of a boat. He sets up a wave of air that spreads out like a V. And the other birds ride the wave because it's easier flying. Besides, the leader knows the best place to go, the best feeding grounds, and where there's liable to be hunters waiting.
Staying in formation, then, makes it easier and safer for all of them.
What are you getting at, ma'am?
Let me ask one more thing. What if a bird decided to abandon the flight, got tired of it, and dropped out while he was still in the north?
Well, when snow came and food got scarce, he'd probably get into some farmer's barnyard. They'd catch him, clip his wings, fatten him up, and then... Hey, why are you asking me these things?
You say you like to think for yourself. Suppose you think about it. Think whether it's best to obey the orders of instinct, to know the fine, full freedom of the air, to be one small dot in a beautiful V spreading across the sky, keeping formation through the darkness of night, trusting your course to a wise and experienced leader. Or whether it's best to drop out of the V, come down alone, and be a fat and stupid earthbound goose, your liberty destroyed, awaiting death at the convenience of your captor. Yes, think about it. Think for yourself.
I see what you mean now.
You can still get that boat.
The last boat.
You're going down, are you?
Yeah, I'm going down. But I ain't saying I'm going to get that boat. I'll think about it. Maybe I'll get it, maybe I won't. This is a free country. I got a right to do what I want.
Yes, it's a free country. There's no place freer than the Statue of Liberty. Good night, soldier.
Good night, ma'am. Thanks for talking to me.
You coming down, soldier? It's about time.
Who are you?
One of the guards here. I was just coming up to get you out so I could lock up for the night.
Hey, don't lock up yet. There's a woman up there.
Well, there can't be. I keep a tally of everybody that goes up. I got everybody checked off but you.
I tell you, there's a woman up there. Maybe you know her. She said she lives here on the island.
Well, I don't know who that could be. What'd she look like?
Well, she looked like... Gosh almighty.
What's the matter?
I just happened to think. She looked like the goddess of liberty.
Huh?
Yeah. She was the goddess of liberty.
Are you crazy?
Not as crazy as I was once. Get out of my way, mister. I gotta catch that last boat.
Thank you, Fay Ray and John Beale. Now, our new song, I'm a Military Man, written by Ruth Paul and Henry Silverne, and dedicated to General John J. Pershing, famous blackjack of the Mexican campaign in the First World War. I'm a Military Man, sung by Barry Wood with the Treasury Department Orchestra and Chorus.
I'm a military man now, working for my Uncle Sam.
You gotta get up.
He didn't raise me up to be a soldier, but I'll tell the world I am. In the Army, in the Navy, in the Air Corps or Marine. Oh, I'm a military man now. I'm a guy, that's right, I am. And the girl I left behind is waiting while I work for Uncle Sam. The job I leave behind me wouldn't matter, wouldn't pay.
It wouldn't pay.
I could love and laugh in the good old USA. Short on leaves, long on beans, that's the life I'll know. With my knapsack on my back and off to camp I'll go.
He's a military man, he marches all day long, working for his Uncle Sam.
He didn't raise me up to be a soldier, but I'll tell the world I am. In the Army, in the Navy, in the Air Corps or
is waiting while I work for
In the interest of national defense, General Pershing has accepted this song dedicated to his deeds of valor. And in so doing, he said,
I am pleased to accept this stirring musical composition dedicated to me. As I think back over the years, there passes before me a picture of American men, good fighting men. Today, America is building a new army, one which requires the wholehearted support and backing of all of us. If my acceptance of this piece of music will serve further to arouse the citizens of our country to the all-out support of the Treasury Department's campaign of saving for defense, I shall indeed be gratified.
General Pershing knows that today America must have a first-rate army. He, too, heard our Commander-in-Chief declare that the lives of our soldiers and sailors, the whole future of this nation, depends upon the manner that each and every one of us fulfills his obligation to this country. How about you? How do you fulfill your obligation to America? Measure your answer in defense bonds and in the bonds you are determined to buy next payday and every payday. Fulfill your obligation to America with dollars. Dollars put into United States defense bonds and stamps at any bank or post office. Get defense stamps from your newspaper carrier boy and your retail dealer. Have you bought
any bonds today? Any bonds today? Bonds of freedom, that's what I'm selling. Any bonds today? Scrape up the most you can. Here comes the freedom man asking you to buy a...
You've just heard Any Bonds Today, a recorded program of the United States Treasury Department for defense bonds and stamps. Our stars were Fay Ray, John Beale, and Barry Wood. This is Larry Elliott speaking for the Treasury Department.
Texaco Time with Welcome to the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen. We invite you to enjoy the Jack Haley, our special guest, Jack Haley, and About Hollywood. The winner of the Texaco College competition, Thomas McIntyre from the University of Alabama, and Al Goodman's Orchestra. An hour of mirth and melody brought to you by the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we bid farewell to Wednesday night. Starting March 8th, this program will be heard on Sunday nights at the same time over these same stations and also in Canada. And now we bring you the man who is going to make Sunday a weeknight on the radio. He's Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Mr. Wallington, this is our last Wednesday night.
Yes, Fred? Next week at this time, people will be tuning in to hear Junior Miss, starring Shirley Temple.
Yes, sir. Little Shirley. It took a little Shirley to take our place. It sounds odd, doesn't it?
It surely did.
Well, after... It does, huh? Jokes, it surely does. Well, after tonight's broadcast, Jimmy, we're going to have a week and 4 days before our next show. Now, that's 4 extra days off.
Say, what about those 4 days that we don't work? Are they with or without pay?
Well, Jimmy, when I hired you actors, I gave you my word, as you know. And I'm not a man who says one thing today and another thing tomorrow. Now, about those 4 days, I'm keeping my word.
They're without pay?
Yes. And you can spread the word around. You can tell the other actors, if you will.
Oh, no. You tell them. The last fat man that walked in on them, they ate. It could happen to me.
You wouldn't agree with anyone, especially a cannibal, Jimmy. But look, now you have 4 days off. Why don't you relax? Why don't you take a little trip?
With what?
Gosh, the wife and I were thinking about taking a second honeymoon. We were going to run out to Akron, Ohio, and look at some tires.
Well, I wouldn't go near Akron if I were you, Jimmy. With your stomach, I'd go to Pottsville.
I could sure use a trip, Fred.
Well, Jimmy, if it'll pep you up any, I tell you what I'll do. I'll pay your bus fare out to Yellowstone Park.
Gee, that's what... Hey, wait a minute. If I go to Yellowstone Park, I'll be off the program for a couple of months.
Well, I'm putting up the money, Jimmy. At least I'm entitled to get some pleasure out of it. After all.
But, Fred, I'm the announcer. What will happen to the show?
Oh, nothing, James. We'll just skip all of your announcements and open the program with the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Red, white, and blue posters announcing that New York City's water shortage is acute and urging conservation are put on display in 10,000 subway cars this week. Trivia shows how public-spirited citizens around town are cutting down on the use of aqua pura. Now, first, Thomas Charles John, a concert singer, says...
I used to take 20 encores singing Old Man River. Today, Let the House Fall Down, I only sing one chorus. At every concert, I am saving 200 gallons of water. It's vocal, but it helps.
Thank you very much. At the 58th Street Firehouse, the chief reports...
I've stopped using water at all fires, so don't even bring my hose.
Well, how do you put the fires out, Chief?
Well, when I drive up to a fire, I've got 40 radio comedians on the hook and ladder.
Well, how can 40 radio...
Mister, if you've got enough drips, you can put out any fire.
An uptown florist says...
To help conservation, I have stopped watering my flowers.
Has it had any effect on your florist business?
Plants down.
And now the March of Trivia interviews a select group who have been affected by the water shortage. First, Professor Falvey Fickett. I understand, Professor Fickett, that you have been busy experimenting to relieve the water shortage.
Yes. First, I tried transplanting camel glands into a man.
Why?
Well, to see if the man could go without water.
What happened, Professor?
The man went without water, but 2 humps came out on his back.
Oh.
Yes, then I tried condensing the steam in factory whistles.
Was this successful?
Well, the steam made water. Only one thing was wrong.
Well, what, Professor?
At 7 o'clock every morning, the water whistled. Woke everybody up.
Oh, I see. Well, you kept on experimenting?
Until my problem was solved. Today, I am ready to relieve New York's water shortage.
Well, how, Professor?
Well, the reason New York's reservoirs are empty today is because we've had no rain.
And you?
I am going to make rain.
You are, really? How, Professor Fickett?
Well, the Great Lakes are filled with water. It's lying there useless.
I see.
The sky over New York is cluttered with clouds, hanging there, not cooperating.
Yes?
I am going to tow a string of those clouds out to the Great Lakes.
Yes?
I'll load up the clouds with rain and tow them back to New York.
But how will you tow the clouds back and forth, Professor? Hitch them onto an airplane?
No, I shall hitch them onto myself.
Well, how will you get up in the air?
Oh, didn't I...
Up in the air.
Oh, didn't I tell you? I fly.
Professor, you are not...
You guessed it. I'm Superman.
No kidding.
You mind if I leave through the ceiling?
Not at all. Not at all.
Well, I'm off.
You certainly are. And now an uptown housewife, Mrs. Lena Rappaport.
Thank you.
I notice you have 3 victory pins on, Mrs. Rappaport.
3 V's I am wearing, but this is not the reason.
Well, what do your 3 V's stand for?
Why waste water?
Very appropriate, I must say. You have been conserving water, Mrs. R.
Yes, sir. I am watching all forceps. It should not be leaky.
Oh, the forceps. Good.
Tea 3 times a day I am having without water.
Well, how can you make tea with no water?
The tea bag I'm putting in my mouth and drooling.
Oh. Well, how does it taste?
Like cotton. But with pico.
Oh, cotton and pico. Well, you don't even miss water then, do you?
Only Sylvester I am missing.
Sylvester? Who is Sylvester?
Mine goldfish.
Well, what happened to Sylvester?
Well, for cutting down on water, I am emptying out the goldfish bowl.
You left the little goldfish in an empty bowl?
Oh, no. Sylvester I am laying on a damp cloth. The little darling is happy.
Happy, huh? Well, how could you tell he was happy?
Sylvester is making wag with the tail.
Making wag with his tail, huh? You mean that your goldfish got along without water entirely?
For 3 weeks. Then it is happening.
What, Mrs. Rappaport?
One day in the kitchen I am making blintzes.
Uh-huh.
Sylvester is slipping in the flour, flopping on the pot cheese, frisking.
Uh-huh.
I'm opening suddenly a quart milk. My back is turning.
What happened?
Sylvester is jumping down the milk bottle, and he is forgetting how to swim.
Well, don't tell me your goldfish drowned.
Almost. Sylvester in the milk is flipping with flopping.
Yes.
Finally, the milk is becoming butter.
And?
Sylvester is slipping off the top into the frying pan.
And how did he come out?
Delicious.
Well, thank you. A man who coped with the water shortage, a businessman, is Baruch Brindle. What business are you in, Baruch?
I run an orange juice stand.
And you were using water in your orange juice?
Are you kidding?
Well, after all...
I got a real orange hanging in the window, but it's the old razzle-dazzle, the chump bake.
Oh, the real orange.
Yeah.
Well, how do you make your orange juice, Baruch?
Well, I got an old beer vat in the cellar.
I see.
I put in 4 drops of orange extract, 2 spoons of sugar, and 800 gallons of water.
What does it taste like?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Well, if you've cut down on your water, Baruch, how are you making your orange juice today?
Oh, I ain't using drinking water no more.
Oh.
I'm using ocean water. Yeah, it's dated.
Oh, dated ocean water?
Yeah, fresh from the East River every hour.
Yeah, it's salt water in orange juice and people drink it?
Yeah, it's tripled me business.
How do you mean?
The minute you take a drink of it, you're thirsty again.
Oh. Well, not using oranges, you're helping naval relief. And thank you, Baruch Brindle. Well, I guess that about...
Harry, friend, here am I. In no time now will the jinx be high.
Now, look, Falstaff.
I've just had Longfellow on my Ouija board.
Well, no one is interested, Frank.
Thanks to the occult, I have written some new poems.
Well, look, take your...
Have you heard she was humming Rigoletto as our eyes met in the ghetto?
No, I haven't heard that.
I knew the ballpark was haunted when that old bat spoke to me.
No, I haven't heard that.
No wonder you look like a flour bag, Mother. You've sure been through the mill.
Now, wait. That's done it, Falstaff. Tonight we are discussing the water shortage.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your water faux pas called?
Why any man needs water, I'll never, never know.
Well, how does it go?
Why any man needs water, I'll never, never know. It's all right under bridges or to make a flower grow. Water's fine as dew or rain, as hail or slush or snow. But why any man needs water, I'll never, never know.
Well, thank you very much.
Water's swell for waterfalls. It's a must for making dams. It's home for little beavers, for sharks and crabs and clams. Water's good for ducks and whales, unless the tide is low, sir. I'll never, never know.
Well, thank you very much.
I don't need no water. I never take a tub. I never plunge or shower or give myself a scrub. I'm allergic to all water for ablution or as drink. I've never touched or tasted water. Perhaps that's why I...
Thank you very much. Thank you. And as Falstaff steals away, we turn gladly to welcome Kenny Baker. Ably supported by Al Goodman and orchestra, Kenny sings Sometime.
Sometime blue shadows fall with someone's heart while I'm through with all I'm dreaming of days.
Now,
I get to times when I think of you arms about you, so alone and love you. Sometimes I get to dream of days. Brings me sometime. I always think of you. I get to wondering when blue shadows fall. I think of you with someone's arms about you, while I'm so alone and blue without you. I get to dream of days we once knew, and wondering if you think of me sometimes the way I always think of you.
Say, that was swell. That was swell, Kenny. You know, for such a young boy, I don't see how you get so much power in your voice. How do you do it?
Oh, it's nothing. I just open my mouth and throw myself into it.
Right, no, I realize that. But look, one week you sing high C, and then the next week you sing a low B flat.
Sure. Larry Elliott says my voice has flexible power. It's like Sky Chief gasoline.
Is that right, Larry? Is it really, as he says?
Just as he says, Fred, yes. The power of Texaco's Sky Chief gasoline is like a live force that's waiting, pent up, and eager to be released. Just get in your car, touch the starter, and feel that engine take hold. Then feel how strongly Sky Chief power lifts you up to driving pace, how smoothly it idles down in traffic. That's a demonstration of flexible power, a thrilling response to your every command. It's driving luxury to challenge winter cold. With flexible, Sky Chief is a luxury gasoline. Sky Chief Performance saves your back. Sky Chief Performance saves your back. Sky Chief Performance start. That Sky Chief's flexible power means long mileage per gallon on the road. For winter economy as well as with Sky Chief, your Texaco dealer's premium gasoline. Dealer's premium gasoline for those who want the best.
Mr. Goodman's number is Mr. Goodman's time. Gentlemen,
Mr. Allen!
Say, what are you doing with all of those boxes and bundles, Cortland?
Teddy and I have been packing everything.
Well, that's good. It's nice to be ready. You know, how do you feel about changing over to Sunday nights?
I feel sorry for you.
Oh, don't worry about me.
But it isn't going to be the same working on this program without you.
Without me? Well, I'm not leaving the program.
Well, I heard Kenny say he's changing the whole program around for Sunday nights, and he's getting a new comedian.
Oh, he is. Getting a new comedian.
I'm sorry, Mr. Allen.
Don't be sorry. Kenny Baker thinks he's going to fire me, does
Hi,
he? Well,
Forty.
Hello, Kenny.
listen,
I've
Junior.
got your new Sunday night contract, Forty, right here.
Mr. Baker.
Oh. Are you still here?
Yes, I'm still here. What is this I hear about Sunday nights?
Well,
Tell Mr. Allen, Kenny.
oh, I can't, Porty. Look at the trust in those big blue baggy eyes.
Come on, out with it, Baker.
Well, time marches on, F.A. A program that's going on Sunday needs a comedian that's young, peppy. It needs new blood.
Well, couldn't Mr. Allen get a transfusion, Kenny?
I give you the best years of my life, and now you want to throw me out like one of your old wedgies. You don't think I'm washed up, do you?
You've never won the New York World Telegram poll.
What's that?
It's a popularity poll. You never see Alton Cook on this program dropping an award.
Who is Alton Cook?
He's the radio editor of the World Telegram, Mr. Allen.
You mean that Alton Cook thinks I'm washed up?
His poll does, and I can prove it.
You get Alton Cook on the phone.
He's right here, F.A. Alton.
Yes, Kenny?
F.A., this is Alton Cook, the radio editor of the World Telegram.
So, you're Alton Cook, huh?
Yes, Fred, I've been visiting programs lately to bring glad tidings, to congratulate the performer on behalf of 200 radio editors for having been voted the most popular artist in his field.
You generally congratulate the performer.
Yes, but tonight I bring no award, no congratulatory message.
Then what are you doing here?
I sent for Alton. Did you bring your files, Alton?
Yes, Kenny.
All right. Now, F.A., how long have you been on the air Wednesday night?
Well, almost 8 years. Let me see, since 1935.
All right. Alton, what comedian won your popularity poll in 1935?
Jack Benny.
1936.
Jack Benny.
1937.
Jack Benny.
1938.
Jack Benny.
1939, 40, and 41.
Jack Benny.
1942.
Bob Hope.
America wakes up! America wakes up, and it's about time.
Did Mr. Allen ever win your World Telegram poll, Alton?
No, Kenny.
That's all I wanted to know. Thanks a lot, Alton.
You're welcome, Kenny.
See? Now, are you satisfied, F.A.?
Well, it's only
Going on Sunday nights, I've got to have a comedian with me who's got a name. I'm trying out Jack Haley.
Jack Haley? Why, Jack Haley and I are old friends from Boston. You can't get Jack Haley to steal my job out from under me.
Oh, no? He's waiting to audition now. Ladies and gentlemen, meet a real comedian, Jack Haley.
Thank you, folks. A very funny thing happened to me on the way to the studio. Funny thing happened to me on the way to the studio. Funny thing happened to me on the way to the studio. Funny thing happened
Anything yet.
Who is that guy with the long puss, Kenny? His face looks familiar.
Oh, he's some old guy. He used to be on the program.
Oh, an old broken-down actor, hey? Here's a buck, brother.
Jack, you remember me, Fred Allen from Boston.
Oh, yeah. Here's another buck.
They want youth on the show. This guy was jilted by May Robeson.
You heard what Jack Benny said about you last Sunday, Allen.
Was it funny, Mr. Haley?
Benny said he'd like to have muscles as hard as Allen's arteries.
Mr. Haley, you sure scream.
Oh, that's nothing. I get yuck.
They need new blood on the show. This guy is 4 years older than the old Oaken Bucket.
Oh, yeah? Show him your teeth, Mr. Haley. Open your mouth. Go ahead.
What am I auditioning for, the Kentucky Derby?
Oh, you're comical, Mr. Haley.
Well, what am I up here for?
Well, I'm looking for a new partner, Mr. Haley. You and I ought to make a funny team.
I don't know, Kenny. You know, when two comedians... It's every man for himself.
With you, I'll have a chance. With you. And don't forget, I'm hiring you, Mr. Haley.
So what?
So you know who gets the laughs.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, here we go. I'll take the first line. How would you like to be a halfwit, Jack?
I don't know, Kenny.
Hey, look. You got the laugh. Something went wrong. What was it?
You took the first line. I think that's what did it.
Well, okay. Now, you take the first line this time, and I'll get the laugh.
All right. What's the difference between an elephant and a flea?
I don't know. What is the difference between an elephant and a flea?
An elephant can have fleas, but a flea can't have an elephant.
Hey, again I didn't get the laugh.
Perhaps
I didn't get the laugh.
Perhaps it was the way you read the line, Kenny. It was the way you read the line, Kenny.
Oh, look, try another one. I'll take the first line again.
Okay.
Do you line again?
Okay.
Do you think silk stockings are extinct, Jack?
No, but they're on their last legs. Legs. Janet, I went and got the laugh again.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. How am I doing, Kenny?
Frankly, Mr. Haley, I'm disappointed.
You mean I don't get the job?
If I'm not going to get any laughs anyway, I might as well keep Mr. Allen.
And I hope this will teach you a lesson, hey, Jack?
Yes, Kenny, you're a dope.
Hey, what is this? Did you guys frame me?
You don't think I'd take my pal's job, do you, Kenny?
Well, it's the old saying, I guess. Ham is thicker than water every time.
That little squirt thought he could pull a fast one, Jack. He didn't know that we were old friends from Boston, huh?
Yeah, Fred. I remember the first time you went on amateur night.
Ah, yes, at the old Grand Opera House.
That's right. I was there that night, Fred.
Were you?
Sitting in the theater with my mother and a pound of tomatoes.
You had a box, eh? Well, how did you like my act?
You had it timed just right, Fred.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, you finished your act as I was throwing my last tomato.
Remember those, after you got rid of the tomatoes, I played that can later, 2 years later with the singer. Well, remember those theaters we used to play around Boston?
Yeah, remember Austin and Stone's? The actors had to do 18 shows and then wash the manager's laundry.
Ah, those were the days.
May they never come back.
Say, remember the Daisy restaurant up 3 steps on Howard Street, the Daisy?
Yeah, beans, pie, and coffee for a dime.
Yeah.
That was the only restaurant in the world that served a hamburger with built-in bicarbonate.
Say, remember that boarding house on the corner, the boarding house on Bullfinch Street?
Mother Shapiro's?
Mother Shapiro.
Yeah, sure. The rooms were 50 cents a night. With a door on the room, it was 75.
Remember how cramped those rooms were?
I'll say. My room was so small, if anybody opened the doorknob got into bed with me.
I had a room there one time. It was so small, the mice couldn't even get in. The mice used to send a flea into the room to see if there was anything to eat in there.
Carnival acts we used to know around Boston. Say, do you remember LaRue, the sword swallower?
Raymond LaRue. He was a little round-shouldered guy from swallowing sickles. I remember he used to...
You know, LaRue borrowed my suit one time to play a benefit.
Yeah?
He swallowed a sword, and somebody applauded. LaRue took a bow and tore the back right out of my tuxedo coat.
Well, you've come a long way since then, Jack.
Oh, not so far, Fred. New York is only 200 miles from Boston.
Well, I mean that today you're a Hollywood star.
You're a star on the radio, Fred.
But look, you meet all those glamorous people out there while you're making pictures. Have you made any pictures lately?
Yes, I just finished Beyond the Blue Horizon with...
Next picture, Jack.
Bosco? You remember? The horse show.
Bosco. At the finish of the... Bosco
used to do Think We'll Throw him a lump of sugar.
Uh-huh.
Well, Bosco never ate that sugar, Fred.
No?
For 20 years, Bosco saved that sugar.
And today?
Think is working for Bosco.
Well, is there any moral...
The moral is, save your sugar. So long, Fred.
Thanks a lot, Jack Haley. Jack Haley, Texaco Workshop players later in the to sing the eternal favorite Make Believe.
And it's for New Rochelle who are listening.
Make believe I love you. Only make that you love me. Others find peace of mind in pretending. Couldn't you, couldn't I, couldn't we make believe our lives are blended the truth. Do. The game of just supposing is the sweetest game I know. Our dreams are more romantic than the romantic we dream about don't happen to be so. That's just an unicality. He could really believe of you. Of mind he's pretending couldn't.
And tires. Mexico dealers in all tires in every way possible. Trained to fight wear. They're ready to help you conserve your car and tires in every way possible. Drive in. You're welcome. Fred Allen returns after a brief pause for station identification to present the most talented undergraduate of the University of Alabama, followed by a special surprise feature starring Jack Haley. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the spotlight is tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the spotlight young performer recruited from the campus of performer recruited on a talented young Texaco star from the spotlight is tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the spotlight is tonight, ladies and gentlemen, theater. Once again, focus on the spotlight young performer recruited institution presenter as a young Alabama. Cash award of $200. Welcoming committee ready?
No, gentlemen, I am happy to present the talented young baritone Thomas.
Fred is our...
Harry, but I'll fill in. Ladies and this time, the pride of Alabama, the talented young baritone, Thomas... Thomas. Takanari is an odd name,
Irish. There's a little about a jigger.
Just a jigger. Well...
A glee club for the Alabama...
In 1939, Alabama 6.
Yes, we had a pretty good team.
You know, there was one who spent so much time in Fordham's backfield that Fordham awarded him a letter, I believe. But your school has had some really fine football teams, Tom.
Yes, sir. Alabama's played in the Rose Bowl 5 different seasons.
Well, Yale, of course, has played in the Sugar Bowl every season. They get their lumps every Saturday. Tell me, Tom, what are you studying down there at Alabama?
Well, I'm majoring in political science and preparing for law.
Are you planning a career in public life?
Yes, Mr. Allen. Our university now has 1 justice on the Supreme Court bench and 4 graduates in the United States Senate.
And you hope to add to this record, huh?
Well, I'm going to do my best.
In other words, you take law seriously. Your singing and glee club participation is just a hobby.
Yes, sir. I've had 5 years of voice, and before that, 5 years of saxophone.
Well, that's the way Rudy Valley started out, Tom, with a saxophone.
Mr. Valley went to Yale, didn't he?
Yes, they say when Rudy left New Haven, he had a Yale sticker on every bag and a Yale lock on every pocket. The years have worn the stickers off of Rudy's bags, Tom, but they tell me those Yale locks are still in place and as good as new. Well, enough about the seal test Shylock. Tom, I understand that down at the University of Alabama, you have quite a radio department.
Well, we think it's the best in the country, Mr. Allen. Professor John Carlisle, our director, was production manager of the Columbia Network before he came down to school.
Well, what equipment do you have there at school?
We have our own radio studios and complete courses of microphone technique to radio.
In other words, you have everything but a sponsor down there.
That's right.
Well, I wish I'd gone to Alabama, Tom. You know, I learned radio the hard way. The first time I went on the air, I had Mike fried so badly Two fellows had to hold me up while I was broadcast. To hold me up while I was broadcast. To hold me up while I was broadcast. Those two fellows are still working. Those two fellows are still working. And do you know, Tom? Casting. And two fellows had to hold me up while I was broadcasting. And do you know, Tom? Casting. And fellows are still working. And do you know, Tom? And radio today. And radio.
On this program?
They hold up John Barrymore.
Still have Mike Frank?
Well, I don't know what it is. Now, Thomas, the Sentry, when you came in tonight, your bundle.
Yes, Mr. Allen. Students at the university.
Oh, swell.
Alabama cotton.
Alabama cotton. It comes complete with... Well, thank you, Tom. In the top of my aspirin bottle. Bottles of aspirin we'll need. The rest of the bale I can use. I have 200 more this suit. And hang it up as a decoy. Long, slender package, Tom.
Alabama sugar cane.
Oh, boy, look at that Alabama sugar cane. This is it, huh? Oh, these are the stalks here. Huh? Oh, these are the stalks here. Huh? Oh, these are the size for my safety deposit. Lay in there. I want to thank you. Well, I want to thank Alabama and the boys and girls at Alabama and the boys and girls. And I think, Thomas, now what about your song?
Waiting for the sun. Sing, the world is waiting for the sun. Sing, the world is waiting for the sunrise.
Well, Michaelman, the most talented undergrimmer, Thomas University of Alabama, sings for you, the world for the sunrise. And thanks to the sending you to... And Thomas, we future law career and the most talented of Holy Cross. After listening to the Massachusetts. After listening to the Massachusetts. After listening to the Massachusetts.
Say, Fred.
Oh, yes, Jimmy. I'm busy.
Sitting here with all these college boys reminds me. Did you go through college?
No, Jimmy. In my youth, I was a fugitive from a brain gang. I didn't get a Ph.D. I had to go out and get a J.O.B.
Do you ever regret skipping college, Fred?
Yes, Jimmy, I do. You know, as time goes on, College
this winter, no car owner had any idea of how valuable his car would be to him today.
Well, time has certainly changed that picture, hasn't it?
Yes. So bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, even if your car did get its winter conditioning at the start of the season, it may well need extra attention now. So see your Texaco dealer. Ask him to check your oil. If it's worn, let him renew the protection of your engine with the proper grade of insulated Haviland, his premium oil, or insulated Texaco motor oil. If gears shift hard, grind together, it's time you put special Texaco lubricants on the job. And if you hear squeaks that warn of friction in the chassis, there's need, too, for the protection of a Marfac job, Texaco's famous chassis lubrication service. Your Texaco dealer knows what to do in winter weather to protect that personal and national asset, your car. Care for your car, for your country. Prolong its life and help America win. Its life and help America win.
And now the Texaco Workshop players. Tonight they star Jack Haley in a desert tragedy. It's called Mayhem at King Tut's Tomb, or My Mummy Done Told Me. Music, Pharaoh Goodman. Just a minute, put down. Don't raise your baton, Mr. Goodman. Come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yes?
Come right in, Mr. Archer.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Archer, Yes, sir.
What is this? What is this?
This is my assistant, Mr. Archer.
How do you do?
Now, look. I'm just starting
But whatever you're starting, stop it.
Now, just a minute, brother. Who are you?
I am Mr. Funt, the vice president of this broadcasting company.
Well, what is that?
This is the last Wednesday you'll be on at this hour, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. Starting March 8th, this program will be on the air Sunday nights. But what's that?
It is customary when a comedian leaves the studio to take inventory.
Shall I frisk him now, Mr. Funt?
Now, look, gentlemen. We're just starting a sketch here. Now, can't you take your inventory after the program?
It is customary to take inventory while the artists, so-called, are still on the premises.
Yes, you can't trust actors, and I have no watch to prove it.
Are you insinuating, you little waste of skin?
I ought to part your hair.
Well, that's more than you can do with your own. And I ought to put some pleats in your face.
Oh, go dill your face.
Oh, yeah.
Language! You go right on with your program, Mr.
You bet I will.
Yes, and we'll get on with our inventory. Come, Mr. Archer.
Take my hand, Mr. Funt.
Everything happens to me. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, I guess where everything is quieted down, we present our desert sketch starring Jack Haley. Music, Pharaoh.
Here I am, frail Rufus Smythe, the great explorer, alone dying in the desert. Water.
Are you ready, Mr. Archer?
I'm ready, Mr. Funt.
Water.
Music stands, 27.
Music stands, 14.
Water.
Chairs, 32.
Chairs, 6.
Water.
Wait a minute. Wait just a minute, Jack.
All I want is a little water.
Look, I know. I'll straighten this thing out, Jack. Mr. Funt.
Yes?
What is coming? You're holding back. You don't want to answer me now, Funt. As man to man, I demand that you answer me when I speak to you. What is coming off here?
Well, that's what I'd like to know. There are 13 music stands, 26 stools, and 5 microphones missing.
Well, you don't think that
Shall I frisk him, Mr. Funt?
Here. Take your hand out from under my coat, or I'll push your head so far down your spine you'll have 3 tongues hanging out of your shoes.
Language!
You'll hear worse than that now if you pests don't get out of here. Mr. Haley, a great dramatic actor, is trying to do a sketch here.
Very well, Mr. Allen. Mr. Archer and I will go.
Yes, that's final.
Come, Mr. Archer.
Take my hand, Mr.
Now we can get back to your sketch, Jack.
Where was I?
You were lost on the desert.
Oh, yes, the drums were beating. Water.
Hold it, Jack. Come in.
Excuse me. Has Mr. Sobel come yet?
Mr. Sobel?
I have an appointment with Mr. Sobel.
Look, lady, Mr. Sobel isn't here, and we're right in the middle of a sketch.
Are you sure, Mr.
Only one in the sketch, and my water.
I'll wait for Mr. Sobel outside.
Yes, do that.
Outside.
Yes, do that. Now, Jack, let's go. Drums?
Water. Now, look, how long can a man live without water?
You may find out tonight,
I'm as
Jack.
dry as an Arab's instep.
I'm sorry, Jack. I'll put a stop to this. Come in.
Come right in, Mr. Sobel.
Thank you, Mr. Funt.
Now, listen, you. This is the 3rd interruption.
Now, please, Mr. Allen, Mr. Sobel is pressed for time.
I'm a busy man, Allen.
Now, listen, Sobel.
Mr. Sobel to you, ham.
Why, you...
Language! Mr. Sobel is the president of Sobel Sanitary Soup.
Yes, my program is taking over this studio next Wednesday night.
Mr. Sobel is here tonight to test the acoustics.
Oh.
I want to be sure my soup commercials can be heard in the balcony.
Get away from that microphone, Mr. Allen, please.
Yes, I need plenty of room. I wave my arms when I read.
Fine.
Who is this other man, this man with the round head? Who are you?
I'm just trying to get some water.
The cooler is out in the hall. Step aside.
I got better treatment the night I was on the Goodwill Court.
And I can prove it. I was with him.
Quiet, please. We're on the air. Take it away, Mr. Sobel.
Okay. Folks, Have you tried Sobel's sanitary soup? The new lickin' good triple duty soup? Sobel's is the only soup that contains ether, energene, and rondocyte hyperphosphate. Sobel's sanitary soup cleans your clothes, whitens your teeth, and is lickin' good to boot.
Now look.
Here's how Sobel's triple duty sanitary soup works. Now, when you slop any other soup on your vest, what happens? A big greasy blob remains. When Sobel's triple duty sanitary soup spills on your vest, here's all you have to do. Go right on eating. Yes, go right on eating. The energene in the soup cleans the spots. The ether dries your vest instantly. And the rondocyte hyperphosphate makes your Elks tooth 3 shades whiter.
Mr. Sobel.
So try a can of Sobel's triple duty sanitary gumbo soup. Sobel soup as that stuff I got stuck with last November. Try a can spelled K-A-N tonight.
Well, Mr. Sobel, how are the acoustics? Good for soup?
I can't tell without a conference.
Well, let's tie in.
Yes, let's tie in. You tie into me, and I'll tie in.
Boy, I'll be glad to get out of this place. Just a minute, brother. Who are you?
I'm Jack Haley.
Did you come in with Sobel?
I'm your guest star, remember? Water.
Oh, yes. Well, let's finish the sketch. Drums? Hold it, Jack.
I didn't even get started this time. Come in.
I should have thought of that fun.
Oh, it slipped my mind, too, Mr. Sobel.
Come in, Miss Devereaux, Mr. Llewellyn.
Thank you, Mr. Sobel.
Thank you, Mr. Sobel.
Now, look, Mr. Funt, who woke up the morgue? What is this?
Mr. Sobel has approved the acoustics for his commercial.
And the word Sobel echoes in this studio. I'll get a double plug.
Divine.
My voice will roll around these walls like a comet in the Wilkins.
Look, if you folks don't mind.
Please, Mr. Allen, Mr. Sobel has to test the acoustics again for his radio serial program.
Oh.
Yes, Miss Devereaux, Mr. Llewellyn, we'll run through an episode.
I'll just throw my mink here.
Will you set the scene, Mr. Sobel?
Yes, I have the script right here.
Quiet, please. We're on the air. Take it away, Mr. Sobel.
Molly Malone, girl steeplejack. Molly Malone is the story of a simple girl who became a steeplejack to support her no-good father and 7 big, strapping, loafing brothers. Yesterday, we left Molly Malone hanging from the steeple of the town hall. Her paint pot and scaffold had blown away, and Molly hung suspended by her charm bracelet. Well, somehow Molly got down during the night. And today we find Molly Malone busy at work painting the steeple on the Masonic Temple. As our story opens, Jeffrey Spavin, Molly's sweetheart, is shinnying up the steeple. Molly speaks.
What are you doing way up this steeple, Jeffrey?
I came to see you, Molly Malone.
But steeplejacking's a woman's work, Jeffrey. You might slip and fall.
I can slip, Molly. I'm wearing corduroy pants. And I have lumpy legs. Molly.
Yes, Jeffrey.
Will you marry me?
Why, Jeffrey.
Help! I'm slipping.
Jeffrey, I must overtake you. Jeffrey.
And so we leave Molly Malone. As she and Jeffrey Spavin speed down that steeple, she is wed. Tune in tomorrow for the next thrilling adventure in the life of Molly Malone, girl steeplejack.
Well, Mr. Sobel.
What do you think, Miss Devereaux, Mr. Llewellyn?
The acoustics are divine.
Yes, my voice just rolls around these walls like a comet in the Wilkins.
Oh, good. This studio will do, Mr. Fun.
Thank you, Mr. Sobel.
Well, I've got to go. I'm a busy man.
Dad, I'll be glad to get out of this joint. Where was I?
Water.
Oh, yes. That's where I was. Now, go ahead, Jack.
Water.
Mr. Allen.
Not now,
But the
Portland.
man in the control room said to tell you there's only a minute and a half left.
Say, we're late. Well, you better step on it, Jack.
Water.
Say, Fred.
Yes, later, Jimmy.
Now, you promised me before we finish tonight that I could get in all the Texaco mentions I cut out all year on account of time.
Well, it's too late now.
Say, what about me? I'm speaking for Mr. Goodman.
Look,
You promised Goodman he could play the ends of all the numbers you never got to finish.
Well, some
I
other time. Not now,
Look, the
Kenny.
sound man says he's got a lot of big crashes left over. Can I help him catch up with his noise?
We won't have time for anything now.
Just a minute, Alan. I was engaged to do a sketch here.
Now, Jack.
Call an ambulance, somebody. I want to see my lawyer.
Look. Quiet. Quiet, please. Look, everybody, this is my last Wednesday night program. Now, I only have 20 seconds to get everything cleaned up before we leave the studio. So go ahead, finish your numbers, do your commercials, play your sketch, crash your sound effects, tear the joint down.
Water, water!
Texaco.
Water, water!
Mr. Goodman, music, music. And now just a final word from Larry Elliott.
Each defense bond you buy goes into the vital tools of war. The tanks, guns, battleships, and planes. Every single defense stamp helps turn another cog, move another wheel. Line up for victory now at your nearest bank, post office, or retail store. Buy more and more defense bonds and stamps.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. The Texaco Star Theater returns a week from next Sunday, the date March the 8th, the time 6 p.m. Sunday night over these same stations. Our first Sunday guest will be Morris Evans, the distinguished Shakespearean actor, and the winner of the Texaco College competition at Holy Cross, Jack McDonald. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast, inviting you to tune in again Sunday, March 8th, and to drive in, almost said next Wednesday again after 8 years. But it isn't Wednesday, folks. It's Sunday, March 8th at 6 p.m. And to drive into your Texaco dealers at any time. Remember, you're welcome.
Water! Water!
Good luck, Jack. Good night, folks.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.